Chapter 1. The Deathly Beginning. In the realm of 1,000-mile snow-capped peaks, atop the frigid summit of the northern ridge peak, a biting cold wind unfurled a silver-white shroud, rampaging through the treacherous mountains for 100 miles around. The howling gusts echoed like the wails of vengeful spirits, instilling a chilling dread in the hearts of those who dared to listen. As the bone-chilling wind caressed their faces, a group of youths, clad in thin garments, trudged against the gale. Among them, the eldest was scarcely 20, while the youngest had just crossed the threshold of 14. Despite the ferocity of the cold, not a trace of fear marred their youthful visages. Rather, they each bore an expression of indifference and fortitude. Before long, the youths reached the cliff's edge, where they stood in reverent formation before an elderly man, their postures rigid in respect. "Master." At the pinnacle of the cliff, the old man nodded slowly, stroking his goatee with his right hand. Excellent. Unfazed in the face of peril, you are indeed worthy disciples of the northern ridge peak. This journey is fraught with danger, and many among you may not return to the northern ridge peak. Are you truly unafraid?" The elder's keen gaze bore a hint of reluctance as he scrutinized the youths. They shook their heads in unison. "Not afraid." A flicker of satisfaction graced the wise man's eyes as he nodded. "Good. In that case, await while I unlock the gate to the northern secret realm. Every inner disciple of the northern ridge peak must undergo the trials of the northern secret realm. I implore you to remember one thing. Always harbor good intentions and act wisely." Turning around, the elder formed an intricate seal with his hands, and a circular portal materialized a yard before him, suspended in the void. "Enter," the old man intoned in a deep voice. The youths exchanged glances before resolutely dashing towards the portal, not looking back. Once they had departed, a smiling elder, a fellow disciple of the master, approached. "Brother, these children are remarkable. I believe many will emerge successfully." The old man nodded. "Indeed, in 3 years, the young generation will face the grand competition. If they can achieve notable results upon their return, they shall undoubtedly become the pillars of our northern ridge peak. Fear not, our northern ridge peak has never lacked talent." With a shared smile, the two brothers turned their gazes towards the ethereal portal. Within the northern secret realm, Jiang looked around cautiously, ensuring he was alone. After 3 months of feigning compliance, he finally had the opportunity to return to his true self. Whoa, this is intriguing an introductory quest. 3 months prior, Jiang had traversed into this unfamiliar world, becoming an outer disciple of the northern ridge peak. His current physique was regarded as a genius. Otherwise, he would not have qualified for the intersex selection. However, accompanying him was a mystical cauldron, the nature of which remained a mystery even after 3 months. On several occasions, while asleep, Jiang had been inexplicably drawn into this peculiar cauldron, yet each time, he emerged empty-handed. Jiang pondered whether his own strength was insufficient to awaken it. Regardless of the reason, he firmly believed that his arrival here was intricately linked to the cauldron. At this moment, Jiang possessed the strength of the 6th level of initial martial realm, placing him in the middle tier among the youths. The eldest among them had already reached the 5th level of earth martial realm. With only a 2-year difference, the youth still had much to strive for. Reaching into his storage pouch, Jiang waved his right hand, causing a map to materialize in the air before him. In essence, it was a floating map that marked his current position on marvel of this world, though Jiang had grown accustomed to it. "Wait, how did I end up here? What the hell?" Furrowing his brow, Jiang thought that the trial should logically begin from the outside, yet here he was, emerging from within. Was this not a deathly beginning? What was the point of playing at all? Jiang felt a wave of despair wash over him. The northern secret realm opened once every 5 years and remained active for 2 years. Entering from the outside would typically involve encountering lower-tier beasts along the way, allowing for practice while traversing through the northern secret realm's gate, albeit with significant peril. But here he was, stepping right into the den of the boss. Was this not courting death? At that moment, a wave of dizziness struck, and Jiang collapsed onto the ground. This is bad. This was no external aid could save him now. 2 years. Those who entered here were inherently talented, and the Northern Secret Realm was a place designed for their cultivation. The difficulty of this quest was evident. Given such a challenge, it would take 2 years to even contemplate confronting the final boss. With his current strength, he would likely be obliterated before even laying eyes on the boss. Roar! Lost in thought, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Jiang Ning swiftly stowed away the map and leaped onto an ancient tree. Is there a battle? Is it a beast? Jiang Ning cautiously crept towards the source of the sound. Boom! Another resounding crash reverberated, and a ball of flames erupted into the sky, its radius akin to a bomb's explosion. What power! It must be at least a third-level beast. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. A third-level beast? Facing it would be like a human encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex. One could only imagine the outcome. Fighting? No chance. If that beast could dispatch him with 2 moves, it would surely die of shame. Finally, drawing close enough to gain a clear view, Jiang Ning beheld a vibrant fire python locked in combat with a venomous toad. 4th level? How can this be? Jiang Ning stared dumbfounded. Wasn't the venomous toad a 4th level beast? This was utterly absurd. How could such a creature exist? In the realm of beasts, those at the bottom of the food chain were often the most fearsome. Take the toad, for instance, an animal so lowly it was barely worth mentioning. Yet, if it could evolve into a beast, one could only fathom the immense challenges it must have faced. Such creatures were extreme in nature. They were either lethally poisonous or possessed innate advantages. Undoubtedly, the venomous toad fell into the category of the lethally poisonous. Thus, what Jiang Ning witnessed was not merely a battle between 2 beasts, it was the venomous toad preying upon the vibrant fire python. Quack, quack, quack. The venomous toad fixed its gaze on the fire python, occasionally darting in different directions, exuding an air of arrogance, the thrill of a hunter eyeing its prey. In contrast, the fire python appeared frightened, retreating in haste, exhausted, spewing flames solely to keep the toad at bay. This venomous toad was a master hunter, unhurried in the face of its prey, maneuvering to provoke the fire python into attacking. This creature is cunning, Jiang Ning mused, recalling his past fishing experiences, luring in a big fish until it was too exhausted to resist before striking. The toad was waiting for the fire python to exhaust its flames. That moment would spell the fire python's doom. The 2 beasts faced off for several minutes before the venomous toad suddenly leaped into the air, prompting the fire python to unleash another torrent of flames. Whoosh! A massive fireball erupted, but it was evident that the flames had weakened considerably. Indeed, a faint barrier enveloped the venomous toad, rendering the flames utterly ineffective against it. In midair, the venomous toad extended its tongue, and Jiang Ning caught sight of a blood-red line slicing through the air. Chapter 2. The White Emperor. That was none other than the venomous toad's tongue, which struck the vibrant fire python, causing it to let out a wretched cry as it collapsed, spewing forth black blood. Is it really that terrifying? Was it merely a brush? Jiang Ning's lips quivered, astonished. A 3rd-level beast, equivalent to a Heaven Martial Realm expert, was it truly so easily vanquished? Jiang Ning understood well that the situation was far more complex. The 2 beasts had engaged in a lengthy battle, and the vibrant fire python had indeed been outmaneuvered. Yet, this also underscored a grim reality. Even the most skilled Heaven Martial Realm experts could fall prey to such vile creatures. Watching the vibrant fire python lie motionless, the venomous toad appeared exhilarated, leaping towards it. At that moment, the fire python suddenly unleashed a desperate strike, coiling its body and lunging forward with the speed of a lightning bolt, encircling the toad. Swish! In an instant, the fire python ensnared the venomous toad, its 100-meter length coiling into a massive sphere. It sought to take the toad down with it. What an opportunity! Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. He had ventured into this perilous land. If he could eliminate both beasts, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Kid, don't even think about it. A voice suddenly resonated, and in the next moment, Jiang Ning found himself transported back to that familiar space. What's happening? Old man, who are you? Within the cauldron's space stood an elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in white robes, his demeanor stern. His silver hair flowed like silk, and his deep-set eyes radiated a wisdom that seemed to pierce through the soul. Simply standing there, he exuded an air of authority, making it clear that he was no ordinary individual. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is this. If you dare to venture out, I assure you that you will leave behind nothing but your bones. The elderly man approached slowly, gazing at Jiang Ning. What is your name? Feeling somewhat flustered under the scrutiny, Jiang Ning replied, I am Jiang Ning. May I ask who you are, senior? The previous term old man seemed inappropriate. Now, such a dignified and imposing figure must possess extraordinary depth, surely. Yang Ning. Huh, such a rather ordinary name. I am known as the White Emperor, and that is how they all address me. As the White Emperor uttered his name, an aura of commanding presence instantly enveloped him. The White Emperor? Jiang Ning inquired, perplexed, for he had never heard of him. It is no surprise that you do not recognize me, but you should be familiar with the Qingquan cauldron before you, the White Emperor remarked, advancing step by step towards the cauldron. Jiang Ning shook his head once more. I understand that this artifact is quite formidable, but I cannot utilize it. Moreover, senior, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? I have matters to attend to. Perhaps I could seek you out later for a discussion? Do not be hasty. The White Emperor extended his hand. I summoned you to teach you how to wield it. Kneel and pay your respects to it as your master. Ah, Jiang Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Kneel in reverence? Should I kneel to it or to you? To it. You are unworthy to be my disciple. The White Emperor averted his gaze, refusing to look at Jiang Ning. At that moment, Jiang Ning's temper flared. What did you say? You think just because I address you as senior, you can elevate yourself so grandly? I tell you, I have no need for such a master. Old man, take your decrepit cauldron wherever you please. Do not impede my cultivation, for I have no respect for a disrespectful elder like you. Jiang Ning was genuinely infuriated. How dare he say he was unworthy to be his disciple? If he truly possessed any capability, would he be trapped by this cauldron? Was he not merely seeking my assistance to escape his predicament? Did he think I was oblivious? What pretense of superiority was he maintaining? In truth, Jiang Ning had already deduced the answer. If this old man could leave, it would be of no concern to him. Most likely, he was ensnared here by someone else, seeking a knave apprentice to diligently cultivate in the hopes of one day aiding his escape. Given this circumstance, Jiang Ning felt he had the upper hand. So why should he continue to show courtesy? Do you dare to be so insolent? The White Emperor raised his hand, a mere flicker of spiritual energy emanating from it, enough to assure Jiang Ning that he could perish countless times over. Come on, kill me then. You are within my sea of consciousness, and so is this cauldron. If you slay me, both you and your wretched cauldron will be destroyed alongside me. After all, I'm someone who has died once already and been transported to this wretched place. Living is a struggle. Come on. Jiang Ning stepped forward, standing tall and resolute before the White Emperor. Ha! It seems this little rascal has uncovered my origins. The White Emperor withdrew the spiritual energy from his hand. Not quite, but I do know you are trapped here and cannot escape. Jiang Ning crossed his arms, laying his cards on the table, curious to see how the old man would respond. No, you are mistaken. I can leave, and not only that, I can choose another host. The White Emperor's declaration stirred a sense of concern within Jiang Ning. However, your calm demeanor in the face of danger has piqued my interest. Haha. Very well. It appears you are worthy of becoming my disciple. Kneel. Such a swift change of heart. You seem rather. Well, fine. Since it is thus, it is good to provide an avenue for both parties. Jiang Ning mused inwardly. He understood that there must be something about his body that was suitable for cultivating the White Emperor's techniques, and while he might indeed be a rare talent, he did not wish to provoke the old man unduly. Kneeling was not a sign of humiliation in this world. It was entirely natural for a disciple to kneel before their master, akin to bowing in respect before an elder. One day, should you ascend to the pinnacle of success, do not forget to proclaim to the world that your master is the Devouring Deity. Ha ha ha. The Devouring Deity has vanished. Ji Xuanran lowered his head and quietly called out. Mastered, the moment he bowed thrice, he became his disciple. Ji Xuanran took a deep breath, immersing his consciousness within his body, and suddenly his awareness was drawn into his dantian at this moment. The dantian had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, a warrior's dantian was merely a pool of void, varying in size. Yet now, his dantian resembled a desolate starry sky, with himself floating upon a barren planet, sensing that every celestial body in this expanse was lifeless. As he consciously descended onto the planet before him, a passage of text materialized. This is the insightful devouring body, evolved from the only insight tree devoured by this deity, regrettably perishing before realizing grand aspirations. The strongest comprehension, the strongest physique, the strongest martial soul, the strongest combat power, unique in the world, with the universe as the dantian, revitalizing it to establish the strongest foundation. Those who receive this opportunity shall lead me toward the pinnacle of that realm. Upon the conclusion of this text, a black book emerged, unbidden, and burrowed into Ji Xuanran's soul, taking root deeply and merging as one at the devouring sutra of insight. A dominion-level technique? What could dominion levels signify? Casting aside all doubts, Ji Xuanran promptly set to work, attempting to cultivate according to the first volume that in the outside world. His body began to stir, blood boiling and howling. The insightful devouring body was hungry. A pitch-black vortex materialized behind him. At its center stood a verdant sapling, the insightful, devouring martial soul. The vortex voraciously consumed the surrounding spiritual energy, gathering the essence of spiritual energy throughout Sunyun City, transforming it into a dense mist. Due to the nighttime, the townsfolk merely felt the spiritual energy thinning, unaware of the bizarre situation unfolding. Those cultivating within the Ji Manor, including Ji Hanwu, suddenly sensed a significant increase in spiritual energy, believing it to be a divine blessing for the Ji family, heralding their impending rise, filling their hearts with pride. Everyone in the Ji Manor greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, striving to seize this rare opportunity. Chapter 3. Only your blood can quell my fury. The following morning, Ji Xuanran concluded his cultivation. Originally at the 4th level of martial prowess, he now found himself reduced to the 1st level. Yet his strength had not diminished. Even standing before a 4th level warrior, he felt confident in a battle, despite the frailty of his martial soul. After finishing his training, Ji Xuanran attempted to struggle against the iron chains binding him. But they proved exceptionally resilient, difficult to break free from in a short span. I could see that moment. The dungeon door creaked open with a sharp sound, revealing an elderly man, clad in a black cloak, who trembled as he approached Ji Xuanran's cell. "Young man, the time has come. We must depart." Though the old man was advanced in years, his vitality remained robust, possessing the strength of a 1st-level warrior. He opened the cell, retrieved a green pill, and pinched Ji Xuanran's mouth, preparing to force it inside. After death, serve the Ji family well. "Dream on, old dog." Ji Xuanran twisted his head away, breaking free from the old man's grasp. Surprising him, it seemed the famed prodigy of Sunyun City still had the spirit to resist. However, everything was already fated, and the old man's face twisted into a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating Ji Xuanran's transformation into a puppet. Yet at that moment, Ji Xuanran remained unfazed. His blood surged through his veins, coalescing into a crimson surge of power that coursed through his entire being. Even the old man could distinctly hear the rapid flow of blood, akin to a blood-soaked cavalry charging forth, prompting him to retreat several steps in fright. It was then that he noticed a strange vortex appearing behind Ji Xuanran, within which a sapling thrived. This aura was unmistakably that of a martial soul. "What is happening? Wasn't your martial soul shattered?" When he looked into Ji Xuanran's eyes again, he was met with a pair filled with a murderous crimson hue. The Ji family would pay dearly for this. "And it all began with you." The rotation of the insightful, devouring martial soul accelerated abruptly, releasing an immense suction force. The old man's flying crane martial soul erupted uncontrollably, screeching and struggling to escape within the dungeon. But all was in vain. As it was forcibly drawn in, the old man, caught off guard, was sucked into the vortex along with the iron bars of the cell. At the moment of devouring the old man, Ji Xuanran closed his eyes, unable to suppress a soft sigh of pleasure. This invigorating sensation was utterly addictive. Upon opening his eyes, he found that his crimson gaze held a hint of malevolence. Becoming more aggressive, the scarlet hue coursed beneath his skin, and his severed left arm visibly regenerated at an astonishing pace, soon restored to its original state. Not a trace of injury or hidden danger remained. And he reached an unprecedented peak of power. Second level of martial prowess, Ji Xuanran clenched his teeth, grinning as he exhaled a breath of hot air, illuminated by the red glow emanating from his crimson eyes, rendering the dim dungeon eerily surreal. With his realm elevated once more, Ji Xuanran wasted no time, channeling all his strength to shatter the iron chains, crashing them heavily to the ground, his neck cracking as he twisted it. The rain outside poured heavily, incessantly washing away the bloodstains on the square. Due to the early morning hour, the Ji Manor was devoid of activity. Ji Xuanran swiftly braved the rain, making his way to the square. When he beheld his mother, his hurried steps gradually ceased. After just a few paces, despair overcame him as he knelt upon the ground. His mother's aura had faded. Chilled by the rain, the water cascaded over his body. His long hair, unable to conceal the fury burning within his eyes, igniting a coldness throughout the land. Why? Why couldn't I be faster? Ji Xuanran knelt, roaring in anguish, his fists clenched tightly, the oppressive aura radiating from him slowing the falling rain, as if in slow motion. Yet he soon released his grip, breathing heavily. Now was not the time for reckless anger. The Ji family had 7 elders, each at least 5th-level warriors. He was not their match at present. On the Yaoyan continent, ranks are divided into 9 grand realms: Chi training, warrior, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial god. Aside from the last 3 realms, the other 6 grand realms are further subdivided into 10 levels each. The path of martial arts is long in this world. To seek vengeance, one must grow stronger. One must become formidable. After retrieving his mother's lifeless body, he realized for the first time how emaciated she was. The lightness of her form sent tremors through his heart, and his nose tinged with sorrow that he did not weep. Instead, he pressed his lips together and began to flee with her remains, only to unexpectedly encounter Ji Xuanran at the entrance. Upon seeing Ji Xuanran, Ji Xuanran was so startled he fell to the ground, especially when he caught sight of Ji Xuanran's regrown left hand, utterly losing his composure. Heaven is determined to see you perish. Ji Xuanran roared as he lunged forward, seizing Ji Xuanran by the throat. Ji Xuanran barely had time to react, clutching Ji Xuanran's wrist, desperate to cry out for help, but his windpipe was gripped tightly, nearly choking him as his eyes rolled back. His pants were thoroughly soaked. Just as Ji Xuanran was about to lose consciousness, Ji Xuanran released his grip. Killing him would be too merciful. Thunder rumbled ominously above as Ji Xuanran carried his mother's body, one hand grasping Ji Xuanran's throat, glancing back at the entrance, his blood-red eyes piercing through the curtain of rain. Gradually, his figure faded into the downpour, entering the mountains, amidst the heavy rain in the forest. Ji Xuanran wore a somber expression as he mechanically dug a grave with his bare hands, laying his mother's body to rest within. Her face still faintly bore traces of past beauty, yet was now marred by hardship and emaciation. Though not yet 40, she appeared as if she were in her 50s. All of this was due to her tireless labor. How detestable, those treacherous scoundrels of the Ji family. In oppressive silence, Ji Xuanran continued to bury her, shoveling soil with great care. Though he spoke not a word, to Ji Xuanran, it appeared utterly terrifying, as if it were a lurking beast poised to strike. Xuanran, this is not my fault. It was their decision, beyond my control. Ji Xuanran, bound hand and foot, could only squirm on the ground like a worm. I had no choice. If I did not comply, the princess would surely blame our Ji family. I did this for the sake of the Ji family, Xuanran. Ji Xuanran implored, his words a disjointed jumble as he struggled to kneel on the ground, his face a blend of rain and tears, repeatedly bowing his head before Ji Xuanran. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned his attention to the grave, prostrating himself once more, only to be violently kicked away by Ji Xuanran, sent sprawling over 10 meters, crashing into a large tree and falling to the earth. blood spilling from his mouth. Ji Xuanran approached him slowly, in Ji Wen's eyes. It was as if death was drawing closer with each step, causing him to shake his head in terror, overwhelmed to the point of losing control of his bodily functions. You are unworthy to bow before my mother. None of you from the Ji family deserve that. No, no, Xuanran, you are also of the Ji family. You must not treat me this way. I beg you, you cannot. You cannot. Ji Wen sobbed, writhing on the ground, consumed by fear. The Ji family, when you bow my mother to the stake. I severed all ties with the Ji family. As he spoke, Ji Xuanran emotionlessly lifted his foot and, under Ji Wen's horrified gaze, pressed it down upon his head again and again until Ji Wen's skull was buried in the earth. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, mingling with the mud. In his dazed state, Ji Xuanran yanked his head from the ground, seizing his legs and dragging him deeper into the mountains. That I will not allow you to die so easily. I want you to perish in despair. Only the blood of every member of the Ji family can quell my wrath. Chapter 4. Special Martial Techniques. Offspring of the Huang family, the dungeon door swung open from the outside, and Ji Xuanran, cloaked in a black mantle, could not conceal his powerful physique, exuding an air of authority. Accompanied by 2 guards, he entered, only to find the scene he had anticipated missing. Where is everyone? Ji Xuanran approached the breached cell, picking up a small vial from the ground, inhaling its contents. It was indeed the iron corpse pill. However, where had that bastard Ji Xuanran disappeared to? Discarding the vial, Ji Xuanran stood, tilting his head, inquiring, "Has anyone seen Ji Laokai?" Ji Laokai was the elder responsible for turning Ji Xuanran into a puppet, but now he had become Ji Xuanran's nourishment. No. Ji Xuanran pondered for a moment before suddenly widening his eyes, lifting his cloak and gesturing, "See who is absent from home. Damn it, that scoundrel has managed to escape." After receiving the orders, the 2 guards hurriedly fled the dungeon, inquiring throughout the Ji family, soon learning that Ji Wen was missing. Ji Xuanran stood in the square with a dark expression, raindrops soaking his hair, making his countenance appear even colder. Gazing at the empty stake, his eyes twitched incessantly, clearly seething with fury. As the guards reported their findings, upon hearing that his son was missing, he erupted, roaring like a ferocious tiger in the rain. How could he possibly be missing? If Ji Xuanran had made a move, did you not hear any commotion? Useless fools! The guards were taken aback by his wrath. One, eager to defend himself, nervously swallowed and stammered, "Young Master Ji Wen left yesterday and has yet to return. He must have gone to Chunxiang Tower again." Before he could finish, a powerful hand grasped his throat, snapping it with a sickening crack. Like refuse, Ji Xuanran tossed the body aside without a glance. The guard nearby fell to his knees, bowing his head. Too terrified to make a sound, Ji Xuanran's gaze was icy as he enunciated each word deliberately. "Those who dare tarnish the name of the Ji family must die. Relay my orders for the 2 elders of the clan to lead a party into the mountains and eliminate that dog of a bastard. Rescue the young master." Ji Xuanran was clever enough not to foolishly remain in the city. The only place he could hide was the Lianyan Mountains outside. As for his son, he should have returned by now. Yet he remained absent, likely captured by that little rascal Ji Xuanran. After receiving his orders, the guards fled in haste. At this moment in the Lianyan Mountains, Ji Xuanran stood amidst the rain, eyes closed, immersed in contemplation. Before long, a slight parting of his lips released a breath of turbid air. His fists clenched as he began to trace circles in the air. The path of his fists left behind a trail of red and blue spiritual light. Though his movements were slow, they caused the air around him to thicken, nearly suffocating Ji Wen, who was bound nearby, astonished by the display of martial prowess that exceeded his comprehension. The techniques left behind by his master, aside from physique and martial soul, included countless special martial skills. Through his inheritance, Ji Xuanran learned that special martial techniques transcended ordinary skills, crafted only by the mightiest beings in each realm. The classification of special martial techniques was straightforward. The lowest tier was Xian arts, followed by Ling arts, secret arts, treasure arts, supreme arts, divine arts, and finally, divine powers. Divine powers were born from the heavens and earth, beyond human creation. The reason his master sought to devour the enlightenment tree was to shatter the rules. using the devouring body to create divine powers and become the foremost among mortals. Regrettably, before he could evolve them, he perished under the onslaught of others. The Yaoyang continent lay in the lowest tier of world planes, home to countless realms akin to Yaoyang, far more expansive than he had imagined. At this moment, Ji Xuanran practiced Ling arts, specifically the five elements fist. The lowly rank of the Yaoyang continent meant that even the strongest individuals could not create special martial techniques beyond the scope of Ling arts. After practicing for a while, Ji Xuanran clenched his fist. Though it brimmed with immense power, he sensed that further practice would yield no progress. He needed combat. He needed to devour to strengthen his martial soul and physique. Casting a glance at Ji, bound to a tree, he coldly remarked, "You wait here. Pray that you are not discovered by the beasts." With that, he walked into the woods. Ji struggled and shouted from behind, "Where are you going? Take me with you." Yet Ji Xuanran did not pause, vanishing from his sight. The only sounds remaining were the rain and the indistinct rustling of the woods. Ji, too terrified to make a sound, glanced around in fear, knowing that if he attracted the attention of a beast, his demise would be inevitable. After a morning of heavy rain, the sky gradually cleared. Ji Xuanran stood atop a moss-covered boulder, inhaling deeply as he gazed down at Sunyan City, a cold smile creasing his lips. The beasts howled in the woods. With the rain now past, it was the perfect time for hunting. Ji Xuanran leapt down from the rock and raced through the damp woods, searching for any prey that might enhance his strength. After a while, he halted before a tree-constructed nest. The nest was substantial, the trees aged and covered with a layer of moss, emanating a vibrant aura of beastly energy. He hesitated, for the aura of the beasts was formidable, making victory seem improbable. Nevertheless, he glanced at his palm. The blood within yearned for sustenance. The enlightenment devouring body required nourishment. Desperate times call for bold measures. Without risk, even the greatest talent is futile. Resolute, Ji Xuanran climbed the massive nest, finding no beasts within, but unexpectedly discovering 3 individuals. Their auras were concealed beneath 2 beast eggs the size of watermelons, preventing him from noticing them at first. The 3 were lifting the eggs, yet before they could stow them away, they spotted Ji Xuanran. One woman exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you! Weren't you sentenced to death by the Ji family? How audacious to covet even the princess's secret token! Perhaps this is heaven's chance for us to deal with you ourselves." Members of the Huang family? Ji Xuanran recognized them. The Huang family was also a significant power in Sunyan City. Once the foremost family until Ji Xuanran's rise led to their downfall. The Huang family harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ji Xuanran. "Hand over the beast eggs." What did you say? "Hand them over." Huang Yuan of the Huang family laughed heartily, brandishing a second-tier inferior long knife, reveling in his arrogance. "Though I know not how you escaped, your martial soul has been crippled. Do you still fancy yourself the former genius?" His voice trailed off into a growl as a wolf, forged from thunder, materialized behind him, its head adorned with 2 golden stars, a 2-star martial soul. Thunderwolf. The air crackled with subtle electricity, sending tingles through the 2 companions beside him. The woman exclaimed excitedly, "Huang Yuan, quickly kill him. We shall surely be rewarded upon our return." "Kill me?" Ji Xuanran's gaze was indifferent, his head slightly tilted. He raised his hand, clenching his fist amidst their bewildered stares. And flames erupted from his knuckles, the scorching light consuming the surrounding illumination and evaporating the moisture in the air, shrouding the area in thick mist. They looked up at him, as if gazing upon a deity from the heavens, a god wielding flames, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Spirit technique, 5 elements fist, blazing flame. Huang Yuan had barely grasped the situation when Ji Xuanran was already before him. Instinctively, Huang Yuan distanced himself, tightening his grip on the long knife, and shouted sternly, "What are you waiting for? Charge together!" He was puzzled. Wasn't this guy supposed to be useless? How could he exude such an immense pressure? The other 2, 1 male and 1 female, dared not underestimate him. Once hailed as a genius, he now radiated such formidable presence. They were unwilling to gamble, promptly unleashing their martial spirits. A purple bow and a hawk. Chapter 5. Diverting Calamity, once more devoured. Unleashing martial spirits could enhance one's strength, and some rare martial spirits possessed unique abilities, much like devouring martial spirits. With 3 2-star martial spirits revealed, Huang Yuan felt greatly emboldened. Even if his flames were peculiar, they could hardly be a match for the 3 of them combined. The long knife pointed at Ji Xuanran, the cold blade reflecting the searing firelight, as Huang Yuan confidently declared. Without your martial spirit, you're nothing but a pretender. The enhancement brought by martial spirits could multiply one's strength several times over. Sensing the surge of power within, the Huang family trio grew increasingly confident. The 3 opponents were all martial artists of the 2nd tier, and with the boost from their martial spirits, they posed a considerable challenge, though Ji Xuanran had no desire to engage them. Allowing them to leave would undoubtedly expose his position. What is right or wrong? Who needs judgment from others? Just as he was about to act, the ground began to tremble that Ji Xuanran sensed something amiss and turned sharply to gaze outside the lair. A colossal shadow loomed over him, its blood-red eyes radiating boundless fury. With a deafening roar, a copious amount of foul-smelling slime splattered onto the 4 of them, a 2nd-tier, 8th-grade demon beast, the Green Ring Giant Python. This creature's might was comparable to that of a martial artist at the 8th tier. Without a second thought, Ji Xuanran seized the 2 beast eggs beside him and hurled them towards Huang Yuan and his companions. Before sprinting away, instinctively, the 3 reached out to catch the precious beast eggs. Yet, when the Green Ring Giant Python's gaze fixed upon them, they realized the gravity of the situation. Damn Ji Xuanran! Huang Yuan and his companions cursed furiously. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to relinquish the beast eggs easily and clung tightly to them, trailing closely behind Ji Xuanran. The giant python roared skyward, crashing through its lair in relentless pursuit. The 4 raced nimbly through the dense forest. The python violently crashing through tree after tree, sending debris flying. These trees could hardly impede its progress. Ji Xuanran glanced back, realizing that this was not a sustainable situation. Frustrated, he wondered why they insisted on following him. The 4 elders of the Ji family, leading a group of about 50, suddenly heard commotion from a certain direction. Exchanging glances, they commanded, "Everyone, follow me." Upon reaching the wooded area, both parties encountered one another. Seeing them, Ji Xuanran grinned widely. Heaven does not forsake those in need. Laughing, he dashed past them with the agility of a cheetah, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. "Help! Help us!" Huang Yuan and his companions cried out. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their bodies emanating heat, nearly brought to tears upon spotting the Ji family. The 3 rushed behind them, forcing the Ji family to confront the looming Green Ring Giant Python. The python stood before them, causing veins to bulge on the foreheads of the 4th and 5th elders. How dare Huang's young master use us as human shields? Greetings, esteemed members of the Ji family. We implore your assistance. We shall repay you in kind. With that, Huang Yuan stealthily began to retreat, signaling the other 2 to follow. The python, sensing their intent to flee, prepared to strike. The Ji family members, caught within the range of attack, had no choice but to retaliate. The Ji Xuanran observed from a distance as the Ji family engaged the creature. A 2nd-tier, 8th-grade demon beast was more than enough to inflict serious injury upon them. Noticing Huang Yuan and his companions attempting to escape with the beast eggs, he let out a cold chuckle and stealthily followed. Just as Huang Yuan and the others believed they could slip away, Ji Xuanran blocked their path. "Where do you think you're going?" he inquired, flames surging in his hands as he advanced upon them. Huang Yuan clutched the beast eggs tightly, raising an eyebrow as he wielded his long knife. A glimmering blade of light dancing in the air. "Humph! You dare to pursue us? I must commend your courage. Without your martial spirit, you are nothing but a waste. Your martial path has been severed. You might as well take your audacity to hell." The 3 of them summoned their martial spirits once more and charged forward. Thunder slash! Huang Yuan leaped high, his long knife enveloped in purple lightning. In the dazzling radiance of the lightning, the sharp blade sliced through the air, crackling with thunder as it descended upon Ji Xuanran. The other 2 flanked him, determined to deny him any chance of escape. However, they were gravely mistaken. Ji Xuanran had never intended to flee. With a grin, he unleashed a fiery explosion from both hands, illuminating the forest with a scorching red glow. Boom! The sound of flames erupting resonated in the air, then vanished in an instant. Ji Xuanran remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Beneath his feet, the ground had been charred black, the weapons in the hands of his adversaries melting under the intense heat, transforming into molten iron that dripped to the ground, billowing thick smoke. Terrified, they recoiled, Huang Yuan included. Though the knife in his hand remained unscathed, it too glowed a furious red. "That a little weak," Ji Xuanran remarked coldly, swiftly closing the distance to Huang Yuan, pinching the glowing blade between his fingers and effortlessly bending it. A second-tier, inferior weapon, valued at hundreds of spirit stones, had been disposed of with ease. Huang Yuan swallowed hard, retreating 3 or 4 steps, shaking his head incessantly. "You wouldn't dare kill us. If you do, the Huang family will never let you off." "Heh, I won't kill you, but the Huang family would be all too eager to flay my skin." Ji Xuanran retorted, "Didn't you say I lacked a martial spirit? Then look at this." Raising his hands, he bared his teeth in a mocking grin, his expression teasing as the devouring martial spirit manifested behind him. The pitch-black vortex instantly ensnared their consciousness, as if it sought to extract their very souls. They had forgotten how to speak, tightly sealing their lips, their eyes wide in horror, tears being drawn from their eyes. Their bodies moved uncontrollably toward the vortex, the grass and shrubs below being uprooted, compressed, and shredded. The two were not spared. Huang Yuan, suspended in midair, suddenly regained his senses, seizing a nearby tree in a panic, pleading, "I was wrong. Please spare me." Too late. This sensation was utterly exquisite. Huang Yuan's martial spirit was forcibly ripped from his body, the thunder wolf scrambling to retreat, whimpering, yet the insatiable force pulled it apart, drawing it into the vortex. Ji Xuanran narrowed his eyes, his gaze blood-red, relishing the ecstasy of devouring the flesh and martial spirits of the two. In the throes of despair, Huang Yuan's body was reduced to a mist of blood. A feast for the martial spirit. Ji Xuanran operated the sky-devouring enlightenment sutra, allowing the essence and spirit energy to flow beneath his skin, enhancing his physique. This time, having consumed 2 beast eggs and 3 individuals, his cultivation only rose by 1 tier. Yet, the devouring body was strengthened slightly, and his martial spirit grew a fraction larger. The sky-devouring enlightenment sutra not only enhances combat prowess, but is also the sole method for advancing the devouring body and martial spirit. Relying solely on devouring could only enhance one's realm. The enhancement of martial spirit and physique did not merely signify a rise in strength. More importantly, it indicated an increase in comprehension, enabling the future utilization of the devoured martial spirits. The battle continued in the woods ahead, and Ji Xuanran chose not to intervene. Though he had now reached the 3rd tier of martial artists, he still found himself somewhat lacking against them. He made his way back to the location where Ji Yuan was bound, finding him still in a slumbering state. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick to his groin. "Shut up!" Ji Xuanran firmly grasped his mouth, bringing her face close to his, and whispered a menacing threat. Terrified, he quickly nodded, refraining from any reckless actions. Dragging him along, Ji Xuanran dashed through the woods, eventually discovering an exceedingly concealed spot, where she sealed his mouth and cast him inside. If he wished to prolong his life, he should remain quiet. Otherwise, even divine intervention would be futile. Ji Yuan lowered his head, a fierce glint hidden in his eyes, enduring in silence. Chapter 6. The Hidden Threat. Confrontation with the 5th elder. After Ji Xuanran emerged, she stretched her joints, intending to check on the Ji family and the giant python. Should the serpent be dead, its colossal carcass would be a waste, given the immense vitality it possessed that surpassed that of ordinary beings. The forest, following the recent battle, was notably still, with all the beasts retreating to their lairs, intimidated by the overwhelming presence. This silence facilitated Ji Xuanran's stealthy approach to the battleground. The mountain woods had suffered severe devastation. Trees lay broken, some corroded, others charred to cinders, and the stench of scorched flesh permeated the air. The area had transformed into a vast clearing, with even the stones that had slumbered for centuries reduced to rubble. Once she confirmed the surroundings were deserted, Ji Xuanran hurried out. The charred ground, uneven beneath her feet, partially buried remnants of bodies scattered about. Such destructive force was certainly beyond the capacity of the Ji family's elders. They must have either exerted their utmost strength or possessed formidable means. Gazing upon the enormous carcass before her, a thrill crept upon Ji Xuanran's lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in ambush. This time, you lot have rendered me a tremendous service. Ji Xuanran extended her hand, pressing it against the scales of the green-ringed giant python, feeling the searing heat emanating from its body, intensifying her apprehension. The two elders' powers might be even more perilous than she had imagined. After exhaling a long breath, crimson veins started to infiltrate her eyes, her irises swiftly transforming into a blood-red hue. The giant python was of a high rank, and even in death, the act of consuming it would prove to be a considerable challenge. Her trembling hands pressed against the scales, veins protruding and gradually reddening, as a torrent of blood, energy, and spiritual essence coalesced within her body. Too slow, Ji Xuanran growled, her martial spirit manifesting behind her, spinning rapidly and unleashing an immense suction force. The visible blood energy converged into a crimson mist, drawn into her. Ultimately, Ji Xuanran hesitated to continue her consumption, sensing that further intake would lead to peril, far beyond her current capacity to endure. The overwhelming blood energy was beyond her immediate ability to assimilate, having just ascended to the third realm, making it ill-suited for a breakthrough. Ji Xuanran staggered back a step, exhaling a warm breath as wisps of blood energy surged from her neck to her face, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Yet, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Clenching her fists, her confidence swelled. The blood energy stored within her martial spirit could be harnessed at any moment, enhancing her physique through the swallowing heaven and enlightening Tao scripture, not to mention the possibility of unleashing it to obliterate formidable foes when faced with insurmountable odds. Contemplating this, Ji Xuanran felt a surge of eagerness, envisioning the prospect of dispatching the Ji family members, then consuming their blood energy to amass it, repeating the cycle. Here I come. Are you prepared? In a certain mountain gorge. The fifth elder and fourth elder appeared disheveled, their white garments tattered with noticeable gaping holes, stained with blood, their hair unkempt, and their expressions somewhat lethargic. The surviving members of the Ji family were gathered here, each bearing varying degrees of injury. The fourth elder cupped water from the stream to wash his face, cursing fiercely. How dare those Huang family brats use us as shields? We must demand an explanation upon our return. And that scoundrel, the fifth elder, shook his head, wearily sitting upon a stone, a circular artifact levitating in his hand, humming with a low resonance as it spun. With the artifact's rotation, the central flame grew increasingly robust. Observing the restoration of energy within his artifact, the fifth elder sighed in relief. Thankfully, my fire sound ring possesses considerable prowess. Otherwise, that beast would have been much more troublesome. The fourth elder nodded, harboring a hint of envy. Were it not for the serendipity that granted the fifth elder a second-tier superior artifact, he would scarcely have attained his current position. If it had been me, perhaps I could have claimed the title of Grand Elder. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "It is indeed fortunate that you were prudent enough to bring this artifact along." The fifth elder, somewhat self-satisfied, rose and coldly declared, "This time, I shall turn that scoundrel Ji Xuanran to ashes." Having rested sufficiently, he continued, "Let us resume our search. That brat must be nearby." The fourth elder also stood, surveying the other Ji family members. The group entered the mountain forest, with the two elders leading their respective teams, maintaining a distance of no more than 500 meters to ensure they could promptly assist one another. In the shadows, Ji Xuanran approached the fifth elder's side, observing the still fatigued Ji family members, and silently grinned, "So eager to kill me. They truly are zealous." Ji Xuanran stealthily emerged, gazing at the unsuspecting Ji family descendants, her eyes glowing with a crimson light, an eerie sight amidst the tranquil woods. She smiled broadly, flames igniting in her hands, raising the temperature significantly, prompting the Ji family members to sense something amiss. Yet before they could react, The flames engulfed two of them. The heart-wrenching screams startled a flock of birds into flight. The burning corpses were hurled before the fifth elder, who staggered back 2 paces, shielding himself with his sleeve, brow furrowed, and kicked the charred body aside. Holding the fire sound ring, he sneered, "I never expected you to deliver yourself right to me. How foolish. Just like your dim-witted mother." Ji Xuanran's eyes twitched uncontrollably, fighting to suppress her rage as she retorted, "I fear nothing. Why should I hide?" Although she spoke with bravado, that peculiar artifact instilled a sense of danger within her. Fortunately, the blood energy stored in her martial spirit was ample, bolstering her confidence that I refuse to believe the blood energy within my martial spirit can't obliterate you. "You seem quite confident," the fifth elder commanded. "His martial spirit has been crippled, his strength significantly diminished. Surround and eliminate him." The Ji family members eagerly rubbed their fists, some even displaying excitement as they gazed at her. The family head had promised that whoever killed this brat would receive 500 spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. Ji Xuanran regarded them coldly, gritting her teeth. "Your current status is a result of my blood-soaked battles on the front lines that I have fought for the Ji family to seize mining areas, spear herbs, and victory in competitions, granting you the cultivation and comforts you enjoy today, yet you repay my efforts with treachery. How laughable. That was merely your duty," one of them retorted. "Besides, we've contributed as well." "Ha!" Hearing their words, Ji Xuanran's gaze turned frigid, her eyes piercing through them to the fifth elder as she inquired, "Do you share this sentiment? Are you not afraid that my fate may one day befall you?" The fifth elder flicked his sleeve, confidently gazing at the artifact in his hand. "Such a fate will not befall me. Indeed, it would not. Today you shall perish here." Ji Xuanran roared, her aura erupting violently, causing the ground beneath her to slightly cave in as a potent presence engulfed everyone, shaking their spirits. Impossible. Wasn't his martial spirit crippled? How could he possess such power? "You all shall pay for your actions." Chapter 7. Decapitation of the fifth elder. The forest lay serene, with each leaf on the underbrush cradling glistening droplets of water. Reflecting the brilliant flames, as the fire drew near, blossoming forth, the droplets evaporated in an instant, and the leaves that held them lost their moisture, igniting in the intense heat. "Inferno!" Ji Xuanran bellowed, flames roaring in her palms as she surged forward with astonishing speed, her fists trailing blazing light, charging towards the group of Ji family descendants. Along her path, every plant fell victim to her wrath. One individual, brandishing a long sword, gritted his teeth and grinned, eagerly, rushing forward. In his eyes blazed the flames clutched by Ji Xuanran, igniting not merely fire, but his fantasies of acquiring spirit stones. The long sword thrust forth, colliding with the 5 elements' fist blazing flame. The blade turning a scorching red, bending and shattering under the impact of the fist. Ji Xuanran's punch landed squarely upon him, the flames consuming him like a fireball, sending him hurtling back to crash into several companions behind. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be stripped of his martial soul? How could he possess such strength? The remaining dozen or so quickly halted their steps, encircling Ji Xuanran, sweat trickling down their faces. Whether from the searing flames or sheer anxiety, they could not tell. Elder Wu stood outside the encirclement. Even the crimson glow from the burning corpses could not melt the frost upon his visage. Though in middle age, a glint of fierce coldness flickered in his somewhat weathered eyes. His brown lips, concealed beneath a beard, parted slightly as he coldly sneered, truly worthy of being the greatest talent of Tsungyan City in a century. Even without martial soul, you are extraordinary. Indeed, you are as selfish as your damned mother. Such martial skills ought to be dedicated to the clan. Ji Xuanran stood tall, gazing at the burning corpses, the surrounding trees ablaze. Engulfed in fire, in stark contrast to the other's unbearable heat, he appeared to thrive, slowly raising his right hand, and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "To still utter such words now, the Ji family truly is beyond salvation." No sooner had he spoken than the flames around him surged violently. Ji Xuanran clenched his fist high above, all the flames converging like a pilgrimage, transforming into fiery red fish, gathering above his head. Upon his fist, the wave of heat swept forth, the sweat freshly exuded from the skin of the Ji family members instantly evaporating, leaving their skin red and blistered. Damn it! Damn it! Stop him! Elder Wu's heart raced with unease as he beheld the colossal fireball atop Ji Xuanran's fist, urgently waving his hand to prompt action. The Ji family disciples dared not defy him, forcing themselves to charge forward. It was all too late. Let this raging fire burn away your sins. Ji Xuanran bellowed, delivering a mighty punch to the ground. The earth shattered in layers, scorched in midair, the fireball plummeting like a meteor, erupting into flames that surged outward, instantly engulfing a dozen Ji family members, reducing them to ashes. With the lesser fish now dealt with, it was time for Ji Xuanran's garments were largely consumed by flames. Yet he remained unscathed, stepping forth from the inferno, his dark hair billowing in the heat. His gaze sharp, fists clenched. Ha! A farce. Elder Wu covered his face, unable to suppress his laughter, a haughty curve gracing his lips, looking upon Ji Xuanran as though he were mere vermin. Holding aloft the fire sound ring, he proclaimed, "Do you think I became an elder merely by chance? I am not simply a martial artist of the 5th tier. Ji Xuanran tilted his head slightly, his long hair cascading naturally, the flames behind him casting a dim shadow over his face, yet adding an air of composed confidence. The glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he grinned. So it turns out our Elder Wu is only at the 5th tier. It seems I overestimated you before. This remark darkened Elder Wu's countenance, his expression tightening as if he could condense water from the air. You foolish child, even without your martial soul, you are no match for me. From where do you derive the confidence to speak so boldly before me? Relying on his fists, Ji Xuanran suddenly surged forward, a gust of wind swirling beneath his feet, arriving before Elder Wu in an instant, delivering a forceful punch to his face. Having lived for decades, Elder Wu was seasoned and raised his left hand to block the strike, yet to his astonishment, he was sent flying. His arms spasmed and trembled, instilling a sudden terror within him. That blow felt as if struck by a high-tier demon ape. How could such power manifest in this worthless child? Elder Wu's breathing quickened, and he realized the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. He took out a piece of jade, shattering it to relay the news to Elder C. Beyond the dense forest, Elder C, accompanied by 20 Ji family disciples, had just dealt with an attacking beast when he sensed the shattering jade upon his person. His brow arching in surprise, he glanced toward Elder Wu's direction but did not elaborate on the situation, only vaguely stating, "There seems to be some commotion over there. To be cautious, let us head toward Elder Wu's location." The others gave it little thought, nodding in agreement as they followed. Elder C sought to delay time. The fact that Elder Wu had shattered the jade to call for aid indicated a significant crisis. Should he perish there, the fire sound ring would be his, and the position of the Ji family's second elder would surely belong to him, due to Elder C's insistence on searching the route. Their progress was not swift. Elder Wu, feeling wary, took a couple of steps back, casting a glance at the fire sound ring, previously activated simultaneously with Elder C to slay the green ring giant python. It had drained too much of his energy, and the artifact had yet to recover. Moreover, with Elder C absent, he felt a twinge of insecurity. He wished to utter something to delay time, yet Ji Xuanran had no desire for further dialogue. Stepping forward to unleash a punch, Elder Wu dared not take it head-on, retreating with a flying kick, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Waste! I shall show you the might of this artifact." He had no other choice. Ji Xuanran's current strength exceeded his expectations, leaving him uncertain, forcing him to activate the fire sound ring. Perish beneath this blazing inferno. Elder Wu hurled the fire sound ring into the air. Raising his hands high, his body trembling violently, blood surging to his face as he gritted his teeth, pouring his power into it. Die! As his furious roar echoed, the fire sound ring spun rapidly, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of watermelons, cascading toward Ji Xuanran like falling meteors. Yet his personal strength proved insufficient to unleash the true power of the fire sound ring, failing to hinder Ji Xuanran, who effortlessly closed the distance. That all. Then you shall perish, blazing flame. The surroundings dimmed abruptly, even the light emitted by the fire sound ring being suppressed by Ji Xuanran's spiritual technique. The roaring flames ignited before him, and Elder Wu felt a deep-seated fear rising from within. Ignoring the backlash of the artifact, he forcibly withdrew his spiritual energy, retreating several steps, raising his fist to smash into a nearby boulder weighing nearly a ton, blood flowing from his mouth as he roared. Hurling the rock toward Ji Xuanran, his fiery fist shattered the stone surface, the intense heat penetrating the rock, melting its core into liquid, radiating a despairing light before Elder Wu. Before him, the center of the boulder glowed red-hot, ultimately exploding into molten lava. N.O. The rock and lava splattered, dancing together in the flames. Ji Xuanran's fist pierced through the lava, his gaze fierce as he roared, the sound reverberating through the entire forest. His fist struck mercilessly against Elder Wu's face. Under the tremendous force, Elder Wu's cheekbone caved in, his face charred by the flames. The ground shattered and flew apart, scorching air sweeping outward, releasing Ji Xuanran's fury. Uprooting the underbrush and shrubs. With a single punch, Elder Wu had no time to resist, his head reduced to unburned remnants. The headless corpse flew over 10 meters, rolling like a dead dog before finally coming to a halt. Bold Ji Xuanran, actually killing Elder Wu. At this moment, Elder C and his team arrived, witnessing this horrifying scene. Was not his martial soul supposed to be destroyed? Chapter 8. The bones are still warm, yet hearts grow colder. Thud, 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 thud. Ji Xuanran maintained his punching stance, his muscles tightening uncontrollably, billowing heat rising from his body. His heart raced violently. This strike had imposed immense pressure upon him, bringing his body to the brink. Yet it also granted him a sliver of insight into the mastery of this spiritual technique. Therefore, he could not even respond to Elder C's reprimands. Although Elder C was alarmed upon seeing the fire sound ring lying on the ground, his excitement was hard to contain. He hurriedly approached to pick it up, cradling it in his hands as though it were an unparalleled treasure. Greed glimmered in his eyes as he tenderly caressed the artifact, murmuring to himself, "This treasure has ultimately fallen into my hands." However, he could not afford to display too much excitement. Rising, he cast a cold glare at Ji Xuanran, saying, "Ji Xuanran, even without your martial soul, you have reached such heights. Truly, you have surprised me. It is a pity you chose the wrong path. Had you realized it was him from the start, I would not have deliberately slowed down." At this moment, Ji Xuanran gradually began to calm, his heart rate slowing, allowing his body to relax as he turned to glare coldly at Elder C, stating, "I advise you to cease your prattle." The fourth elder, with a stern countenance, gestured for 20 disciples of the Ji family to encircle him, brandishing the fire sound ring as he declared, "Since you are so eager to descend into hell, allow me the kindness of escorting you there." The fire sound ring soared from his hand, swirling above his head. Unlike the fifth elder, this time the fire sound ring unleashed an overwhelming pressure, extinguishing the flames in the vicinity as if the very air had ceased to flow. Ji Xuanran trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, clutching his heart, as though his internal organs were being pulled down by an unseen hand, causing excruciating pain. What is happening? That treasure? The fourth elder chuckled with satisfaction. In the hands of the fifth elder, this treasure was utterly wasted. How does it feel? Ji Xuanran's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he took 2 steps back. His current state was not conducive to a direct confrontation. Trying to escape? You will die here instead. The fourth elder discerned his intention and bellowed sharply, the fire sound ring above him abruptly halting its rotation and unleashing a searing beam of light. Ji Xuanran's scalp prickled as he roared, summoning his enlightenment, devouring martial soul. Their astonishment. A blood-red beam erupted from the vortex, staining the surrounding forest crimson. A fierce and scorching gale swept through, claiming nearly half of the Ji family disciples before they could react to the explosion. The fourth elder, his clothes tattered, was hurled away, the fire sound ring tumbling beside him. "This is impossible. Wasn't your martial soul rendered useless?" Despite his disheveled state, the fourth elder, relying on his formidable strength, suffered only minor injuries and staggered to his feet. By the time he looked again, Ji Xuanran had already fled into the distance. Damn it! His furious roar echoed through the Lianyun Mountains, infuriated by the cunning of the young man. Witnessing the heavy losses among his followers and realizing the dwindling energy of the fire sound ring, he gritted his teeth and breathed heavily in place. Ji Yun, you're the best with your movement. Follow him. I do not ask you to kill him, only to locate his hideout and rescue the young master. The young man referred to as Ji Yun stood, dusting off his clothes, nodded, and then turned to pursue Ji Xuanran's retreating figure into the woods. The rest of you, return with me and report the situation to the family head. Yes, elder. The fourth elder led the remaining disciples away from the mountains, only to stumble upon a freshly dug grave. Though lacking a marker, the disarray of footprints around it led the fourth elder to a suspicion. Elder, this could possibly be the grave of that bastard's mother, a young Ji family disciple ventured. The fourth elder grinned. Dig it up and bring it back? Yes. The air grew cold, as did the fourth elder's expression. As he envisioned Ji Xuanran walking into a trap, as dusk approached, Ji Xuanran, nursing his injuries, returned to the hideout of Ji1, feeling relieved to find him still there. Ji1, seeing his injured state, felt a surge of excitement, secretly calculating the possibility of escape. However, in the end, he opted for caution, unwilling to take risks. Stay put. After giving Ji1 a glance, Ji Xuanran left the place but did not venture far, instead hiding behind a tree. Once Ji Hyun entered, a smile crept onto his lips. The moment Ji Hyun arrived, Ji Xuanran had already sensed his presence. Inside the hideout, upon seeing someone enter, Ji1 initially thought Ji Xuanran had come to vent his anger and instinctively curled into a corner, burying his head and shouting, "Don't hit me! Young master, it's me." Ji Hyun crouched before him, shaking him until Ji1 finally exhaled in relief. "You came to rescue me?" "Yes, young master. Quick, help me untie these ropes. Ji Xuanran has left, and I don't know when he will return. We must hurry." Without delay, Ji Hyun swiftly untied the ropes. "You bastard, just wait until I get back. I'll make you pay." Ji1's eyes gleamed with malice, and he became animated once free. Ji Hyun helped him to his feet. A bloody hand plunged through Ji Hyun's chest. The dripping fingertips hovered before Ji1's eyes, freezing the smile on his face and causing his pupils to constrict in terror. The hand withdrew slowly, revealing Ji Xuanran's cold, blade-like visage. "What? Did you think you could escape?" Ji Hyun's corpse fell rigidly to the floor, the sound startling Ji1, who trembled in fear, tears streaming down his face as he desperately shook his head. Retreating into the corner, he pressed his lips tightly together, afraid to utter a word or make a sound. Ji Xuanran wiped the blood from his hands onto Ji Hyun's clothing, observing Ji1's state with little satisfaction. To him, Ji1 was already a dead man, merely awaiting the moment of his demise. After binding Ji1 once more in silence, Ji Xuanran dragged Ji Hyun's lifeless body out, with the appearance of the devouring martial soul. Ji Hyun's body vanished without a trace. With the replenishment of blood energy, Ji Xuanran's injuries healed significantly. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes to circulate the swallowing heaven enlightenment scripture. The recent battle had deepened his understanding of the five elements fist. Practical experience was the fastest route to advancement. Moreover, through combat, his foundation had solidified enough to attempt to devour the corpse of the giant python and break through his cultivation level. With this thought, Ji Xuanran utilized the swallowing heaven enlightenment scripture to simulate the five elements fist before opening his eyes, heading directly toward the location of the green ring giant python's corpse. Chapter 9. The Vitality of the Dantian. Utterly shameless though the green ring giant python was dead, its presence as the sovereign of this region continued to instill fear in the beasts, deterring them from approaching for the time being. Ji Xuanran gazed upon the colossal creature before him, formulating a plan. First, he would utilize the blood energy to elevate his cultivation, enhancing his strength, and then attempt to completely devour it. Currently, as a warrior at the third heaven, his prowess rivaled that of a sixth heaven cultivator. The fourth elder's cultivation was merely at the sixth heaven, although he had been in this realm for many years. He was ultimately aging. Had he not been injured, Ji Xuanran would not have found himself in such a predicament. Devouring enlightenment martial soul. Manifest. The pitch-black vortex exuded a powerful suction, drawing forth an immense amount of blood energy from the corpse. This energy began to spontaneously heal his injuries, consuming a significant quantity in the process. As he absorbed half of it, his cultivation broke through to the fourth heaven, restoring him to the level he had reached before his martial soul was destroyed. Albeit with far superior strength, Ji Xuanran clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. His physical strength had increased once more, and his mind was markedly clearer. His comprehension had elevated, gazing at the somewhat withered corpse before him. Ji Xuanran exhaled a breath of faint red energy, the crimson glow beneath his skin slithering like a snake, swiftly merging into his flesh. This sensation is delightful. He savored the rapid breakthrough, acknowledging that although the speed was brisk, the foundation remained exceptionally solid, all thanks to his master. With this thought, Ji Xuanran clenched his fists and gazed skyward, contemplating the heights yet to be reached. In that highest realm, legends of his master were whispered. Master, rest assured, one day your disciple shall inherit your renown and become the foremost individual in the world. Following his breakthrough, Ji Xuanran sat in place, his consciousness delving into his dantian, which remained an infinite expanse of gloomy void. Ji Xuanran descended upon the planet before him, which no longer appeared desolate. The ground was adorned with tender green grass, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The grassy expanse stretched approximately 10 miles, but in comparison to the entire planet, it was negligible. These blades of grass contain a faint aura of spiritual energy. Ji Xuanran crouched, astonished by the verdant foliage. If his dantian were brimming with vitality, how formidable would that be? Could it allow other beings to enter and cultivate, perhaps even transform this into a complete world? With this thought, his mind expanded, as if he had grasped a profound truth, sitting in place and touching upon a higher realm of understanding, enigmatic yet illuminating. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had noticeably intensified, even giving the illusion that he could challenge an eighth heaven warrior, draw in energy. Under his control, the profound path devoured the martial soul, unleashing the most formidable suction force attainable at present. The corpse of the green ring python withered at a visible pace, ultimately being completely absorbed into the martial soul. The abundant vital energy was stored within the martial soul, continually nourishing both the soul and the corporeal form. Within the dantian, the expanse of the grassy terrain was slowly spreading and expanding. Even in the soft earth, a small sapling's tender bud broke through the soil, unfurling its verdant leaves. After accomplishing all this, Ji Xuanran hunted a demon beast and roasted it over a fire. Although he was not hungry due to the devouring, there was a distinct lack of flavor in his mouth. The enticing aroma of the meat wafted into Ji Wen's vicinity, causing his stomach to audibly protest. This was sheer torment for him at that moment, even as he wriggled like a maggot towards the cave's entrance. His eyes pleadingly swallowed saliva. Ji Xuanran showed no inclination to feed him. Ji Xuanran, Ji Xuanran, Ji Xuanran, I shall kill you. Ji Wen roared internally, repeatedly slamming his face into the ground, burying his visage in the earth. In the Ji family of Xingyan City, it was now nightfall. The fourth elder, accompanied by several disheveled disciples, entered the grand hall. Ji Hanwu had been waiting there for quite some time, seated in the main chair, gently blowing on a teacup before taking a small, composed sip. How is it? Family head, the fifth elder is dead. The fourth elder reported the events as they transpired, yet Ji Hanwu remained indifferent, showing no concern for the fifth elder or the fate of the disciples. It was only when the fourth elder mentioned that Ji Xuanran still possessed a martial soul that he finally reacted. With a forceful slam of his palm on the table, he stood up, his robust form towering over the fourth elder, blocking the candlelight, standing at least a head taller. The fourth elder gazed at this imposing family head, swallowing hard, too intimidated to speak. In the continent of Yaoyang, where strength reigned supreme, the Ji family held absolute power for the strong. Ji Hanwu questioned, each word dripping with intensity. You let him escape? The fourth elder dared not respond. Ji Hanwu seized his collar, lifting him up, his gaze icy as he bellowed. So many have died, and you still allowed him to flee. The furious family head frightened the other disciples of the Ji family, who stood at the back. trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Humph! He released the fourth elder, returned to his seat, and massaged his temples, stating, "Fortunately, you did not all perish there. It seems I must reassess that boy's strength," seeing an opportunity to amend his mistake. The fourth elder stepped forward, pointing to the corpse covered by a white cloth on the ground. "Family head, we have unearthed the body of Ji Xuanran's mother." Ji Hanwu glanced at him with curiosity about what he would say next. "Tomorrow we will disseminate the news, instructing people to spread it throughout the Lianyun mountain range. At that time, we shall not fear his emergence. Once he shows himself, we can ensnare him, regardless of the unknown means he may possess. We will ensure his demise." Ji Hanwu silently regarded him, suddenly breaking into a meaningful smile, saying, "Very well, but it is a pity your strength is too weak. Otherwise, I would have appointed you as the Grand Elder." The fourth elder chuckled nervously, nodding and bowing, resembling a servile dog to it is hard to believe such a relationship exists within a family. "This matter is entrusted to you. You must handle it well. Or else," Ji Hanwu patted his shoulder, then, hands clasped behind his back, approached the door, suddenly pausing to inquire, "Where is my useless son?" The fourth elder explained, and Ji Hanwu said nothing further, departing the premises. After instructing a few disciples to take the corpse away, the fourth elder coldly smirked as he retrieved the fire sound ring, anticipating that by the next day, its energy would be fully charged. "I have long coveted the position of Grand Elder," he chuckled. The following morning, the Ji family sent people into the Lianyun mountain range, awaiting Ji Xuanran's bait. Ji Hanwu personally led the charge, bringing along the coffin containing Ji Xuanran's mother to the city walls. The commotion caused by the Ji family was so great that it even attracted the attention of the city lord's mansion and the other two prominent families. Chapter 10. Bloodshed at the city gates in late autumn. A piercing chill permeated the woods. A withered leaf drifted down, carrying the desolate essence of fall as it landed on Ji Xuanran's face. Beneath the great tree, beside the brook, Ji Xuanran blinked awake. Still somewhat dazed, brushing the leaf from his face and splashing water onto himself. The brook was crystal clear, reflecting his visage, features delicate and gentle, akin to a refined young gentleman in his prime. His eyes sparkled like a sea of stars, though no longer as radiant as before. Were it not for his sharp, elegant eyebrows, one might easily mistake him for a young lady. A withered leaf floated downstream, causing Ji Xuanran to momentarily lose focus as he squatted by the brook, murmuring in the autumn breeze, "Today, I have come of age," returning to his hiding place and confirming Ji Wen's compliance. He ventured into the woods to gather some wildflowers, intending to pay tribute at his mother's grave. However, as he approached the burial site, he faintly overheard voices. "Ji Xuanran, if you don't come out, your mother will be hung on the city wall. Come out." Two disciples of the Ji family, weapons in hand, remained vigilant, wary of Ji Xuanran's sudden appearance. They were reluctant to undertake such a perilous task. But the family head's orders left them no choice. Upon discerning their taunts, Ji Xuanran's expression darkened as he approached them, striking first by seizing one of their throats, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through the other's eyes. "What did you say?" The man's face flushed, hands gripping Ji Xuanran's wrist tightly, managing to utter a single phrase. "Your mother's corpse is on the city wall." With a swift crack, Ji Xuanran expressionlessly snapped his neck, sending the other fleeing in terror, only to be met with a fiery fist that left a charred hole in his back. Ji Xuanran glanced at the flowers in his hand, staggering back 2 steps, frantically racing toward his mother's grave. Upon arrival, he was met with an open grave, its earth disturbed, and numerous erratic footprints scattered about. Ji Xuanran's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering as he leaned against a nearby tree. His fingers digging into the trunk, extracting sap like a feral beast. He hunched his form, fists clenched, his face contorted in a snarl. "You shall pay for this. You shall all pay." In the forest, flocks of birds took flight. Ji Xuanran, in a frenzied state, charged down the mountain, trampling trees, regardless of their sturdy stature, as he barreled through the city wall of Sin City. Ji Hanwu stood with the elders, gazing into the distance at the mountains. With such a grand display, What does the Ji family intend to accomplish? Might you enlighten us? A figure clad in a light blue python robe, with half-length black beard and an elegant demeanor, accompanied by two armored guards, approached. Ji Xuanran turned his head slightly, then smiled. Ah, it is Lord Wei. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Wei Yang raised a hand to halt his courteousness, speaking meaningfully. How could I blame you? The Ji family is indeed soaring to new heights. That Ji Xuanran smiled, but remained silent, while the two earlier arriving family heads, from the Huang and Lu families, curiously inquired, what is the purpose of bringing such a corpse? Ji Xuanran, now dismissive of their questions, lifted his robe and seated himself in a prepared chair. Only then did the fourth elder explain. Ji Xuanran has escaped and killed many of our kin. We must devise a plan to draw him out. The two family heads exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disdain for such treacherous actions. Since everyone is here, why not take a seat? City Lord Wei Yang smiled, but remained silent. Settling into his chair, with the City Lord leading, the heads of the two families followed suit. The show is about to begin. Ji Xuanran sat at the head of the table, exuding calmness. The gathered individuals turned their gazes to follow his. And from the base of the Lianyan mountain range emerged a ragged, disheveled youth, akin to a wild beast, charged forth enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura, scattering the falling grass and barreling towards them. Is that Ji Xuanran? A beautiful woman beside the Lu family head gasped in surprise, unable to resist stepping closer to the wall for a clearer view. Old dog. The roar, laden with murderous intent, struck the hearts of the onlookers with brutal force, and all who heard it were acutely aware of his wrath, unable to remain unmoved. Even the townsfolk were startled by this sudden outburst, turning their gazes toward the city gates, curiosity drawing them closer. Outside the gates, the scions of the Ji family stood poised for battle, weapons in hand, intent on intercepting him. Yet Ji Xuanran was fearsome beyond measure, and with astonishing speed, he barreled through the Ji family members who stood before him. Unable to swing their blades in time, shattering their bodies and sending limbs and blood flying, resulting in instant death, Ji Xuanran surged through, bloodied, into their midst, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Ji Xuanran on the city wall, and the fourth elder. As he bellowed, "How can you be so shameless? You have exhumed my mother's corpse from her grave. Your audacity knows no bounds." His words reached the ears of the townsfolk gathered below the gates, igniting a flurry of discourse. Is it true? The Ji family actually committed such an act? How utterly disgraceful. Hush, don't let them hear you. They might just take your head. Ji Xuanran had long anticipated the murmurs among the townsfolk and remained untroubled. Wei Yang, with a grin, inquired, Ji family head, does this not offend the heavens? Today we have witnessed the prowess of the Ji family. We are left feeling ashamed, in response to the mocking of the Huang and Lu families. The fourth elder glared at Ji Xuanran, rebuking, "You insolent brat, daring to distort the truth. Your mother and you coveted the princess's secret realm token, nearly bringing ruin upon our Ji family. Had it not been for the head of the family imploring, our clan would have already perished. Yet, you still fail to restrain yourselves, showing no gratitude, and seek to steal again to uphold the integrity of the Ji family. The head had no choice but to order your execution. You fled, which is one matter, but you also abducted our young master and killed the fifth elder. Even as the head dispatched someone to bury your mother, you attacked. What a heartless wretch you are. Our current actions are a result of your provocations." Each of the fourth elder's words struck deep, his face a mask of indignation as he gestured vehemently, as if declaring undeniable truth. The sentiments of the townsfolk began to shift, gradually leaning toward the fourth elder's narrative. Having previously heard whispers that Ji Xuanran had been executed for coveting the princess's token, yet they never expected matters to escalate to this point. The power of preconceived notions in public opinion is indeed fearsome. Despicable old cur. Ji Xuanran clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he growled, uncertain how to refute them, feeling utterly powerless. The fourth elder's eyelids twitched. Pointing at Ji Xuanran and commanding, "Seize that bloodthirsty scoundrel." Before they could act, Ji Xuanran unleashed his murderous intent first, his fists igniting in flame, the scorching fire illuminating the grotesque faces of all present. Chapter 11. Blood at the city gates, too, all of you shall perish. Ji Xuanran erupted in fury, flames exploding forth, igniting one individual's body. Taking advantage of the chaos, others rushed in, their blades striking his flesh but failing to pierce the skin. What? The onlookers on the city wall were astounded by the scene. What kind of physique could remain unscathed by such weapons? When did this boy attain such formidable physical prowess? Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Elder Lu stroked his beard, deep in thought as he sat, his half-closed eyes gleaming with greed. The head of the Huang family remained silent, his eyes sharp as knives, wishing to cleave Ji Xuanran in two. The flames only deepened his shock, for they were undoubtedly not ordinary martial skills, at least above the fourth tier. Get away! Ji Xuanran's aura erupted forth. Pushing them back several steps, he closed the distance in an instant, seizing one man by the head, reducing him to ash amidst his screams. Picking up the fallen longsword, of second-tier low grade, it appeared that the man had received considerable benefits for currying favor with the princess. Even possessing a weapon of such grade. The more he observed, the deeper Ji Xuanran's hatred grew. He gripped the hilt tightly, the cold blade reflecting his eyes, ablaze with fury. A flash of white light streaked past as the sharp sword sliced through the air with a piercing wail. Even drowning out the screams, scalding blood splattered in the sunlight, red enough to make one's heart tremble, while his icy visage instilled a chilling dread. All of you shall die, with another strike. The two approaching Ji family disciples were cleaved in half, unable to mount any defense. Were the elders merely going to watch? Ji Hanwu, seated, grew increasingly grim as he witnessed the demise of his kin. Finally unable to contain himself, in that moment, Ji Xuanran resembled a god of slaughter, his longsword a blur of crimson as it flickered before their eyes, illuminating the depths of their terror. Ji Xuanran wielded the sword with one hand. Drenched in blood, the mixture of blood and earth beneath his feet emanating a nauseating stench. The remaining dozens of Ji family disciples encircled him, fear etched on their faces, too terrified to advance. Aside from the Grand Elder, the other elders leapt down from the wall, unleashing their martial spirits, each displaying a 2-star martial spirit. Today marks the end for you, demon. The sixth elder's righteous proclamation was cut short as Ji Xuanran charged forth. Brimming with lethal intent, flames coiled around his longsword, unleashing a brilliant conflagration that devoured the natural light, leaving only the flames of unending wrath burning beneath the city gates. Thud, with a single strike. The sixth elder's body was cleaved in two, blood not even having the time to splatter before being evaporated by the searing heat. The pungent scent of blood invaded the nostrils of the elders, causing their pupils to constrict in fear and triggering their nerves to recoil as they hastily distanced themselves from him. That scoundrel! His power has actually increased. The fourth elder was thoroughly alarmed by Ji Xuanran's current strength. He had not been this formidable yesterday. Gentlemen, let us join forces to slay this bastard. Before the seventh elder could respond, a sharp sword flew through the air, piercing his eye socket and driving through his skull, sending him tumbling back, impaled against the city gate. Damn it! The fourth elder no longer dared to be arrogant, retrieving the fire sound ring and channeling his power toward Ji Xuanran. Yet, Ji Xuanran advanced rather than retreating, flames enveloping him as he closed in on the fourth elder, who cried out in terror, "Help me!" Preposterous! The second elder's mystic shield martial spirit surged forward, blocking Ji Xuanran's full force strike. The ground erupted beneath the force of the blast. Dirt flying. With a crack, the second elder's face flushed, and he stumbled back, spitting blood. His martial spirit had been cracked by a single punch. How could this be? The onlookers atop the city wall were stunned by the sight. Even the heads of the Huang and Lu families rose in excitement, astonished by Ji Xuanran's terrifying power. The second elder's mystic shield martial spirit was renowned for its resilience throughout Sangyan City. Yet it had been fractured by a single blow. When had this boy grown so powerful? Hadn't he been rendered powerless? The head of the Huang family ground his teeth in frustration. Watching Ji Xuanran wreak havoc, his anger boiling. The Ji family truly has birthed a genius, Wei Yang remarked, his eyes narrowed, his tone laced with mockery. Ji Hanwu's expression darkened further, his hands gripping the armrests so tightly that they creaked ominously. The fourth elder seized the opportunity to retreat behind the third elder. Old Dog, perish, the third elder, witnessing Ji Xuanran's approach, did not dare to underestimate him. His two-star Blackwater sword martial spirit trembled, releasing an oppressive aura aimed at suppressing Ji Xuanran's movements. Yet, Ji Xuanran remained unaffected. Impossible! The third elder wielded a second-tier high-grade sword, empowered by the Blackwater sword martial spirit, the blade growing ever sharper. Even before he swung, the sound of slicing through the air could be heard. Blackwater Sword River. The spirit's energy was sharp, slicing through the air and stinging Ji Xuanran's face, while the black sword light flowed like a dark river in his grasp. The sound of rushing water accompanied the scene, enveloping the space in darkness. Good! Ji Hanwu rose, clapping his hands in approval. The Blackwater Sword River was a second-tier high-grade martial technique, a swordsmanship derived by the third elder through Ji Xuanran's efforts, securing his position and earning him considerable fame throughout Sanyan City. Witnessing this technique, Ji Hanwu could not help but cheer, eagerly anticipating a decisive strike. The others, buoyed by Ji Hanwu's encouragement, focused intently on the unfolding drama. Futile. Ji Xuanran's feet stomped heavily into the earth, fists clenched, and with a roar, flames erupted, swinging his fist to counter the incoming assault. Bang! A surge of energy swept through, and the third elder was flung away like a tattered sack, a trail of blood marking his flight. The long sword spun twice in the air before embedding itself with a resounding thud right before Ji Xuanran. He extended his bloodied hand to grasp the sword, his gaze sharp and chilling, reminiscent of a finely honed blade, instilling dread in the hearts of all present, none daring to meet his fierce brilliance. How could this be? The third elder possessed the prowess of the seventh level, while he was merely at the fourth. No one dared to address their bewilderment. Ji Xuanran. On the city wall, Ji Hanwu's countenance was frigid, one hand gripping his mother's lifeless body while the other wielded a heavy sword. Standing atop the parapet and shouting fiercely, "If you dare to strike again, my sword shall descend upon your mother's neck. Do you dare? Ha ha ha! If you have the courage, then try it." Ji Hanwu's laughter echoed, wild and unrestrained. What was meant to be a hunt had turned into a slaughterhouse for this boy. Did he truly believe Ji Hanwu had no temper? The head of the Liu family frowned, appalled by the depths of depravity exhibited in the pursuit of a mere junior. Yet as he looked at Ji Xuanran, aside from shock, there was an overwhelming concern. If he was already this formidable, could the Liu family withstand his future wrath? Seizing the opportunity, the fourth elder infused his spiritual energy, activating the fire sound ring to unleash a searing blaze that struck Ji Xuanran. This attack was akin to the full force of a ninth-level warrior, a blow he could not hope to withstand at present. He hesitated, still frozen in place. Kill him! Though the fourth elder felt a twinge of weakness after his strike, he pointed excitedly at Ji Xuanran on the ground. Ji Xuanran, lying prostrate, attempted to rise, but the agony from the previous blow rendered his muscles sore and unresponsive. Witnessing Ji Hanwu's triumphant expression from a wall, he felt an intense hatred for his own powerlessness. Kill him! Chapter 12. Bloodbath at the City Gate 3. With Ji Hanwu's command, he relinquished his grip. Watching the falling corpse, Ji Xuanran's eyes brimmed with rage, blood-red, and streaming tears of fury. His head was pressed into the earth, his body struggling beneath their feet, his heart roaring in defiance. "Move, move, you worthless fool!" "Ah!" Ji Xuanran let out a hoarse scream, his feet pushing against the ground, shoving aside the Ji family members, rolling down to catch his mother's body. He could still move? "All of you attack." The fourth elder's visage twisted in fear. For reasons unknown, this boy instilled in him a sense of dread. "I apologize for these beasts disturbing your eternal rest." Ji Xuanran staggered to his feet, cradling the corpse against the cold wall. With his head bowed, disheveled hair obscuring his face, he let out a few cold laughs, and a dark vortex began to materialize behind him. From its emergence, it exuded an overwhelming pressure, compelling their gaze as if it sought to drag their sinful souls within. The weight of a high-level martial soul caused their own to tremble, conveying terror to its possessor. What is this martial soul? His martial soul. The fourth elder pointed at the devouring martial soul in horror, hastily creating distance. All of you die? Ji Xuanran wasted no time, unleashing all the blood energy stored within his martial soul, transforming it into a crimson beam of light that swept across the area. The blood-red hue tainted the space, dimming the heavens, the only light visible being the seething bloodlight fueled by boundless fury. The third and second elders were the first to bear the brunt, their screams stifled before they could escape. Reduced to ash, the solid earth was mercilessly carved into a blood-stained ravine, a deep imprint forever etched in the eyes of all present. This power was not befitting a mere fourth-level warrior. Preposterous. Ji Xuanran, witnessing this scene, was seething with rage, leaping from the wall with sword raised high, ready to strike down. Ji Xuanran had anticipated this. Once his blood energy was expended, he endured the pain coursing through him and broke free from the encirclement, clutching his mother's corpse. The heavy sword struck the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the earth, a massive cleft splitting the ground in two as Ji Xuanran bellowed with malice at Ji Xuanran, who had plunged into the mountains. You cannot escape. Gather all the Ji family members here. Today, without fail, we shall slay that boy. Ji Xuanran's strength had far exceeded his expectations. In just one day, he had grown to such a degree that even Ji Xuanran, in his arrogance, felt a pang of astonishment. The surviving Ji family members dared not linger. Hastily retreating to the city that moment, applause resounded from the wall. The city lord Wei Yang smiling down from his elevated position, surveying Ji Xuanran. The Ji family head has truly provided us with quite the spectacle. Ji Xuanran glared at him, speechless. Though the other two families disapproved of his actions, they remained united in their stance. With Ji Xuanran revealing such talent, they could not help but feel apprehension. Previously, their animosities over mining and herbs had been numerous. Should he continue to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire, seeing that they had no intention of leaving. Ji Xuanran spoke gravely. It seems none of you wish to see Ji Xuanran live. The heads of the Huang and Lu families remained silent, while Wei Yang merely smiled in agreement. This caused Ji Xuanran's temples to throb with anger. His voice strained as he said, "Do not forget, I have the backing of the county lord of Shanghai, but your actions are truly difficult for us to condone. Are they not, esteemed family heads? Indeed, if you wish for us to intervene, you must show some sincerity. These scoundrels dare to raise their demands at such a time. What do you want?" Ji Xuanran exhaled, striving to maintain his composure. "Once this matter concluded, I shall show you how to deal with you. I hope, by then, the Ji family head will not forget to recommend us." Wei Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his lips atop the wall. These old foxes are truly adept at trying to hitch a ride on the Ji family's coattails. Indeed, since there is a path to ascend, the Ji family head should not be stingy. In due time, I shall arrange for my daughter Rulin to wed your son, thus forging a familial bond. The head of the Lu family stroked his beard, speaking with evident pride. "Father," the young lady beside him mumbled shyly, her face flushed as she lowered her head. Well said. Ji Xuanran maintained a false smile. Were it not for this boy's repeated surprises, the head of the family would not require your assistance. Yet Wei Yang shook his head, stating, "Mere verbal agreements are difficult for us to trust. I ask the Ji family head to take heaven and earth as witness and swear an unbreakable oath." Ji Xuanran fell silent, all eyes upon him, including those of the Ji family members and elders. In that moment, the city gate was so quiet one could sense the gentle breeze, yet only fueled the fire of his rage. "Once this matter is settled, I shall speak favorably of you before the county lord. Should I break my oath, let heaven and earth be my sword, severing my soul." The Ji family head speaks heavily. "We shall gather the clan members to follow the Ji family head into the mountains. Since the Ji family head has said so, I, Wei Yang, will spare no effort." None of them mentioned anything regarding Ji Xuanran's fortuitous gains, each harboring their own schemes. After they departed, Ji Xuanran, leaning on his heavy sword, gazed at the blood-stained ravine below the wall, having personally crippled his martial soul. Where had this new martial soul come from? A sudden thought struck him, causing him to inhale sharply. Could it be a dual martial soul? Is it truly a dual martial soul? In the entire eastern region, those with dual martial souls were undoubtedly prodigies. I have unwittingly forced one out of the Ji family, allowing me to miss out on a powerful asset. Ji Xuanran. Oh, Ji Xuanran, who would have thought you hid your strength so deeply? I have failed to utilize you to the fullest. It is my miscalculation. Ji Xuanran, cradling his mother's corpse, made his way back to his hiding place. Ji1, witnessing the disheveled Ji Xuanran at the cave's entrance, seemed to recall something, bursting into laughter. Serves you right. You mother and son deserve this. Before he could finish, Ji Xuanran delivered a swift kick to his mouth, embedding his entire head into the stone wall with a resounding crash. Silence. Ji Xuanran's cold gaze met him as he delivered a kick to his groin, causing Ji Xuanran's face to turn purple, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. With that blow, he would be rendered incapable of having offspring. Ji Xuanran gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, fearing another kick would follow. Today, I want you to witness your scoundrel father and shameless family meet their demise. To watch as the hope in your heart is gradually extinguished. Ji Xuanran grasped his feet and dragged him away from this place. Deep within the Lianyan mountain range, there lay a vast clearing, which had once been a lake but had now transformed into a shallow marsh overgrown with verdant grass. To the edge of this clearing stood an ancient stone, weathered by the passage of time. Kneeling beneath the stone, Ji Xuanran meticulously dug a hole with his hands, gently placing his mother's lifeless body within. With hands stained by blood and mud, he tenderly arranged her hair, murmuring softly, "This time, farewell, mother." As he closed his eyes, a long, sorrowful sigh escaped him, and he gathered the earth in his hands. Chapter 13. Is this not all you're doing? In the chilly winds of late autumn, withered leaves cascaded down. Ji Xuanran rode a spirited red steed, wielding a heavy sword, accompanied by members of 3 clans, arriving at the edge of the marsh. The heads of the Huang and Lu families flanked him, their eyes gleaming with greed, gazing at Ji Xuanran as if he were a fateful opportunity. The horses tossed their heads and neighed, shattering the tranquility of the place. Today marks your demise. Ji Xuanran's gaze was icy, casually glancing at his bound son, tightening his grip on the reins, and haughtily declared, "Release my son, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse." "Father, save me! Father, quickly!" Ji Xuanran struggled on the ground, writhing as he looked towards Ji Xuanran, his expression pleading. But before he could finish, Ji Xuanran's foot crushed his head into the ground, sending droplets of crystal-clear water splashing. This caused a slight twitch in Ji Xuanran's eye, his brows furrowing as he spoke in a deep voice. "It seems you have no intention of leaving yourself intact. The head of the Ji family should refrain from further words. It would be wise to end him swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications," urged the head of the Lu family, twirling his mustache with a grin. Ji Xuanran shot him a glance, feeling displeased, but knew this was not the time for disputes. "Surround him," Ji Xuanran commanded the disciples of the Ji family, raising his gleaming heavy sword. The 4th elder and the grand elder, not wanting to appear boastful, took the lead and moved forward. "You all need not stand idly by. Act when the opportunity arises," the head of the Huang family remarked meaningfully, glancing at Ji Xuanran. The combined forces of the Huang and Lu families, along with the Ji family disciples, numbered nearly 600, their fierce momentum splashing through the water as they advanced towards Ji Xuanran. Among them were not a few elders from the Huang and Lu families. Ji1, witnessing such a grand display, knelt beside them, twisting his body in glee, laughing, "Today I shall see how you survive. I want to watch you be turned into a pulp." Yet Ji Xuanran would not even spare him a glance, standing tall, his muscles taut, with rhythmic breaths as flames danced around his hands, igniting the fuse of bloody combat. "Kill!" The disciples from the 3 families roared in unison, brandishing their sharp blades as they charged forward like a pack of beasts. Unfazed, Ji Xuanran slammed his fists into the marsh, the intense heat evaporating the shallow water, creating a mist that obscured the vision of nearly 100 people. Silently, Ji Xuanran retreated, vanishing into the steam, leaving them disoriented. An ideal battlefield for him. In the mist, flames erupted, accompanied by a scream, as a charred corpse fell before them. They swung their blades in a frenzy, but only stirred the steam, Those outside the mist hesitated to enter, unable to assist from afar. This brat is truly cunning. The head of the Liu family cursed under his breath. The flames flickered continuously, and rather than diminishing, the steam thickened with the use of the five elements fist. Ji Xuanran stood enveloped in scalding steam, exhaling a breath of hot air as he gripped the neck of a Huang family disciple, consuming him entirely amidst his terror-filled gaze. His injuries began to heal. Although serious, they were somewhat alleviated. After devouring over a dozen, the wounds left by the fourth elder had mostly mended and no longer hiding. He emerged from the mist wielding a mid-tier second-grade sword, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear. "You've played your cards well, deliberately leading us here." Ji Hanwu's cold smirk vanished, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. Crouching on his steed, he raised the heavy sword above his head, his powerful legs propelling him upward, nearly causing the steed to kneel. The heavy sword reflected the sun's blinding yet frigid light as it descended upon Ji Xuanran from 100 meters away. Die. Ji Xuanran dared not meet it head-on. Retreating a few steps as the heavy sword struck where he had just stood, the immense force sinking the ground, shattering it. Mud mixed with water splattered, obscuring his vision. "Where do you think you're going?" The sword swept horizontally, slicing through the water, its tip barely grazing Ji Xuanran's neck, nearly decapitating him. Damn it! The earlier flash of danger made Ji Xuanran's heart race, hastily creating distance, glancing back at the formidable Ji Hanwu. Ji Hanwu was a martial artist of the 10th realm, a top-tier powerhouse in Songyun City. Even the other two clan heads fell slightly short in comparison. Unexpectedly, he could not contain his impatience and struck at this moment. Gritting his teeth, Ji Xuanran crouched, gathering his strength, stealthily casting a glance at the other disciples. The direct confrontation was futile. He needed to enhance his power to know, if this continues, that brat Ji Xuanran will surely perish at Ji Hanwu's hands. And then the opportunities on him will be lost to us. The head of the Huang family, unwilling to merely watch, dismounted and charged in with his blade, observing both of them joining the fray. The head of the Liu family, realizing he would gain nothing if he hesitated, followed suit. The three clan heads formed a triangular assault, cornering Ji Xuanran. With a smile, the head of the Huang family said, "Ji family head, I come to lend you a hand at I must truly thank you both." Ji Hanwu replied, his expression darkening, cursing the old fox in his heart. Ji Xuanran struck the marsh again, generating a vast amount of steam, using the cover of the mist to escape at once. "Where are you running?" The three shouted angrily, unleashing a terrifying aura that dispersed the mist, quickly spotting Ji Xuanran amidst the slaughter of their own disciples. What shocked them further was Ji Xuanran's martial soul. He had merely run past, and his family members were sucked into a vortex by an unseen force. What kind of bizarre martial soul is this? 3-star martial soul? Ji Hanwu gazed at the 3 golden stars surrounding Ji Xuanran's devouring martial soul, feeling a surge of madness within. Not only was it a dual martial soul, but it was also of the 3-star caliber. Ji Xuanran, "You have hidden well, brat. Do not be arrogant." The fourth elder, seeing Ji Xuanran charging towards him, had just summoned the fire sound ring when Ji Xuanran's fist pierced through his chest, dragging his body through the crowd. Ji Xuanran roared, "Old dog, this is your end. No, no." The fourth elder flailed desperately. "I don't want to die. I have a bright future ahead." Yet the answer to him was the overwhelming, irresistible force of the vortex. His blood uncontrollably drawn into it, flowing like a stream from the gaping wound in his chest. In his final moments, he lost the strength to struggle, his eyes filled only with despair. The fourth elder was consumed, leaving not a trace behind. After finishing his feast, Ji Xuanran halted, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stood before hundreds, his eyes glowing a blood red, lips parting as he exhaled a breath of murky air. Reveling in the moment with arms wide open, his injuries had healed completely, and his martial soul had accumulated a vast amount of blood energy, enough to sweep through once more. "You are a demon." A Huang family disciple was startled by his current aura. The previous events etched deeply in their minds, to devour blood and leave not even bones behind. This was a wickedness beyond that of even the most malevolent of beings. "Demon, is this not all you're doing?" Ji Xuanran roared, his blood-red eyes shimmering, the invasive intensity reaching into their very souls, stirring their hearts. In that moment, they beheld not a man, but a deity ablaze with bloodthirsty fury. Chapter 14. Ji Xuanran. I shall watch you die. Brat, this is where it ends. The head of the Huang family swung his blade, a golden crescent slash cleaving through the water, aimed directly at Ji Xuanran. Ji Xuanran countered with a sword swipe, blocking the strike. Yet he was still sent flying backward, his feet carving long trenches into the ground. Gazing at his trembling right hand, he felt a sense of foreboding. Both the heads of the Huang and Lu families were martial artists of the 10th realm. Even their casual strikes were beyond his ability to withstand. This could not continue. He needed to enhance his power once more. After thoroughly analyzing the current predicament, Ji Xuanran cast his gaze upon the disciples of the 3 clans and the fire sound ring that had fallen from the 4th elder. This artifact possessed the power to enable a 4th elder of the 6-fold heavens to unleash the prowess of a 9th heaven warrior. Acquiring it would indeed be a monumental achievement. Ji Xuanran surged forth, generating a shockwave that parted the waters, brandishing his heavy sword, which gleamed with a piercing cold light as it cleaved through the air. By the time Ji Xuanran comprehended the situation, evasion was no longer an option. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his sword defensively to his side. The clash resounded with a sharp, piercing tone, reverberating through the air. Ji Xuanran's body was uncontrollably propelled backwards, crashing through 3 sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt, sitting against a trunk while coughing up blood. The long sword in his hand was flung from his grasp by that singular strike. Nearly severed by his opponent's blade, Ji Xuanran's heavy sword was no mere 2nd-tier weapon. It was likely a 3rd tier. Realizing this, Ji Xuanran's expression grew increasingly grave. Just as he managed to rise, the other 2 clan heads rushed towards him without hesitation. Young man, surrender. The head of the Huang family, eyes gleaming with avarice and excitement, spun low to the ground, his long knife poised at his waist, ready to strike as he approached. The resplendent golden light dazzled Ji Xuanran, nearly obscuring the true intent to kill. The comprehension of the devouring path granted him a mental acuity far surpassing that of his peers. He instinctively leaned back to evade the attack. The sharp golden light barely grazing his nose, severing several trees behind him with precise cuts. Well dodged. The head of the Lu family surged forward, bypassing the Huang family head, launching his own assault. A strike from Ji Xuanran nicked his sleeve, causing a trickle of blood to spill forth, forcing him to retreat hastily into the depths of the forest. You can't escape? Ji Xuanran observed Ji Xuanran fleeing around the waters, and with a determined flick of his wrist, hurled his heavy sword through the air, piercing the atmosphere with a deafening roar. Though the strike missed its mark, the shockwave generated by its impact sent Ji Xuanran tumbling out of the trees. Drenched and utterly disheveled, coughing, he gazed at the fire sound ring lying quietly before him, his damp hair cascading down to obscure the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Ji family head is even more formidable than before. The expressions of the Huang and Lu family heads darkened as they hurried to Ji Xuanran's side. Ji Xuanran, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, gripped his heavy sword and waded through the splashing water. Advancing step by step, the heads of the Huang and Lu families, their faces grim, simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. The 2nd star golden scale vine and the 2nd star blood oath sword. Just as Ji Xuanran prepared to swing his sword downwards, a golden vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ji Xuanran's ankle and pulling him aside. The Ji family head need not lift a finger. The Huang family head exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld Ji Xuanran ensnared by his martial soul. Yet, upon seeing Ji Xuanran's smiling visage, he felt a surge of mortal peril. Flames ignited the fear within his eyes, consuming his vision as the fire sound ring whirled upon his wrist, emitting a series of howls that amplified the flames of the 5 elements fist. Blazing flame. This punch descended like a celestial inferno amidst Ji Xuanran's furious roar. Striking directly at the Huang family head's face, the flames erupted, steam billowing outward. The Lu family head, terrified, staggered back several steps, only to be met with a blood-red beam piercing through the steam, hurtling towards him. Fortunately, he managed to narrowly evade the strike, but the disciples of the three clans behind him were not so fortunate, swept away and reduced to mangled remains. Even the elders could not escape unscathed. A torrent of blood pooled into the waters, staining the once clear surface crimson. As the steam dissipated, Ji Xuanran held aloft the charred, headless corpse of the Huang family head, before all present, consuming the essence of blood within the body. The strength of a warrior at the 10th heaven was formidable. Had he not already perished, Ji Xuanran would have been unable to devour him. Even so, he could not fully consume the essence in one go. After absorbing half, his aura surged, breaking through to the 5th heaven of the warrior realm. Secretly operating the Devouring Path Sutra, he utilized the excess blood essence to enhance the devouring body and his martial soul. His strength was visibly escalating. Ji Xuanran exhaled a breath of heated air, releasing his grip on the nearly desiccated corpse of the Huang family head, which fell at his feet. His expression was somewhat dazed. The sensation of devouring was always so intoxicating. A demon. He is a demon. The disciples, snapping back to reality from their terror, pointed at Ji Xuanran and shouted, in their eyes. Ji Xuanran's methods were so bizarre that they instilled a potent mixture of fear, envy, and jealousy within them. You are Ji Xuanran. Ji Hanwu, witnessing his breakthrough, recognized the impending danger, his teeth clenched in fury, wishing he could devour him alive. Such abilities made him seethe with jealousy. You have hidden such power. How enviable! As he spoke, his martial soul manifested behind him, revealing a purple thunder pearl. Second star martial soul, purple thunder pearl. The moment it appeared, currents surged into the waters beneath, sending tingles through everyone present. This is bad. Ji Xuanran, watching Ji Hanwu approach step by step, attempted to evade, but his legs refused to obey. The imposing figure enveloped in purple electricity, wielding a heavy sword crackling with arcs of energy, felt as though a mountain bore down upon his heart. The Lu family head, eager to seize the opportunity to kill Ji Xuanran, found himself powerless in the moment. Ji Hanwu glanced at the headless corpse nearby, kicked it aside, and then extended his powerful hand to seize Ji Xuanran by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Hand over your opportunity. Ji Xuanran clutched his wrist tightly, his face reddening as he struggled to speak. You read dreaming, stubborn fool. After uttering a curse, he drove the heavy sword into the ground beside him, then clenched his right fist and delivered a crushing blow to Ji Xuanran's abdomen. The air trembled, and the waters rippled. Ji Xuanran's eyes widened in fury, blood vessels bursting in his sclera, his pupils dilating. His hands fell limply to his sides, clearly devoid of strength to resist. You're dreaming. Seek death. Ji Hanwu pressed Ji Xuanran down into the blood-stained waters repeatedly, yet failed to notice Ji Xuanran's fingers twitching upon contact with the blood. Speak. Not far away, Ji1, aided by his fellow clansmen, managed to free himself from his bindings and, supported by his companions, shouted sharply, Father, kill him. Drown him. Just drown him. Ji Xuanran reveled in the turn of fate. Today, you are destined to die. I want to see you perish. Ha ha! Once you are dead, I shall chop your corpse into pieces and feed it to the dogs of the entire city. Ha! At that moment, Lu Rulin, a young lady from the Lu family, stepped forward, offering her support and further inflating his pride. He embraced her, relishing Ji Xuanran's tragic state. Yet, this was not enough to quench his thirst for revenge. He longed to see him dead, utterly obliterated. Chapter 15. She wants you dead. And you shall die. In the distance, the city lord, Wei Yang, clad in black metal armor, stood beneath the shade of trees, leading a cavalry of 100. His anxious deputy inquired, My lord, it appears Ji Xuanran is nearing his limit. If we do not intervene soon, we may truly miss the opportunity to align ourselves with the county princess. Wei Yang furrowed his brow, gripping the reins tightly, his expression conflicted. You wretched fool. Ji Hanwu's eyes gleamed with madness as he forced Ji Xuanran's head beneath the water. Attempting to drown him, Ji Xuanran offered no resistance, secretly channeling the Devouring Path Sutra, utilizing the devouring body to absorb the blood essence within the water. Blood from all directions converged upon Ji Xuanran, the edges of the waters even restoring their clarity. Yet no one noticed, all eyes fixated on the two combatants. When Ji Hanwu lifted him once more, Ji Xuanran suddenly seized his face, raising his right hand as the fire sound ring trembled, enhancing the five elements fist to a terrifying degree. Get lost! The flames erupted, sending Ji Hanwu's robust form flying 30 meters away. Following this punch, the electrical currents diminished significantly, granting Ji Xuanran a modicum of feeling in his legs. He hunched over, his thin frame dripping with water, and turned to regard the head of the Liu family, who, under Ji Xuanran's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine that he raised his sword defensively, only to see Ji Xuanran lift his left hand, prompting a surge of dread to blossom within him. 5 elements fist. Weak water, Ji Xuanran murmured softly, and one flying sword after another, formed from condensed water, shot towards him. Caught off guard, the head of the Liu family found himself under attack from swords coming at him from all directions as he parried one blade after another. It wasn't long before multiple blood holes appeared on his body, leaving the onlooking family members speechless in horror. "Father!" Liu Rulin cried out in panic, only to summon a water sword that swiftly decapitated her. Blood splattered across Ji Wen's triumphant face, causing his legs to weaken in terror, and he collapsed to the ground. What kind of sorcery is this? The head of the Liu family pressed his hands against his wounds, but the multitude of injuries rendered any effort futile. With blood pouring from his body, he knelt before Ji Xuanran, his gaze filled with despair. Ji Xuanran coldly replied with 2 words, "Spirit technique." After speaking, he raised his hand, and a colossal sword formed above his head. That moment, the 2 surviving elders of the Liu family charged forward. "You dare, boy?" Ji Xuanran glanced at them with disdain, effortlessly sending 2 water swords piercing through their bodies. In his presence, even a practitioner at the 7th level of martial arts could be slain with a mere gesture. The display of such power in casually dispatching the elders left the Liu family members who intended to rescue their patriarch frozen in place. Ji Xuanran snapped his fingers, and the giant sword made of water descended vertically, severing the head of the Liu patriarch. He seized the corpse and began to absorb it, utilizing the overwhelming blood energy to mend his own injuries. For Ji Hanwu's earlier punch had been formidable, yet his own retaliatory strike had not been light either. Ji Hanwu coughed up blood and slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. "I underestimated you." His fists crackled ominously as he tightened every muscle in his body, ripping his clothes apart, and spat out a mouthful of blood, locking his gaze onto Ji Xuanran. The fire ring swirled once more, and Ji Xuanran employed the spirit technique again. The aura released by the technique tightened around Ji Hanwu's heart. Each time he used this martial skill, he felt an oppressive force bearing down on him. What level of martial skill is this? How can he wield it continuously at his realm? High-level martial skills are usually reserved as trump cards, yet this young man produces them repeatedly, showing no signs of depleting his spiritual energy. Leaving Ji Hanwu in a state of despair, but a multitude of questions flooded his mind, ultimately leading him to label Ji Xuanran as a monster in his heart. Ji Xuanran did not approach. He knew that getting too close would render him vulnerable to the electric currents released by his martial soul. Maintaining a distance of 30 meters, Ji Xuanran unleashed a punch, and scorching flames converged into a fiery pillar that surged forth. Ji Hanwu activated his martial soul, lightning crackling around his fist as he struck out, dispersing the flames and charging forward to close the gap with Ji Xuanran. However, Ji Xuanran offered him no opportunity. While retreating, he manipulated the water to coalesce into a large sword. Upon witnessing this, Ji Hanwu halted, forming a barrier of thunder before him with his martial soul. The great sword shot forth, colliding with the thunder barrier. "Break for me!" Ji Xuanran pressed both hands forward, the sword's tip piercing through the barrier, advancing towards Ji Hanwu's forehead. Just as it was about to penetrate, a pitch-black spear flew from the woods, piercing Ji Xuanran's shoulder and propelling him away, pinning him against a large tree. "Master Ji, Wei has arrived late. Please do not hold it against me." Wei Yong emerged from the woods, leading 100 cavalrymen. He approached Ji Hanwu, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he looked at Ji Xuanran pinned to the tree with half-closed eyes, secretly reveling in his triumph. "The Ji Xuanran, You have not disappointed me. You have provided me with this opportunity. Wei Yang had meticulously devised his plan from the outset, opting to offer assistance when it was most critical, thereby maximizing his benefits. Thank you, City Lord Wei, for your timely aid. Without you, this young man would have prevailed today. Ji Hanwu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he regarded the 100 iron cavalry behind Wei Yang. Yet he still inquired, City Lord Wei, why did you arrive just now? Do not blame me, Master Ji. I needed time to gather these elite soldiers. Upon hearing the term elite, Ji Hanwu's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, In the future, I shall certainly recommend you to the princess. Wei Yang, seeing his objectives fulfilled, wore a satisfied smile, standing tall with a hand behind his back, exuding calm as he regarded the struggling Ji Xuanran. Boy, your fate is sealed. Relinquish your struggle. That my life is not for you to dictate. Ji Xuanran retorted, enduring the excruciating pain as he grasped the spear and pulled it out of his body. He had never anticipated that Wei Yang, as a city lord, would assist Ji Hanwu without regard for right or wrong. Dado, you do possess some spirit. Wei Yang raised his hand and snatched the spear back from Ji Xuanran, sneering, by opposing the Ji family. You're defying the princess of Songhai County. Ji Xuanran leaned against the tree, lowering his head to retort. And what of it? What does it matter that she is a princess? Can she seize the possessions of others at will and dictate their lives and deaths? I refuse to accept this. Refuse to accept? Ha! How laughable and naive. Wei Yang mocked. You do not comprehend the power of authority. In Songhai County, the princess's father is akin to heaven itself. If she desires your death, you shall perish here. Ji Xuanran laughed, slowly raising his head, his eyes sharp as a blade, his martial soul swirling behind him. Gathering strength. Make your move. Ji Hanwu retrieved his heavy sword and stepped beside Wei Yang. Very well. The 100 cavalrymen, along with the remaining disciples of the three families, closed in, Chapter 16, burning my 30 years. Daring to stain the sky with my blood. Hold nothing back. Strike to kill. Ji Hanwu bellowed, unleashing his martial skill, the Tsang Lei sword slash. Thunder raged along the heavy sword, purple sword light converging as lightning flickered, illuminating the madness and ugliness on their faces. Accompanied by crackling electricity, Ji Hanwu launched a decisive strike, rushing forward in an instant. Even before his arrival, the sharp intent to kill surged forth, nearly unbalancing Ji Xuanran. Both combatants pushed their martial souls to their utmost limits. This day shall see your demise. Ji Hanwu roared, while Ji Xuanran howled in response. I will not allow this sky to obscure my vision. I will not allow this earth to bury my bones. The devouring martial soul spun at an unprecedented speed, and Ji Xuanran unleashed a blood-red beam of light with all his might, staining the surrounding space crimson. Each person was cloaked in a shroud woven from fiery wrath, the stench of blood howling through the air. The grass was torn asunder by the overwhelming force. Ji Xuanran, in a frenzy, roared skyward, his black hair billowing in the blood-scented wind, embodying an unyielding will. The two collided with the blood-red beam, shattering the ground beneath them, engulfing all vision in crimson light. After a deafening crash, the red glow dissipated, revealing Ji Xuanran standing amidst the chaos, disheveled but upright, his brow furrowed. His eyes reflected dissatisfaction. Why? Why had it come to this? Blood spilled from his mouth, dripping onto Ji Hanwu's heavy sword. A heavy sword and a spear pierced his body, nearly severing his life. Ha ha! It is all over! Ji Xuanran, you are finally to meet your end. You are finally to die. Ji won, in a near-maniacal state, tugged at his own hair, laughing wildly, even as he stood amidst a pit of corpses. Apart from himself, Ji Hanwu, and Wei Yang, everyone had fallen to that singular attack. Covered in blood, they were drenched in their own. Realizing that had the beam been even slightly stronger, they would have perished. Fate cannot be defied. The heavens demand your death. Ji Hanwu and the others laughed recklessly, their laughter grating and chilling Ji Xuanran to the core. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness surged within him, blood streaming into his eyes, threatening to engulf his pupils. I refuse to accept this. I will not accept it. I want you all to die. The martial soul behind him began to whirl once more, instilling a sense of impending doom in the two men. Ji Hanwu's gaze turned fierce as he attempted to twist the heavy sword lodged in Ji Xuanran's body. But this action only heightened his sense of dread. He was terrified, completely terrified, pleading in a frenzied and cowardly manner, "Do not struggle. I beg you, do not struggle. I implore you to die." Ji Xuanran's eyes were hollow as he gazed skyward, his lips weakly whispering, "Burning my 30 years, daring to stain the sky with my blood. No." Amidst the desperate wails of two souls, a crimson fury scorched the heavens above. As the wrath dissipated, the frigid air enveloped the high skies. Ji Xuanran, powerless, knelt upon the ground with his head bowed, a heavy sword lodged in his form, as a delicate snowflake gracefully descended upon his crown. The early winter snow had turned his hair white. The biting wind and snow remained silent, while the sound of weeping lingered. Tears cascaded from Ji Xuanran's eyes. In the midst of his sorrow, a smile unexpectedly broke forth, his body trembling as he collapsed onto the ground. Lying sideways with tear-streaked eyes, covering his mouth in laughter, it was over. All had come to an end. "Mother, you may now rest in peace." Ji Xuanran lay slain, his corpse kneeling on the ground, hands clutching at his own hair, eyes filled with terror, succumbing to despair, perishing in madness. The heavy snow concealed everything here, burying the past. Ji Xuanran, propped up by his heavy sword, knelt by his mother's grave for an entire day. A message set forth from Songyang City, spreading throughout Songhai County. On that very day, Songhai County issued a bounty regarding a certain criminal. The perpetrator, Ji Xuanran, was deemed a ruthless murderer, slaying innocents and bloodthirsty. Having butchered the Ji, Liu, and Huang families of Songyang City, the city lord, Wei Yang, endeavored to bring him to justice, leading a team to apprehend him, but tragically fell in battle. Therefore, a bounty of 10,000 spirit stones was announced, along with a fourth-tier superior martial technique for the capture of the criminal Ji Xuanran, with the reward payable upon presentation of his head, but on a night when the wind and snow howled. A tattered man, draped in rags, entered a warm, well-lit place. Leaning upon a heavy sword, Ji Xuanran's lips were parched and cracked as he attempted to speak, only to tear open tiny wounds upon his lips, blood beads bursting forth against his pallid skin. The prolonged pursuit had rendered him increasingly weary, his once handsome visage marred by frostbite, his eyes dimmed, and he knelt by the window, ultimately collapsing into the snow. Perhaps the noise of his fall startled those inside. Shortly after, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a small girl wrapped in a coat, clutching a wooden ladle, her big, bright eyes filled with trepidation. However, upon recognizing the snow-white figure lying in the snow, she hesitated, stamping her foot in indecision before resolutely dragging him inside. In the bright room, sparks erupted from the burning firewood, where a small pot simmered over the flames, containing a piece of bone. The little girl scraped off all the meat with her fingers, then carefully extracted the bone from the pot and placed it in a bowl, sucking on her fingers with satisfaction. After ladling out a steaming bowl of broth, she approached the bedside where Ji Xuanran lay. Big brother, she called, reaching out to rouse him, but Ji Xuanran suddenly sat up, his left hand forming a blade as he swung towards her neck. The fierce killing intent rustled her hair, causing her to quickly retract her hand, shielding the bowl of soup that Ji Xuanran's eyes, bloodshot and weary, finally relaxed as he sat on the bed, panting, his tense body gradually unwinding. His hand remained poised at her neck, but thankfully halted just in time. "I'm sorry, I thought," Ji Xuanran rasped, fearful of having frightened the little one. Upon noticing the bowl of bland broth she was protecting, his stomach audibly protested. The gurgling sound eased the tension in the air. The little girl, cradling the bowl, extended it towards him, though her fear was still evident. "Thank you," Ji Xuanran accepted the broth, eager to drink, only to see the girl swallow nervously, prompting him to pause. That he glanced at the broth in his hands, said nothing, and returned it to her. Yet the little girl shook her head, stepping back with her hands behind her back. Her clear gaze fixed on him, her lips pursed. "Thank you," to Ji Xuanran, as tone had grown notably heavier as he drained the broth in one gulp, still feeling unsatisfied. "It's delicious." The little girl took the bowl, not uttering a single word, and turned to leave. Ji Xuanran watched her retreating figure, threw off the blanket, and followed her outside. Standing in the small courtyard, he realized he had arrived in a humble village of mortals. Though it was referred to as a courtyard, it was merely a small patch of land enclosed by a dilapidated fence. He picked up the heavy sword lying in the snow, brushing off the powdery flakes. With the words Chong Yuan clearly visible, this sword had been a reward from the county lord to Ji Hanwu, a fourth-tier inferior weapon, its superior quality allowing it to endure through his assaults. The sword measured 4 feet in length, 2 palms in width, and on its white blade, a peculiar pattern glimmered faintly in the light, depicting an enigmatic power. Sounds emerged from a nearby wooden cabin, and Ji Xuanran, curious, approached, lifting the curtain at the entrance to find the little girl chopping wood beneath the feeble glow of an oil lamp. Startled by Ji Xuanran's sudden appearance, she gripped her hatchet tightly, watching him warily, aware of the weapon in his hand. Chapter 17. Please help me. Oh, I apologize. Ji Xuanran set the sword aside, observing the cabin filled with firewood, where a frail old man lay on a straw mat. Little sister, my name is Ji Xuanran. What is yours? He crouched before her, only to discover her small hand were frostbitten and purple, cracked from chopping wood, bleeding slightly. He glanced at the elderly man on the mat, seemingly piecing everything together, and spoke gently. Let me take care of this. Raising his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a flurry of small blades that neatly chopped the firewood into uniform pieces. However, even this simple use of spiritual energy left him breathless, provoking a fierce cough. Are you an immortal? The little girl asked timidly, gazing at Ji Xuanran. An immortal? Ji Xuanran hesitated before looking up at the ceiling and smiling, saying, Immortals are still human. Immortals are human. The little girl pondered, pointing her finger at her lips, her face tilted in confusion. My name is Ji Xuanran gently patted her small head, smiling. You should rest now. It is quite late. Yu shook her head, clutching her dirty coat, and said with her head down, I still need to go to town to sell firewood. Otherwise, there will be no food tomorrow. It's so late. And you still have to brave the wind and snow to sell firewood? Ji Xuanran contemplated and replied, Why don't you rest tonight? I'll accompany you to sell it first thing in the morning. All right. You saved me. I should do something for you. Although you bit her lip, the light in her eyes was unmistakable. After a moment, she whispered, Thank you, big brother. Once the lights in the room were extinguished, Ji Xuanran took the sword and ventured into the mountains. His physical condition was poor. Although his visible wounds had healed, numerous internal injuries lingered. The bounty hunters who sought him these days were relentless, leaving him no opportunity to rest and recuperate. With these thoughts in mind, Ji Xuanran glanced back at the village below, hoping that they would not pursue him before he returned. At a low growl pulled Ji Xuanran from his reverie. The runes on Chong Yuan glowing a fierce red, illuminating the dark woods around him. The following morning, Ji Xuanran stood atop the corpse of a black bear clad in crystalline armor, withdrawing Chong Yuan, his complexion renewed. His physical state significantly improved. Extracting a translucent orb from the bear's body, he realized that even second-tier beasts possessed cores. Whether for alchemy or sale, they were invaluable resources. This second-tier, 9th-grade beast core could fetch at least 3,000 spirit stones. But now, as a fugitive, he could not enter the city. Ji Xuanran refrained from devouring the bear's corpse. He found the act of consumption too easy a path to losing oneself, concerned that he might succumb to the allure and become a bloodthirsty fiend. Shaking his head, he turned away from the carcass, shouldering the deer he had previously hunted. The flesh of magical beasts was unsuitable for mortals, as the essence within could harm their bodies. However, not all beasts were purely demonic. Upon returning to the village, he noticed that smoke was rising from every household. Except for Yuyu's. As he approached, he realized that several hunters from the village regarded Yuyu's home with expressions of sympathy and fear. Ji Xuanran dropped the deer meat and rushed over. Get out of the way, you little brat. I want tea. The boy's voice was steadfast, arms outstretched to block the entrance to the yard. Before the gate stood 3 men clad in purple robes, swords at their waists, their faces twisted in disdain as they kicked the boy aside, spitting as they stepped over his body and advanced into the yard. Why are you here again? innocently clutching a wooden ladle. The young girl stood resolutely at the entrance, her large eyes brimming with fear and trepidation. The object in her hand offered her no semblance of safety. Nevertheless, she did not yield. The leader of the group, a man in his 20s with attractive features, bore an air of arrogance typical of a wealthy scion. He unsheathed the long sword hanging at his waist, using its cold, sharp edge to tilt the girl's chin, scrutinizing her with a disdainful cluck. He then turned to his companions, chuckling. This little one resembles her mother more and more, just like that wretched woman. The two men accompanying him, however, were far more serious, impatiently urging, "Spare us the chatter. Let's see if that old coot is dead, yet I can hardly stand lingering in this corner." With that, the leader twisted his sword and struck the girl across the face, knocking her to the ground as he prepared to enter the house. Yet, the girl stubbornly rose, clinging to one of the men's legs, pleading, "Please, don't hurt my grandfather anymore. I beg you." Her cries, heart-wrenching and desperate, were met only with a kick. "Get lost, you wretched girl." At that moment, the earlier small boy crawled out of the snow, trying to rush forward, but a woman swiftly seized him, dragging him away. "Let me go. I want to help you. I want to teach them a lesson," he protested, but was silenced by a resounding slap from the woman, who hurriedly led him away. After being kicked aside, the girl collapsed into the snow, weeping inconsolably, helplessly kneeling as she implored the villagers outside. "Please help my grandfather. I beg you." The onlookers, stirred by sympathy yet paralyzed by fear, hesitated. They were mere mortals in the presence of powerful beings. To intervene could lead to their own doom. Alas, they resigned themselves to fate. That it was all destiny, all a matter of fate. The girl wiped her tear-streaked cheeks with her frostbitten hands, and despite her desperate sobs, none dared to step forward. The more she cried, the more intense her sorrow became, for she could do nothing but weep. Just then, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, swirling the accumulated snow, as Ji Xuanran darted in like a blade from the right. Even amidst the howling storm, his eyes, filled with a profound and chilling intent, could not be concealed. With a surge of strength in his right leg, he propelled himself into the house, and moments later, 3 figures were hurled through the window with anguished cries. Clutching the girl from the snow, Ji Xuanran gently brushed away her tears, speaking softly, There, don't cry. Big brother will take care of them." He then cast a menacing glance at the 3 men as he approached them, each step causing their hearts to quiver. The leader scrambled to his feet, pointing his sword at Ji Xuanran, and threateningly declared, "Stop! I am Ma Wenwu of the Ma family from Muyu Town. Dare to touch us, and you will regret it. Is the Ma family truly that formidable?" Ji Xuanran scoffed, driving his heavy sword into the ground, causing the snow within a 5-step radius to tremble, making the 3 men's eyes twitch. Seeing their silence, Ji Xuanran turned to the girl in his arms, his smile warm and disarming, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. "Can you tell me what happened, Yong?" Upon hearing the question, the girl bit her lip, tears welling anew in her swollen eyes, prompting Ji Xuanran to raise an eyebrow, his fierce aura enveloping the 3 men, who instinctively recoiled several steps. After she explained the situation, Ji Xuanran grasped the events that transpired 0.5 years prior. 2 martial clans existed in Muyu Town, the Ma family and the Lu family. They had clashed over a small spiritual stone vein for decades, with the Lu family consistently holding the upper hand. However, 5 years ago, a prodigy with a 3-star martial soul emerged from the Ma family and joined the ranks of the Shanghai Prefecture, one of the 7 sects of the Tian Shui Empire, the Guanglan sect. From that point, everything changed. Emboldened by this genius, the Ma family annihilated the Lu family, sparing Yong and the old steward merely for sport. The seeds of conflict sown long ago had now borne bitter fruit. Ji Xuanran found it difficult to judge right from wrong. Had the Lu family not oppressed the Ma family so ruthlessly, perhaps Yong would not have found herself in such dire straits today. However, Chapter 18. That was all she had. Yong was innocent, merely a victim. Furthermore, she had aided him, sensing the killing intent radiating from Ji Xuanran. Ma Wenwu's hand trembled around his sword, his voice faltering as he blustered. "What do you intend to do? We are all geniuses of the 8th level of Qi refinement with 2-star martial souls. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Ji Xuanran's brow twitched slightly, leading Ma Wenwu and his companions to believe he was hesitating, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief and even become somewhat arrogant. Kid, if you don't want to stir up trouble, you'd best scram. Otherwise, the Ma family won't spare you. With pride, he pointed to himself. Our Ma family boasts 3 experts at the 4th level of martial arts. How laughable! Ji Xuanran remained unfazed, his gaze regarding them as if they were mere jesters. His aura surged. Silver strands of hair danced wildly in the sunlight, and a dark vortex began to materialize behind him. With a tender green sprout emerging from its center point, 3 golden stars revolved around the Wudao, devouring martial soul, radiating brilliance. 3-star martial souls. Ma Wenwu's expression changed drastically, and he fell to his knees, bowing his head in submission and sobbing, "Hero, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive us. What do you think, Yong?" Ji Xuanran inquired with a smile, though his eyes were already laden with lethal intent. Yong clung tightly to his clothing, biting her lip in anxiety, predominantly overwhelmed by fear. This was far too cruel for someone so young. Noticing her distress, Ji Xuanran understood the weight of the moment for her. Leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Will you close your eyes for me in a moment?" Though her chubby face reflected sorrow, she obediently nodded. "We cannot kill. We must not." Yong remained silent. But the onlookers began to voice their opinions. "Killing them will bring disaster upon us. Yes, we cannot allow her family to implicate our entire village." Yet, some remained silent, their expressions pained as they glanced at Ji Xuanran. Clearly uncertain of what to do, Ji Xuanran found their naivety foolish. Mere observation resolved nothing. They must be eliminated. They were the ones who had turned Yong's family into this. The boy who had been dragged away earlier returned, insisting, "Even if we let them go, they will come back. What does a little brat know? Get lost. So what if they return? They aren't bullying us." Ma Wenwu, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly nodded, "Yes, if you let me go. I won't cause any more trouble. See, others are saying the same. They definitely won't bother us, that if we kill them, the Ma family will not spare us. They must be released." As he spoke, nearly half the villagers positioned themselves in front of Ji Xuanran, while the other half wore bitter expressions, remaining silent. Faced with the villagers' clamor, the young boy found it impossible to counter, repeatedly shouting, "We cannot let them go." The woman attempted once more to drag the boy away, but upon meeting Ji Xuanran's gaze, she recoiled in fear. Just as Ma Wenwu and his companions began to feel triumphant, Ji Xuanran unleashed his killing intent in full force. Becoming overwhelmingly oppressive, he set Yong down and took a step forward with his heavy sword, causing the snow to churn beneath the weight of his aura, raising the villagers' hearts in trepidation. "What I intend to do is none of your concern. No. Please, you will bring ruin upon us. Don't kill me. I promise I won't return to trouble this village." Ma Wenwu scrambled backward, seated on the ground. "This village?" Ji Xuanran chuckled softly, stamping his foot heavily on the ground, sending snow flying and sending the villagers blocking his path tumbling away. "I trust the dead over the living." The Wudao devouring martial soul began to spin, its gravitational force forcibly extracting their martial souls, shattering and consuming them. This bizarre method left them in a state of near despair. Ma Wenwu knelt, clasping his hands together, gazing at Ji Xuanran with a mixture of resentment and disbelief. Why help her? She is just an unwanted orphan. Why? Because she offered me a bowl of broth, albeit rather bland. Upon hearing Ji Xuanran's words, Ma Wenwu felt a flicker of hope for survival. Crawling forward on his knees, clutching Ji Xuanran's garment and obsequiously saying, "It was just a bowl of broth. We can offer you spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are far more precious than broth." Ji Xuanran shook his head and raised a heavy sword. Chong Yuan, the Ma Wenwu gazed at the imposing blade hanging above him. Already envisioning his grim fate, sweat poured down his face like rain as he howled with a twisted expression. "Why? It's merely a bowl of meat soup. To you, it may be just a bowl of soup. But for you, it is the only food left in her home. So, are you willing to exchange the entirety of the Ma family's fortune for your life?" Ma Wenwu's pupils relaxed, losing their focus, leaving only despair in their wake. As Chong Yuan fell, blood splattered onto the snow, a glaring red that pierced the villagers' nerves like a thorn. You have doomed us. The only response to their cries was the spilling of 2 more streams of blood. After completing this grim task, they wiped the blood of Chongyuan from their garments, and then ignited the bodies with spiritual energy I will handle the consequences. You all remain silent. With that, he turned and returned to Yu Yu's side, crouching before the 2 children, smiling as he praised. Little one, you are very brave. The young boy, around 10 years old, with a healthy complexion that suggested he had spent plenty of time under the summer sun, displayed a nascent masculinity despite his tender age. Children of the poor mature quickly. If only he had possessed such wisdom at that age. Perhaps his mother. The boy, flattered by the praise, became shy and scratched his head. Grinning broadly, Ji Xuanran ruffled his hair and took the hands of both children, leading them back to Yu Yu's home. Grandpa Han, upon entering the house, Yu hurried to the bedside, gazing at the frail old man and unable to suppress her tears. Fortunately, it was merely a fractured leg bone. It had not been long, and there remained a chance for recovery. Ji Xuanran took a quick glance and grasped the general condition. The weak body could not embark on the path of cultivation. This was predetermined. Only those who awakened their martial souls at the age of 6 could step onto the martial path. His own situation was an anomaly, having received his master's legacy. Were it not for this, he might now be just an ordinary descendant of the Ji family. The boundary between mortals and martial artists is not as clear-cut as one might think. Countless martial artists are born among mortals each year, while many descendants of prominent martial clans find themselves unable to cultivate. With over 500 members in the Ji family, merely 200 had entered the martial realm, and he had already slain them all. Do not worry. Big Brother will heal your grandfather right now. Ji Xuanran approached the bedside and spoke. Because he was a mortal, the treatment would be much simpler than for a martial artist. Is it really possible? Indeed, he had grown fond of this little one. Lifting the quilt, he placed his hand on Grandpa Han's leg, channeling a trace of spiritual energy in his flesh and blood. After a simple rotation, Ji Xuanran said, "Bear with it. It will hurt a little." With a crack, the old man suddenly tensed and let out a scream, startling Yu Yu, who gasped in shock, her eyes wide like 2 peeled longans. Grandpa Han, Yu Yu rushed forward, tears brimming as she grasped the old man's withered hand. Chapter 19. Waiting for the rabbit child. I'm fine, I'm fine. The first thing Grandpa Han did upon opening his eyes was to reach out and stroke Yu Yu's head, relieved to see her safe. When he noticed Ji Xuanran, the old man, with Yu Yu's support, attempted to get out of bed but was gently restrained. Grandpa Han, you must not get out of bed just yet. Your leg is fractured. I merely realigned it. You will need to rest and recuperate properly. With that, he went outside to find 4 straight pieces of wood to stabilize the leg. How could this old man dare to trouble the young master? As he attempted to bow in gratitude, Ji Xuanran quickly stopped him, saying, "It poses no difficulty for me. There is no need for such formalities, Grandpa Han." The old man, seeing his sincerity, felt grateful yet worried. Sighing, young master should leave quickly. The Ma family's prodigy, Ma Ronglan, returns with her fellow disciples at this time each year. Those who enter the great sects are all geniuses. Do not let us bring harm upon yourself. Grandpa Han held Ji Xuanran's hand tightly, genuinely wishing to avoid entangling him in their troubles. Noticing Ji Xuanran's silence, Grandpa Han, enduring the pain in his leg, knelt beside the bed, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he asked, "Might the young master assess whether Yu Yu possesses the potential for martial arts?" Ji Xuanran stroked Yu Yu's head and sighed softly. "Grandpa Han, you should know that Yu Yu is already 8 or 9 years old. Without awakening a martial soul, she cannot practice martial arts. She is merely a mortal." Grandpa Han understood this well, yet hearing it still chilled his heart, prompting him to plead once more, "Young master, my family possesses no valuables. If you can take Yu Yu away from here, I will be eternally grateful." He attempted to bow again, but Ji Xuanran once more supported him, saying, "I cannot take her with me. I have my own troubles as well. I have already stated that I will resolve this matter. You need not worry about Yu Yu's safety." Though he said this, the worry on Grandpa Han's face did not diminish in the slightest. After all, to him, the Ma family was an unfathomably powerful existence, especially with the formidable Quanglan sect, looming behind them. Ji Xuanran chose not to elaborate further. The only concern was the return of those from the Quanlan sect. While Ma family was not truly a problem. Just then, Yu Yu's stomach let out a loud growl, having gone without food since the previous night. Yu, little one, come help. With that, Ji Xuanran stepped outside and retrieved the deer meat he had discarded in the snow. He filled a cast-iron pot with clean snow and set it over the fire to boil. Upon seeing the deer meat he brought back, Yu's stomach audibly protested again, prompting her to squat beside him. Tending to the fire, beneath the warm sun, the trio sat in the snow, cooking the snow in a pot. Observing the young boy's diligence, Ji Xuanran inquired, "Little one, what is your name, me? I am called Huzi. Weren't you afraid just now?" Huzi scratched his head and mumbled, "I was scared. But the books always say one should uphold justice and punish the wicked, right?" Ji Xuanran was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, such ideals seldom fall to the lot of mortals. Without strength, one cannot counter evil, and even doing good is a challenge. Well, you did very well. I will reward you with a piece of thigh meat later. Huzi beamed and became even more industrious. Meanwhile, Yu stood behind Ji Xuanran, reaching out to touch his snow-white hair. It felt as soft as exquisite silk, captivating her. "Big brother, why is your hair white?" "It's so beautiful, like snow." Ji Xuanran pondered for a moment before smiling and responding. "Because Big Brother isn't immortal, a crane-haired immortal. Are all immortals white-haired?" "Not necessarily. I'm just a bit special." "Special? Then Big Brother must be very powerful." Yu smiled innocently, her face radiating joy like snow. As night fell, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Ji Xuanran pushed open the door and stepped outside, observing the dim glow within the house. Yu had already fallen asleep. Holding Chong Yuan, he braved the wind and snow, sitting beneath a large tree at the village entrance, awaiting the arrival of the Ma family. His figure gradually became obscured by the snowstorm. Until late into the night, when commotion stirred at the village entrance, blood-red eyes appeared amidst the swirling snow, accompanied by low growls and the crunch of snow underfoot, as 7 young men and women riding demon wolves emerged from the darkness. As they approached the village entrance, their demon wolves halted, warily eyeing the snowdrift beneath the tree. The group curiously glanced over, and the snow pile suddenly shifted, revealing a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes beneath the snow. More brilliant and aggressive than the wolves' eyes, they seemed to pierce through the storm and night, instilling a deep-seated dread within the souls of the 7. Who goes there? The leading woman, strikingly beautiful and clad in a snow-white fur coat, swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at the snowdrift as she demanded an explanation. The sharp blade reflected the blood-red glow in Ji Xuanran's eyes, solidifying the storm around them. Ji Xuanran slowly rose to his feet, the snow sliding off him. With a slight parting of his lips, he exhaled a cloud of mist and countered, "Which of you is Ma Ronglan? Are you waiting for me?" The woman squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Ji Xuanran, and upon realizing he was merely at the 5th level of martial prowess, a sense of contempt arose within her. Ji Xuanran did not respond, but continued to inquire, "Have you come here in search of Yu Yu? So you are the one who killed my K.I.N.M. a shimmy. Will my brother deal with him?" Hot at that moment, a handsome young man, riding a sinister wolf, approached, brandishing a black longsword that he retrieved from a storage bag. He regarded Ji Xuanran with an air of disdain. At a storage bag? Ji Xuanran contemplated the thought. He indeed required one. "I advise you to tread carefully," he said, lifting his gaze to meet the man's, hoping, if possible, to avoid a confrontation with him. "What are you, to dare speak to me like that?" Before he could finish, the man's expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing Ji Xuanran's face. "Oh, how fortunate! It turns out to be you! Huh. What a stroke of luck that we have crossed paths. Brother Lin, do you know him?" The younger disciples, filled with curiosity, inquired. "Look closely. Doesn't he seem familiar? Is the wanted criminal." One of them recalled, excitement momentarily giving way to caution as they drew their weapons. A man capable of slaughtering 3 families, and even the city lord, was certainly not to be underestimated. Upon realizing they recognized him, Ji Xuanran made no attempt to deny it. "I am here solely for Ma Ronglan," he stated, indicating the ground with a casual gesture, his tone indifferent. This declaration caused uncertainty among the group. Yet Brother Lin remained confident. What is there to fear? We are disciples of the Quanlan sect. Surely, we can overpower him together. Rest assured, Sister Ma, I will assist you, he added, as Ma Ronglon feigned shyness in her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin. Her delicate demeanor captivated Brother Lin, enhancing his sense of pride. Brothers and sisters, let us unite and slay him. The rewards for his demise will be shared equally. 10,000 spirit stones is no trifling sum. The others exchanged glances, weighing their options. All present were martial artists of the seventh heaven, with Brother Lin being at the eighth, making their combined strength appear formidable. The sect dispensed only 100 spirit stones monthly. If they could vanquish Ji Xuanran, they could reap at least 1,000 spirit stones, a considerable bounty indeed. Moreover, there was a fourth-tier superior martial technique worth over 100,000 spirit stones. Then let us act swiftly. Ma Ronglon's eyes sparkled with greed. Chapter 20. A chance you squandered, ah. I see you are prepared for battle, Ji Xuanran proclaimed, raising the heavy sword. Zhongyuan, before him. Its crimson glow illuminated the intricate patterns on the blade, while a searing wave of energy swept through the air, stirring the snow. Brother Lin snorted contemptuously, swinging his sword to unleash a blade of ice-blue energy that sliced through the snowstorm, aimed directly at Ji Xuanran. Clang! The strike met Zhongyuan with a resounding crash, causing the snow to tremor. Yet Ji Xuanran did not budge an inch. Your power is somewhat lacking. You arrogant fool! The others, no longer idle, unleashed their martial souls. Augmenting their strength, they all bore 3-star martial souls, a requirement for admission into the 7 great sections. See the difference between us? Boy. One individual, emboldened by the enhancement of his martial soul, leaped from the wolf's back, brandishing his sword to strike at Ji Xuanran. Yet, before the sharp blade could descend, Ji Xuanran seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Difference? Ji Xuanran's gaze remained calm as the devouring martial soul materialized behind him, suddenly erupting with an overwhelming force that began to draw on the man's martial soul. Feeling his martial soul slipping from his grasp, he was engulfed by profound dread, flailing desperately. What are you doing? What do you intend to do with my martial soul? Impudent fool! Cease this at once! Another youth bellowed, his fists crackling with thunder, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged forward. But as Ji Xuanran swung his sword with casual ease, the youth appeared to collide with it, cleaved in two by a single stroke. Scalding blood sprayed across the snow, the crimson liquid crackling with arcs of electricity. What a pity, what a waste of a martial soul. The slain's martial soul dissipated immediately, a loss Ji Xuanran deemed regrettable. The remaining disciples were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, particularly when faced with the ominous swirling vortex that seemed to threaten their very souls. What sort of bizarre martial soul is this? Help! Brother Lin, save me! The man Ji Xuanran held struggled, glancing back in desperation, but the others remained frozen in shock. The martial soul was forcibly torn from his body, severing its connection to its master, a 3-star martial soul. Its resistance was considerably stronger, yet it was all in vain against the suppression from a higher-tier martial soul. In that moment, as the martial soul was consumed, Ji Xuanran's complexion flushed, and he relaxed his grip, allowing the man to escape his clutches. Indeed, the higher the quality of a martial soul, the more pronounced the effect. Ji Xuanran's voice carried an undercurrent of excitement, his crimson gaze intensifying. The sight sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. He felt his own martial soul swell in strength. Should he consume theirs entirely, he might even restore his own to 4 stars by nightfall. With this thought, a sinister smile graced Ji Xuanran's lips, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent as he regarded them. Shall we play a game? You attempt to kill me. Should you succeed in wounding me, I shall cleave you down with a single stroke. If you fail, I shall first devour your martial souls before slaying you. His laughter sent shivers down their spines, and even the sinister wolves beneath them recoiled in fear. Madman! Ma Ronglon's exclamation was swallowed by the wind and snow, and a chilling aura pervaded the night. Do not hold back. Let us strike together and kill him. Prepare to die, boy, Brother Lin roared, his black blade trembling violently. the sound piercing through the storm as a green luminescence illuminated the space around them. Would blade slash before the blade's light could descend, the snow beneath Ji Xuanran was cleaved in two by the immense pressure. His hair billowing in the energy second-tier supreme martial technique. Would blade death strike? Who would have thought Brother Lin mastered it? This fellow is doomed, Ma Ronglan exclaimed in excitement. Hearing her praise, Brother Lin could not help but wear a self-satisfied grin. Today marks your demise. Ji Xuanran swung Zhongyuan with a mighty force, the air howling as the blade struck him, sending him hurtling away, the accumulated energy dissipating in an instant. With a scream, he crashed uncontrollably into a mound of snow. The immense force threatening to shatter his spine. That moment, a small formation appeared beneath Ji Xuanran's feet, binding his legs in place. Looking up, he realized it was Ma Ronglan's handiwork. I have him restrained. Quickly, kill him. Scorching flame. Ji Xuanran stood his ground as Zhongyan erupted with a blaze of intense light, shining like a brilliant star amidst the storm as he swung the heavy sword. It left a trail of crimson in the air, slicing through the night, the searing energy severing their legs, causing them to tumble into the snow. How could this be? They could hardly fathom the vast disparity in strength between them and him. Die! Ma Ronglan formed hand seals, summoning 9 spirit stones from her storage bag, which fell into 9 positions around Ji Xuanran, ascending in pillars of light that enveloped him. Flames coalesced into a massive, celestial star above the formation, descending with immense pressure that instantly vaporized the surrounding snow. Full. Ma Ronglan pressed her fingers down, directing the celestial star to crash down. The ground trembled, and the barrier of 9 pillars shattered, a torrent of scorching air erupting forth, illuminating the night as if it were day. He dead. Ma Ronglan's lovely face glistened with sweat, as this formation represented her most powerful offensive technique, instilling her with great confidence. Yet, as the flames began to recede, they revealed a slender figure within, hair billowing amidst the fire, bloodthirsty eyes radiating a hellish crimson light. Ji Xuanran stood with his back to the flames, his expression dark, his form seemingly fragile, yet instilling dread in their hearts. Playing with fire? You fell short, he spoke, exhaling red-hot breath, his head slightly tilted, his demeanor, I see why am a Ronglan, witnessing this scene, turned pale, tumbling from the wolf's back, scrambling to escape, yet an unseen force drew her to Ji Xuanran's feet. Please don't kill me. Ji Xuanran, however, disregarded her, passing by and approaching the group of individuals. Utilizing the Tao of comprehension to devour their martial souls, he consumed them all. The sensation compelled him to bite down on his teeth and grin, as his own martial soul had significantly replenished. He was merely a breath away from full restoration, perhaps just 2 souls short. You and I harbor no enmity. The affairs between the Ma and Lu families are none of my concern. Yet you have chosen not to spare the innocent. A Ronglan hastily crawled over, clutching Ji Xuanran's garment, and implored, I can let her go. I promise, I swear I will not trouble her again. As long as you spare me. Please, spare me. Seeing her in such a pitiable state, Ji Xuanran found it somewhat amusing. It was absurd that the perpetrator feigned the role of a victim, truly distasteful. He extricated her grasp and replied, Spare you? Can you even touch me? Even if I grant you a chance to resist, you would be utterly ineffectual. Ronglan's pleas abruptly ceased, though she felt a flicker of hope. Despair overwhelmed her. How could she possibly triumph? Even Lin Shixiao had failed. If you dare to kill me, the Quanglan sect will not let you off. You need not concern yourself with that, Ji Xuanran replied with a chuckle. Given the gravity of the situation, allowing her to live would only complicate matters. The martial soul behind him began to whirl, an invisible force transforming into hands that tugged at her martial soul. Realizing her martial soul was being forcibly extracted from her body, she panicked and pleaded again. No. What do you want? I will give you anything within my power. Ji Xuanran remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed upon her. Having resolved to eradicate all threats, hesitation was unwarranted. The martial soul was wrenched away, and the sensation drove her to madness. She charged recklessly, yet all was in vain. The Chongyuan sword effortlessly pierced through her body. Shimmy! "Ah, you scoundrel, die!" Lin Shixiang burst forth from the snowdrift, frenzied, swinging his blade towards Ji Xuanran's back. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking. Ji Xuanran crouched and spun, smashing his heavy sword against Lin's legs, forcing him to kneel. In one fluid motion, he slid behind him, promptly devouring his martial soul and plunging the heavy sword downward. Not even restored to 4 stars. Chapter 21. The snowstorm assault on the Ma family, although he had not regained 4 stars. Ji Xuanran did not dwell on his disappointment. He unleashed his martial soul, consuming their corpses entirely, storing them within his soul. After the battle, his cultivation approached a breakthrough, and seizing that feeling, he sat cross-legged in the snow, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before long, he opened his eyes, his aura elevated to a new level, and his internal injuries fully healed. He felt invigorated as a 6th-layer warrior. He now believed he could contend with those at the 10th layer without relying on his martial soul. Yet, he needed to grow stronger. Only then could he seek vengeance against the county princess. The county's governor was at least a martial emperor, and the gap between them was vast. Having slain disciples of the Quanlan sect, the pressure on him increased. Seeking revenge under such circumstances seemed nearly impossible. After much contemplation, he decided to join a major sect, enhancing his strength within it, and then acquire a token for the secret realm, where he would have the opportunity for retribution, with a path ahead determined. Ji Xuanran turned his attention to the several storage bags before him. Among them, 5 contained rather mundane items, a few hundred spirit stones, several bottles of elixirs, and not a single worthwhile artifact. He wondered if Lin Shixiang possessed any valuable items. Indeed, he was not disappointed. Within one bag was a vial of blood-red elixir named Blood Escape Pill, which, when consumed, could ignite one's blood to enhance speed, essentially. A second life for him at this moment. The contents of Ma Ronlan's bag astonished Ji Xuanran even more. Besides a pile of useless clothing, there was a book. Minor Array Classic? Curiously, he opened it to find that the array manual was incomplete, containing only the first 5 volumes corresponding to the initial 5 realms of cultivation that a 9-tier supreme array manual. In the hands of Ma Ronlan, it was indeed a waste. Fortunately, it had ultimately benefited me. The Tao of Comprehension and Devouring's greatest advantage lay in its extraordinary understanding. With such superior comprehension, he anticipated swift gains. Though exhilarated, Ji Xuanran refrained from delving into the book immediately, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Satisfied with his acquisitions, he placed them into a storage bag and returned to Yuyu's small courtyard. Standing outside the window, he gazed at the sleeping girl, a silent smile gracing his lips before he vanished into the swirling snow. At this moment, Muyu town lay in slumber, with only a few watchmen meandering through the streets, lanterns in hand, despite the snow accumulating to their knees and the biting cold winds, even in the dead of night. They began to feel drowsy, yawning as they trudged through the snow. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the street. Startling one watchman, he raised his lantern, trying to discern the figure in the dim light, and was met with crimson eyes beneath a cascade of white hair. Who are you?" The watchman fell back into the snow, trembling, gripped by both fear and cold. The lantern in his hand shook, the flame flickering like a dying candle in the wind, amplifying his terror. "Where is the Ma family?" Ji Xuanran, wrapped in a black coarse robe, approached him, resembling a towering black peak that instilled dread in all who beheld it. His eyes, like red jewels, emitted a faint crimson glow, captivating and enchanting. Before long, the watchman found himself entranced. "Which Ma family?" "The one of the martial arts clan. Over there, just turn left and you will see," the watchman said, extending a finger to indicate the street behind him. Ji Xuanran nodded, extending a hand from beneath his robe to toss him a couple of silver coins, then tightened his cloak and silently stepped away. As the sound of crunching snow faded, the watchman suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart pounding as he glanced at the retreating figure, curiosity mingling with trepidation. Yet, as he clutched the silver coins, excitement surged within him. It was more than he earned in a month. The wind at the corner intensified, stirring Ji Xuanran's white hair, as if attempting to merge his silken locks with the world around him. The chill brushed against his refined features, caressing his cheeks, as if the cold wind particularly favored his delicate visage. Before the Ma residence, 2 lanterns hung beneath the eaves, casting warm yellow light upon 2 guards clad in leather armor, who rubbed their hands together in the snow, shivering, exhaling warmth into their palms in hopes of warming themselves. Suddenly, one guard noticed a figure approaching from the corner, elbowing his companion and signaling him to look towards the entrance. Who would be out on the streets at such a late hour? They don't seem like a watchman. With that, their expressions grew serious, hands resting on the hilts of their blades, slowly drawing in a breath. Channeling the spirit energy within their dantian as the figure drew nearer. Before they could even speak, the sound of rushing water intertwined with the wind filled the air, a formidable presence that made it difficult for them to breathe. Only upon closer inspection did they realize the sound emanated from him. It was the sound of blood flowing. What manner of flesh could possess such terrifying power? Ji Xuanran looked up at the plaque on the door, pointing to ask, "Is this the martial arts Ma family?" "Yes. Wait." Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted, melting the snow before the door, incinerating the 2 guards into ashes in an instant. Just a 5th-layer chi refinement. Easily extinguished, standing before the entrance, Ji Xuanran knocked twice on the door, and soon, complaints echoed from within. "Damn it, isn't it too early for the shift change?" As soon as the door swung open, the Chong Yuan sword reflected a chilling glint in the warm light, piercing through the body of the guard inside. Ugh! The guard's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the boy who had pushed the door open, his body turning cold, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. After the guard fell, Ji Xuanran closed the door behind him, stepping into the soft snow, advancing deeper inside. "What is this?" Another guard emerged from the side room, brandishing a coldly gleaming longsword, and launched an immediate attack. With the sound of air being forcefully displaced, this guard was cleaved in 2. Their blood and energy had little effect on Ji Xuanran, and even the martial soul was of scant utility. The commotion swiftly roused the inhabitants of the Ma residence. Lights flickered to life in room after room, and guards began to gather, armed with blades and spears, casting hostile glances at Ji Xuanran. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my Ma residence? Are you seeking death?" A middle-aged man dressed in purple brocade and fur stepped forward from behind the guards, his furrowed brow exuding an air of authority that commanded respect even in anger. "I have come to kill you." Ji Xuanran smiled warmly, a demeanor that stirred a flutter of interest among the young women of the Ma household. Yet his words nearly left them gasping for breath. The middle-aged man's brows shot up in disbelief, his expression darkening as he replied, "Kill us. It seems we have never met before." "Indeed, we have not. Thus I am here to settle someone else's grievances." "Someone else? I suspect you are unaware of our Ma family. My daughter is a disciple of the outer sect of the Guanglan sect. Are you certain you wish to act against us?" Ji Xuanran continued to smile. "That is of no concern to you. I've already killed your daughter." His calmness and amiable tone made his statement all the more chilling, nearly robbing them of their breath. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man's pupils contracted as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Ji Xuanran. Had he not been supported by someone nearby, he might have collapsed to the ground. "I said, your family's protector is gone. Your daughter has perished at my hands. Now, it is time to meet your end." Chapter 22. The spirit vein enters the dantian. Ji Xuanran grasped the heavy sword. Chao Yuan, and a brilliant crimson flame erupted, illuminating the fearful faces of all present. With a powerful swing, the flames traced a dazzling and searing arc through the air, engulfing their bodies. The exquisite structure crumbled, collapsing into the inferno, while those fortunate enough to survive knelt helplessly among the corpses and the burning ruins. Their eyes reflected terror and dread. That Ji Xuanran, with the flames entwining around Chao Yuan, approached the middle-aged man, raising his sword at that moment. The middle-aged man regained his composure and pleaded, "Do not kill me. I can give you anything you desire. Spirit stones. My family possesses a spirit stone mine. And women, my wife, concubines, all the women of the Ma household can be yours." His words ignited a flicker of anger among the nearby women. Yet after a glance at Ji Xuanran, they found the situation oddly preferable. Ji Xuanran smiled. "Where is the spirit stone vein?" The middle-aged man pointed to a nearby small mountain, his gaze pleading. "Thank you. These offers are quite tempting, but I believe it is better to leave no loose ends." The middle-aged man, attempting to curse him while pointing, was met with a swift stroke of the sword that severed his head. As they witnessed their husband's demise, the women were paralyzed with fear. One gathering her courage to approach, yearning to throw herself into Ji Xuanran's embrace. This repulsed him, and he stepped back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Might I ask, dear ladies, do you know for whom I seek vengeance?" Their minds raced, and soon realization dawned upon them. Excitedly, they exclaimed, "It is for the orphan of the Liu family, correct?" "Correct," as if answering correctly would earn them the young man's affection. "You are quite astute." Ji Xuanran's smile only heightened their joy. They believed a brighter future was beckoning them. "Had you failed to guess, I might have spared you. Alas, being martial artists and so clever, it seems none shall remain." Upon hearing this, their smiles froze. "In your next life, I hope you find a good man, Dado. And as for Mu Chong, while he's not in the wrong, exercise some self-respect. Otherwise, you become quite displeasing." With that, the sword fell. Having completed his grim task, Ji Xuanran scavenged a considerable amount of spirit stones and elixirs from the raging flames, evident that the spirit vein had not brought them fortune. Yet it had certainly benefited him. After bathing and changing into fresh attire, he departed from the Ma residence, making his way toward the nearby mountain. Once he left, the fire raged on, illuminating half the sky in the frigid night. "Fire! Fire!" The panicked cries of the town crier echoed through the village, even reaching the surrounding forests. However, none of this concerned Ji Xuanran any longer. In the mountain range, Ji Xuanran treaded through the snow and soon stumbled upon a campsite within a valley. Undoubtedly the entrance to the mine. Who goes there? Several martial artists brandished blades, blocking Ji Xuanran's path. The wind and snow whipped through his white hair as he cheerfully inquired, "Is this the Ma family's mine?" "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." With a swift movement, Chow Yuan, imbued with the chilling light, swept past, and the warm blood spattered against the icy snow. These individuals were all from the Ma family. It seemed prudent not to leave any behind, lest they cause trouble after his departure. Although the guards were numerous, they were swiftly dispatched. Deep within the mine, Ji Xuanran gazed upon the crystalline walls that shimmered with spiritual energy. Just a single breath filled him with exhilaration, invigorating every fiber of his being, even causing his blood to howl in delight. The devouring body sought to consume this place, although his body yearned for it. Ji Xuanran remained unhurried. As long as the spirit stone vein was mined judiciously, it could be utilized indefinitely without harming the vein's foundation, allowing it to flourish over time. Clearly, the Ma family was not foolish enough to exhaust their resources. The condition of this vein was excellent. Perhaps it was time for him to. Ji Xuanran pondered, touching the location of his dantian, contemplating the potential benefits. Resolute in his decision, Ji Xuanran unleashed his devouring martial soul. Exerting the strongest suction he could muster, the entire spirit vein trembled, and even the cave began to shake. An immense quantity of spiritual energy was drawn into the vortex, a dreamlike azure glow enveloping him. As if he were adrift in a sea of stars, gradually, the spirit stones began to lose their luster, transforming into ordinary crystals, and a faintly glowing sphere of light was drawn forth, resisting the pull of the vortex. You cannot escape. This sphere represented the manifestation of the spirit vein. If it were to flee, it would be a significant loss. Ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming suction, the vast amounts of spiritual energy converged into his dantian. Ji Xuanran wasted no time, quickly settling into a meditative position, directing his consciousness into his dantian, but he found himself on a revitalized planet, more vibrant than ever, with several small saplings sprouting. How does this compare to your previous abode? Ji Xuanran drew the distant sphere of light closer, grasping it in his hand. Stomping his foot, he declared, "You will take root on this planet. I do not require anything of you, merely to generate spiritual energy, as usual." The sphere flickered twice, breaking free from Ji Xuanran's grasp, swirling around excitedly before diving into the ground. Almost instantly, the barren landscape began to tremble, and a towering mountain rose majestically from the earth. sprouting verdant flora and bursting with life. Ji Xuanran promptly retreated and began to circulate the devouring heavenly insight, refining the influx of spiritual energy, his cultivation level visibly ascending. Warrior Realm, 7th level. Warrior Realm, 8th level. Warrior Realm, 9th level. This moment, Ji Xuanran paused, exhaling deeply, filled with spiritual energy. The rapid breakthrough left his foundation a bit unstable. He needed to slow down. Nevertheless, this was enough to excite him. He had not anticipated that his Dantian could function as a genuine world. It seemed his previous conjectures were indeed realizable, transforming his Dantian into another realm of cultivation, to use the world as his Dantian. This must have been his master's initial plan. A glimmer shone in Ji Xuanran's eyes. With a spirit vein thriving within his Dantian, it was akin to him constantly refining spiritual energy. The abundant spiritual essence even made him feel capable of contending with martial masters. By the time he emerged, dawn was breaking on the horizon to that moment. He exuded an air of ethereal grace, which would surely draw attention if he were to walk the streets upon his return. The small village remained shrouded in the haze of slumber. Observing the still sleeping Yu, Ji Xuanran quietly entered the house, retrieving a box from his storage pouch, approaching the bedside and gazing at the slumbering girl. He smiled silently. "You must take care, little one," with her small hands rubbing her eyes. The young girl pursed her lips and sat up from her bed, her drowsy gaze sweeping across the room, feeling as though something was amiss. Upon noticing a large box that had mysteriously appeared, she curiously approached it and opened it to find it filled with silver coins. Big brother, where are you?" she exclaimed, running outside and calling into the snowy expanse. But all that responded was the solitude of the cold wind, devoid of any other presence. She sat in the snow, crying out repeatedly, yet no one answered her. By noon, news of the destruction of the Ma family reached the village, leaving the villagers in shock. Amidst a mountain shrouded in mist, a magnificent tower, reminiscent of a celestial palace, peeked through the verdant forest. Inside one of the towers, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cold as he declared, "You dare to kill my disciple and yet carry their storage bags? You seek death." Chapter 23. Extraordinary Talent. Pursued relentlessly on a snow-covered path in the mountains, a white-haired youth donned in a white brocade robe, draped with a snow-white fur cloak, sat atop a horse, diligently studying an ancient text, his brow occasionally furrowed. Only to then clear in understanding, he tossed out several spirit stones, landing precisely where he intended, his fingers tracing peculiar patterns in the air. The flora within the formation seemed to welcome spring, budding and rapidly growing, moving in accordance with the youth's will. Indeed, with my current comprehension, mastering this third-tier binding array is not overly difficult. The youth closed the ancient tome and stowed it in his waist pouch. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed the warm sun at its zenith. Realizing it was already noon, he halted the horse and set a fire in the woods, roasting a first-tier fiery boar. Perhaps due to his culinary skills, the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, attracting numerous demonic beasts. However, before he could take action, these creatures, sensing impending danger, abruptly turned and fled, causing Ji Xuanran to become alert. With a spirit stone in his left hand and the heavy sword in his right, his eyes gleamed like blades, scanning the surroundings. "Come out." The only response was the sound of crows flapping their wings and cawing, creating an air of desolation. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the trees behind him, and when Ji Xuanran turned, he only saw a flurry of disturbed snow. With a powerful leap, Ji Xuanran evaded the spot where a dark figure had crashed down, causing the solid frozen ground to collapse, sending snow cascading in all directions, startling the nearby horses into whinnies. Using the cover of the snow, Ji Xuanran seized the opportunity to hurl the spirit stone, raising his heavy sword to defend himself. The shadow, shimmering with a piercing cold light, sliced through the falling snow and struck heavily against the sword. The clang of metal echoed as the shockwave radiated outward, clearing the snow within a 50-meter radius around the two. The shadow, failing to land a blow, quickly retreated 10 meters. Ji Xuanran steadied his grip on the heavy sword, his expression serious as he observed his opponent. Before him stood a slender man clad in tight black attire, his disheveled gray-white hair cascading down, and with a hunched posture, he habitually licked his dagger. With a smirk, he remarked, "Your reflexes are surprisingly quick. I underestimated you. But you are merely a competent warrior," he continued. "Are you here to kill me for the bounty, or are you sent by the Quanlan sect?" Upon hearing Ji Xuanran's words, the man was momentarily taken aback. Expressing his surprise, "I did not expect you to offend the Quanlan sect as well. It seems those who pursued you earlier were inadequate. Killing you would not only earn me the reward from the governor's office, but also the additional bounty from the Quanlan sect. What a delightful surprise." Ji Xuanran could not afford to be careless. Gripping the heavy sword tightly, he stood ready. The previous exchange had left his arm tingling, the opponent's strength formidable. A true martial master, taking a deep breath. His blood surged through his veins like a torrent, accompanied by the influx of spiritual energy rushing through his meridians. Noticing the commotion within Ji Xuanran's body, the man grew puzzled. What is this? Could it be some powerful physique? Realizing this possibility, he became more cautious. Those with unique physiques were often prodigious talents. Even the lowest tier, the Xian body, was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "Kid, what level of physique do you possess?" The man's curiosity momentarily distracted Ji Xuanran, who pondered his response. He knew that the Devouring body was said to be the strongest in existence, yet he was unaware of its classification. Legend spoke of various levels of physiques, the lowest being the Xian body, followed by the Ling body, then the Bao body, and even the elusive king-level physique that had not been seen on the Yaoyang continent for millennia. However, since his master declared the Devouring body to be the strongest, it must indeed surpass even the king-level physique. "What business is it of yours?" With a resolute spirit, Ji Xuanran, having recently broken through to the 9th level of martial arts, was eager for a challenge. Blazing flame, the heavy sword, engulfed in flames, descended upon the man, who did not flinch, his eyes filled with disdain, dismissing the youth as merely a junior in the martial realm. "So you dare to strike back? You have some audacity." Calmly raising his dagger, the man met the descending heavy sword. Ji Xuanran, noting the man's arrogance, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. The strange patterns on the heavy sword began to glow. He could distinctly feel the surge of power within his grip. Through his study of the minor array, Ji Xuanran had learned that weapons of 4th tier and above were inscribed with formations to enhance their might. The formation within the heavy sword was straightforward yet powerful, amplifying its strength tenfold. The flames were merely a fade. The true terror lay in the augmented force. Clang! The violent collision exceeded the man's expectations. His right hand was instantly fractured. In a moment of desperation, he raised his dagger to shield his shoulder, but the weight of the blow forced him to kneel. The ground beneath him could not withstand the impact and shattered with a resounding crash. Gasping in disbelief, the man lifted his head, his eyes wide with shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he rasped, "Impossible." Ji Xuanran silently chuckled. How could it be impossible? The innate power of the Devouring body was already formidable. And with the heavy sword's tenfold amplification, striking him down was hardly a challenge. Uncertain whether other pursuers lurked nearby, Ji Xuanran decided against further conversation, unleashing his devouring martial soul, intending to consume the man. A 3-star Black Panther martial soul emerged behind him, yet it found itself incapable of devouring the man. Ji Xuanran frowned, attempting to force the consumption, only to feel a sharp pain and instinctively halt. With a lingering apprehension, he recalled his master's warning. Do not forcibly devour foes stronger than yourself. His ability to defeat this man stemmed from both the latter's carelessness and the support of the heavy sword's formation. His own strength was still inferior. It seemed that he would have to forfeit this martial soul. Though regretful, it was not without merit. Should he eliminate this foe, he could, like with the previous green ring giant python, consume the blood essence of his corpse. The blood essence of a martial master would undoubtedly be enriching. Even if he could not consume it all, it would still be preferable to having nothing. As if sensing something from Ji Xuanran's smile, the man, despite his grievous injuries, attempted to retreat, but it was a futile endeavor. A flash of cold light streaked past, and the heavy sword claimed his life. As the martial soul whirled, The visible essence of his blood was drawn in. The sensation of devouring was always intoxicating. No matter how many times he experienced it, he never grew weary. Breathing heavily. As the martial soul reached its limit, Ji Xuanran stopped, sitting on the ground, his youthful face slightly flushed and warm. Crimson sparks danced beneath the surface of his skin, converging towards his cheeks, vanishing there. Perhaps nothing in this world could compare to the delight of devouring. Yet this thought quickly evaporated from his mind. If he were to truly become addicted, he shuddered at the thought of what he might become. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he rose, sword in hand, as an unnatural cold wind began to swirl around him. More are coming. They truly come one after another. Chapter 24. The terrifying woman Ji Xuanran did not rush to greet them. Instead, he began rummaging through the man's belongings. Having previously looted Overlord and the others, he had developed a taste for such endeavors. However, this time luck was not on his side. Yet, as expected of a martial master, the contents of the storage pouch were plentiful, albeit not excessively valuable. 3,000 spirit stones, a third-tier supreme ghostly shadow technique, along with some second-tier healing elixirs and a woman's undergarments. A flower thief. Perhaps, with a mutter, he took 3,000 spirit stones, along with ghostly shadows and elixirs, preparing to discard the storage bag when a sudden thought struck him. He turned and spoke aloud. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" It was then that he realized their true identities, concluding that they were not particularly formidable. It seems our junior disciples have grown complacent of late, allowing themselves to fall into your hands. As he spoke, 3 women and 2 men appeared atop the surrounding treetops, the women swaying gracefully like celestial beings, while the men exuded a refined, ethereal charm. Indeed, Ji Xuanran's heart surged with understanding as he removed the storage bag he had seized from Overlord. Replacing it with that of the man, if his conjecture was correct, they must have pursued him using this very bag. One of the women in a yellow dress, noticing his furtive actions, regarded him with a hint of appreciation in her indifferent gaze. "You possess a modicum of cleverness." "I thank you for the compliment, fair maiden," Ji Xuanran replied with a radiant smile, performing a respectful bow. Though he appeared composed, an immense pressure weighed upon him, for he was utterly unable to discern their true cultivation levels. The woman in yellow was strikingly beautiful, her delicate features exuding a subtle allure. Yet it was her aura that captivated. She embodied a youthful vibrance that was enchanting. The interplay of these two qualities created a unique charm that compelled Ji Xuanran to steal another glance, though he swiftly averted his gaze to avoid any improper display. "Now, I must ask you, why did you slay 7 disciples of the Quanlan sect?" The woman in yellow waved her sleeve, her hands elegantly clasped before her abdomen, exuding an air of poise. "Sister Yao, why waste breath on him? We have found him. Let us act swiftly," urged another woman in pink nearby. "Indeed, Sister Yao, the sooner we conclude this, the more time we have to prepare for the recruitment tournament," chimed in the 2 male disciples, albeit with a touch of timidity. The yellow-clad woman furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with displeasure, ignoring their remarks. Seizing the moment, Ji Xuanran discerned that this woman held considerable sway and appeared to be level-headed. He ventured, "If I were to provide a reason, might I be spared? Could I perhaps join the Quanlan sect?" "Unthinkable," she replied curtly. "Then let us dispense with idle chatter and engage." Ji Xuanran suddenly drew his sword and launched an assault, channeling his fiery spirit energy into the heavy abyss. The sword light swelling into a 5-meter-long flaming sword aimed at the woman in yellow. The searing fire sword had yet to descend when the tree canopy beneath her ignited from the intense heat, prompting a surge of pride within Ji Xuanran that if we cannot reach an accord, then I shall strike you down. For the sake of caution, he put forth his full strength in this strike, not seeking an instant kill, but rather a grievous injury. Yet to his astonishment, the woman calmly extended her delicate fingers, effortlessly pinching the fire sword between 2 of them. With a resounding clang, the fiery blade shattered, the flames seemingly extinguished with a mere flick of her wrist. This sent a chill down Ji Xuanran's spine, prompting him to flee without a moment's hesitation. "You think you can escape?" One of the male disciples drew forth a vibrant green longbow, drawing the string taut, unleashing an arrow imbued with spirit energy which pierced the air, shrieking as it struck the ground before Ji Xuanran, obstructing his path. Upon seeing Ji Xuanran halt, he erupted into laughter. "Huh, you dare to flee?" Ji Xuanran's expression hardened as he pivoted to evade, only to find another arrow barring his way. After several such encounters, even Ji Xuanran's patience began to wane, his temper igniting. "Is this some sort of game to you? Oh, no escape? How dull!" Ji Xuanran observed the smug expression on the disciple's face, silent as he kicked a dagger on the ground toward him, but it was easily deflected. "How delightful that you find yourself out of options." The male disciple toyed with the dagger on his fingertips. Mocking him, Ji Xuanran scanned the area, catching sight of the spirit stones he had previously buried, which he had not utilized until now. Realizing it was an opportune moment, taking a couple of steps back, he taunted, "Is this the demeanor of your Quanlan sect, reveling in the triumphs of a petty villain? It seems your sect is not as impressive as one might think. You dare accuse me of being a petty villain." The male disciple's eyes twitched with fury as he glared at Ji Xuanran, his voice laced with venom. Ji Xuanran shrugged with a smile. "Your ears are not deaf. You seek death." He leaped from the tree, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow in one fluid motion. Ji Xuanran sidestepped the projectile, but the disciple charged forward, swinging his longbow, only to have Ji Xuanran seize his arm. "Release me." "Huh," Ji Xuanran replied with a cold smirk, "though my cultivation may not match yours. I doubt my physical strength is inferior." As he exerted pressure, there was a crack, and the disciple's arm snapped like a brittle twig, the jagged bone protruding grotesquely, stained with fresh blood. A sharp gasp escaped the lips of the women in yellow as they witnessed the gruesome sight. Feeling a phantom ache in their own arms, Ji Xuanran maintained his grip on the injured disciple, positioning him before him as a shield, declaring to the women in yellow, "Descend, or I shall slit his throat." "Who do you think you are, looking down upon us?" they retorted vehemently, but the woman in yellow silenced them with a raised hand. "That I shall come down." "Release him." As she descended, the three others followed suit, abandoning their lofty demeanor. "Splendid," Ji Xuanran declared, delivering a kick to the disciple's rear, sending him forth. As they rushed to assist their comrade, Ji Xuanran activated the formation with a hand gesture. From the earth beneath their feet, grass burst forth, unfurling its leaves, while the surrounding trees began to stretch unnaturally, their branches encroaching upon them. As they attempted to retreat, their legs became ensnared by the rapidly growing grass, rendering them immobile as they watched helplessly as branches ensnared them. Within this formation, the plants were fortified by spirit energy, making escape exceedingly difficult. Ji Xuanran was astonished by how effortlessly he had gained the upper hand, crediting the simple-minded individual for his fortune. Without uttering a word, he approached them, intent on plundering their treasures. His first target was the woman in yellow. Yet, just as he extended his hand, the branches imprisoning her suddenly shattered, revealing her grasping a spear radiating a dull golden light. The sharp spirit energy brushed against Ji Xuanran's skin, eliciting a sharp sting. "This is bad," Ji Xuanran thought, turning on his heel to flee. "You won't get away," the woman murmured behind him, her gaze icy as she hurled the spear with all her might. It soared over 10 meters, aimed directly at Ji Xuanran's back, and before it could strike, his flesh was pierced by spirit energy, blood flowing freely. Cursed be this fate! In a moment of crisis, Ji Xuanran swiftly turned, positioning the heavy abyss sword before him. The spear clashed against the blade, shattering the ground, uprooting trees in the wake of the shockwave. The tremendous force overwhelmed Ji Xuanran's body, causing him to cry out in pain as he careened through several trees before crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, he coughed up blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. His legs trembling uncontrollably, he looked up to see the woman in yellow gliding toward him, effortlessly retrieving the spear lodged in the ground. Her eyes icy as they locked onto him. Her gaze pierced through him like the spear she wielded, igniting a sense of dread that I cannot win. I cannot win now. His hand brushed against the storage bag, revealing a red elixir, and he knew that escape was his only option. You inquired why I killed them. They were nothing but bullies, tormenting innocent children. Their deaths are a stain on my hands. You dare slander my sect, the woman in yellow retorted. Yet Ji Xuanran remained undaunted, leaning against the tree as he shouted back, "Should I encounter another of your Guanlan sect, I shall kill again." With that, he swallowed the blood escape elixir, enveloped in a mist of crimson as he made his hasty escape. Blood escape elixir? The woman in yellow recognized the potion, yet she was astonished that it could not enhance one's speed to such an extent. In that fleeting moment of her bewilderment, Ji Xuanran had already vanished. A blood shadow swiftly traversed the mountains and forests, arriving at a tranquil valley. Once the effects of the blood escape pill wore off, Ji Xuanran, unable to halt his rapid pace, felt his legs give way, rolling over 10 meters before finally colliding against a tree, which brought him to a stop. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath for a considerable time before regaining a modicum of strength. His pallid visage reflected his fatigue as he pushed his weary body upright. Surveying the surroundings, the valley was shrouded in mist, save for a few scattered trees, rendering everything indistinct. Coughing lightly and clutching his aching chest, he felt a haze clouding his mind from the significant blood loss. Dragging the heavy yuan with great effort, the eerie silence heightened his senses. As he scanned the area, he failed to notice the ground beneath him, tripping over a broken bone and tumbling down a slope. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a brightly lit cavern, surrounded by a shallow pool of water. A faint floral fragrance wafted about, gradually eroding his consciousness, plunging him deeper into a daze. That Ji Xuanran shook his head, striving to maintain his clarity, and consumed a healing elixir before turning his gaze toward the center of the cavern. There, illuminated by beams of light from above, was a small island adorned with pink blossoms that swayed gently, releasing specks of pink pollen that sparkled like stars in the radiant glow. "Who are you?" A cool, melodious voice pierced through Ji Xuanran's befuddled mind, stirring his senses and igniting an inexplicable warmth within his body. He could feel his blood coursing rapidly, brimming with excitement and yearning. What was happening? The primal desire within his flesh felt uncontrollable. Raising his gaze, he discovered a woman seated amidst the floral splendor. She bore no makeup, her natural allure highlighted by the crimson at the corners of her eyes. Her features appeared to be sculpted by divine hands, with long lashes fluttering, sending ripples through her autumn-like eyes. Deep and gentle, they ensnared one's very soul. Was this woman stirring his restless body? No. Ji Xuanran bit his tongue to maintain his composure. His body was overly aroused, instinctively desiring to pounce, even responding to the impulse. "Enchantress, do not disturb my senses." The woman at the center of the island was perplexed, questioning how this intruder had managed to breach her sanctum, wondering if her guards were utterly inept. What startled her further was the sensation that, despite her not cultivating her powers or being in a state of tranquility, this young man seemed captivated by her, akin to a wild beast ready to pounce. "Stay calm." Ji Xuanran could not fathom why he was feeling such overwhelming agitation simply for having accidentally arrived here during his escape. "What have you done to me, you enchantress?" he demanded, sitting in the water, attempting to use the coldness to cool his fervor, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her to regain his sanity. He even slapped his own face. But the pain only deepened his confusion, and after several slaps, his mind buzzed with emptiness. The woman slowly rose, her expression icy as she said, "You intruded upon my domain, yet you have the audacity to question me. Who else could it possibly be?" Ji Xuanran's mind was in disarray. This physique was a legacy from his master, and he feared any mistake would dishonor his late mentor. "Unreasonable. To call me an enchantress is one thing, but you are utterly hopeless." Her voice was laced with chill, and with a flick of her wrist, she produced a crimson long sword. For reasons unknown, the moment she exchanged words with him, her body began to tremble in fear. This was abnormal. Why would her physique be afraid of a mere warrior? Just as she pondered this, Ji Xuanran had already lost himself, lunging at her like a ravenous wolf. "Get away!" With a graceful sweep of her hand, imbued with a faint fragrance, she struck him sharply across the face. Ji Xuanran was sent crashing into the stone wall, blood pouring from his wounds, yet her casual strike had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Yet at that moment, the devouring body seemed possessed, struggling to rise, its ruby-like eyes radiating fierce aggression, leaving the woman momentarily entranced. "You, Before she could finish her words, Ji Xuanran lunged at her, plunging them both into the sea of flowers, scattering a flurry of petals. Even though the woman wished to resist, her body was paralyzed with fear, rendering her powerless against this monstrous figure that resembled a man. But just as Ji Xuanran was about to make his move, he suddenly grasped his own face, forcing it back with great strength that a bestial growl erupted from his throat as he struggled to retreat. Witnessing the woman in a state of surrender only intensified his primal instincts. His pupils constricted to their utmost, and he roared before lunging once more. However, this time, a figure burst in, forcefully pinning him to the ground, and his body finally succumbed to exhaustion, fading into unconsciousness. The lady unharmed. A maid, dressed in servant's attire, rushed forward to assist her, concern etched on her face. The woman shook her head, her cheeks flushed, clearly rattled by the recent events. Where did this boy come from? Seeking death. A man following closely behind drew his long sword, poised to strike. Stand down, the woman commanded coldly, causing the man to hesitate in fear. This is strange. Why does my physique fear him? Driven by curiosity, the woman reached out to touch the unconscious Ji Xuanran. Yet the moment her fingers made contact, a powerful suction surged from him, drawing away a fragment of her essence. The loss weakened her, as if her strength had been siphoned away. While Ji Xuanran's cultivation plummeted by 2 levels, starkly contrasting with the surge of power he felt from his mysterious physique. How intriguing, the woman observed with interest, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With a snap of her fingers, she implanted a fabricated memory into Ji Xuanran's mind. Chapter 26. Give me time, I will prove it to you. The icy sensation roused Ji Xuanran from his stupor, and upon opening his eyes, he realized he was bound. A crimson blade was pressed against his face, the woman gazing down at him with an air of authority. Surrounding her were several individuals, their auras unfathomably deep. Ji Xuanran sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt towards her. However, upon discovering his cultivation had diminished by 2 levels, he erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Enchantress, you dare to drain my power? I drain your power? Oh, little brother, you truly overestimate yourself." The woman, composed and graceful, sheathed her sword and crouched before him, her red lips parting to reveal pearly teeth. Though merely a simple gesture, it exuded a mature allure that left Ji Xuanran unable to meet her gaze, his face turning crimson as he stammered, "My cultivation has dropped by 2 levels, and you still deny it." Her smile seemed to radiate light, making her visage resemble a piece of luminous jade. Grasping Ji Xuanran's chin, she turned his gaze towards herself, saying, "You've clearly benefited, yet you still have the gall to accuse me of draining your power. Are all men so quick to forget their debts?" Her tone was playfully reproachful, akin to a seductive woman teasing her beloved, leaving Ji Xuanran flustered and warm. Feigning solemnity, Ji Xuanran coughed twice and shifted backward. This reaction elicited a delightful laugh from the woman, who hadn't expected him to be such a naive youth. However, her words sparked a realization within Ji Xuanran. Despite his diminished cultivation, his strength remained intact, akin to the initial inheritance of his master's bloodline martial spirit. His innate talent had, astonishingly, grown even stronger. Could it be? Ji Xuanran gazed at his hands, closing his eyes to sense the flow of blood within him. Although there was no grandiose surge, he could distinctly feel the robust vitality coursing through him. His devouring body had significantly recovered, but why? This sudden transformation left him perplexed, and he concentrated on the heavenly, devouring insight rooted in his soul, which explicitly stated that to restore one's physique and martial spirit, one must consume blood essence and martial spirits, allowing the heavenly devouring insight to refine and nurture them. Furthermore, after receiving the inheritance, each realm had been remarkably stable. Logically, even if his physique were to return to its peak, his cultivation should not regress. "Now do you believe me?" the woman inquired, perched beside him with her delicate hands cradling her charming face, smiling sweetly. "What is happening?" Ji Xuanran opened her eyes in disbelief and inquired. The man beside her, clad in metallic armor, grimaced and retorted, "How dare you ask?" He appeared to be gritting his teeth, as if he longed to draw his sword, and end Ji Xuanran's life on the spot. Ji Xuanran felt a painful sting from his fiery gaze, prompting her to change the subject. Aren't you angry? Angry? Of course I'm furious. This exquisite flower has been trampled by you, a wild boar. How could I not be enraged? At his words, the woman pouted, feigning indignation as she playfully smacked her knee, then smiled brightly and asked, "What do you plan to do?" I will take responsibility. I asked this woman out of her mind. How can she not sense her own anger? Does she harbor some ulterior motive unknown to me? It is clear she has thoughts I am yet to comprehend. However, gazing at the island strewn with remnants of their battle, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Ji Xuanran. This burden is mine to bear, and besides, this woman is undeniably beautiful. It's not a loss at all. Rest assured, I shall shoulder the responsibilities befitting a man. This woman clearly possesses depth. She might be a lady of considerable standing. That it seems my path to fulfilling this responsibility will be long and arduous. His declaration elicited a nod of satisfaction from the woman. Yet she feigned disdain, leaving Ji Xuanran feeling somewhat unsettled. Responsible? What gives you the confidence to believe you can be responsible? How absurd! The woman's sudden shift in demeanor, her voice cold and laced with mockery, ignited Ji Xuanran's indomitable spirit. I know I am merely an unknown junior at present, but the die is cast. As a man, I shall certainly strive for this. Strive? Huh. If effort alone sufficed, the world would be teeming with the powerful. To me, you appear as nothing more than an ignorant fool. Her unrelenting criticism left Ji Xuanran speechless, his mind racing for a retort, but only a fire of indignation burned within him. After a long silence, he reluctantly lowered his head. Young man, you must recognize the harsh truth that you are nothing but refuse. The armored man let out a disdainful scoff, revealing his contempt for Ji Xuanran. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? The woman snapped, causing the man to shrink back. Silenced, Ji Xuanran raised his gaze to the man with a look of scorn. Dismissing the idea of engaging in a verbal spar, he turned his attention back to the woman. Inhaled deeply, and with a serious tone, declared, whether you believe it or not, I am unequivocally your man. If you dare to consort with another man, I shall uproot his ancestral grave. Upon hearing this, the armored man's eyes twitched with fury, ready to unsheathe his sword and slay Ji Xuanran. But a mere glance from the woman restrained him. Now that's more like it. If you dare to give up easily, I shall not let you off lightly. At her behest, two maidens approached to untie Ji Xuanran. Standing upright, he flexed his wrists and fixed his determined gaze upon the woman. Anyone can boast, but without the requisite strength, such bravado is merely a jest. The woman turned her back to him, delivering a merciless observation that undoubtedly wounded Ji Xuanran's rekindled youthful pride. How can you assume I am merely boasting? And how can you presume that I will never possess such strength? He asserted, never doubt a man's sense of responsibility and determination. His voice, though not loud, resonated within the cave, etching itself into the minds of those present. The other maidens regarded him with admiration for his youthful bravado. The woman, however, retorted coldly, responsibility, determination, these concepts are founded upon strength. Your words, uttered in such ignorance, only serve to amuse and bemuse me. Ji Xuanran's face flushed with anger at her words, his clenched fists burning with an indomitable spirit as he declared, Grant me time, and I shall prove it to you. The woman stifled a laugh but quickly composed herself, adopting a teasing tone. Time? Very well, I shall indulge in this amusement. I give you 3 years. If you cannot stand by my side through your own strength by then, I shall end you. Get lost. Ji Xuanran retreated a couple of steps, casting a lingering glance at her back before clenching his fists and departing. Once he left, the armored man's eyes narrowed sinisterly as he glared in Ji Xuanran's direction, a murderous glint flashing in his gaze. I could see that moment. The woman approached him and asked coldly, Were you contemplating? The man snapped back to reality, noticing the gazes fixed upon him, and promptly knelt, clasping his hands together. Miss, though you remain unscathed, I believe we cannot let him go unpunished. And what do you propose? I volunteer to take on the task of slaying that scoundrel, to avenge your grievances. He smiled broadly at her, Seemingly pleased with his timely offer, a cold, detached laugh escaped the woman as the man's head rolled from his shoulders. Staining the ground with crimson, she wiped the blood from her sword nonchalantly and stated, "Should anyone dare to harm him, this will be their fate." "Yes, miss," one of the maidens interjected, her confusion evident. It was not just her. Others shared her bewilderment. According to the usual emotional response, the lady should be eager to exact vengeance upon the lad. He is different, truly unique. This foolish boy didn't even inquire my name. Has he lost his senses? The woman refrained from elaborating, gazing at her hand, her lips curving into a faint smile. Go and protect him from the shadows. Remember not to interfere with his growth." In the cave's shadowy corner, a figure clad in black metal armor nodded silently before vanishing without a trace. Ji Xuanran wandered alone through the forest, trudging through the thick snow, his hands continually ruffling his white hair in frustration. Being looked down upon was infuriating. 3 years it is. If you dare to backtrack, and if my family does not agree, then I shall force my way through. As he spoke, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Internally, he reveled in the thought. This sensation is quite delightful, more so than mere consumption. Although he had lost his rationality at the time, for some reason, the scene remained vividly clear in his mind. Not far into his journey, Ji Xuanran suddenly halted, drawing out Chong Yuan and concealing himself behind a tree. The disciple of the Guanglan sect, whom he had previously incapacitated, was searching in the nearby woods. Ji Xuanran frowned. "I never anticipated they would catch up so swiftly." Chapter 27. "Are you reminding me to hasten and kill you?" For safety's sake, Ji Xuanran refrained from rushing out, opting instead to circle around. Ensuring no companions were nearby, before feeling at ease, as he searched, he dropped 2 spirit stones at each specific point he passed, and once the formation was fully arranged, he concealed himself, manipulating the incantation to activate the first layer of the formation. A low-tier 3rd-grade formation, Thousand Illusions formation. The targeted individual remained completely oblivious to the formation's activation, his expression grim as he searched with his bow and arrow in hand. The humiliation of having his arm broken by Ji Xuanran lingered, igniting a burning desire for revenge within him. Oh, not let me find you, or I shall make you wish for life's end. Suddenly, he spotted a figure ahead, instantly heightening his vigilance, his hand instinctively gripping the bowstring as he squinted into the storm. Shouting, "Who goes there?" As he called out, a spirit energy arrow coalesced on his bow. The howling winds obscured his vision, the icy sensation dulling his senses, amplifying his unease. Gritting his teeth, he released the arrow, which soared through the air, covering a distance of over 50 meters and closing in on the figure. He anticipated a hit, but to his surprise, the figure displayed remarkable agility. Realizing his shot had missed, he initially intended to charge forward, but a flash of his previous battle with Ji Xuanran halted him in his tracks. He instinctively retreated 3 steps, spinning on the snow-covered ground, while expertly knocking 3 arrows, launching them simultaneously from 3 directions to block the figure's escape. This time, he successfully struck his target, yet the sensation of a genuine hit eluded him. Something was amiss. Qing Yu's body sank, gripping the longbow tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a razor, eager to peel the bark from the trees. What is this? In a swift motion, under the manipulation of Ji Xuanran, shadows cloaked in black began to emerge one after another within the Thousand Illusions formation. Each shadow wielded a gleaming long knife, reflecting a chilling brilliance that penetrated deeper than the cold of a raging blizzard. "Who are you?" Qing Yuxing's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the formidable scene before him. A cursory glance revealed that there were over 100 of these figures, each grasping a long knife of low-grade 3rd-tier quality. "I am Qing Yuxing, an outer disciple of the Guanglan sect. I am at a loss as to your intentions here." "The Guanglan sect? We are here to slay the disciples of the Guanglan sect. Your sect's reputation is tainted, aiding the wicked at the foot of the mountain. Your demise will serve as a righteous act of extermination." Ji Xuanran's voice, deliberately lowered, resonated with a sense of calm authority, ensnaring Qing Yuxing's attention. This declaration left Qing Yuxing flustered, cold sweat forming on his brow before swiftly freezing in the biting wind. You must have heard rumors from elsewhere. Our Quanlan sect is powerful, ranked second within the Tianshui Empire. It is common to be envied and slandered. Threatening me. Ji Xuanran, concealed within the formation, felt a surge of irritation. So what if you are ranked second in the Tianshui Empire? I can still bring about your end. Regardless, you shall perish here today. Qing Yuxing offered no retort, gradually retreating beneath a large tree. Retrieving a red pill from his storage pouch, surrounded by third-tier weapons, it was clear that most of them were martial masters. He had no hope of victory. Weighing his options, he drew back the bowstring, shooting through the snow below, obscuring Ji Xuanran's line of sight. Seizing the moment, he swallowed the blood escape pill, his body enveloped in a crimson mist as he sought to flee. Yet within the embrace of the Thousand Illusions formation, he flitted about like a headless fly. Lost within the confines of the area, Ji Xuanran, unwilling to squander time, worried about the arrival of others. Thus, he blended among the shadows, advancing towards Qing Yuxing with his heavy weapon. The Zhongyin. Damn it, I can't escape. As the effects of the blood escape pill waned, Qing Yuxing's speed diminished, encircled by the myriad shadows. You dare lay hands on me? Are you not afraid of the Quanlan sect seeking vengeance? Qing Yuxing bellowed in desperation, grappling for a final chance. If we kill you, who will know it was us? Gritting his teeth, Qing Yuxing rapidly fired arrow after arrow, his accuracy unwavering despite the dire circumstances, demonstrating his formidable prowess. However, ultimately, he was but one man. After loosing a dozen arrows, one of the shadows closed in. The sharp blade descended swiftly in his vision, slicing through the falling snowflakes, sending chills down his spine as he twisted his body to evade the strike. Yet he was a fraction too late, the blade grazing his shoulder, yet the anticipated pain was absent. His arm remained intact. Other shadows followed suit, their blades raining down upon him. After enduring several strikes, he finally perceived the truth. Ha! They were all illusions. In his moment of triumph, he stood still, allowing the shadows to strike him. Ji Xuanran's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he rapidly closed the distance from behind. Spinning on the snow-covered ground, channeling energy into his Zhongyan sword, Qing Yuxing, now aware of the approaching shadow behind him, dismissed it as yet another illusion. Taunting, cowardly villain, come forth and face me, with both hands gripping the heavy sword. Ji Xuanran executed 3 swift spins, accumulating immense power on the sword's edge, gliding to Qing Yuxing's feet, and, using inertia, swung with force. The blade, sharp and glistening, carved a brilliant arc through the snow, staining it with vivid crimson. The sword's momentum stirred up a flurry of snowflakes as it severed Qing Yuxing's right leg. Warm blood was flung forth, and at that moment, he realized the chilling intent concealed beneath the pristine snow. Ji Xuanran spun several more times before halting, sliding forward over 10 meters. The bloody Zhongyan held aloft as he regarded his adversary amidst the thick snowfall, listening to Qing Yuxing's agonizing wails. He felt little compassion. Having endured betrayal from the Ji family, he understood the world did not always adhere to reason. Enemies did not deserve sympathy. Removing his hood revealed a strikingly delicate visage, his white hair lending him an ethereal quality. You scoundrel! Qing Yuxing clutched his severed leg, his face contorted in rage, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. So you have discerned my identity. Ji Xuanran's words silenced Qing Yuxing's vitriol, inciting a surge of fury as blood flowed more rapidly from his wound. In a panic, he hastily consumed a healing pill. Where are your companions? They shall arrive shortly. Should I take this as a reminder to swiftly eliminate you while I still have a chance? With that, Ji Xuanran approached, his sword stained with blood, which had begun to freeze in the frigid air. Qing Yuxing swallowed hard, inching backward, wishing he could slap himself. Ji Xuanran, too, feared the imminent arrival of others, particularly the woman in the yellow dress. Knowing he stood no chance against her, standing before him, he raised his heavy sword, prepared to strike down. No, I can offer you spirit stones, techniques. Ji Xuanran abruptly seized him by the collar, dragging him back over 10 meters, just as a dull yellow spear struck the ground where he had stood previously. The Thousand Illusions formation crumbled under the force of that blow. Chapter 28. 7-Star Martial Soul. Release Junior, Brother Qing. The woman in the yellow dress soared through the air, her voice ringing clear. She can fly. This woman is above the 6th level of martial mastery. Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply. Such strength could extinguish him with a mere finger. Qing Yuxing could not be released. To do so would spell certain doom. That I will not release him, he replied resolutely, causing the woman in yellow to furrow her brow. The other 3 stepped out from the trees, positioning themselves around Ji Xuanran, effectively encircling him. Refuse to release him, and you shall die. One man barked at Ji Xuanran, scoffed in response. Releasing him would also lead to death. You. The other 2 female disciples seized the opportunity, launching a coordinated assault as Ji Xuanran spoke. Transforming rain. A cerulean sword aura swept up the snow, disrupting Ji Xuanran's line of sight as a shard of cold light pierced through the falling snow. Aiming for his back. Sensing imminent danger, Ji Xuanran sidestepped just in time, the sword aura striking the ground and leaving a deep crater, its fierce energy causing his heart to race. 3rd-tier martial technique. In the midst of their exchange, the woman swiftly pivoted and slashed, catching Ji Xuanran off guard as he struggled to evade, resulting in a cut on his right leg. Blood oozed from the wound, bringing an unwelcome warmth. With your leg injured, let's see how you escape. The woman taunted, her aura pressing down upon the snow, overwhelming Ji Xuanran. In a moment of carelessness, the pressure nearly forced him to kneel. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, another woman charged from the side, her blade poised to strike, the proximity of the sword tip delivering a sharp sting to Ji Xuanran's skin. As the blade drew nearer, Ji Xuanran gritted his teeth and laughed. Confused, the women were suddenly halted as a spear formed from his blood intercepted their attack. Da-da! My blood! Qing Yuxing, still held by Ji Xuanran, cried out in horror, clutching his severed leg. Just moments ago, an unseen force had siphoned blood from his wound, coalescing into a spear. What is this? The 4 stared in astonishment at the blood spear Ji Xuanran had conjured. Bewildered, suddenly, the woman in yellow understood. Think, in addition to this illusion formation, you have set up another array. The expression on her face flickered with hesitation. Her heart swayed. Perhaps recruiting him into their sect was a viable option. Impossible! The other 3 were struck with dread by her conjecture. A formation master was already a rare talent. To be capable of setting 2 formations simultaneously was virtually unheard of within the entirety of the Tianshui Empire. Especially for one so young. Ji Xuanran grinned, the faint crimson glow of the blood spear illuminating his face. What makes this impossible? The 3rd Order Superior Array, Blood Sacrifice Array. This was initially prepared as a precaution, yet it unexpectedly proved its worth. This is also why Qing Yuxing was brought along from the very beginning. His blood was needed to condense the spear, casually tossing him onto the snow. Ji Xuanran twisted his neck a couple of times, a charming smile curving the corner of his lips. Now that you are all within my array, what do you intend to do? The last note growled low, his white hair wildly cascading, resembling a formidable beast. Exuding an overwhelming presence, he hurled the blood spear with great force. At that moment, the snow beneath trembled, the wind stirred by the spear surged towards one of the women. Overestimating oneself, the woman shouted, her long sword humming as the sharp light erupted, suppressing the other rays in the vicinity. Amidst the howling winds, the sword beam descended with heavy momentum, making the slender blood spear appear exceedingly feeble. At the moment of contact, a blinding blood light burst forth, staining half the space crimson. Is that all you've got? The woman gasped for breath, her face flushed, clearly having expended all her strength in that previous strike. However, as she finished speaking, Ji Xuanran surged forth from the blood-red radiance, his right fist clenched, roaring as he struck her abdomen. The ground shattered under the pressure of the shockwave, fragments scattering amidst the falling snow. This punch was pure physical force. The woman's body could hardly withstand it, sent flying. Before she could land, Ji Xuanran's left fist clenched, and 2 streams of blood erupted from Qing Yuxing's severed leg, coalescing into a blood spear that appeared behind the woman, aiming for her back. Xiaorong. The other 2, terrified, turned pale and rushed forward to save her, but they were ultimately a moment too late. The spear pierced through her body. emerging from the front, sending forth two sprays of blood, dazzlingly red amidst the falling snow. The two, arriving late, caught Xiaorong's body, discovering that although she was gravely injured, her breath still lingered. They hurriedly administered a third-order intermediate healing pill. Sister Yao, quickly slay this bastard. This caused Ji Xuanran to furrow his brow, surprised that a martial artist could be so difficult to kill, surviving such an assault. You seek death, the woman in the yellow dress, witnessing yet another of her companions injured, could no longer contain her fury, roaring from the sky. With a wave of her sleeve, a yellow crystal materialized behind her, a powerful aura brutally pressing down upon Ji Xuanran. It forced the ground beneath him to sink a full foot. Ji Xuanran looked up and beheld the martial soul that struck fear in his heart. 7-star martial soul. I initially wished to spare your life, but it seems I was too merciful. She gripped a thick, earthy spear, her formidable presence hovering in the air like a valkyrie, stabilized the mountains and rivers. Blazing flames. Ji Xuanran was startled by the palpable killing intent. Roaring as he unleashed his spiritual technique, channeling all his strength to slash at the descending spear with his sword. The explosion was violent, filling them with confidence. When everything settled, the woman in the yellow dress gazed incredulously at the shadow, standing in the crater. How is it possible to withstand that? Your martial technique was a profound art. No way. A martial artist's realm shouldn't allow such mastery of profound arts. The other two looked at Ji Xuanran with excitement and greed in their eyes. Mind your own business. Ji Xuanran, weary and gasping, leaned on his sword, nearly succumbing to that last blow. If it weren't for the profound arts, how could you have survived? Hand over your profound arts, or you'll die without a complete corpse. After ensuring Xiaorong was settled, the two threatened him. Ji Xuanran didn't even wish to glance at them. His mind raced, contemplating an escape strategy. At this rate, he would likely perish here. This woman was truly a monster. A 7-star martial soul. Who knows if it would be too late to learn the ghost shadow now. The woman in the yellow dress did not give him time to choose. Spreading her hands, her yellow, crystal-like aura forming a circle. The 7-star heavenly crystal martial soul behind her trembled, slowly flying to her side, visibly enlarging into a yellow crystal spear. Is Sister Yao going to use pseudo-profound arts? This lad is doomed. Chapter 29. Martial Emperor's Might. Heavenly Judgment. The spear was sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through time and space, confronting death head-on. The golden radiance flickered and vanished in an instant, yet it left lingering traces in this space. Before the spear could strike down, Ji Xuanran's pores bled under the intense pressure. Condense my blood. Defy the heavens. Ji Xuanran bellowed, utilizing the array in his own blood to forge a blood spear in his hand. As soon as it took shape, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire grove, causing them to feel inexplicable dread, their pupils constricting as they fixed their gaze upon the minuscule blood shadow beneath the heavenly judgment. Break for me! The blood spear was hurled with all his might, violently shattering the ground, sending debris skyward. The blood spear collided with the heavenly judgment, golden and blood-like clashing, each occupying half the space. The overwhelming will left them in awe. Who exactly was this lad? Take Xiaorong and leave this place, quickly. The woman in the yellow dress exerted pressure into the void, shouting to her fellow disciples below. They dared not hesitate, swiftly fleeing with the gravely injured Xiaorong to a distance of over 100 meters. When they finally halted, the spiritual energy behind them became chaotic, bursting forth around them. The shimmering heavenly crystal martial soul returned to the woman in yellow, leaving behind a crater larger than before. Within the pit lay numerous large yellow crystals, while Ji Xuanran remained standing at the center. You actually haven't been crystallized? The woman in yellow clearly expressed her surprise at this outcome. Crystallized me? Not quite enough. Ji Xuanran struggled to straighten his back, his body filthy, his snow-white hair now stained with blood. Resembling a thorn embedded in the snowy world, that if I don't wish to die, no one can kill me. He strained to raise his head, his gaze unwaveringly meeting hers. The woman in yellow was moved by his stare, suddenly asking, "Do you regret it? All for mere mortals. Are mortals not human?" He retorted angrily, leaving the woman momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. In the eyes of these martial artists, those who could not awaken their martial souls were relegated to the oppressed lower class. In this world where martial prowess was revered, not oppressing them was already a great act of mercy. Are mortals human? Yes, but they are weak. The woman in yellow sighed lightly. I will give you a chance. Join my Quanlan sect, and all past grievances will be forgiven. Such a talent is worth more as an ally than lost. I do not need your pity. I do not covet it. Then you shall die. Stop! Just as the woman in yellow raised her hand, a voice from afar interrupted. Ji Xuanran also turned in confusion toward the sky behind him, where a golden streak of light swept across the heavens and arrived here. It was an elderly man with a white beard, clad in a grayish-white cloak draped over his frail frame, his face slightly gaunt, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Yao Ye has met Senior Jinming. The old man nodded, stroking his beard as he said, Young lady, you have overstepped. This is Ling-Sun County. The woman in yellow dared not act recklessly, hastily explaining, Senior, I am a direct disciple of the sect master of Quanlan sect. We are here to eliminate the one who killed our sect disciple. However, the old man raised his hand, interrupting her words, and stated earnestly, I have already heard your conversation from afar. The origin of this matter lies with your sect's disciple, who brought this upon themselves. Yao Ye parted her lips, wanting to argue, but recalling the creed of the Tianjin sect, she swallowed her words. She glanced at Ji Xuanran below, realizing that they would not be able to kill him today. Release my junior brother that I will not, young friend. The old man suddenly called out to Ji Xuanran, shaking his head at him. Ji Xuanran hesitated for a moment before reluctantly tossing the unconscious Qin Yuxing, who had lost too much blood, over. Young lady, you all should leave quickly. Before departing, Yao Ye glanced at Ji Xuanran, taking Qin Yuxing with her as they left. After they had gone, the old man descended from the sky. Young friend, how is your injury? After swallowing 2 healing pills, Ji Xuanran attempted to rise and salute, but the old man pressed him down. No need. It's merely a small act. Why? Ji Xuanran was perplexed. He could not fathom why someone with whom he had no connection would come to his aid. The elderly man stroked his beard, squinting his eyes as he chuckled warmly. Our Tianjin sect is founded on the principle of punishing the wicked and aiding the righteous. Young friend, now that you have arrived in the Ling-Sun County, why not pay a visit to the nearby Qinglu City? With a hearty laugh, he vanished in a flash of golden light. Qinglu City? Could this be a hint? Ji Xuanran suddenly realized that the 7 major sects were about to commence a new round of recruitment, and he might seize this opportunity to choose a suitable sect for himself. Settling down, accumulating strength, and then seeking revenge in the subsequent secret realms seemed imperative. Gazing at his blood-stained hands, he acknowledged that he was now all alone, wandering without a home, constantly fleeing. He truly needed to find a quiet place to cultivate. Should we just let him go, Sister Yao? Wouldn't that mean failing our mission? Yao Ye halted, standing atop the treetops as she glanced back at the site of their previous battle, shaking her head in response. This is Ling-Sun County, under the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect and the Shui West sect. What of it? Both sects are at the bottom of the rankings. We will be here to recruit soon enough. Why should we give them face? The Quanlan sect ranked second among the 7 major sects, boasting immense power, and, as disciples, they naturally looked down upon the Tianjin sect. Yao Ye shot a disapproving glance at her junior sister. That is Elder Jinming, one of the 6 peak masters of the Tianjin sect, a formidable martial emperor. He could extinguish us with a single breath. You dare to act under his watchful eyes. Oh, her junior sister pouted, scratching her head awkwardly. Another male disciple chimed in. If he joins us in a few days during the recruitment, that wouldn't be so bad. How could we allow him to join after what he has done? The female disciple exclaimed, visibly displeased. Yet, Yao Ye nodded in agreement. He is a genius. Although we are unsure of his martial soul, with his talent and formations and indomitable spirit, his future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. If he is willing to join our sect, it may not be a bad thing. Really, even you, Sister Yao, feel this way? The female disciple asked, bewildered. Yao Ye shook her head, opting not to elaborate further, and led them onward. At this moment, The entrance to Qinglu City was bustling with people, as the sect recruitment had drawn numerous young martial artists. Ji Xuanran, clad in a fitted black martial outfit, appeared somewhat pale due to his injuries, making him look strikingly delicate amid the crowd, garnering the attention of many female martial artists. That young man is exceptionally handsome. Are you talking about the one with such a captivating aura? He is truly beautiful. Indeed, how can someone possess such charm? Some male martial artists, feeling a tinge of jealousy, proudly remarked, "What's so special about him? His face is as pale as a sickly person." Exactly. The female martial artists rolled their eyes. "Cut it out. He might just be injured. Oh dear, my heart aches for him." Unfazed by the conversations of the bystanders, Ji Xuanran proceeded into the city. Upon entering, he felt as though his hometown of Sunyan City was merely a small place, akin to a country bumpkin. No wonder after living there for over a decade, he had never witnessed the recruitment of the 7 major sections. Chapter 30. The Tian Shui Empire's talented rankings. Who is this person? The vibrancy here is beyond comparison to Sunyan City on the streets. Martial cultivators of varying realms were a common sight. Leaving Ji Xuanran both astonished and cautious, he donned a hood and kept his head down as he walked through the throngs of people. Although this was not Songhai County, he could not be certain that news of the bounty on his head had not reached here. "Young sir," a waiter approached him at the entrance of the Lai Fu Tavern. Bowing and smiling, with a white cloth draped over his shoulder, "I see that you possess a refreshing and elegant demeanor. You must be one of the talented individuals here to participate in tomorrow's recruitment by the Tianjin sect." "Ah, young sir, you have arrived at just the right time. Our establishment has only a few rooms left for rent, and with so many visitors at this hour, you wouldn't want to miss out," he concluded with a clever smile, lowering his posture to observe Ji Xuanran. Ji Xuanran, lacking much travel experience, hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided, "All right, I shall take a room. So, the recruitment is tomorrow, then? How fortunate I am to arrive just in time." Under the respectful demeanor of the waiter, Ji Xuanran was led into the tavern. The atmosphere in the bustling main hall was vibrant, filled with young men and women, many of whom were martial cultivators. They buzzed with excitement, discussing recent events, cheering and expressing awe intermittently. Half a month ago, the second prince braved the perilous forbidden grounds, battling against the undead. The chaos was so immense that who would have thought the second prince, at merely 18, would possess such strength? He is undoubtedly the finest talent of the Tian Shui Empire. As this piece of news spread, the tavern erupted into lively chatter, filled with shock and disbelief. The second prince truly deserves the title of the Tian Shui Empire's greatest prodigy. At 18, he is already nearing the martial spirit realm. Is he truly that formidable? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? And what exactly is this talented rankings? Someone explained, "The talented rankings will be released by the largest merchant guild in the Yaoyang continent today, and this time it will be visible directly in the sky." Listening to their discussions, Ji Xuanran felt a surge of curiosity about the talented rankings that he followed the crowd out of the tavern, where the streets were teeming with people, all young prodigies gazing expectantly at the sky. Whispering to each other from time to time, Ji Xuanran stood among them, absorbing their conversations. "How come I've never heard of the talented rankings?" "Huh, that is just your own ignorance. That IT used to be published in booklets, and only a few major forces were aware of it." "Exactly. Previously, the talented rankings were mere rumors, said to consist of 2 lists, one for the Tian Shui Empire and another for the Yaoyang continent. To be listed on either is a mark of true genius." Some still did not comprehend, scratching their heads and asking, "Then why are we out here?" No one had an answer, and they too were curious. Turning their gaze back to the sky, the wait was not long. The heavens suddenly shifted ominously. The surrounding white clouds converged, forming dense storm clouds that a fierce wind swept through the city, an invisible pressure enveloping everything. Some martial artists struggled to breathe, laboriously lifting their heads. Ji Xuanran marveled inwardly at the formidable power. It felt as if the heavens themselves were casting their gaze upon him, observing him as one would an insignificant insect. Could it be that a being of martial emperor caliber was making an appearance? What could possibly be happening? Such a terrifying aura. Could it be that an extraordinary individual was about to act? At that moment, the powerful factions of the Tian Shui Empire all looked up to the sky. An elder from a prominent clan shouted, "This year's talented rankings will surely feature my clan's prodigy." In a certain forbidden ground, a hidden prodigy opened his eyes, his terrifying brilliance piercing through stone. The moment he rose, it felt as though the earth shook beneath him. He stood with hands clasped behind his back. Gazing skyward, with a smirk, he proclaimed, "Today shall be the day I make my name known." His voice echoed. A divine light erupted from within him, and the surrounding plants and the forbidden ground basked in a spring unlike any they had ever witnessed. Within the 7 major sects of the Tian Shui Empire, elders gathered, and the prodigies within the sects observed attentively. Today was indeed the perfect opportunity to scout for talent. Thunder roared, and golden lightning twisted like a dragon amidst the storm clouds. The overwhelming celestial power amplified its might, drawing the attention of the strongest among them. Who could possess such an honor? In another forbidden ground, a handsome young man clad in resplendent robes stood atop the corpse of a demon ape. His every gesture radiated a commanding presence that inspired awe. Black blood flowed, eroding the earth beneath him. Yet this blood could not mar him in the slightest. Divine light surged from his pores, akin to a celestial treasure emerging into the world. Purging the filth from his body, his eyes, which possessed an innate authority, turned to the martial soul in the sky. Boom! The golden lightning coiled like a dragon, striking at the very fabric of space. Golden radiance filled the heavens, astonishing all who beheld it. What came into view was a name inscribed in golden lightning. Qinyang, Yayan Continent, Tian Shui Empire Talented Rankings First. Identity Information. Second Prince of the Tian Shui Empire. Age 18. Martial Soul Unknown. Physique Unknown. Initially speculated to be an 8-star Martial Soul Treasure Body. Realm. Broke through to the 10th level of Martial Master 1 month ago. Secret Knowledge. Mastery of various mysterious arts, even spiritual techniques. The authenticity remains to be verified. Notable achievements. 1 year ago, with the cultivation of a 3rd-level Martial Master, he slayed a 4th-grade, 3rd-tier purple scale Mad Python. Commentary. Cultivating my dragon soul, unparalleled in the world. Upon witnessing this achievement, Ji Xuanran could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, crossing an entire major realm to vanquish an enemy. Indeed, Qin Yang is formidable. If only his martial soul and physique could recover to a considerable extent, he could achieve similar feats. Ji Xuanran found himself filled with anticipation, fervently wishing to enhance his strength. If his name could also appear on that list, would it not bring honor to his master? His mother, if she were aware from beyond the grave, would surely feel gratified. Truly, it is the second prince. Ha! The second prince is unmatched in the world. Regarding Qin Yang's first-place status, none of the great sects or clans voiced dissent. They had long since heard of Qin Yang's name. Even they had to concede. Within the forbidden grounds, Qin Yang was not surprised by this outcome. Indeed, he did not even regard the Tian Shui Empire's rankings. Following that, purple lightning erupted, imprinting the name of the second place in the heavens and the earth. Ah, the golden lightning belongs solely to the second prince. Then another flash of lightning appeared, announcing the 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 6th place. Finally, upon reaching the 7th name, Ji Xuanran spotted a familiar name. Yao Ya, chief disciple of the Quanglan sect from Shanghai County. Cultivation, 9th level Martial Master, 7-star Heavenly Crystal Martial Soul, Physique, Heavenly Crystal Spirit Body, minor completion. Aside from the first place Qin Yang, the introductions of the subsequent talents were considerably more concise. 8th place, Yi Shui, chief disciple of the Shuiyue sect, 8-star Martial Soul of Extreme Cold Ice Demon, 100th place. Chang Huayan, young master of the Chang family from Lingxin County, 6-star Martial Soul of Thunderwing Leopard. The list of outstanding talents only revealed the top 100. And just as the crowd believed the Tian Shui Empire's rankings had concluded, an unexpected development occurred. Ji Xuanran gazed at the concluded list, feeling a twinge of disappointment at his absence. Yet just then, the dark clouds above began to roil once more. Golden lightning brewed within, inciting curiosity. An elder questioned, "The top 100 has been announced. Logically, the list of Yayan Continent should follow. Everyone was puzzled. Qin Yang, who had no interest in this list, could not help but pay attention to the anomaly. He murmured, "Who is it that can trigger golden lightning like me?" The dark clouds above were parted by a golden hand, revealing 9 divine demon avatars hidden within. The oppressive aura that dominated the world caused many prodigies to kneel, devoutly gazing at the heavens. Those elders were moved. Who could evoke such a divine demon phenomenon? Ji Xuanran stood in place, eagerly gazing at the divine demons, making eye contact with them. Those around him, seeing him remain standing, coldly mocked. This boy is truly arrogant, refusing to kneel before divine demons. Does he not fear punishment? Who could it be that has summoned the divine demons? The natives of Yaoyan continent had never heard of nor seen divine demons. Yet when they beheld the 9 towering figures above, their subconscious urged them to kneel in reverence. Under their overwhelming presence, many trembled, unable to lift their heads. Suddenly, the 9 divine demon phantoms moved, personally writing in the void. Space shattered beneath their fingertips, and fissures in the void formed lines of information. Name: unknown physique. Unknown but exceedingly powerful martial soul. Unknown but exceedingly powerful identity. Unknown notable achievements. Withstood Yao Yi's pseudo-mysterious technique without dying at the 7th level of martial artist. Strength. A rare genius in formations on the continent, capable of simultaneously arranging 2 sets of 3rd-tier formations. Secret knowledge. May possess mastery of mysterious arts. What? Upon reading this information, the crowd was greatly astonished. The 7th-level martial artist withstood Yao Yi's pseudo-mysterious technique and survived. Yao Yi is a 9th-level martial master. Which clan's prodigy possesses such strength? An elder from a certain clan voiced his inquiry. The 7 great sects were equally astonished. Yet one of the peak masters of the Tianjin sect, Jin Ming, was already beaming with joy. Although he had not reached the level of resistance to cross 12 minor realms, including a major realm, was far more impressive than Qin Yang. What force could possibly cultivate such a formidable prodigy? Qin Yang gazed at the information in the heavens, his divine light surging as he declared, "Indeed, I wish to see how capable you truly are. I hope you can grow and challenge me." The divine demons dissipated, and the Tianshui Empire's outstanding talents list vanished. Ji Xuanran stood in a daze for a long while. He had actually made the list. Had he truly become this formidable? He clenched his fists, a sense of pride welling within him. Who could it be? Was that mysterious genius present? Soon, the outstanding talents list of the Yaoyan continent began to unfold. For those present, there was little enthusiasm regarding the entire Yaoyan continent, merely a mindset of observation. However, they were disappointed to learn that the first place was also of unknown identity, and surprisingly, Qin Yang was not on the list. Yet more unexpectedly, that mysterious genius, whose name, identity, and talent were all unknown, appeared once again after the 100th position. In a way, it's him. Could this mysterious prodigy be even stronger than Qin Yang? Who could it be? Just as the crowd was in confusion, a piece of news suddenly spread. Someone revealed that the mysterious genius hailed from the central region, a peerless prodigy. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and no one doubted its origin, quickly accepting it. The central region is the most prosperous area of the Yaoyan continent, teeming with strong individuals and prodigies, a place all martial artists yearn for. Given this, it must certainly be a prodigy from the central region. Aha! Only someone from there would have such potential. Central region prodigy? Ji Xuanran paused for a moment. I am not from the central region. Although he wished to clarify, he knew no one would believe him, and revealing his identity at this moment was not prudent. Meanwhile, Yao Yi, who was also in Qinglu City, glimmered with anticipation upon hearing this news. So it was a prodigy from the central region. Discussions were not confined to the Tianshui Empire. The entire eastern region and even the Yaoyan continent were abuzz with curiosity regarding this mysterious prodigy who lingered at the end of the list. As the outstanding talents list concluded amidst myriad speculations, Ji Xuanran quietly listened to the conversations around him. Most were discussing the outstanding talents list, but some were also talking about the upcoming enrollment conference. Have you heard? This time the Quanlan sect is also coming to recruit in Qinglu City. In a way, this is Lingsen County. Even if the Quanlan sect is flourishing now, could they be so audacious? Why bother with that? For us, isn't it actually a good thing? Exactly. If one were lucky enough to be chosen by the Quanlan sect, it would be far better than joining the Tianjin sect. To be honest, I still wish to join Shuiwa sect, which only accepts female disciples. That chief disciple, Ji Xuanran, is renowned for her unparalleled beauty, famous throughout the Yaoyang continent. Just a glance, and I could probably dream sweetly for 10 days. I hope to see her tomorrow. The Quanlan sect is also coming. Upon hearing this news, Ji Xuanran felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing a foreboding, it seems he must not use his own name, lest the matter of being wanted be exposed. Just as he prepared to head to his room, the hall suddenly erupted in commotion. Ji Xuanran looked up to see a well-dressed youth fanning himself, accompanied by a burly servant, standing amidst the crowd with an air of arrogance and a smile. He was Chang Huan, the 100th on the Tianshui Empire's outstanding talents list. No way. I actually see the real person here. Many female martial artists even cast flirtatious glances at him, which he relished. To make the outstanding talents list guarantees one a leading position among prodigies. This is a tremendous honor. Chang Huan, Ji Xuanran took note of this name. Without lingering too long, he headed towards the inn. At this moment, Chang Huayuan suddenly called out to him. Everyone present regarded Chang Huayuan with admiring gazes, making Ji Xuanran's intent to leave appear quite unusual. This immediately drew Chang Huayuan's attention. He coldly questioned, "What? Do you think this young master is beneath your notice?" With a swift motion, he flung the folding fan from his hand, imbuing it with spiritual energy that rendered it exceedingly sharp. Ji Xuanran furrowed his brow. This individual was truly full of himself. He clenched his fist and, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, struck forward. A resounding clang echoed as the fan was deflected, lodging itself into a nearby support pillar. Hiss! This scene caused the warriors in the inn to draw in a sharp breath. They had not anticipated that this handsome youth possessed such terrifying strength. Had it been any of them, their hands would likely have been shattered. The ease with which Ji Xuanran had countered his attack left him unable to maintain his composure. He flicked his sleeves and let out a cold snort, attempting to regain his dignity with a retort. Yet, Ji Xuanran had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, turning away to leave behind an enigmatic silhouette. This youth was no ordinary person. Obviously, anyone with eyes could see that. Just look at how darkly shaded Chang Xiao's face had become. The gazes of the female warriors flitted back and forth between the rooms of Chang Huayuan and Ji Xuanran, seemingly finding the latter more captivating. After all, the youth was not only formidable, but also possessed striking good looks. Chang Huayuan's expression darkened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not afford to act rashly and was forced to endure the humiliation for the time being. Night had fallen. Inside the room, Ji Xuanran unleashed his enlightenment, devouring martial soul, meticulously observing this peculiar soul that had altered his fate. In the center of the inky vortex, a tender green sprout radiated a faint glow, and under this illumination, Ji Xuanran felt all the weariness in his body dissipate. Although he speculated that it could be a seedling of the enlightenment tree, its presence within a martial soul was still too unfathomable. Setting aside myriad thoughts, Ji Xuanran sat cross-legged on the bed, using his martial soul to absorb spiritual energy. Its powerful suction drew forth the spiritual energy of half the city, forming a colossal vortex around the Laifu Inn. This spectacle, even in the depths of night, left those who witnessed it utterly awestruck. My heavens, what is happening? Is this a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Who knows? Could someone be cultivating? No way. Could such a commotion be caused by mere cultivation? What sort of genius would that be? You are unaware of the truth. My young master resides within, and this is naturally caused by him. A servant on the street, arms crossed proudly before him, gazed at the spiritual energy whirlwind enveloping the entire inn with immense satisfaction. His declaration drew the attention of many. Even those hidden in the shadows began to focus on him. Someone curiously inquired, "Brother, who is your young master?" The servant, brimming with self-importance, lifted his chin with a haughty demeanor and proclaimed, "Listen well, my young master is the esteemed eldest son of the Chang family in Lingsun County." Chang Huayuan, wow! As he uttered the name, those around him collectively inhaled sharply, and belief in his words solidified. If it is indeed Chang Huang, it is entirely plausible. He ranks 100th on the Tian Shui Empire's Genius list. Chapter 31. Impersonation. Nan Shaoan Ji Xuanran was fortunate enough to have a restful sleep, free from pain and worry, yet he was roused by the clamor outside. Why is it so noisy at this hour? Shaking off the remnants of sleep that weighed heavily upon him, he felt as though a leaden weight had settled on his neck. Sitting up in bed, he stretched his arms, yawned, donned his clothes, and after a brief wash, opened the door to stand in the corridor of the second floor, gazing down at the entrance of the hall to this moment. A large crowd had gathered, surrounding the entrance of the Lai Fu Inn, making it nearly impassable. The cause of this commotion was none other than the prodigy named Chang Huayuan from yesterday. With the enthusiastic support of the masses, not only he, but even his accompanying servant wore expressions of pride. The city lord is here. Make way. A squad of soldiers clad in standard light armor, brandishing long spears, carved a path through the throng, followed by a carriage drawn by 3 frost tigers, each as large as a bull. The frost tigers made no growl, merely plowing through the crowd, instilling fear in the surrounding warriors who dared not approach. That a chill ran through the air, causing all present to distance themselves. The splendid carriage halted at the entrance of the Lai Fu Inn, and a figure inside lifted the curtain, revealing a ruggedly handsome profile. Young Master Chang, are you aware of the phenomenon from last night? Chang Huayan, folding his fan, presented a refined demeanor that garnered admiration from numerous female warriors. He had already heard about the previous night's events from his servant, and after much contemplation, he concluded that only he possessed such strength within this inn. The so-called phenomenon of heaven and earth must have been caused by his cultivation. Indeed, apart from me, I doubt anyone else in this inn possesses such power, he remarked, glancing back with a dismissive gaze over the martial artist within the inn. He did not miss Ji Xuanran. Upon seeing him, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he involuntarily paused for a moment. Internally lamenting, what a pity that such an aura belongs to a male, the onlookers nodded in agreement, firmly believing it was a great fortune for the inn to host such a prodigy. Even the innkeeper shared this sentiment, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at rice, rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile, exclaiming, indeed, having young Master Chang grace us is a blessing. How could I dare to hope for more? Chang Huayuan's lips curled into a smile, slightly tilting his head to reveal a hint of amusement. The innkeeper's flattery struck a chord with him that moment. Another group forcefully surged into the crowd, accompanied by over a dozen martial artists in matching uniforms, a woman dressed in a revealing outfit, with a face as delicate as a flower and a slender figure, entered. Her arrival sent a fragrant breeze that stirred the hearts of many male warriors, who craned their necks in an attempt to catch a whiff of her scent, only to be blocked by the surrounding martial artists. The woman was stunning. A mere smile captivated many, and the air was thick with rugged breaths. Even Chang Huan was no exception. Upon seeing her, he involuntarily inhaled sharply, the faint sweet fragrance quickening his pulse. Such a divine beauty, utterly irresistible. Clearing his throat a couple of times to maintain his composure, he took the initiative to inquire, "May I ask for your name?" Fair maiden, the woman, having approached him intentionally, felt a surge of pride as she noticed his attraction, but her face bore a sweet smile that dazzled all present. She slightly inclined her body, her alluring curves subtly swaying, nearly ensnaring Chang Huan's gaze entirely. "I am Su Qingyin from the Su family. It is a pleasure to meet young Master Chang." Upon hearing her introduce herself, those nearby gasped in astonishment. With most sighing, a woman from such a prominent family seemed to be out of reach for them. Yet, Chang Huayuan's eyes lit up with excitement, understanding her intentions. The Chang family was significantly more powerful than the Su family. She was clearly seeking to befriend him. I never imagined that merely displaying a hint of talent would attract such a beautiful woman to me. The experience is truly intoxicating. Having long heard of Miss Su's beauty that could eclipse the moon, seeing her today genuinely left him in awe. Young Master Chang, indeed, is as handsome as the rumor suggests, Su Qingyin remarked, her simple words leading her to entwine her arm with his. A match made in heaven. Since the Tianjin sect's recruitment conference has yet to commence, I, the city lord, shall host a gathering at my manor for you two and the other prodigies. What say you? Chang Huan readily agreed, realizing that the city lord wished to curry favor with him. not solely due to his family's power, but because of his own talent. With this understanding, he felt a surge of pride. And in a moment of impulse, he playfully squeezed Su Qingyin's waist, to which she merely blushed and playfully smacked his chest to onlookers. It appeared as a flirtatious exchange, inciting envy from those around them. However, in Ji Xuanran's eyes, this woman was merely mediocre, significantly inferior compared to the one he had encountered previously. Ji Xuanran had a vague understanding of the celestial phenomena they spoke of. It was most likely caused by his own cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, considering that his current situation was best kept low profile. Moreover, attempting to explain himself now would likely yield disbelief from others, leading to unnecessary trouble. After Chang Huiyuan and the others left under the envious and jealous gazes of numerous martial artists, Ji Xuanran did not linger in the tavern. He donned his hood and strolled alone along the snow-covered streets. Upon reaching the square within the city, he found it rather desolate, devoid of many people. Once the enrollment meeting commenced, it would transform into a bustling scene. Exhaling a cloud of vapor and surveying his surroundings, he eventually settled beneath a snow-laden tree, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Gradually, the horizon began to brighten with a hint of dawn. Just as Ji Xuanran was becoming absorbed in the tranquil solitude of the moment, a sprightly figure intruded upon his line of sight. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Ji Xuanran inquired, lifting his gaze. The thin layer of snow atop his white hair cascaded down as he curiously regarded the girl before him. She was petite, barely reaching his chest, her youthful face adorned with a delicate blush. Despite being bundled in a thick cotton coat, her well-developed figure could not be concealed. She appeared like a merry little sprite amidst the winter snow, suddenly brightening the atmosphere around her. Perhaps it was this very quality that made Ji Xuanran feel an inexplicable sense of ease and joy simply by observing her. The girl's rosy cheeks were framed by a fluffy white collar, resembling a ripe peach as she squatted in front of Ji Xuanran, radiating innocence and carefree delight. "Why are you sitting here all alone?" she asked. Is it not permissible to sit here?" Ji Xuanran responded, perplexed. The girl shook her head, pointing towards the Lord's manor. "Everyone has gone there. Why haven't you?" "It seems rather dull," he replied. Upon hearing this, the girl beamed even more brightly, taking a seat beside him and cheerfully declaring, "I think it's dull too. Besides, I find that Chang Huiyuan fellow quite distasteful. It's hard to believe someone like him could provoke such celestial phenomena." As if possessing an endless supply of words, she seemed ready to list her observations one by one. By the way, I'm Nan Xiaowan. What's your name? Ji Xuanran had no intention of concealing his identity. Drawn to the girl's charm, yet he opted not to disclose his true name. "I'm Jiang. Do you wish to join Shui West sect?" she inquired. Ji Xuanran shook his head. "It appears Shui West sect does not accept male disciples." Suddenly, Nan Xiaowan erupted into giggles, looking at him with a playful expression. "How would you know if you don't try? At first, when you didn't speak, I thought you were a stunning beauty." Am I really that similar?" he asked, surprised. "Absolutely. I've never seen such a beautiful boy before," Nan Xiaowan replied, pouting seriously. The snow continued to fall, enveloping the scene in silence. Chapter 32. "Oh, do you harbor grievances? Hold them in." Gradually, more people gathered in the square. The snowfall had ceased, and the warm sun appeared like a golden gem embedded in the thick clouds, adorning the snow-covered ground with a crystalline sheen. Within the Lord's manor, soldiers escorted a carriage into the square. As the curtain was lifted, it became evident that it contained Chang Huiyuan and his companion. Is it true? Have these two already shared a carriage? A collective sigh of envy swept through the crowd. Ji Xuanran stood up, stretching lazily and brushing off the snow from his clothing. After a long exhale of white vapor, he eagerly gazed towards the square. Nan Xiaowan also rose, mimicking his movements. The striking contrast between their heights, with him being tall and handsome and her petite and adorable, attracted the attention of many onlookers. Even Su Qingying, seated within the carriage, glanced curiously in their direction. Upon spotting Ji Xuanran, her heart fluttered slightly, and she instinctively licked her red lips. "That boy is truly handsome." "Qingying, what are you looking at?" Chang Huiyuan inquired, wrapping his arm around her waist and leaning close to her. "Oh, nothing," The youthful prodigies in the square did not have to wait long. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, lifting a mass of falling snow and obscuring everyone's view. When the storm subsided, Ji Xuanran and the others discovered two majestic birds with blue wings perched in the square, upon which stood several individuals. From their attire, it was apparent they hailed from two different sections. The woman clad in a sky-blue gauzy dress was undoubtedly from Shui's sect, while the other, dressed in simple yet elegant moon-white garments with sleek black accents, likely belonged to Tianjin's sect. Nan Shaowan pointed skyward, tugging at Ji Xuanran's sleeve. "Look, flying boats!" Ji Xuanran looked up to see two vessels, each adorned with distinct flags, hovering above. Several individuals descended from them. At this moment, the disciples from both sects signaled for silence before announcing, "Today, Shui's sect and Tianjin sect are here for enrollment. That we only accept applicants under the age of 20, with a martial soul of at least 3 stars and a cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer of a martial artist. Those who do not meet these criteria, please withdraw voluntarily. If discovered during the selection process, it will be quite embarrassing." Upon hearing this, many martial artists sighed and murmured in discontent. However, they dared not cause a scene, as it would only bring disgrace upon themselves. Before long, fewer than 30% of those wishing to participate remained. Though only a fraction, there were still several thousand individuals. The two sects intended to select 100 from this pool, leading to a high elimination rate. The two disciples from Tianjin's sect nodded, satisfied with the turnout. Just then, more individuals descended from the flying vessels, and to Ji Xuanran's astonishment, among them was the elderly man with white hair who had saved him. He hadn't anticipated that the old man would come for recruitment, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to hold a significant position within Tianjin's sect. The elder certainly noticed Ji Xuanran, as he landed on the high platform and smiled while nodding at him. Nan Shaowan excitedly tugged at Ji Xuanran's sleeve, bouncing on her feet. "Look, that old man nodded at me. Am I being pre-selected?" Ji Xuanran chuckled, unsure of how to respond. In the square, the disciples from both sects had already set up a large crystal for testing martial souls, designed to prevent individuals from temporarily altering their martial soul's rank through special means to deceive the selection process. All aspiring participants lined up to test their martial souls at the crystal. "Let us go join the queue," Ji Xuanran suggested, moving towards the line. To his surprise, Nan Shaowan was also in the queue for Tianjin sect. "Are you not going to Shui's sect?" he asked. "No, their standards are too strict. They require not only fair skin and beauty, but also height," she replied, gesturing above her head and pouting in a mock dejected manner, which amused Ji Xuanran. Observing the nearby queue, it was evident that the female martial artists heading to Shui's sect were indeed stunning and tall, and their numbers rivaled those in the Tianjin sect line. In the Yaoyang continent, women were favored by the laws of heaven and earth, resulting in a greater overall female population. However, this did not imply that female martial artists possess superior talent compared to their male counterparts. In reality, both genders were evenly matched. Such knowledge was recorded in the teachings left by his master, as for why the laws of heaven and earth favored the emergence of female martial artists. His master's teachings did not provide an explanation. 3-star martial soul, qualified. Next, 4-star martial soul, excellent. Next, 3-star martial soul. The martial soul testing proceeded swiftly. Merely placing one's hand upon the crystal yielded immediate results. Passing meant eligibility for the next round of selection. At this moment, Chang Huan, with his arm around Su Qingyin's waist, strode forward amidst envious gazes, disregarding the order of the line. Without waiting for the Tianjin sect disciples to reprimand him, he placed his hand upon the crystal. Instantly, the crystal projected an image of a thunderous, dual-winged leopard, surrounded by 6 dazzling stars that rotated around the martial soul, radiating brilliance. Heavens, it's a 6-star martial soul. No wonder he's a genius on the prodigy list. Not only were those participating in the test astonished, but even the powerful figures on the platform turned their attention to him. Taoist Jin Ming stroked his beard, squinting as he regarded the haughty Chang Huan below, and after a prolonged silence, he inquired, "I heard that you caused celestial phenomena during your cultivation last night. Is that true?" Chang Huan stepped forward proudly, declaring, "Who else here could achieve such a feat besides me?" This remark has stirred considerable dissatisfaction among many, yet they dare not voice their anger. Taoist Jinming furrowed his brow slightly, feeling some displeasure towards this attitude, but still said, "You need not participate in the next round. You may directly enter the Heavenly Sword sect." Changhuan, with a sense of pride, glanced back before responding with cupped hands. "Thank you very much, Sect Master Jiming." As Yu Qingnin's crimson lips curved into a captivating arc as she extended her hand to press upon the crystal, around which a flower, as radiant as blazing fire, was encircled by 5 stars. Hiss, a 5-star martial soul, the blazing flower. Indeed, these two are quite a match. Although it is a 5-star, Taoist Jiming did not speak, indicating that she would still participate in the next round of tests. The tests were proceeding in an orderly manner when, at that moment, a flying vessel bearing the banner of the Quanlan sect suddenly intruded upon the square above. A robust elder, his torso bare, stood at the ship's railing, arms crossed before him, looking down with a hearty laugh. "It seems I have arrived at the right place. Below, you are Changhuan, the one ranked 100 on the talented ones list. Correct? Will you join our Quanlan sect?" Such words were exceedingly domineering, an unabashed attempt to poach talent. Without waiting for Chang Huayuan's response, Taoist Jinming rose in anger, casting a hostile glare at the elder of the Quanlan sect. Coldly inquiring, "What do you Quanlan sect intend to do?" The elder sneered, "Ha! We are here to recruit disciples. This is Lingsan County, not your Songhai County." The elder's disdainful words echoed. "And what of it?" "You," the elder from the Shui West sect interjected. "Elder Yuan, is it not too reckless for your Quanlan sect to act in such a manner?" "Oh, do you harbor grievances? Keep them to yourselves." A middle-aged beauty beside them trembled in anger, unable to utter a word as the veiled woman beside her quickly supported her. However, Elder Yuan, seeing that recruitment had just begun, showed no intention of halting, dismissively waving his hand. Fine, I shall grant you face. We will discuss this after the second round concludes." With that, he led his disciples to alight upon the high platform. Presently, the Heavenly Sword sect and Shui West sect were weakened, and they too could only swallow their anger. Reluctantly, they continued with the next round of testing. Ji Xuanran lowered his head, unwilling to gaze upon those from the Quanlan sect, for the woman in the yellow dress who had previously pursued him was among them. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand upon the crystal. Yet, to his surprise, the crystal reacted, but his martial soul did not manifest. "What is happening?" The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, puzzled, began to examine the crystal, drawing the attention of those from the Quanlan sect. Under their scrutiny, Ji Xuanran felt as if he were under a spotlight, his anxiety reaching its peak. While worry filled his heart, he also harbored a rough speculation. Perhaps his martial soul, though not yet restored, was of a high grade, causing the crystal to fail to exhibit it. Chapter 33. I refuse. Taoist Jinming queried in confusion. "What is happening below?" The disciple responsible for the testing turned to him and, cupping his hands, replied, reporting to the sect master, "It seems the testing crystal has encountered an issue. I will make immediate adjustments." He began to troubleshoot, but after thorough inspection, he found no fault in the crystal. The array routes engraved within remained clear and unbroken. Scratching his head in perplexity, he opened the detailed notes on the array and, after meticulous verification, confirmed his judgment was correct. He then advised Ji Xuanran, "Young brother, do not release your grip. I will make some adjustments." Speaking thus, he employed both hands, manipulating the incantation, raising the operational efficiency of the array to its peak. Ji Xuanran, with his palm pressed against the crystal, could distinctly feel the vibrations emanating from IT. "IT will be ready shortly." However, just as the disciple finished speaking, with a resounding crash, the massive crystal shattered on the spot, fragments scattering across the ground. "What is happening?" Several elders upon the high platform stood up in excitement, their curiosity piqued regarding Ji Xuanran's martial soul. Elder Yuan squinted, his voice booming, "Young man, release your martial soul." Yet Ji Xuanran remained unmoved, as if he had not heard the command. "I could see this moment." Yao Ye whispered something in his ear, causing Elder Yuan's seasoned eyes to shine with a glimmer of realization. He confirmed in disbelief, "Is it true that you thwarted her pseudo-Shin technique?" Yao Ye nodded affirmatively. Elder Yuan chuckled, determined to recruit this talent from the central domain. Grinning, "Young man, I command you to release your martial soul." Ji Xuanran, without raising his gaze, slowly released his martial soul. The instant the dark vortex took form, a subtle aura of suppression enveloped all present. Though the pressure was mild, it conveyed an irresistible will, an innate, unparalleled high-level will directed at all martial souls. An immediate flurry of discussion erupted among the crowd, with martial artists querying one another, "Did you feel that?" "Indeed, my martial soul seems apprehensive, wanting to submit." "I feel the same." "How strange. I thought his martial soul was merely 3 stars. Could it be a special martial soul?" "I wonder, this dark vortex martial soul contains a tiny seedling that I have never encountered anything like it." From a moment the martial soul was unleashed, the discourse among the martial artists shifted, no longer concerning Chang Huayuan, but rather growing even more fervent. This left Chang Huayuan feeling somewhat uncomfortable amidst the clamor. He let out a cold snort, which cut through the noise, immediately drawing the attention of many martial artists. With arms crossed before him, he disdainfully remarked, "I thought it was a remarkable martial soul. Turns out it is merely an unattractive 3-star martial soul. Truly laughable." Ji Xuanran, hearing this, wished to retort, but before he could utter a word, Elder Yuan on the high platform harshly reprimanded him with a disapproving glare. Silence. Having been rebuked, Chang Huan's expression soured. Unable to preserve his dignity, he flicked his sleeves and, taking Su Qingyin's hand, strode away. However, he failed to notice that Su Qingyin, whom he held, was gazing intently at Ji Xuanran, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "You too? What is your perspective?" Elder Yuan cast a glance at Taoist Jinming beside him. Taoist Jinming stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes as he appraised Ji Xuanran, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I believe this is a type of special martial soul yet to be documented." "Indeed, friend Jinming, I share your sentiment. Although his martial soul is merely 3 stars, it evokes a sense of reverence in my own martial soul," added the middle-aged beauty beside him. Expressing her own feelings, this caused Elder Yuan to hesitate, uncertain, as this greatly deviated from his initial expectations, even sowing seeds of doubt regarding yesterday's talented ones list. Consequently, he leaned closer to Yao Ye, asking, "Please elaborate on the battle you had with him the day before yesterday." Yao Ye nodded, recounting the previous battle in detail. After listening, Elder Yuan took a deep breath. Astonished by Ji Xuanran's strength and talent, that a martial artist at the 7th level could withstand that lady's pseudo-Shin technique and simultaneously set 2 arrays, if he could be recruited into our Kuanglan sect. Given time, we might ascend to become the foremost sect in the Tianshui Empire. His eyes darted back and forth, secretly glancing at Taoist Jinming, who appeared equally inclined to recruit the young man. They likely remained unaware that this lad was the anomaly on the talented ones list. This was an opportunity. Thus he spoke first. "Young man, raise your head." Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply, clenching his fists, with no path of retreat left. He could only prepare to fight with all his might. Slowly lifting his head, he met Elder Yuan's gaze. The moment their eyes locked, Ji Xuanran was momentarily taken aback by the fierce aura emanating from the elder, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, he quickly gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, defiantly meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. His performance exceeded the expectations of those on the high platform, earning their silent nods of approval. This youth held great potential for the future. Elder Yuan, standing upon the railing, declared in a commanding voice, "Well done, young man. I offer you a chance to join our Kuanglan sect." Noticing Ji Xuanran's inclination to refuse, he added, "Should you join our Kuanglan sect, I shall take responsibility for the past and let bygones be bygones." This revelation astonished Ji Xuanran and piqued the curiosity of others. What grievances existed between them? At this moment, Taoist Jinming also spoke, rising with hands clasped behind his back. "Though my heavenly sword sect may not rival the Kuanglan sect, we remain one of the 7 major sects of the Tianshui Empire, still possessing formidable strength. If you choose to come, I assure you will be treated fairly." The meaning of these words is unequivocal. Although the Quanlan sect boasts considerable strength, its reputation and conduct rank among the lowest among the 7 major sects of the Tianshui Empire. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Ji Xuanran, eagerly anticipating his decision. Yao Ye observed him intently, locking gazes with him. Despite their previous enmity, she sincerely hoped he would make a wise choice in favor of the Quanlan sect. For the benefit of both sides, that I apologize, but I harbor no fondness for your Quanlan sect. A gasp rippled through the surrounding martial artists upon hearing this response. Their astonishment at his audacity mingled with a sense of disbelief regarding his foolishness. For such opportunities were coveted by many. Could it be that this fellow has lost his wits? Who can say? But from the current standpoint, it certainly seems plausible that Ji Xuanran paid no heed to the murmurs around him and merely nodded at Taoist Jiming. The latter had saved him once, so this could be seen as a form of gratitude that a smile graced Taoist Jiming's weathered face as he stroked his beard with delight. Excellent, excellent. You are now a disciple of my Tianjin sect. I am well aware of your capabilities, so you need not participate in the second round. Ha ha ha. Wait. Elder Yuan interjected, his expression dark. Young man, I shall ask you once more. Will you join or not? As he spoke, his right fist clenched, and his piercing gaze sliced into Ji Xuanran's very soul like a chilling blade. Even the onlooking martial artists were struck with trepidation by his gaze, instinctively retreating to avoid proximity to Ji Xuanran. Even a mere glance from a martial emperor was beyond what a lowly martial artist could endure. Ji Xuanran glanced at Yao Ye, noticing her persistent head shakes, clearly urging him to remain rational and not act out of impulse. Yet he was acutely aware of his own clarity of thought. He understood precisely what he wished to achieve. Gradually loosening his clenched fist and exhaling deeply, he met Elder Yuan's gaze once more, resolutely stating, I choose the Tianjin sect. Utterly foolish. I would certainly choose the Quanlan sect. What a pity. Elder Yuan's eyes twitched twice, and with a sardonic smile, he remarked, Old Jiming, is it truly fair to allow him to join the Tianjin sect in such a manner? Is your sect not known for its open, just, and transparent nature? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that your treatment of him suggests some ulterior motive. The martial artists preparing to join the Tianjin sect all turned in unison to seek an explanation from Taoist Jiming. This was undoubtedly unfair to them. Chapter 34. A collective assault. Taoist Jiming pondered for a moment before rising and speaking in a solemn tone. As I mentioned before, I am well aware of his talent. He need not participate in the second round of testing. He understood that Elder Yuan harbored intentions, for with the strength of the Quanlan sect, many prodigies would seek entry, and the second round would serve as an opportunity for them to showcase their abilities. If this young man were to participate, he would undoubtedly become a target. Baseless claims. Old Jiming, I never imagined you would compromise your integrity after living for so long. It seems today you too shall be stained by corruption. Even a female elder from the Shui sect beside him deemed his attitude rather peculiar. The veiled woman next to her scrutinized Ji Xuanran below, her eyes, clear as precious pearls, reflecting her curiosity. What kind of individual could elicit such protection from the esteemed Jiming? Taoist Jiming's face reddened with frustration. Yet he stubbornly reiterated, I have said it, he need not participate in the second round. His words left the watching prodigies feeling disappointed. This was undoubtedly a blow to the Tianjin sect's reputation, which had stood for centuries. Ji Xuanran, not wishing to put him in a difficult position, stepped forward and voluntarily declared, Senior, I am willing to participate in the second round of testing. The two had little prior connection, and for the senior to advocate for him was indeed no small feat. I, Jiang, shall prove my worth in the second round. A mere bid for attention. By the carriage, Chang Huayuan wore a sullen countenance, consumed by jealousy as he watched Ji Xuanran steal the limelight. His sour remarks even evoked a hint of disdain in Su Qingyin's eyes as she regarded him. Nevertheless, she did not release his hand, for his exceptional talent and prowess represented a promising future for her. This is indeed his own proclamation. Old Jiming, should you continue to show favoritism, you shall find it difficult to absolve yourself. Elder Yuan chuckled with satisfaction. Upon hearing Ji Xuanran's declaration, Taoist Jiming ceased to press the matter. Sighing as he returned to his seat, Ji Xuanran turned to observe Nin Shaowan, curious about her martial soul. After the disciples of the Tianjin sect replaced a spare crystal, Nin Shaowan placed her small hand upon it, causing the crystal to tremble slightly as her martial soul manifested, a 5-star fiery red sun. Very impressive. The Tianjin sect welcomes you. The disciple, visibly pleased upon witnessing her martial soul, was taken aback by the emergence of yet another 5-star talent. After completing the test, Nin Shaowan joyfully bounded over to Ji Xuanran. Hands on her hips, looking up at him with a small smirk. Humph, how do you find my talent? Quite remarkable, Ji Xuanran sincerely praised. This elicited a joyous smile from Nin Shaowan, who gleefully stood beside him. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted to the testing, she tugged at Ji Xuanran's clothing and, tiptoeing, whispered in his ear, "That Elder Yuan is surely plotting to undermine you during the second round of testing. Stay close to me, and I shall protect you." She confidently patted her enviable bosom, which, even beneath her outer garment, was evident in its movement. Despite Ji Xuanran's composed demeanor in their interactions, he found himself curious about the extent of her attributes. Thank you, but there is no need. Although my martial soul is not very high, only 3 stars, I assure you, I am quite formidable. Really? I knew it. Otherwise, how could you be so confident? Nin Shaowan beamed, her smile radiant like a little sun. Before long, both sects concluded their testing, revealing several individuals attempting to deceive the process at this juncture. Elder Yuan of the Quanlan sect proclaimed, "Esteemed prodigies, today my Quanlan sect seeks new disciples in Qinglu City. Yet I did not foresee encountering this young man. Half a month ago, this young man killed disciples of my sect in Songhai County, and now he has fled here, attempting to evade justice. I hope all esteemed prodigies will assist in capturing this scoundrel. The gates of the Quanlan sect are open to you, though we cannot tolerate such a rogue," a talented individual eagerly echoed, clearly seeking to gain favor with Elder Yuan through this opportunity. "Indeed, such a person deserves to be eradicated. We must eliminate this miscreant. It is our duty." An increasing number of voices joined in, creating a chorus of agreement. This left Ji Xuanran feeling immense pressure. Scanning the crowd, nearly 2/3 of the martial artists appeared eager to leverage this occasion to ascend aboard the Quanlan sect's vessel. Nin Shaowan's face flushed with anger as she pouted, muttering, "These people are truly detestable." "No worries. Their willingness to step forward indicates a lack of confidence in their own strength, so they seek to step on me to shine." While he spoke with a semblance of calm, Ji Xuanran felt a profound pressure. Indeed, their strength might not be formidable, but their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, the second round would devolve into a melee, where he would undoubtedly face a concerted assault. Observing this scene, Taoist Jinming could not suppress a sigh as he looked at Ji Xuanran. Had he sought assistance, even at the cost of his own dignity, he would have ensured his safety. Such talent should not be allowed to perish. Elder Yuan, too, felt a sense of regret for Ji Xuanran, wishing not to witness the demise of such a rare genius. Naturally, Elder Yuan understood her sentiments and coldly remarked, "If he cannot become one of us, then he cannot be permitted to live. Otherwise, he will eventually bring ruin to our sect. Such a prodigy cannot be retained." After speaking, his tone softened considerably as he clasped his hand behind his back and gently advised, "Child, you are too soft-hearted. This will lead to your downfall. Always remember, if one cannot be an ally, they must perish." Yao Yao lowered her gaze, nodding silently without raising her head again. "The second round of testing will be a free-for-all. I hope you all seize the opportunity to showcase your full capabilities, for even the mightiest can be eliminated amidst chaos. The elders will make selections based on your performance. Now, the second round begins." As the voices of the disciples from the Tianjin sect faded, Ji Xuanran and Nin Shaowan found themselves isolated to one side, surrounded by over 1,000 individuals who cornered them, each person eager and gleaming with anticipation. As if gazing upon unparalleled beauty, Chang Huan observed this scene from a distance, standing erect with his folding fan never ceasing its motion even in the frigid winter air, exuding an air of authority as if he were directing the winds and clouds. With so many people gathered, not even the top-ranked genius Qin Yang could withstand this, that I reckon this young man will struggle momentarily before this farce concludes. Indeed, young Master Chang is truly a genius, seeing things so clearly. Exactly. That individual is but a jester, unworthy of comparison to the illustrious Chang Huan, elevating that boy beyond his merit. Numerous martial artists unable to participate chimed in, flattering him, their sycophancy delighting him immensely. A few women of notable beauty sent him flirtatious glances. Chang Huan, caressing Su Qingyin's exquisite skin and embracing her slender waist, felt euphoric, feigning a light laugh. Unbeknownst to him, though Su Qingyin lay in his arms, her gaze remained fixated on Ji Xuanran. What a curious fellow he is. I wonder how formidable he truly is. This thought. Su Qingyin couldn't help but lick her lips, adding a captivating sheen to her already alluring red lips. What to do with so many people? At that moment, upon seeing the throng, Nen Xiaowan panicked, hiding behind Ji Xuanran and gripping his clothing tightly, only daring to peek out with her small head. You promised to protect me. Ji Xuanran chuckled softly, taking a deep breath before unleashing his enlightenment-devouring martial soul. His gaze, honed like a masterfully forged blade, swept across the crowd, causing their skin to prickle inexplicably. You little brat, your glare is quite intimidating. Die. The first to charge forward bore an expression of excitement. His knife gleaming ominously, he leapt 3 meters high, both hands gripping his blade, shouting as he swung it towards Ji Xuanran. Ji Xuanran, calm and composed, sidestepped with Nen Xiaowan's hand in his, causing the blade to crash down upon the stone-paved plaza. The plaza was violently cleaved, leaving a 3-meter-long gash, and before the attacker could retract his weapon, Ji Xuanran's leg was already pressed against his face. The man's expression twisted in shock, his features contorting as he let out a pained scream, a few bloodied yellow teeth flying from his mouth. The kick sent him flying, colliding into 3 others behind him. Stand behind me. As he spoke, Ji Xuanran loosened the ties of his fur coat, revealing his tall physique to the crowd. Well-proportioned, yet not frail. Strong but not exaggerated. His snow-white hair danced with his commanding aura, showcasing the immense power within. His handsome face radiated fierce battle intent. With a swift motion, he reached for his storage pouch at his waist. Retrieving the heavy sword, Chong Yuan, and drove it forcefully into the ground. The impact sent stones flying towards the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Xuanran advanced, stepping before them, and swung Chong Yuan down hard against their waists. The two struck, cried out in agony as their waists were shattered in an instant, collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back in their heads, unable to rise again. This brutal assault terrified the remaining onlookers, who hesitated abruptly, their bodies instinctively leaning back a step. Hearing their hesitation, Chang Huiyuan's expression darkened significantly. Having boasted confidently only moments before, he now faced a swift reprimand. The corners of his eyes twitched. Fixating on Ji Xuanran with a desire to tear him apart, to his astonishment, this young man's prowess was not as feeble as he had presumed. Well, he has some skill, I suppose. Those who dared to speak glanced at Chang Huiyuan and, noticing his sullen demeanor, wisely fell silent. Although this display momentarily intimidated them, Ji Xuanran did not let down his guard, gripping Chong Yuan tightly, his gaze piercing through the falling snow, resembling a predatory beast poised to strike. Step aside. Let me handle this. At that moment, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, a 2-meter-tall muscular man who tore off his shirt, revealing an exaggeratedly powerful physique. Each muscle appeared forged from steel. Pulsating under his command, radiating searing heat that melted the falling snow, steam rising around him. His presence made the nearby martial artists instinctively retreat a few steps, unwilling to contest him, for he was a 10-star martial artist, a prodigy of the 4-star martial soul. This time, Ji Yang is finished. Crimson Fist, the muscular man, under Ji Xuanran's intense gaze, swung his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, glowing red and emitting sparks from every pore. With veins and bones clearly visible, boom! The ground beneath Ji Xuanran shattered as he braced himself against the weight of that tremendous blow. Looking up into the man's eyes, he grinned. This level of force was hardly remarkable. He seized the man's fist, twice his size, and swung it upward with all his might. The 2-meter-tall behemoth, like a hammer, was lifted overhead by the slender Ji Xuanran and brought crashing down to the ground. Yet, the man's resilience surpassed that of ordinary folk. Before he could hit the ground, he twisted his body, his legs rooting into the earth like tree trunks. Moreover, upon landing, he abruptly retracted his fist, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and struck Ji Xuanran squarely in the chest, creating a thunderous sound that sent snowflakes swirling, the noise alone sending shivers through the onlookers. Yet to their astonishment, under the weight of that powerful punch, Ji Xuanran stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, not retreating an inch, decent strength, but still lacking considerably. Grasping the man's hand to prevent his escape, Ji Xuanran inhaled gently, his right hand forming a fist that struck the muscular man with the force of a hammer. Bang! The shockwave radiated outward, causing those nearby to struggle to maintain their footing. The muscular man's eyes rolled back, and he fell to his knees before Ji Xuanran, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness for those who sought to take his life. Regardless of motive, no mercy would be shown. The martial artist stared at the lifeless body on the ground, swallowing hard. To kill a 4-star martial soul prodigy with a single punch was terrifying. What kind of power is this? It's simply outrageous. Is it merely brute strength? What is there to fear? Some, unwilling to accept defeat, pushed through the crowd, stepping forward with a roar, swinging a large blade at Ji Xuanran. The strike was fierce. Ji Xuanran frowned, not bothering to evade. He flung Chong Yuan, deflecting the blade, and charged forward, seizing the man's face and forcefully pressing it down into the plaza, the warm blood staining his hands. Rising slowly, an invisible aura of killing intent enveloped him, causing those around to tremble. Were it not for the numerous powerful individuals present, he would have devoured these prodigies whole. What are you all staring at? Charge! Elder Yuan stood atop the platform, coldly observing Ji Xuanran go, except for this merciless killer. The martial artists, unable to resist the allure of the Quanlan sect's disciples, steeled their resolve and charged forward, and no matter how strong. He is but a single person. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Surely he must perish now. The spectators outside the plaza appeared regretful, wishing they were a tad more gifted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ascend into the powerful Quanlan sect. Get out of my way! Ji Xuanran punched through one person's chest, withdrawing his bloodied hand with a savage grin, akin to a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, brandishing his sharp claws. None of the attacking martial artists could withstand even a single blow from him. At last, a true genius has entered the fray. Before even striking, he unleashed his martial soul, the 5-star purple gold hammer. Its release commanded the attention of all, both inside and outside the arena, drawing their gazes to him. The young man raised his hand, arrogantly gazing at Ji Xuanran, stating, "A mere jester dares to act pretentious before me." How laughable! Ji Xuanran, bloodied yet undeterred, approached this extraordinary prodigy, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Laughable. Then come and test it." With that, he charged forward, crushing a martial artist who dared to obstruct him. Bursting forth from the blood, and raised his fist to strike the prodigy squarely in the face. Utter nonsense. The youth calmly extended a hand to intercept the punch. With the strike thwarted, Ji Xuanran swiftly retreated, only to realize that this individual was also a practitioner at the 10th level of martial arts, surpassing even the burly man he had faced earlier. In no wonder he had the audacity to withstand Ji Xuanran's assault. However, Ji Xuanran couldn't help but smirk. Observing the hand concealed within the boy's sleeve, he mused that it must be quite uncomfortable. The youth maintained an air of composure, yet only he knew the terrifying force behind Ji Xuanran's recent punch. Such power was beyond the realm of an ordinary individual. Had he not promptly summoned his spiritual energy, his hand would have surely been shattered. Chapter 36. The martial emperor's shamelessness. To his astonishment, young Master Zhang had also joined the fray. Who is this young Master Zhang? You don't know? He is the deputy lord of Qinglu City, a renowned prodigy in these parts. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhang Qi's lips curled into a smug smile as he elegantly flicked his sleeve. Arrogantly lifting his chin to gaze down at Ji Xuanran, "Ji Yang, submit gracefully. Lest you embarrass yourself in my presence, I am certain you would prefer not to be ridiculed before your demise." Ji Xuanran regarded him with indifference, uttering not a word. At this juncture, words were futile. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him and propelled himself forward, leaving no one daring to stand in his path as he charged toward Zhang Qi. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply, feeling his blood surge with a cacophony, and unleashed a powerful punch. Zhang Qi, startled, barely evaded the blow, narrowly escaping the force that left a crater in the ground. His eyes twitched uncontrollably as he cursed inwardly. What manner of monster is this? In an attempt to preserve his image, Zhang Qi glanced around at the onlookers, who regarded him with eager anticipation. He feigned disdain, scoffing, "You rely solely on brute strength. Martial artists depend on spiritual energy." As he spoke, he produced a golden-hued hammer, its weighty spiritual energy shattering the floor beneath him. Zhang Qi's muscles bulged as he gritted his teeth and swung the hammer overhead. "Let me demonstrate the disparity between us." With a fierce shout, his leg muscles exploded through his trousers as he launched into the air, wielding the hammer engulfed in blazing flames toward Ji Xuanran. The fourth-tier low-grade martial technique. Heavenly Fire Meteor. The flames cast a crimson hue upon Ji Xuanran's face, melting the snow around him, while the searing heat caused beads of sweat on his skin to evaporate instantly, exhaling a breath of scalding air. He felt his blood surge, secretly channeling his five elements fist as he reached out toward the descending hammer. The spectators gasped at the sight, their shock palpable. Has he lost his mind? Does he not value his hands? Someone scoffed, a fool unaware of his own limits. "Today is surely your last." Boom! The explosion of flames obscured everyone's vision, drawing their wide-eyed attention to the square. A scream pierced the air as Zhang Qi's body, drenched in blood, was propelled out of the square and into a nearby building. Some rushed inside, but soon scrambled back out, horrified, exclaiming, "He's dead! The Deputy Lord is dead!" What? The crowd gasped, swiftly turning back to the square. As the flames dissipated, Ji Xuanran stood bare-chested, upright and commanding, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth that he chuckled softly. A genius with a 5-star martial soul is indeed exceptional. Achieving the 10th level of martial arts at our age is no small feat. Truly formidable, indeed. With that, he cast a challenging glance at Elder Yuan on the platform, the provocation evident in his eyes. Elder Yuan's face shifted from green to white with rage, Ji Xuanran's strength far exceeding his expectations. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Are you all just going to stand by and watch? Killing him would grant entry into my Kuanglan sect. To kill him would indeed allow entry into the Kuanglan sect." This suggested that even those with 3-star martial souls had a chance. Yet still, no one moved. Ji Yang was simply too powerful. Even the so-called geniuses with 4 or 5-star martial souls were visibly intimidated by the ferocity of Ji Xuanran. He was nothing less than an unparalleled beast, not a mere human. Ji Xuanran, wielding the heavy weapon, stood proudly at the center. As long as he remained still, no one dared to attack. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless." Elder Yuan shouted in frustration. "Those who kill him shall join my Kuanglan sect, and they shall receive a 3rd-tier top-grade weapon." At this moment, Taoist Jin Ming was elated. This young lad exceeded his expectations, and the Tiandao sword sect had indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. "If you dare not strike, then keep your distance," Ji Xuanran warned coldly. Wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, he cast a discreet glance at Elder Yuan, a hint of concern in his heart. With the stakes raised, the promise of a 3rd-tier top-grade weapon made many breathless with anticipation. It was worth at least 60,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum. "I shall gamble all." Some resolved to take the risk, realizing that retreat would leave them without hope for the future. Ji Xuanran wasted no time, leveraging his formidable physical strength to charge through the crowd, leaving spirit stones in his wake at each array point, stealthily burying them in the snow. Once he had placed spirit stones at every point, he finally sighed in relief, opting to avoid direct confrontation with them. At that moment, Nan Shaoan screamed, and Ji Xuanran turned to see the martial artists shifting their focus toward her, realizing she was now their target. "Don't come any closer. Get away from me." Terrified, Nan Shaoan shut her eyes, hurling fireballs erratically, which struck several attackers. The fireballs proved unexpectedly powerful, with few able to withstand even one. Yet, ultimately, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed her, and she fled while calling out for Ji Xuanran's assistance. "Get away from her!" Ji Xuanran charged forth, snowflakes swirling around him as he blocked their pursuit, wielding the heavy weapon in a sweeping arc, sending 7 or 8 individuals flying, instilling fear in the rest. Hiding behind him, Nan Shaoan peeked out, sticking out her tongue triumphantly. "Humph! Come and chase me." The onlookers, irritated by her smugness, attempted to advance, but Ji Xuanran's mere gaze forced them back, seeing so many unable to contend with Ji Xuanran. Elder Yuan's teeth ground together in frustration. He had issued a bold proclamation, yet now this youth seemed invincible. Was he not simply slapping his own face? "You brat, die!" Elder Yuan suddenly erupted in fury, catching everyone off guard. Taoist Jinming attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. "Elder Demon, how dare you!" Taoist Jinming chanted a spell, summoning a golden sword that shot forth like a radiant arc, aimed at Elder Yuan's back. Ji Xuanran, however, was not as surprised as the others. He activated the array in an instant, conjuring 4 layers of defense before him to 3rd-tier upper-grade defensive array. Golden light barrier, 4 layers. Elder Yuan's punch tore through the air, easily shattering the 4 layers of protection and crashing down upon Ji Xuanran with an overwhelming force. The terrifying pressure rendered Ji Xuanran sluggish, his eyes bloodshot under the strain, his body trembling as it emitted ominous creaks. Damn it! Though he had prepared, he had underestimated the might of the martial emperor. Only through first-hand experience did he grasp the true horror of it. A 3rd-tier array was as fragile as paper before such a powerhouse. That "I cannot perish here." Ji Xuanran gritted his teeth, channeling his entire being, the devouring body manifesting a resistance even in this dire situation. His blood roaring and surging through his veins, gathering into a crimson tide of fury. It infused strength into his entire body, its crashing sound echoing clearly in everyone's ears. This is a physique. This lad possesses some hidden constitution. Is he attempting to defy the heavens? If he survives, he shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. His name will surely be etched into the annals of the future Tianshui Empire. Everyone present was left in awe of Ji Xuanran's hidden potential. "Old bastard!" Ji Xuanran shouted defiantly against the pressure, extending his hands to meet the incoming fist. Chapter 37. Would the young master care to join my Shui sect? The air trembled as the ground of the city was upheaved by the force. Buildings along the streets were toppled in the wake of the tempestuous energy. The sheer might was insurmountable. Ji Xuanran was sent skimming along the ground for over 100 meters, crashing down and carving a deep trench along the straight path. Coughing, Ji Xuanran lay sprawled in the mud, drenched in blood, struggling to breathe. But the more he exerted himself, the more blood flowed from his mouth and nose. That he is still alive. Chang Huan stared in disbelief at the distant Ji Xuanran, utterly astonished. How is he still alive? This is impossible. The golden flying sword of Taoist Jinming surged toward the back of Elder Yuan's neck, only to be deflected by a swift punch from the latter as he spun around. The two stood in a tense standoff, with Taoist Jinming casting a furious glance at the gravely injured Ji Xuanran. Enraged, he erupted with a fierce and overwhelming aura, which transformed into sharp sword energies that swept outward, sending nearby martial artists fleeing in terror. "You truly lack shame. I do not require your meddling in my affairs." Elder Yuan maintained a cold demeanor throughout, radiating an air of lethal intent. I hate that moment. Yaoya rushed over from the high platform, calling out loudly, "Join my sect, and you shall remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan did not hastily attack. Instead, he contemplated offering Ji Xuanran one last chance. This youth possessed an extraordinary talent, capable of simultaneously activating 4 layered formations, a rarity in history, and could withstand a punch from him, a martial emperor, without perishing if he could not be turned to their side. He must not be allowed to live. Nan Shaoan hurried over to support Ji Xuanran, who was drenched in blood. Pouting, she scolded, "They're too tyrannical, utterly inhumane." As she attempted to staunch his bleeding, she discovered that the blood was expelled from his pores due to the force of the impact. And overwhelmed with emotion, she began to weep, clutching her handkerchief. "What are we to do now?" "You have one final opportunity. Join my Kuanglan sect." Elder Yuan shouted sternly, a thinly veiled threat in his tone. Taoist Jin Ming, his eyes bloodshot with rage, summoned 9 flying swords and bellowed, Yuan Tiangang, do not overstep your bounds. He is a disciple of my Tianjin sect. Yuan Tiangang responded with a cold laugh. But he has yet to join. Why the haste? As the standoff persisted, a middle-aged beauty from Shui sect finally spoke up. Enough. Do you Quanlan sect wish to stir trouble in Lingsun County? I will report this to the royal family and see how you Quanlan sect will explain yourselves. Yuan Tiangang shot a glance at the middle-aged woman, his clenched fists cracking ominously as he cursed her under his breath. The intense pain continuously provoked Ji Xuanran's nerves, a dignified martial emperor disregarding his own dignity to strike a younger generation. How disgraceful! Now, after being beaten to such a state by this old wretch, he expected him to join the Quanlan sect? In his dreams. Join your damn sect. The last 4 words slipped from his lips, igniting Yuan Tiangong's murderous intent. Since you refuse to see reason, then you shall not be allowed to live. You dare? Taoist Jin Ming launched an assault, unleashing all 9 swords, effectively confining the space around them. The pressure bore down on Yao Yiya, forcing her to her knees as she coughed up blood. Yuan Tiangang ascended into the sky, and the two engaged in a fierce battle above the clouds, each strike resembling thunder, reverberating through the thick overcast. The conflict raged on for half an hour before finally subsiding. Taoist Jin Ming, his body rife with malice, bore streaks of blood in his white hair, evoking gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Could it be that Elder Yuan has sustained injury? Soon after, Yuan Tiangang descended. Clutching his left hand, blood oozing between his fingers, his expression grim as he remarked, Jin Ming, you have grown stronger. Fine, today I could not slay him, but this debt will be remembered by my Quanlan sect. Yuan Tiangang glared at Ji Xuanran below, feeling that his reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by this youth. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, anyone who joins Tianjin sect shall be regarded as an enemy of Quanlan sect. This declaration caused those talented individuals who had intended to join Tianjin's sect to hesitate. You are shameless. Yuan Tiangang dismissed their concerns with a huff, completely unconcerned by their reactions. Although Taoist Jin Ming had emerged victorious, the disparity in strength between Tianjin sect and Quanlan sect was insurmountable, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, most of those selected by Tianjin sect chose to join Quanlan sect, leaving only a handful to remain loyal to Tianjin. This boy is nothing but a joke. Chang Huayan, having embraced Su Qingyin, arrived at Quanlan sect. His remarkable talent incited both anger and frustration from Tianjin sect. Upon witnessing his choice of Quanlan sect, Yuan Tiangang felt a sense of relief. Without that brat, they had another genius who was equally formidable. Just as Yuan Tiangang prepared to depart with his entourage, a veiled woman from Shui sect suddenly inquired, would you, young sir, be willing to join our Shui sect? Chang Huayan was momentarily taken aback, a surge of joy flooding his heart. Had his talent truly captivated even those from Shui sect? Clearing his throat, he stepped forward with an air of confidence, scrutinizing the woman closely. I could see that moment. He realized that her cold, clear eyes far surpassed the beauty he held in his arms, causing his breath to quicken and his cheeks to flush as he exclaimed, if the fair maiden would consider becoming my Tao partner, I would certainly contemplate joining your Shui sect. Upon uttering this, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. All around him were incredulous gazes, akin to spectators observing a monkey's antics. Even Su Qingyin, in his embrace, lowered her head in embarrassment. Their scrutinizing stares irked Chang Huayan, and he furrowed his brow, retorting coldly, do you all take issue with my invitation? Humph. Merely envy, Yao Yi, supported by her junior sister, could no longer contain herself and disdainfully remarked, self-important fool, do not disgrace our Quanlan sect here. Having been reprimanded by Yao Yi, Chang Huayan finally came to his senses, incredulously gazing at Ji Xuanran, who was consuming a healing pill that its him. But why? Wasn't it I who caused the upheaval in the heavens and earth? Wasn't it I who possessed a 6-star martial soul? Wasn't it I who ranked within the top 100 of the talents list? Why is it him who is being granted an exception to join Shui sect? This is unacceptable. This must be a mistake. Shouldn't it be me? Fuming with indignation, Chong Huan audaciously confronted the veiled woman. What a disgraceful spectacle. Humph. Yuan Tiangang, standing nearby, could no longer maintain his composure, delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. Someone, toss him onto the flying vessel, lest he tarnish the reputation of my Quanlan sect. With that, he boarded the vessel along with everyone else. Before departing, Yuan Tiangang cast a cold glare at Ji Xuanran, murderous intent spilling forth in words. Brat. Do not let me cross paths with you again. Ji Xuanran responded with a cold smile, watching the silhouette of the Quanlan sect's vessel vanish, silently vowing, we shall meet again, and this punch shall be repaid. After consuming a healing pill from Taoist Jin Ming, Ji Xuanran noticeably improved, though he still required the support of Nan Xiaowan. Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. Taoist Jin Ming, relieved to see him out of danger, chuckled. No need for thanks, no need. The veiled woman from Shui's sect, fearing he had not heard her earlier words, gracefully descended like a celestial being, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance as she approached Ji Xuanran. Her eyes, as clear and radiant as precious jewels, reflected Ji Xuanran's pale countenance as she earnestly asked once more, Young sir, would you join my Shui sect? Ji Xuanran was momentarily taken aback, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Feeling invigorated and mentally refreshed, her stunning gaze left him in awe, rivaling even the woman with whom he had shared an intimate night. Oh dear, my mind has slipped. I forgot to ask that woman's name. Realizing this, Ji Xuanran felt a wave of regret wash over him. Noticing his expression, the woman, somewhat disheartened, inquired, Do you truly dislike our Shui sect so much? Realizing her misunderstanding, Ji Xuanran quickly shook his head. Not at all. To be invited by your esteemed sect is indeed an honor. Casting a glance at the kind-hearted Taoist Ji Ming beside him, he politely declined. However, Senior Ji Ming has previously aided me and saved my life. Both sentiment and reason dictate that I must join Tianjin's sect. I am grateful for your kind offer, fair maiden. The disappointment in her eyes was palpable. Ji Xuanran's extraordinary talent, particularly in formations, was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Tianshui Empire. Alas, she had arrived too late, just a step behind Senior Ji Ming. Without pressing further, she nodded gently and departed gracefully. After her departure, Ji Xuanran turned to Taoist Ji Ming, who signaled for him to voice his concerns. Chapter 38. What of Qin Yang? Ji Xuanran did not hesitate to voice his doubts. Are you not concerned about my joining Shui sect, Senior? Taoist Ji Ming chuckled heartily, although I was surprised that Shui sect extended an invitation. It is ultimately their decision, and I cannot interfere. Whether you choose to join Shui sect is entirely up to you. I will not meddle. Were it not for Yuan Tiangong's coercion, I would not have obstructed you so vehemently, merely feeling regret. Upon hearing his explanation, Ji Xuanran felt a renewed sense of respect for him, mustering his strength to clasp his hands and say, Thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding. Yet, your refusal of the Shui sect's invitation truly took me by surprise. After all, the Shui sect is a renowned entity throughout the Tianshui Empire. Ji Xuanran scratched his head and smiled as he elaborated. The elder has saved me from peril on 2 occasions. Even a small act of kindness warrants a significant return, let alone a life-saving grace. Jin Ming Taoist was quite pleased with his attitude and replied with a smile, Come, let us board the flying vessel together and return to the Tianjin sect. Supported by Nan Xiaowan, Ji Xuanran walked amidst a throng of martial artists, all of whom regarded him with curious eyes. Once he had distanced himself, they remarked his power is formidable, coupled with a robust physique. He is destined for greatness in the future. The Tianjin sect on the verge of rising. I wonder how he compares to Qin Yang. Surviving under the assault of a martial emperor has left them deeply astounded, instinctively drawing comparisons between him and Qin Yang. Although Ji Yang possesses great strength, he lacks intelligence that if I were invited by the Shui sect, regardless of the Tianjin sect or the Quanlan sect, I would certainly accept. I would feel the same. Joining the Shui sect would be exhilarating. Chuckling, the brothers found common ground in their thoughts. After reclaiming the Chongyuan sword, Ji Xuanran followed the Jin Ming Taoist onto the flying vessel and departed from the location. Once both sects had left, a figure clad in black light armor and wearing a mask, Yi, emerged from the crowd and entered an inn. The woman who had previously encountered Ji Xuanran in the cave languidly sat by the window, gazing at the receding flying vessel. Beside her were several maids of unfathomable cultivation. "Miss, I do not understand why you refrained from intervening just now. Did you not instruct me to protect him?" As she spoke, Yi knelt on one knee. Unable to raise her gaze, the woman did not turn her head, resting her head upon her snow-white arm, her deep, autumn-like eyes sparkling with stunning brilliance. In a tone that exuded elegance, she replied, "Because it was unnecessary. The elder from the Kuanglan sect utilized merely 1 or 2% of his strength. He could not kill him if he cannot withstand even this modicum of power. It would indicate that I have misjudged him." Upon hearing this explanation, Yi instinctively twitched her lips. The 1 or 2% strength of a martial emperor would likely be insurmountable even for an extraordinary prodigy at the martial realm. "Miss, you truly are enigmatic. If there is nothing more, I shall continue to protect him." "Very well." Yi nodded and vanished like a wisp of black smoke from the room. After her departure, the woman shed her pink gauze dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders, seemingly vying for beauty against the falling snow outside. The naturally pale pink eyeshadow even outshone the cold plum blossoms in the snow, adding an indescribable allure to the room lit by the incense burner. The maids standing behind her instinctively swallowed hard, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they gazed at the enticing silhouette, wishing to approach and savor her beauty. The woman elegantly turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at them as she inquired, "Are you still here? Do you have something to say?" One maid, her cheeks burning, lowered her head and handed over 2 letters. "Miss, the identity of the number 1 prodigy on the Yaoyang continent has been confirmed. The first is Qin Yang, who is also the chief disciple of the Tianqing immortal sect. Furthermore, his martial soul is a 9-star, and his physique has been identified as a legendary, millennia-unseen king-level constitution." The mention of the Tianqing immortal sect caused the disinterested woman to raise her delicate brows, but that was the extent of her reaction to "Oh, is there anything else?" Noticing her lack of interest, the maids felt puzzled and curiously asked, "Miss, have you not been asking us to keep track of Qin Yang's information? Why the sudden disinterest?" The woman cradled her face with her hands, gazing out the window, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Qin Yang is indeed impressive, but that is all. He does not warrant my excessive attention. Compared to that younger brother, he pales significantly." A hint of undisguised delight appeared in her eyes when she spoke of Ji Xuanran. The maids gaped in disbelief, finding it hard to fathom. After all, it was Qin Yang, the present chief disciple of the Tianqing immortal sect. How could she not be astonished? "Miss, even if that young man can survive under a martial emperor's assault, it does not imply he is superior to Qin Yang," they argued, still holding admiration for Qin Yang. After all, to them, such talent was unfathomably high, deserving the title of the greatest genius on the Yaoyang continent. The maid's words elicited a flicker of dissatisfaction from the woman, who replied coolly, "Qin Yang, he is indeed commendable, but so what? Please refrain from mentioning him in my presence." The maid, confused and puzzled, could only obediently nod. "Miss, this is the information you requested us to gather." As she spoke, the maid placed the 2 letters on the tea table beside the woman before turning to leave. Once outside, the maids exchanged curious glances. Why does the miss hold such favorable views of that young man? Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? Yet Qin Yang is so exceptional. Why is he dismissed so lightly? Inside the room, the woman picked up the 2 letters, one bearing Ji Xuanran's name, the other Qin Yang's. She did not even glance at Qin Yang's letter, casually tossing it into the hearth where it was reduced to ashes. So, the younger brother's name is Ji Xuanran. Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as she unfolded the letter, examining each word with great care, akin to reading an intriguing novel, perusing it repeatedly. Upon finishing, she leaned against the window, muttering in a somewhat agitated tone, "That princess from Songhai County is truly insufferable. Shouldn't someone be sent to raise the county governor's estate?" However, this thought was quickly dismissed. It was best for her younger brother to resolve his own conflicts. After storing the letter away, she burst into a melodious laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells, stirring one's very soul. After closing the window, she unfastened the final tie of her undergarment, stretching languidly with a soft sigh, revealing a figure so perfect it set one's blood racing, before reclining on the bed to rest. Above the clouds, the sun shone brightly, unburdened by oppressive skies or icy snowflakes. Only the vast, azure expanse awaited. Ji Xuanran sat by the window on the bed, gazing at the sunlit, swirling golden clouds as they cascaded like a sea, his heart brimming with ambition and eagerness for the life ahead. Humph! Wait for me, woman. I shall prove myself to you. And that princess, I will ensure you pay the price, to appease my mother's spirit in the heavens. The mere thought of his mother ignited a sense of urgency in his gaze, as he searched the shifting white clouds for a semblance of a familiar figure. That moment, the door swung open, and Nan Shaowan joyfully bounced in. Chapter 39. Entering the Tianjin sect, confrontation her arrival effortlessly dispelled Ji Xuanran's melancholy. He smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" Nan Shaowan approached, beaming, and cautiously opened her hand to reveal a small vial. "I inquired with Elder Jean Ming, who, concerned for your injuries, bestowed upon you another pill." As she spoke, she placed the delicate porcelain vial into Ji Xuanran's hand, gazing at the light blue vial, which bore a small note reading Shingu Dan. Ji Xuanran pondered. He had never heard of this pill, but it was clear it was of considerable grade. The elder mentioned that although that old man Yuan Tiangang only utilized 1 or 2% of his strength, it is still beyond what a martial artist can endure. Your survival is largely due to luck. Ji Xuanran could not help but feel astonished at this revelation. 1 or 2%. The power of a martial emperor was indeed terrifying. Recalling the scene from earlier where the surrounding buildings had been toppled by the residual force, he was left with a sense of shock and confusion. If he wished to kill me, why did he hold back? Nan Shaowan sat at the edge of the bed, her small face tilted upward as she contemplated seriously. Perhaps to him, you are merely a small F.R.Y.T.O. kill you while exerting full strength would mean he would lose face. Yet, considering you survived, it only further embarrassed him. That must be the reasoning, she concluded. Ji Xuanran nodded slightly. This explanation was the only one that made sense. Senior Jean Ming had given me the bone regeneration pill, likely out of concern that my broken bones could not be mended. Though I had endured that punch with the Tao-swallowing body, the bones within had shattered significantly. Even now, they had not fully reconnected, and I remained uncertain as to when complete recovery would occur. Supported by Nan Shaowan, Ji Xuanran made his way to the deck, where more than a dozen newly admitted disciples were present. They gazed at Ji Xuanran with expressions of aloofness. Ji Xuanran chose to remain silent, while Nan Shaowan pouted in indignation. What s with their expressions? Ji Xuanran shook his head, signaling her to refrain from commenting. I've caught the attention of the Quanlan sect. Naturally, the wisest choice for them is to distance themselves from me. They have done nothing wrong. Yet, Nan Shaowan still felt it was unjust. You are the one who is injured. Their behavior is excessive. As the flying boat plunged into a sea of white clouds, the damp, chilly mist flowed over his face, bringing an icy sensation that dimmed his eyes. Once the vessel burst forth from the clouds, the refreshing breeze tousled his white hair, while the radiant sunlight bathed his face, infusing his eyes with brilliant starlight. 3 towering peaks, each thousands of zhang high, stood majestically above a verdant landscape crisscrossed by rivers. Basking under the blazing sun, celestial cranes sang amidst the mountains, their cries echoing against the backdrop of the half-hidden fairy palace atop Cloud Mountain. Water cascaded down 3,000 zhang, as if veils of silk were draped from the heavens. The white clouds converged in this realm, forming a colossal eye of the storm, enveloping the Tianjin sect within. Ji Xuanran beheld this sight. He was overcome with profound awe. Nan Shaowan, brimming with excitement, leapt on the deck, tugging at Ji Xuanran's attire while pointing below, exclaiming in the wind, "Wow, look at that, how magnificent! This is the first time I've seen such breathtaking mountains. Indeed, it is my first time as well." Just as they approached the 3 celestial mountains, the flying boat suddenly decelerated, gradually steering toward a harbor nestled halfway up the peaks. What is this? As the vessel entered further, a translucent golden barrier appeared before them, enveloping the entire Tianjin sect. The moment Ji Xuanran came into contact with the barrier, his vision became momentarily disoriented, and a series of sharp sword cries resonated from above. Looking up, he saw a colossal golden sword suspended above the Tianjin sect. Yet, this image was fleeting, vanishing from sight as the sword cries faded. "Did you see that? The enormous sword in the sky?" Ji Xuanran inquired curiously of Nan Xiaowan. She looked up but could not discern the sword he spoke of. "No, I didn't see anything." Unable to articulate his thoughts, Ji Xuanran felt that perhaps his injuries had left him seeing things. The flying boat came to a steady halt at the harbor, and the White Jade Plaza was already filled with people. Nearly 1,000 new disciples stood there, akin to himself. When they noticed that Jinming Daorun had brought back only a handful of new disciples, they expressed their confusion, asking, "What is going on? Why did Jinming Fengzhu return with only a few disciples? Are they all exceptionally talented geniuses, hence the limited selection?" It hardly seemed plausible. Hearing the murmurs of the disciples, the small group of newcomers deliberately distanced themselves from Ji Xuanran, a small gesture that instantly placed him in the spotlight among the thousands gathered. Under the scrutinizing gazes of so many, Ji Xuanran felt as if needles were piercing his pores, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Meeting their gaze, he involuntarily tensed up, but thankfully, Jinming Daoren stood beside him. "Do not fret. You have done nothing wrong." Though Jinming Daoren's words were meant to comfort Ji Xuanran, his tone bore an unmistakable hint of helplessness. "What is the matter, Jinming? Why are there so few disciples in Qinglu City?" A middle-aged man clad in a dark robe inquired curiously, leaving Jinming Daoren at a loss for words. Perceiving Jinming's predicament, Ji Xuanran stepped forward and clasped his hands in explanation. "Esteemed seniors, the Quanlan sect came to Qinglu City to poach disciples." "Humph, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be reduced to such a pitiful number." "Exactly, it's all because of you." "Hey, what do you mean by that? He is clearly the one who was bullied. How is this his fault? Besides, the Quanlan sect came here specifically to abduct disciples." Nan Xiaowan, unable to contain her indignation, turned to confront them, causing their expressions to sour. Through their words, the elders of the Tianjin sect realized the gravity of the situation and turned to Jinming, asking, "What exactly happened? Why did the Quanlan sect come to Qinglu City to snatch disciples?" Jinming Daoren closed his eyes and sighed deeply, recounting the events that had transpired, which incited collective outrage. The disciples of the Tianjin sect expressed their fury. How audacious of the Quanlan sect to dare poach disciples in Lingsun County. They show no respect for our Tianjin sect. This cannot be left unresolved. As the uproar continued, the two other peak masters, exasperated, admonished the disciples to quiet down. "What is all this commotion? Have you no sense of decorum?" The peak master clad in dark robes then turned his gaze upon Ji Xuanran, looking down from a height that imparted an invisible pressure, and inquired solemnly, "You are Jiang, correct?" Yes, Jiang dared not breathe too obviously, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Before the peak master could speak further, Jinming Daoren interjected, "This matter is not his fault. Not his fault. If he hadn't provoked the Quanlan sect, how could we have lost dozens of disciples?" A stocky elder pointed at Ji Xuanran, questioning him harshly, leaving Jinming momentarily speechless. This only led many disciples of the Tianjin sect to view Ji Xuanran as the cause of their troubles, casting disdainful glances in his direction, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Chapter 40. Apologies. I cannot take you masters as my teachers. Faced with the multitude of accusations and the judgmental gazes, Ji Xuanran, under immense pressure, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in rebuttal. The Quanlan sect intended to abduct disciples regardless. I merely happened to have a conflict with them. His defense, as pale as his complexion, appeared minuscule under the thousands of scrutinizing eyes, akin to an ant under the shadows of giants, striving to voice his plight. The disciples regarded him with disdain, hardly acknowledging his explanation. The stocky elder's mustache quivered with rage, and his facial flesh contorted as he scolded. "How dare you quibble?" "Huamu." Jinming Daoren could no longer contain himself, feeling the pervasive malice directed at Ji Xuanran throughout the plaza, and was filled with indignation. "Have all my years of patient teaching gone to waste? How could you not realize that if it weren't for him, the Quanlan sect would not have dared to so boldly abduct disciples from our Tianjin sect. This statement rendered Jin Ming speechless, and even Ji Xuanran found himself at a loss for words. Understanding that the embarrassment he had caused Jin Ming had led to this outburst, shrouding the entire Tianjin sect in shame. After all this, you dare to come to the Tianjin sect? Truly shameless. Indeed, if it were me, I would be too ashamed to show my face, scurrying away with my tail between my legs. All right, you two really, at your age, quarreling like this in front of the younger generation. Is that appropriate? Another peak master clad in dark robes stepped forward to mediate, attempting to ease the tension. Swa Mu flicked his sleeves, grumbling that he still had more to say. A voice of reprimand echoed from a floating island above the three celestial mountains. Hua Mu. After all these years, when will you learn to temper your impatient temperament? You have led these disciples astray. Though the tone was stern, the voice carried a refreshing quality, inciting curiosity to glimpse its source. Jin Ming and the others, along with thousands of disciples, clasped their hands and called out, "Senior brother, sect leader." Ji Xuanran looked up to see an elder with a fair complexion, white hair, yet youthful countenance. Descending gracefully on a celestial crane, the crane's elongated legs stood elegantly on the white jade plaza, exuding an ethereal aura. The elder smiled warmly, adjusting his dusting cloth and gathering the broad, pristine sleeves of his attire. Addressing Ji Xuanran, "This young lad is clearly the most helpless victim in this matter, yet he is being unjustly blamed as the instigator. Is it truly his fate to be slaughtered by the Quanlan sect? Oh, you lot! Not only have you become muddled-headed, but you have also led astray so many disciples of my heavenly sword sect. Each one of you shall return and copy the sword manual 300 times as a form of introspection." Nan Shaowan emerged with two delightful dimples gracing her face, standing with her hands on her hips in a triumphant manner, nodding in agreement. Indeed, finally, there's an elder in the heavenly sword sect who understands. Little girl, speak carelessly again, and beware, I shall tear your mouth apart. Huan Mu glared at her menacingly, raising his hand in a threatening gesture. The sect leader, stroking his beard with a chuckle, remarked, "No need for alarm. No need for alarm. The little girl speaks truthfully, and all of you shall add another 300 times to your task." Yes, thousands of disciples responded in unison, albeit lacking in spirit, their tones filled with lamentation. To label it as a response would be more aptly termed a plea. Jin Ming, feeling ashamed, approached the sect leader, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology, only to be halted by a raised hand. With narrowed eyes, the sect leader said, "Now that the Quanlan sect is growing ever stronger, my heavenly sword sect ranks at the bottom of the 7 sects. It is not surprising to be bullied. Let us hope this new batch of disciples proves to be commendable." With that, he cast an expectant glance at Ji Xuanran, alongside whom the elder disciples also looked on curiously. "Little one, I have heard of the recent events, and you need not concern yourself. You have done nothing wrong. Now, you may choose a peak master to take as your mentor, of course. I too have been idle for many years and would like to take on a disciple." Take a peak master as a mentor signifies an immediate ascension to the ranks of core disciples, while being mentored by the sect leader essentially marks one as the foremost young disciple of the heavenly sword sect. Either choice would be a remarkable honor, one that would surely shine brightly if word were to spread. Those new disciples who had previously held grievances against him, wishing to distance themselves, now felt a wave of shame wash over them. Upon hearing that his senior brother wished to take him as a disciple, Huan Mu could no longer sit idle, standing up to declare, "Senior brother, you are of an advanced age. Do refrain from making such a spectacle. I believe this lad is still best suited as my disciple." Beside him, the Taoist He Yin, clad in a dark robe, chuckled. "You are the one causing the most ruckus just now. What is this? Now you wish to hoard talent for yourself? Little one, join me at Black Rock Peak, and I shall be your master." Huan Mu pretended not to hear, for in his view, matters of this nature must remain distinct. Ji Xuanran's rare talent naturally ignited his desire to take on a disciple. "Mind your own business. Although I was a bit irritable earlier, if you're willing to come, I will certainly teach you well." "Oh, how shameless. You truly have a thick skin." Nin Shaowan stood beside Ji Xuanran, sticking out her tongue in unabashed derision, infuriating Hua Mu, who huffed and glared. Fortunately, Ji Xuanran managed to catch her in time. Otherwise, who knows what else this little girl might have said. Ji Xuanran exhaled deeply, facing the gaze of thousands upon the square, among whom were not a few formidable martial emperors, casting a glance at the Taoist Jin Ming beside him, who merely smiled without interference. He braced himself against the pressure, feeling his breath quicken, his hands nervously clenching and relaxing, beads of sweat forming. Seeing his reaction, the sect leader and others nodded slightly, awaiting his choice with anticipation. When Ji Xuanran raised his head, all ears were attuned to him, but he said, "I apologize, but I cannot take any of the esteemed elders as my master." Though his voice was soft, it reverberated throughout the heavenly sword sect, echoing repeatedly in everyone's minds. The moment these words left his lips, the entire square fell silent, every face adorned with confusion as whispers of discussion arose, gradually transforming the atmosphere into a clamor. The already flabbergasted Hua Mu grew more agitated at their uproar. "What are you all making noise about? Silence yourselves." Nan Shaowan, too, was perplexed by his choice, discreetly tugging at Ji Xuanran's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "Ji Yang, did you misspeak?" The latter simply shook his head, indicating he had not erred. The sect leader pondered for a moment. Finding it hard to accept, he asked, "Is this truly your choice?" Ji Xuanran bit his lip. Nodding, his hands tightly clenched together, the intensity of his grip causing his knuckles to pale. His heart raced, fearful of inciting their wrath, yet he did not regret his choice. Jin Ming was taken aback by his decision. Initially reluctant to intervene, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Jiang, may I ask why? Though my heavenly sword sect ranks at the bottom of the 7 sects, we 3 are still martial emperors, significant figures within the Tianshui Empire. The sect leader needs no introduction. Are you aware of the implications of what you're saying?" As he spoke, Jin Ming's voice trembled slightly, apprehensive that Ji Xuanran might make an irrational choice. Elder Ji Yang is fully aware. Gradually, the tension in Ji Xuanran's heart began to ease. After all, he had already spoken. As for the reason, he raised his gaze to meet thousands of curious eyes, biting his lip to mask his anxiety, only to feel his heart race again. Chapter 41. I, Ji Xuanran, have only one master in this life. Young man, if you cannot provide a reasonable justification, I shall certainly not let you off lightly. Hua Mu's face flushed with anger at his words, feeling a tumult of emotions that he had not experienced in years. This lad had accomplished something in a single day. "Ji Yang," Nan Shaowan called out anxiously. Ji Xuanran turned to pat her small hand that gripped his, assuring her not to worry for him, but he swallowed hard, licking his parched lips before stating earnestly, "Because, in this life, I have but one master." This statement instantly led to misunderstandings among those present. The disciples deemed him overly arrogant. "Humph, do the 3 peak masters of our heavenly sword sect not qualify to be your masters? Are they truly beneath your notice? What pretentiousness! Young man, it is unclear whether your vision is narrow or your understanding is lacking. The sect leader is a martial emperor, a figure of great renown even across the entire Yaoyang continent. You truly are insufferably presumptuous." "Silence!" The sect leader, with his back to the thousands of disciples, bellowed, instantly silencing the square. He never expected such a reason, nor that he would ever misjudge someone. There was a deep disappointment in his gaze as he looked at Ji Xuanran. "Very well. It seems I am fated not to mentor you." Hua Mu and He Yan's expressions darkened considerably, their regard for Ji Xuanran plummeting to an icy low. Jin Ming, too, was displeased with his explanation but still inquired, "Do you truly believe we are unworthy?" Ji Xuanran clasped his hands, explaining, "Not at all. I already have a master. Although he has passed on, he remains my one and only master I see." Upon hearing his explanation, Jin Ming's expression softened considerably, even gaining a touch of admiration for Ji Xuanran. The other two, along with the sect leader, also felt their inner frustrations dissipate somewhat. Under the circumstances, this was somewhat acceptable. However, the disciples did not share this view, pointing at Ji Xuanran and berating him. "Can your master compare to our esteemed peak masters? Do not be so ungrateful." Indeed, the sect leader himself has spoken. "Do you not understand gratitude? if you have the courage. Name your master, and we shall see how formidable he is, that he can surpass the three peak masters and the sect leader." Ji Xuanran's fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger and tears. Deeply offended by their words, yearning to reveal his master's name. Yet, no matter how fiercely his fury burned within, he remained silent, ever mindful of his master's dying admonition. He must not allow outsiders to know he was his disciple. At least not until he stood at the pinnacle of the world. His master had bestowed upon him the gift of life, a second chance, and the duty of vengeance. I shall never forget. Mere empty words. You dare not even name your master. Who would believe you? Faced with the skepticism of thousands, Ji Xuanran lowered his head, not uttering a word, feeling a profound sense of injustice, unsure how to defend himself. Seeing his demeanor, the sect leader felt it unwise to press further, waving his hand with his feather duster. "Since you are unwilling to take any of us as your master, I presume you will not choose any of the other elders either. You may remain an outer disciple and pursue your own cultivation to Oh, you have any objections?" Ji Xuanran, feeling grateful towards the sect leader, shook his head. "I have no objections. I only request the sect leader grant me the opportunity to contend for the secret realm token." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in outrage. The previously passive disciples could no longer contain themselves, pointing and cursing at him. "How audacious! Do you truly believe that we of the Heavenly Sword sect are fools? You still wish for the secret realm token? What audacity to utter such words! How thick-skinned you are! I wonder if my sword can pierce through. The secret realms are rare. Each one is a legacy left behind by the strongest warriors of the Yaoyang continent after their demise, containing their lifelong wealth and inheritance. Whenever one emerges, it triggers a bloodbath. Any warrior who meets the criteria can enter these secret realms to seek heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and fortuitous encounters. However, the true inheritance lies in the second layer of the secret realm, which requires a realm token to access. Tokens that are exceedingly scarce. Even the imperial family of the Tian Shui Empire possesses but a few. For the 7 major sects, such tokens are even rarer. Otherwise, the esteemed princess of Songhai County would not have resorted to desperate measures to seize the realm token she stumbled upon, nearly losing her life in the process, enduring their insults in silence. Ji Xuanran refrained from arguing, knowing that to exact revenge, he must obtain the realm token, for it would provide him with greater opportunities for vengeance within the secret realm. Senior brother, Jinming raised his hand to quell the fury of the thousands of disciples. Turning his gaze towards the sect leader, the leader glanced at him, then at the 2 junior brothers beside him, and sighed. "Very well, since you are disciples of the Tianjin sect, regardless of whether you are inner or outer disciples, you all have a right to vie for the realm token next year." With that, the crane beneath him let out a cry and flapped its 3-meter-long wings, soaring towards the floating island in the sky. Huamu snorted coldly, angrily flicking his sleeve and casting a disdainful glance at Ji Xuanran before leaving the square. He Yin shook his head with a sigh and turned to depart as well. "Senior, I apologized." Ji Xuanran felt a pang of guilt towards Jinming. Although the elder did not voice it, he was aware of his desire for Ji Xuanran to become his disciple. Jinming smiled wryly. Shaking his head, "I have said before, I will not interfere with your choices. It seems we are simply fated to be apart." With that, he also left, leaving behind a group of elders and teachers to maintain order. As dusk fell, the issue of disciple allocation was resolved, and Ji Xuanran was assigned to reside at the foot of Jinming Peak. However, unlike the other outer disciples, he did not have a direct mentor. In essence, he merely bore the title of an outer disciple of the Tianjin sect. Even so, Ji Xuanran felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the sect. Their willingness to accept him was a gesture of great kindness. Nan Shaowan accompanied Ji Xuanran through the forest, where they occasionally caught sight of one elegant pavilion after another, all serving as residences for the newly initiated disciples. Upon promotion to inner disciples, they would each receive their own palace. What nonsense! Ugh, just seeing this brat makes me furious. The outer disciples passing by displayed their disdain openly, voicing their contempt without reservation. Provoked, Nin Shaowan was ready to retort. But if not for Ji Xuanran's urging her to ignore them, she would likely have unleashed a torrent of invective upon them, Ji Xuanran's restraint only fueled Nan Xiaowan's indignation, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. Really? How can they act this way? Pouting, she declared, I think you're in the right. And you're quite wonderful. Thank you, Ji Xuanran replied, his heart warmed by her words, his once dim eyes now sparkling with light, his smile exuding warmth. Hee, let us go. Your residence is just ahead. Nan Xiaowan beamed, her cheeks dimpled with sweetness, radiating an innocent joy. Arriving at the pavilion, its elegant structure and exquisitely carved beams blended harmoniously with the tranquil forest, exuding an indescribable ambience. If a mortal were to ascend the mountain to seek the abode of immortals, this pavilion alone might suffice as a place of worship. At that moment, 3 newly initiated outer disciples stood at the entrance, arms crossed defiantly, arrogantly blocking the way. Kid, you're unwelcome here. Go somewhere else. Without waiting for Ji Xuanran to speak, the trio addressed him. Standing on the steps with contemptuous expressions, Ji Xuanran wished to avoid conflict and presented the token in his hand, stating, This is the token given by the teacher. I reside here. And what of it? We have no desire to be around you. Pestilent wretch, just seeing you irritates us, they retorted. With such a vast mountain, why not dig yourself a cave to live in? Don't come here to disgust us. Their words attracted a crowd of curious onlookers, the new disciples gathering to gawk at the scene, openly hurling disparaging remarks towards Ji Xuanran. This ignited a spark of anger within him, and he replied, his tone growing slightly more assertive, Have I offended any of you? One of them rolled his eyes and mockingly laughed. It's just that your ungrateful demeanor irks us. What gives you the right to act so important? You don't even have the respect of the peak masters. Who do you think you are? You presumptuous fool? The jeers from the crowd intensified, filled with derision and scorn, and no longer willing to endure their taunts. Ji Xuanran regarded them with indifference and stated, If you don't wish to share a pavilion with me, then you should be the ones to leave. With such a vast mountain, you could easily dig out a cave to make do. His words darkened the expressions of the 3, their faces turning ashen, as if about to drip with water, and they gritted their teeth to question, What did you say? What didn't you just say that? How quickly you forget. You must be relying on some underhanded means to have infiltrated the Tianjin sect. Nan Xiaowan, though petite and adorable, had a tongue that could provoke fury, her words igniting the anger of the trio. You think you can compare to us? One of them attempted to defend. We outnumber you 3-1. Indeed, as disciples of the Tianjin sect, we should embody the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. The onlookers chimed in, laughing as they urged Ji Xuanran to dig a cave for himself. Since you all have labeled me a white-eyed wolf, why would I sacrifice my own interests for yours? If you don't want to live with me, then kindly remove yourselves, Ji Xuanran retorted without a hint of restraint. Leaving the trio speechless. In the end, they could only roar in frustration. You little brat, how dare you be so ungrateful? Cursing, they launched their attack, their cultivation at the 9th level of martial arts erupting as they drew upon the terrain to strike with a palm. Clear wind palm. Even as they attacked, Ji Xuanran remained composed, raising his hand and effortlessly countering, sending one of them flying. You dare strike back. What is wrong with hitting you? You initiated the fight. If you lack the skill, don't blame others. Have you no shame? Nan Xiaowan chimed in again, provoking him further, leaving him speechless. The other 2, wishing to join the fray, hesitated upon meeting Ji Xuanran's gaze. Realizing he was no simple opponent, they could only muster the audacity to continue. Regardless, we don't welcome you here. Don't bother us if you refuse to live in a cave. Ask others if they are willing to squeeze in with you. Nan Xiaowan glanced back to see the new disciples turning away in disdain, unwilling to assist Ji Xuanran. Enraged, she stomped her foot, grasping Ji Xuanran's hand. Jiang, don't stay with them. Come live with me. Hearing this, the male disciples who had only taken a few steps turned back, pointing at Ji Xuanran and shouting, No way, what kind of nonsense is this? How can you allow this? No. How can a man and woman live together? I absolutely disagree. The crowd erupted into a chaotic cacophony, their jealousy and envy palpable. This cannot be accepted, absolutely not. What gives this brat the right? The accommodation for male and female disciples in the sect was strictly segregated. If Jiang were to go over there, he would become the envy of all. Nan Shaoan huffed and stepped forward, puffing out her chest and pouting defiantly. Who I choose to live with is none of your business. The male disciples were incensed, their eyes casting green glances at Ji Xuanran, rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront him. What gave this brat the right to claim such an adorable junior sister? Although Ji Xuanran knew her intentions were kind, witnessing the situation left him feeling overwhelmed. He certainly couldn't take on so many. Shaoan, do not speak recklessly. The sect forbids mixed-gender living arrangements. They're unreasonable. Let's infuriate them, she giggled. Nan Shaoan tugged at his clothing, standing on tiptoe to whisper triumphantly in his ear, her laughter reminiscent of a vibrant little sun. This mischievous girl certainly knew how to stir things up. Ji Xuanran found himself caught in a mix of laughter and exasperation, thinking how amusing she was while he was left to deal with the trouble. Fortunately, at that moment, a teacher intervened, and a voice, cool and detached, suddenly pierced through the agitated crowd. A subtle chill reached into the hearts of the onlookers, plucking at their emotional strings, and with that single utterance, they lost their composure, frozen in place. Unable to suppress their stirring emotions, they turned to gaze, and a graceful silhouette clad in black stood quietly among the rustling trees. The golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting scattered speckles of light upon her fair, delicate skin, bestowing an alluring sheen upon her flawless neck. The contrast of her sleek black gown against her porcelain complexion deeply imprinted her captivating presence in the minds of the onlookers. A gentle breeze danced through the forest, lifting a few fallen leaves that seemed to vie for her radiance, yet only served as a backdrop to her beauty. The male disciples present gazed at this breathtaking scene, collectively sighing in admiration. Nan Shaoan scrunched her little nose, puffing her cheeks as she pointed at the group, her voice ringing out with childlike authority. Teacher, they are bullying me. This declaration jolted the male disciples from their infatuation, hastily shaking their heads in denial, stumbling over their words in a futile attempt to defend themselves, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Bullying? The female teacher's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her gaze tinged with melancholy as she turned toward Ji Xuanran, seemingly grasping the situation. When Ji Xuanran regained his composure, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, responding, "It's merely trivial matters. I can handle it. Are you referring to relying on force?" The teacher's retort rendered Ji Xuanran speechless, for that had indeed been his intention. The exposure of his thoughts filled him with a sense of shame. The three disciples, seizing the opportunity, chimed in, "Teacher, this lad behaves poorly. We truly wish to distance ourselves from him. If possible, allow us to relocate." They said this with feigned joviality, unexpectedly displaying a facade of magnanimity. However, the woman was not swayed by their pretense. She turned to Ji Xuanran and asked, "What did they compel you to do?" Ji Xuanran, filled with indignation, replied, "They want me to dig a cave to make do." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded, her mind evidently calculating, which made the three disciples avert their gazes in unease. Yet she paid them no mind, instead addressing Nan Shaoan with a tone that held a hint of sternness. A female disciple should not reside with male counterparts. This is not only a rule of the sect, but also a means of safeguarding the female disciples. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. Oh, I understand. Nan Shaoan pouted, her small hands fidgeting with her clothing as she obediently acknowledged. Witnessing her compliance, the female teacher turned her gaze back to Ji Xuanran, inciting within him a sense of inexplicable curiosity. "You may go to my place." This statement, like a pebble thrown into a still pond, stirred a cacophony of howls from the forest. "Teacher, how can this be? How can you allow this lad to come to your quarters?" The female teacher frowned slightly, remaining silent, yet casting them a look that urged the new disciples to quiet down. Ji Xuanran was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such an outcome, hesitating as he glanced at her, wanting to say something, but beside him, Nan Shaoan was beaming with joy. "That's wonderful. Now you won't have to sleep in a cave." The female teacher nodded, turning to say, "Follow me." With that, she began to walk ahead. Nan Shaoan trailed behind Ji Xuanran, and once they had departed, the remaining disciples exchanged glances, filled with jealousy. One curious disciple inquired, "Who is that female teacher? I didn't see her in the square today. That I don't know, but she's incredibly beautiful." How infuriating! Why does the teacher assist that ingrate? This area was designated for newcomers, devoid of senior disciples, leaving them uncertain about whom to ask. Along the path, Ji Xuanran observed the swaying figure walking on the fallen leaves and broke the silence. Teacher, why did you choose to help me? The female teacher paused, standing gracefully amidst the grove. Without turning around, she replied coolly, I am a teacher. It is my duty to care for my disciples, and I found your performance in the square quite commendable. For reasons unknown, Ji Xuanran detected an elusive quality in her simple explanation, something akin to sorrow rather than laziness. His performance in the square. The teacher must also think Ji Yang was in the wrong. I feel the same way. Nan Xiaowan's exuberance made Ji Xuanran smile. This little girl truly resembled a sunbeam. The trio arrived at a bamboo grove on the back mountain, where layers of vibrant green bamboo concealed a waterfall within. The pond beneath the waterfall was surrounded by a fence, and the teacher's small bamboo cottage was nestled here. It's rather modest here, but there are 2 bamboo houses. You may stay in the one on the left. Ji Xuanran scratched his head, saying no, it is already a great honor for the teacher to accept me. The female teacher nodded, preparing to leave, but then halted, looking back to remind him, although you have not been assigned a teacher. The sex task hall, alchemy pavilion, and techniques building are all accessible to you. You can take on tasks at the task hall to earn points, which can be exchanged for martial skills, techniques, elixirs, magical treasures, and other resources. Also, don't forget about the weekly discussion class. There's one tomorrow. With that, she returned to her bamboo cottage. Nan Xiaowan tilted her head, whispering, I feel like this female teacher has something on her mind. Indeed, Ji Xuanran replied, glancing at the bamboo cottage. I'll head back now. You can tidy up the room yourself, and I'll come find you tomorrow. With that, Nan Xiaowan dashed away, clearly eager to avoid the chores. Ji Xuanran shook his head, amused, as he approached the door, pushing it open, and a cloud of dust cascaded down from above. It seemed it had been quite a while since it had last been tended to. By nightfall, Ji Xuanran had cleaned the place, and taking advantage of the remaining hours, he settled onto the bed, activating the swallowing heaven enlightenment scripture, immersing his consciousness into his dantian. Upon arriving on this planet, he found it already lush with greenery. Save for a slight excess of tranquility, it bore a striking resemblance to the real world. Treading on the grass, he crossed a small stream in the woods and entered a cave beneath a rocky outcrop. As he ventured deeper, the interior gradually brightened as a rich, pale blue spiritual energy permeated the space, and several small pools appeared on the ground, filled with liquefied pure spiritual liquid. It seems you have settled in well here. Ji Xuanran closed his eyes to sense the environment. The area covered with vegetation was substantial, and the air was thick with wandering spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he sat down on the ground, operating the swallowing heaven enlightenment scripture to begin refining the spiritual energy released from the spiritual veins. An immense amount of spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal whirlwind, enveloping the mountain as if it were being devoured, sucked into Ji Xuanran's body, ultimately benefiting the planet. The vegetation outside rapidly expanded, and the spiritual energy coursed through the earth's veins. This sensation was vivid, as if the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians. The spiritual energy traveled throughout his body, finally converging in the dantian. And after accumulating to a certain extent, Ji Xuanran opened his eyes and shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the sound of shackles shattering echoed across the planet, and his power began to ascend, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the 8th level of martial artist. With his breakthrough, the spiritual veins here also reaped the rewards, slightly increasing the speed at which they produced spiritual energy. Ji Xuanran could distinctly sense the elation of the spiritual vein. If only I could find a few more spiritual veins. He mused aloud. After the breakthrough, Ji Xuanran felt invigorated. Once he left the dantian, he merely twisted his neck to hear the powerful energy within him. The enlightenment devouring body had also regained some strength. Though his martial soul remained unchanged, it seemed that relying solely on spiritual energy for cultivation was merely one method. The primary path still lay in devouring, seizing the moment while time still permitted. Ji Xuanran reclined upon his bed, delving into contemplative thought. Currently, he found himself at an impasse with the five elements fist. To advance further, he needed to gather 5 corresponding materials to aid his cultivation, a rather cumbersome endeavor. With this realization, Ji Xuanran decisively abandoned the pursuit of the 5 elements fist and began to explore other spiritual techniques within the inheritance left by his master. Before long, he uncovered 2 exceedingly formidable arts, the Xianbing 3 swords and the thunder transformation technique. One was a swordsmanship, the other a body technique. While the materials required to master these 2 arts were not insubstantial, they were significantly fewer than those needed for the 5 elements fist. Given the current circumstances, whether for elevating his cultivation to restore his martial soul or for practicing these 2 spiritual techniques, undertaking sect tasks emerged as the most prudent option. Having meticulously planned everything, Ji Xuanran finally exhaled a sigh of relief and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, still ensconced in the embrace of sleep, he was abruptly awakened by a familiar, cheerful voice resonating from outside the courtyard. "Jiang, are you up?" "Jiang." Then Shaowan bounced into view from the bamboo grove, standing outside his bamboo cottage and calling out incessantly, "So early." Ji Xuanran rubbed his bleary eyes, stretching languidly at the door, and gazed upon the vibrant figure bathed in the hazy morning light. His spirits lifted. The Tianjin sect was devoid of snow, perpetually basking in the warmth of spring with a most agreeable temperature. Nan Shaowan had donned a new red embroidered dress, her hair styled in 2 braids secured with crimson ribbons, bouncing playfully atop her head, a perfect match for her vivacious and endearing demeanor. Perhaps due to her light attire, Ji Xuanran found himself profoundly struck by her figure. She truly this developed? Thankfully, it was not to an extent that fell out of place, causing Ji Xuanran to unconsciously fixate on her bosom. Surely, it must be due to her height, he mused internally. When he finally regained his composure, Nan Shaowan had already reached his side, eagerly tugging at his arm, her feet restlessly stomping as she urged him to step outside. "Hurry, the Tao discussion class is about to commence." Chapter 44. Power is not merely a privilege, but a responsibility. The Tao discussion class. Ji Xuanran nodded, returning to his room to don a disciple attire of the Tianjin sect. Following her through the bamboo grove, the once desolate bamboo thicket now brimmed with an unexpected cheerfulness due to her lively antics. The white jade plaza halfway up Jinming Peak, a multitude of disciples had already gathered. The excitement radiating from the newly initiated disciples was palpable, while the seasoned ones appeared significantly more subdued. The previously raucous plaza fell into an eerie silence upon Ji Xuanran's arrival, as both new and old disciples regarded him with disdainful glances. Clustering together in silent judgment, perceptively, Ji Xuanran guided Nan Shaowan to the periphery, creating distance between them and the others. She, however, did not hesitate to stick her tongue out at them, eliciting a mix of irritation and amusement from the onlookers. "What expressions are those? They're just infuriating," Nan Shaowan muttered under her breath. Ji Xuanran chuckled, replying, "They're not targeting you. Do not let their behavior get under your skin. They're clearly bullying you. I don't mind. As long as I can remain in the Tianjin sect and vie for the secret realm tokens, that's all that matters." Observing the hostility directed towards him, Ji Xuanran felt surprisingly calm, devoid of any significant anger. Nan Shaowan tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "You seem quite fixated on those secret realm tokens. Why do you so ardently wish to enter the realm? To resolve some grievances?" Upon hearing this, Nan Shaowan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cheerfully waved her tiny fists, exclaiming, "Does that mean there will be a fight? Don't forget to take me along." "Sure," Ji Xuanran replied dismissively. This was a personal vendetta, and he had no intention of involving the young girl as they conversed. Several elderly gentlemen, their hair as white as snow, arrived at the plaza atop cranes. Under their guidance, the disciples began to assemble around them in groups. Ji Xuanran and Nan Shaowan stood at the outermost edge. Due to her height, she had to rise on her toes to see. The new disciples, unfamiliar with the decorum, stood awkwardly, causing Nan Shaowan's cheeks to flush with frustration. "Jiang, carry me." Ji Xuanran hesitated momentarily before squatting down before her. Nan Shaowan joyfully leaped onto his back, her soft and warm touch rendering his legs momentarily weak. nearly causing him to collapse. He cleared his throat twice, suppressing his wandering thoughts as he stood upright. Is she truly this carefree? Silence. Everyone, silence. The elderly man at the center of the crowd coughed laboriously, as though he were on the verge of expelling his lungs, prompting the new disciples to instinctively hush. Once assured of their quiet, the elder nodded and declared, "Today marks the first lesson for the newly initiated disciples. I will reiterate once more. The Tao discussion class is mandatory for all, and you must attend at least once every month." As he spoke, he instructed the disciples nearby to distribute the prepared text. Ji Xuanran received 2 volumes, noting the title, Swordplay Against Evil. That wasn't this the book that the white-bearded elder had ordered the disciples to copy 600 times yesterday? Nan Shaoan flipped open the first page before Ji Xuanran, reading aloud, "With the sword, vanquish evil. The heart of the sword shall reach enlightenment." Upon reading this, Nan Shaoan scratched her head in confusion, unable to comprehend. Others echoed her sentiments. The plaza filled with murmurs of bewilderment, as some new disciples had mistakenly believed they were receiving a technique, only to be left sorely disappointed. "Quiet, everyone. Allow the old man some peace." The elder rapped his cane upon the ground, hands clasped behind his back as he addressed them. "As per tradition, I must pose a question to you new disciples." The senior disciples, too, adopted a serious demeanor, their earlier nonchalance evaporating. The newcomers, influenced by the seniors' attitudes, fell silent, attentively watching the elder. "I ask you, why do you cultivate?" The moment the question escaped his lips, many newcomers were left perplexed, and soon the crowd began to murmur once more. Is this even a question? Has the elder lost his wits? Surely anyone could answer that. Why is no one responding? The elder, seated upon a chair, coughed a couple of times before inquiring. One brave newcomer stepped forward, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, "I want to become stronger." "And why do you wish to grow stronger?" The elder pressed further. The newcomer furrowed his brow, scratching his head as he pondered for a considerable time before responding. "My parents are ordinary folk. They have never left that mountain in their lives. I want to take them out to see the world while they're still alive." The elder nodded approvingly, lavishly praising. "Well said, a boy with filial piety." The compliment elicited a bashful smile from the newcomer as he retreated into the crowd. "I ask there anyone else? Who else wishes to share?" Another newcomer stood, a smug grin adorning his face. He took a moment to glance around before pointing at himself with his thumb and declaring, "Because when I become stronger, I can have whatever I desire." His words garnered widespread agreement. Indeed, isn't cultivation all about these things? Women, wealth, status, and longevity. The elder did not rush to respond, listening intently to their thoughts. Once they had quieted, he asked, "Is there anything else?" "That's it. Isn't becoming stronger just for these purposes?" The elder nodded. "Correct. These are indeed the aims of cultivation, but they are not the only ones. Once you enter my Tianjin sect, you must be aware of one thing." The elder's tone turned grave, prompting the newcomers to become inexplicably serious. Ji Xuanran, standing outside, grew curious about what he was about to say, gradually edging his way to the front, carrying Nan Shaoan on his back. "You must understand. Power is not solely a privilege. It is also a responsibility." Responsibility? This statement left the newly initiated disciples bewildered. They had merely sought to grow stronger. What responsibility could possibly accompany that? Some of the newcomers respectfully inquired. But the elder merely shook his head, urging them to contemplate the question themselves. Perhaps due to Ji Xuanran's conspicuousness while carrying Nan Shaoan, the elder raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon him as he asked, "Having heard my words, now tell me, why do you cultivate?" Ji Xuanran did not respond immediately. He had been pondering this very question from the outset. Cultivation was indeed for the purpose of growing stronger. This was undeniable. But what was the purpose of becoming stronger? To seek vengeance against the princess, and thereafter to carry forward the legacy of my master and elevate it to the pinnacle of the world? No, this is merely a responsibility I inherited from my master. I have my own aspirations. Gradually, he began to reminisce about his life from childhood to the present. When he finally regained his focus, he noticed that all the disciples around him were staring, some with mockery, some with curiosity, but most with envy, who wouldn't covet the privilege of carrying a charming little junior sister. Their jealousy was almost palpable. Have you thought about how to articulate your thoughts? The elderly man did not harbor much hope for him, viewing him merely as a junior who had recently come of age, with a long journey ahead. Chapter 45. A Reward from the Old Master. From now on, I will be your little junior sister. I aspire to grow stronger. And then, I aim to make this world embrace reason. Although the seemingly lengthy years of his youth could be summarized in 2 words, betrayal. The strong reside above, claiming dominion over the lives of others, elevating themselves above mere mortals. In the eyes of the powerful, the weak and the ordinary have never existed. This response astonished everyone present. The old man instinctively straightened his posture, pondering for a moment before continuing to inquire. But this world esteems martial prowess, and the principles are dictated by the strong. To put it bluntly, there is no rationale. How, then, do you intend to instill reason in this world? Under the gaze of all, Ji Xuanran slowly inhaled, striving to calm his emotions. After much hesitation, he replied, "If those who consider themselves powerful think they can dominate everything through strength, then I shall use the very power they take pride in to force them to confront reality." Ji Xuanran's declaration plunged the square into a profound silence. Both new and old disciples were shaken by his words and the determination they conveyed. They had come to an understanding, yet found it absurd. Such words were far too ludicrous. Unrealistic, the musings of a dreamer. Yet, it was this very absurdity that stirred an instinctive desire to respond within them. Their blood boiling with fervor, these disciples looked to the old man, eager for his perspective. In the old man's gaze towards Ji Xuanran, there was a hint of appreciation, though his words were somewhat naive. The ability to articulate such thoughts was indeed commendable. Have you considered how your approach differs from those unreasonable, strong individuals you criticize? Both resort to violence to address violence, that if one day you truly act upon your beliefs. Have you pondered whether you might become the very unreasonable, strong person in the eyes of others? Ji Xuanran fell silent, unsure how to respond, as any answer seemed like a feeble excuse. A pale light, a rare smile, graced the old man's face as he stroked his beard and inquired, "What is your name?" "Disciple Ji Yang." "Haha, so it is you, young man. This level of awareness is indeed rare. I would almost consider taking you as my disciple. But alas, you already have a master. Do not rush to comprehend everything. You are all still young, and the path ahead is long, with ample time to discover your own way. Do not fear making mistakes. How can one discern what is right without experiencing a few wrongs?" As he spoke, the old man rose, retrieving a jade pendant and handing it over. "I am too old for conflict. Take this high-sheen jade pendant. It may save your life under the hands of a martial king during critical moments. Consider it a token of affirmation and praise for you." Ji Xuanran set down Nan Shaowan and respectfully accepted the pendant. "Thank you, sir." "Haha, it's nothing. I simply haven't felt this joyful in quite a while." Although the other disciples were envious of the jade pendant, at that moment they felt no jealousy. It was rightfully his. After the old man departed, the gathered disciples scattered. Nan Shaowan gazed at Ji Xuanran, her eyes sparkling like stars, circling around him, observing him as if meeting him for the first time. "Senior brother, I have decided. I will be your little junior sister." Ji Xuanran chuckled at her enthusiasm, storing the pendant away. "Let's go, little junior sister, to the task hall." "All right, Ji senior brother," he'd out at the other end of the square. Jin Ming Dao Run observed Ji Xuanran's retreating figure, nodding silently before soaring up to the floating island. On the island stood a massive ancient tree, as large as a coiled dragon, with a terrifying scar across its stout trunk, golden leaves fluttering down, adding a touch of desolation. That moment, the sect leader stood beneath the tree. Jin Ming stepped on the fallen leaves and approached. Before he could speak, the sect leader asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, junior brother? Didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Ji Yang?" The sect leader raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued, turning to inquire. "Speak on. That little brat is quite unpopular and has been ousted from the disciples' quarters." "Ha! These little rascals do love to stir up trouble. So, where is he residing now?" "In a cave?" Jin Ming shook his head, chuckling. "The little one has had some luck. He has moved into your disciple's room." "What?" The sect leader's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a lion with its fur bristled. His eyes wide as saucers, questioning Jin Ming. That little scoundrel dares to lay claim to my disciple's attention? Ji Ming quickly waved his hands, calming him down. It was your disciple who brought him in himself. Are you sure? Ji Ming nodded firmly, leaving the sect leader puzzled about his disciple's behavior. Junior brother, please remind that boy to behave himself. After all, he is a talent, and it would be a pity if my disciple were to ruin him. I know. Your disciple is not someone to be trifled with. Ji Ming felt quite troubled by this. Afterward, Ji Ming chuckled again. Do you know what Jiang said during the discourse lesson just now? He didn't bother to keep it a secret. He wants this world to embrace reason. The sect leader paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Did that little fellow truly say that? Ji Ming nodded proudly, as if Ji Xuanran were his prized pupil. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This young man's insight is beyond my expectations, yet reasoning also requires strength. With a long sigh, he waved his hand. In the future, let us ensure that the disciples follow the rules and refrain from bullying this little fellow. Wanting the world to embrace reason is naive, but the idea itself is commendable. As he spoke, the sect leader walked further away until he vanished from sight. The task hall was a bustling hub for disciples. Tasks were updated regularly here, making it the most frequented place for disciples that Ji Senior brother. Why are we here? Nen Shaoan pouted, gazing at the ancient structure nestled amidst the tranquil woods. Feeling a lack of interest, Ji Xuanran's lips curled upward. Upon arriving, he suddenly felt invigorated, ascending the stone steps one by one. The steps here were distinct from others. Due to the heavy traffic, no grass had grown in the crevices, and the ancient stones, worn smooth over countless years, exuded an undeniable sense of historical weight. With each step, one could feel the profound gravitas of history. Nen Shaoan hopped energetically, matching his pace, trailing behind him at O. Isn't that? Ji Xuanran had just ascended when a male disciple lounging by the hall's entrance called out to him. Dusting off his trousers with a teasing grin, he stood up, twirling a blade of grass in his hand as he appraised Ji Xuanran from head to toe. His antics captured the attention of several disciples, and their expressions turned playful upon seeing Ji Xuanran. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhuang Jie. In this outer sect, I'm not a prominent figure, but I possess a bit of clout. You can call me Jigu, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he patted Ji Xuanran on the chest and leaned in a whisper. I just heard you made quite a scene in the square. Didn't you? Chapter 46. Pride before the fall. Ji Xuanran took a step back, maintaining an indifferent expression as he replied, This has nothing to do with you. Zhuang Jie smirked, clapping his hands to draw more attention. Then spread his arms wide. How could it not concern me? I am, after all, a member of Tianjin's sect. Then kindly step aside. Ji Xuanran had no desire to engage in idle chatter. It was evident that this guy was looking for trouble, and he was not in a mood for a confrontation. With that, he attempted to lead Nen Shaoan past him, only for Zhuang Jie to block his path with an outstretched hand. The atmosphere grew tense in that instant, as numerous disciples gathered before the grand hall, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Zhuang Jie, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, stepped back a few paces, perched himself on the threshold of the hall, and tapped his knee. Well, how should I put this? Since you look down upon even the peak elders of my Tianjin sect, I presume you regard the tasks within this grand hall with equal disdain. Therefore, there is no need for you to intervene in these trifling matters. As he spoke, Zhuang Jie's gaze sharpened, casting an invisible weight upon the atmosphere of the hall, rendering it quite tenuous. A gentle breeze stirred among the trees, causing a few leaves to silently drift between the two, crossing their line of sight. However, Zhuang Jie soon let out a light chuckle, shattering the tense ambience, and with a casual crossing of his legs, he remarked, Perhaps you should take your leave, but should I choose to enter? Do not blame me for bullying. Ji Xuanran motioned for Nen Shaoan to step aside, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sword poised upright in the ground, his expression unflinching as he declared, Then I shall see if you can withstand me. As his words settled, a gentle gust rose from him, swirling the fallen leaves at the entrance, spiraling around him in a dance, his snow-white hair, illuminated by sunlight filtering through the leaves, shimmered with a golden hue, adding a hint of pressure to his presence. Humph, quite the imposing stance, Zhuang Jie scoffed, releasing his own aura, causing a subtle tremor in the air. far more explosive than Ji Xuanran's. With a cultivation level of the second tier of martial master, he stood among the external disciples as one of the elite. His strength caught Ji Xuanran off guard, as he had just broken through to the 8th tier of martial artists today. Uncertain whether he could cope, the disparity in power between each major realm was akin to a chasm that fight beyond one's realm was the mark of a genius, while to cross the threshold of major realms was the hallmark of a prodigy. Ji Xuan inhaled deeply, his right hand sweeping outward, summoning the heavy sword, Chongyuan, into his grasp. Though the sword was weighty, its edge was razor-sharp, reflecting a chilling glint that startled the onlooking disciples. Zhuang Jie raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the weapon. Despite being from Tianjin's sect, where swordsmanship was paramount, such a heavy sword was seldom seen, especially one of 4th-tier low-grade quality, while he himself wielded only a 3rd-tier mid-grade blade. "Let us draw our weapons then," Ji Xuanran's combat spirit flared, eager to gauge his current strength against his opponent. His tone conveyed a sense of impatience, as if he were the one instigating the conflict. Although my weapon may not match yours, it is more than sufficient to teach you a lesson." With that, he produced a golden one-handed sword, measuring over 3 feet in length, and with a gentle swing. A faint humming sound resonated in the air, the blade slicing through it. Ji Xuanran, not daring to underestimate his opponent, cautiously stepped forward, his body slightly lowering, muscles taut, and his gaze sharp as that of a leopard. Fixated on his prey, the surrounding disciples held their breath, eagerly watching Ji Xuanran, curious whether his prowess matched the formidable reputation bestowed upon him by the peak master. A single leaf drifted into Zhuang Jie's line of sight, and instinctively he glanced at it, his vigilance prompting him to retract his gaze. Yet it was too late. Ji Xuanran surged forward with a burst of wind, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground. Wielding Chongyuan, the white iron blade emitting a piercing shriek as it cleaved through the air, casting forth a breathtakingly bright crescent of cold light. The clash of metal rang out sharply, reverberating through the tranquil forest, shattering the silence and echoing the onset of battle. The dazzling sparks reflected in Zhuang Jie's eyes, yet they brought with them an icy pressure. In a moment of panic, he raised his sword defensively, the golden blade bending under the immense force, propelling him backward several steps until he crashed into the onlooking disciples. Damn it! Gripping his trembling hand, he wished to voice something, but Ji Xuanran offered him no chance. Leaping high, he lifted Chongyuan above his head, his body spinning in the air, transforming into a wheel of steel descending upon him. "Get out of the way!" Zhuang Jie gritted his teeth, unleashing his martial skill, an upper-tier 3rd-grade sword technique. Gale, a pale blue sword wind coiled around his blade, amplifying its sharpness as it surged toward the descending sword wheel. However, Ji Xuanran's power was overwhelming. Once again, Zhuang Jie was sent flying, losing his balance and rolling down the steps. As brazen as he had been moments ago, he now found himself in a most disgraceful predicament. Ji Xuanran landed gracefully on the steps, lightly exhaling, gazing down upon him without a hint of smugness. He understood that his ability to knock Zhuang Jie down stemmed from having seized the initiative. Had it been otherwise, such ease would not have been possible. "Now, I intend to enter. You have no objections, do you?" The surrounding disciples murmured in disbelief, astonished by the outcome, rendered speechless as they regarded Ji Xuanran. Though this young man had seized the initiative, his ability to do so against someone stronger was not without merit. "Well fought. I simply cannot abide your smugness," Nen Shaowan chimed in, gleefully stepping forward to stand beside Ji Xuanran, exuding a sense of triumph, as if she herself had emerged victorious, her face lifted high like a proud little hen. Zhuang Jie had intended to retort, but the sharp pain in his right hand made him gasp, forcing him to swallow his words. What kind of monster is this? Such strength! Suddenly, he recalled Peak Master Jinming's words regarding Ji Xuanran's physique. This level of power indicated at least a spirit body. How careless of me. I shall let you off today to avoid accusations of bullying the weak. In a few days, I will challenge you at the Bayou Square. Do not falter then. After delivering his thinly veiled threats, he hurriedly departed. The disciples watched his retreating figure, grappling with their disbelief at the turn of events. Who among you wishes to take a shot at me? Do you believe I will let you off easily? Nan Xiaowan, basking in her triumph. Push your luck, while Ji Xuanran felt the weight of hostile gazes bearing down upon him. Exasperated. This girl truly knows how to attract animosity. He hurriedly covered her mouth and dragged her into the task hall. Nan Xiaowan wriggled free from his grasp, pouting slightly in complaint. Why didn't you let me speak? Ji Xuanran could not help but roll his eyes. How could this girl be so naively innocent? Rubbing his temples in annoyance, he playfully flicked her forehead, producing a crisp sound. Nan Xiaowan pouted, clutching her smooth forehead, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, ready to cry. Noticing the number of people still present in the hall, Ji Xuanran's expression darkened, and he swiftly pinched her nose, forcing her to cease. If you keep talking, they will surely beat me to death. I was merely standing up for you, Nan Xiaowan protested, her lips jutting out in a display of feigned grievance. Ji Xuanran had no retort, merely chuckling as he led her toward the task acceptance area. Chapter 47. Our temple is too small to accommodate such a great Buddha before the counter. Numerous disciples were eagerly accepting tasks, while the few responsible for dispensing them appeared overwhelmed, struggling to keep pace. Ji Xuanran did not rush to push through the crowd. After waiting a while outside, he finally entered. Casting a cursory glance at the task board hanging on the wall, he found that half of the tasks were relatively simple, although they offered limited points in exchange. After weighing his options, Ji Xuanran decided to select one of greater difficulty and address the responsible disciple, saying, I would like that one. Wait, I will take this task. Before Ji Xuanran could finish, a man from the crowd strode in with an imposing demeanor, arms crossed, followed closely by a dozen external disciples. Unlike the others, this individual bore a sword emblazoned on his chest, signifying his status as an inner disciple. Sensing his hostile approach, Ji Xuanran chose to ignore him. He had yet to specify his desired task and dismissed him as irrelevant. Thus, he reiterated, I wish to accept the task regarding the golden feather eagle. Please assist me in taking it. The responsible disciple glanced at the inner disciple with a hint of trepidation, silently hoping he would refrain from causing trouble. Nodding, he retrieved the task token and, with careful consideration, advised, this task is rated at 3 stars. It is typically meant for inner disciples. External disciples may also accept it, but do exercise caution. Additionally, this token can be used to send messages in critical moments and serves as a locator mark. So do not dispose of it this moment. The inner disciple's lips curled into a smirk as he tilted his head, signaling the external disciples beside him to step forward. The latter nodded, sneering as he quickly snatched the task token, declaring, You've just entered. This task is ill-suited for you. Far too dangerous. Allow me to handle it. No need to thank me. With the token in hand, he playfully tapped Ji Xuanran's chest, his gaze provocative. Nan Xiaowan attempted to speak, but Ji Xuanran raised a hand to silence her, his expression calm, yet the coldness in his eyes deepening. Change that. He said, I want that bounty mission. Wait, let me handle this task. The inner disciple directly shoved Ji Xuanran aside, leaning on the counter with his chin propped up, a mischievous smile on his face as he taunted. Whatever task he takes, we'll take 2, lest he fails to complete it. We are merely looking out for him. Aren't we? Laughter erupted around him, mocking glances directed at Ji Xuanran. One disciple even feigned goodwill. Jesting, Ji Shidi, since you're new, I think that task of cleaning the spirit beast garden suits you perfectly. Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he coolly replied, Someone just caused me trouble earlier. Tisich, Lu Hanwen chuckled lightly, leaning against the counter, his hands playfully patting his belly, glancing around with amusement. Let us not forget that Zhuang Jia is an outer disciple. Even if you could defeat him, it is merely due to your initial advantage. Don't try to intimidate me with that I have no desire to quarrel with you. So don't provoke me. Ji Xuanran issued a final warning, his fists slowly clenching in his sleeves, the cracking of his joints clearly conveying his ire to everyone present. Yet Lu Hanwen appeared unfazed, stepping closer, his demeanor arrogant as he tilted his head to gaze at Ji Xuanran, forcefully jabbing his index finger into Ji Xuanran's chest. The force was so great that Ji Xuanran staggered backward, a pain blossoming in his chest. Today, I will provoke you. So what? Noticing Ji Xuanran's murderous glare, Lu Hanwen smirked, turning to his fellow disciples with a triumphant grin. What's wrong? Unhappy. Come and hit me. Can you even win against me? As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap Ji Xuanran's face. However, just as he did, he let out a grunt and unexpectedly knelt before Ji Xuanran. This sudden turn of events left the onlooking disciples in shock, their faces filled with disbelief as they exchanged bewildered glances. Feeling a wave of unease wash over them, Nin Shaoan stood nearby, hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. What if I hit you? Unable to contain her frustration, she kicked Lu Hanwen's calf, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground. This kick was no trifling matter. Being a 5-star martial soul, and at the second level of martial masters, she had been directly accepted as a disciple by an elder upon entering the sect. In simpler terms, she was an inner disciple from the moment she joined. With such talent, her strength was formidable, leaving Lu Hanwen's face alternating between shades of green and white as he knelt, his leg trembling with pain, unable to rise. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? I ask you, what if I hit you? Nin Shaoan seized a moment, her barrage of words leaving Lu Hanwen utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Tisich, inner disciple, what is so great about it? Who gave you the audacity to trouble my Shi Xiao? How embarrassing. With that, her expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a cute, innocent demeanor as she looked up at Ji Xuanran with expectation. Asking Ji Xiao, how did I do? Did it feel satisfying? Ji Xuanran, both amused and exasperated by the little girl, found himself at a loss for words. Instinctively, he reached out to ruffle her hair, which only made her beam with joy. She then jumped up, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Lu Hanwen, declaring, apologize to my Shi Xiao, or I'll kick you again, and you'll have to crawl out. You shouldn't bully too much. In terms of seniority, I am also your Shi Xiao. Lu Hanwen was seething with rage inside, feeling it was utterly unfair how biased this little sister was. Pah, shameless. Don't flatter yourself. Lu Hanwen turned away, determined to stubbornly refuse an apology. There was no way he would apologize to this brat. What are you all doing? A man in his 30s descended from the second floor, adjusting his wide sleeves as he surveyed the scene. Quickly grasping the situation, the disciples present all respectfully clasped their hands and greeted. Greetings, Elder Rome. Although it was Ji Xuanran's first encounter with him, he too dared not neglect his manners and bowed in unison. Elder Rome nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the kneeling Lu Hanwen, scolding him. We are all fellow disciples. What are you trying to achieve here? Do you wish to cause a rift in the sect? What? Still want to argue? Silence. Return and transcribe the sword techniques 300 times, and you lot too. The other disciples, wearing bitter expressions, wished to protest but dared not, merely responding with clasped hands after reprimanding them. Elder Rong turned his attention to Nan Shaoan, who hurriedly hid behind Ji Xuanran, wishing to intercede for the little girl, was interrupted by Elder Rong's words. You little girl must not hit others again. We are all fellow disciples, understand? Nan Shaoan peeked out from behind, blinking her bright eyes, and cheerfully replied, I understand. Bias. Utterly blatant bias. Though she felt a surge of anger inside, Lu Hanwen dared not voice it. Elder Rong glanced at Ji Xuanran, saying nothing further before retreating upstairs. With no one daring to stir trouble anymore, Ji Xuanran successfully accepted a mission to hunt demon beasts, aiming to procure materials from the third tier. Third-grade Earth Dragon Lizard. After accepting the task, Ji Xuanran was about to leave with Nan Shaoan when Lu Hanwen shouted angrily from behind, You look down on my Tianjin sect. If the elders and peak masters are beneath your notice, then get out. The Tianjin sect does not welcome arrogant trash like you. Ji Xuanran halted his steps, turning back to see all the disciples in the hall regarding him with disdainful eyes, which filled him with a sense of grievance and fury. His fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. He lowered his head, teeth gritted, and departed with Nan Shaoan. Chapter 48. More arrogant than you at noon. Ji Xuanran arrived alone at the harbor, using his disciple token to claim a single-person flying boat. This type of boat was simple to operate, although its speed could not match that of aerial predators or large vessels. It served as an excellent means of transport, and most importantly, it was free. Once aboard the boat, Ji Xuanran cast a glance behind him before steering the vessel straight into the thick white clouds. After passing through the cloud barrier, he emerged into a world blanketed in snow, the winter chill still lingering. The biting wind caressed his fair face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ji Xuanran donned a white fur cloak. Feeling a weight lift from his heart after leaving the sect, a sense of freedom akin to that of a bird soaring high in the sky. Even his speed of flight increased notably. Navigating through the fierce snow and wind, Ji Xuanran reached his destination, the twilight forest. As he walked within, the golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting an ambience reminiscent of its namesake, evoking a feeling of twilight that it was as if he had entered the twilight of his life. Treading along the final path of his journey, Ji Xuanran did not dare to let his guard down. Despite the dim surroundings, he remained acutely aware of the subtle sounds around him. Taking a deep breath, the blood within him surged, his eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty crimson hue. His aura shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly peerless, causing the hidden demon beast to tremble in fear and gradually retreat. However, having long harbored pent-up frustration within the sect, Ji Xuanran was determined to unleash it now. He plunged into the woods, unleashing a sword strike that shook the earth, sending leaves cascading like rain. The howls of the demon beasts echoed around him, igniting the ferocity of others, as a chorus of bloodthirsty roars erupted throughout the forest. Countless demon beasts stealthily converging upon Ji Xuanran in the dimly lit woods. "Come at me." Ji Xuanran held a blood-dripping beast's head in his hand. Suddenly, he turned around, his crimson eyes resembling a demonic deity from the depths of an abyss. The profound bloodlust overshadowing the frenzied gazes of the monstrous beast, the faint metallic scent permeated the blood-soaked forest, as if they were pilgrims on a sacred journey. The veins in his arms bulged. Tendrils of red light were absorbed into his body. Standing atop the carcass of the beast, Ji Xuanran tilted his head back, exhaling a breath tinged with the scent of blood, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. In this shadowy forest, he relished the sensation. Ethereal blue spiritual energy manifested from the depths of the abyss, thin ice spreading across the blade of his sword, radiating a chilling light that illuminated the surrounding space. Seizing the rare opportunity, he declared, "Let us practice the Xianbing three swords on you." With a flourish of his weapon, the icy light flickered incessantly. With each strike, a monstrous beast was cleaved into shards of ice. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ji Xuanran had consumed the last beast at his feet, satisfied as he sat down amidst the spoils. Before him lay numerous beast cores, which could be exchanged for substantial points of the sect. Just as he was counting his treasures with delight, the rustling of footsteps emerged from the bushes behind him. Before he could rise, he was already surrounded by a dozen men clad in animal skins. One of them, shouldering a large tiger head dagger, exuded an intimidating presence, even in the dim light. This man twirled his sparse mustache, scrutinizing Ji Xuanran before exclaiming, "Well, I thought we had captured a lovely lady. I was hoping for some fun in this godforsaken place, but it turns out to be a man. Brother Leopard, a man will do. Just look at his delicate skin and beautiful features. Darkness suits him just as well." "Ha!" A gaunt man nearby rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a lecherous light, giving off the impression of a rat. Ji Xuanran attempted to store the beast cores away, but was met with a scornful command from Brother Leopard. "Stop. How dare you touch our spoils? They belong to me." Ji Xuanran's expression turned frosty as he stowed the cores into his storage pouch, dusted off his backside, and rose. Grasping the heavy sword, he cast a glance over the group. Recognizing their highest combat prowess to be merely at the 8th level of martial arts, that he coldly declared, "If you wish to live, then leave." Quite fiery. "I like it, Brother Leopard. I've made my decision." Before he could finish, Ji Xuanran surged like a gust of wind, the cold light flashing by, leaving a streak of crimson in its wake. The gaunt man was cleaved in two before he could utter another word. Ji Xuanran tilted his head slightly and said, "Aren't you all going to leave?" Brother Leopard spat, pointing at Ji Xuanran with rage. You dare kill my men and still act so brazenly in front of me. Brothers, capture this brat. Today, anyone who wants to feast can do so. Laughter erupted from the others, laced with lewdness, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Ji Xuanran. Although disgusted, Ji Xuanran remained unfazed, standing his ground and mocking. How pitiful! Have you never tasted meat before? Or is it just frog flesh that you feast upon? Tsk, I can't comprehend. How dare you look down on me? Brother Leopard's eyes reddened with fury as he pointed his dagger at Ji Xuanran. Shouting, "Today I'll show you why flowers bloom so red." As several men charged toward him, Ji Xuanran slightly turned his face, his body spinning backward as he swung his heavy sword, unleashing a mesmerizing arc of blood. Scalding blood sprayed forth, splattering the faces of the men behind him, blurring their vision. Ji Xuanran struck with ruthless precision, taking 3 steps to carve a pale crescent, stained crimson, by the time he ceased his assault. Several corpses lay around him. Boring, you all are so weak, incapable of providing me with the thrill of slaughter. His voice was soft yet imbued with a sinister edge, akin to a young demon traversing the mortal realm, causing the remaining few to shudder involuntarily. Brother Leopard's eyes twitched as he erupted in rage. Brat, you're quite arrogant. More arrogant than you. This statement was already audacious, and coupled with Ji Xuanran's indifferent demeanor, it became increasingly intolerable. You're dead. Brother Leopard, cunningly, did not charge directly, but kicked up a flurry of snowflakes to obscure Ji Xuanran's vision. He then darted to the side, wielding his tiger-head dagger with haste. 3rd-tier low-grade martial skill, Blood Oath Blade, Blood Refinement Slash. A terrifying crimson radiance erupted, illuminating Ji Xuanran's ever-composed expression as the blood-red blade approached that moment. Upon seeing Ji Xuanran's countenance, Brother Leopard's heart sank. He was finished. Before the blade could descend, 2 streams of blood erupted from his arms. Brother Leopard's face flushed painfully as he collapsed to his knees before Ji Xuanran, desperately trying to cover his severed limbs. But with both arms severed, he could only helplessly wave the stumps. Amidst the cacophony, Ji Xuanran, momentarily annoyed by the din, grasped Brother Leopard's face and lifted him, turning his gaze to inquire, "Do you know why Haventy killed you outright?" As he spoke, he unleashed his martial soul. With its rotation, the snow beneath him was drawn in, and soon, Brother Leopard's 2-star Blood Mantis martial soul was yanked forth. 2 colossal size plunged into the ground. Attempting to resist the overwhelming pull, yet any defiance was futile in the face of absolute domination. "What are you doing? What will you do to my martial soul?" Brother Leopard felt an innate terror, realizing that his martial soul no longer belonged to him. Silence. Under the relentless force of absorption, the Blood Mantis's size carved deep grooves into the earth before being swept into the vortex. "Your martial soul is decent, albeit of a lower star rank." As he spoke, Brother Leopard was wholly consumed, becoming a powerful source of nourishment for Ji Xuanran. When Ji Xuanran emerged from the ecstasy of consumption, he found the remaining few had already fled, prompting a flicker of concern. "I was careless." However, Ji Xuanran did not dwell on it for long, having not indulged in murder and plunder for quite some time. He focused entirely on Brother Leopard. He detached the storage pouch from his waist and began to rummage through it, discovering a pleasant surprise. Over 3,000 spirit stones. This fellow must have slain many. But now, they all belonged to me. Aside from the spirit stones, there were numerous items of little value, which Ji Xuanran discarded without a second thought. Yet the most delightful find was the 3rd-tier low-grade martial skill, Blood Oath Blade. Excellent, as he was now within the sect, where powerful foes could emerge at any moment. Should he continue to use spiritual techniques so casually, it would inevitably draw unwanted attention. He would reserve his spiritual techniques as a final trump card. Upon glimpsing this martial technique, Ji Xuanran was suddenly reminded of the earlier acquisition of that body technique. He rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving it with a swift motion. This was the Ghost Shadow, a 3rd-tier supreme body technique. However, he did not rush into cultivation. Relying on the innate comprehension bestowed by the Devouring Enlightenment body, mastering this 3rd-tier technique posed no significant challenge. Ji Xuanran directed his focus onto this martial skill. realizing it was ill-suited for him and required modification to suit his swordsmanship. Though he felt confident in his ability to swiftly master it, he still harbored some uncertainty about altering a martial technique. Activating the Swallowing Heaven Enlightenment scripture and releasing his enlightenment devouring martial soul, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his dantian. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a spiritual stone vein. The rich spiritual energy here was perfectly conducive to cultivation and deduction. Sitting cross-legged, Ji Xuanran, under the enhancement of the technique, found his thoughts exceptionally clear and his spiritual platform serene. His spiritual body began to take on an ethereal form, resembling a multitude of stars converging together. The stars above his head sparkled with resplendent brilliance, both dreamlike and mysterious, pulsating in rhythm with his breath. With each inhalation and exhalation, a significant amount of spiritual energy was consumed, visibly depleting the light, blue spiritual energy drifting within the mind. The vein protested against this, flickering incessantly, as if attempting to cease the release of spiritual energy. Yet, Ji Xuanran did not indulge its complaints. A phantom of his martial soul emerged behind him, exuding a powerful suction force that drew spiritual energy directly from the stones embedded in the walls, channeling it into his spiritual body. Within his consciousness, he wielded the heavy abyss sword, repetitively executing the blood oath blade beneath the starry sky. Whenever he encountered obstructions in the flow of spiritual energy, he would pause and attempt a different approach. Cycling through this process, time may have passed for several days or even months. The momentum of his sword became increasingly fierce, and as he swung the heavy sword, it felt as if he could shake the very fabric of this illusory cosmos. Blood, oath sword, devour blood. With a fierce shout, the bloodlight surged upon the blade's edge, the sword gleaming with a dazzling crimson hue, painting a haunting blood wheel against the starlit backdrop. Humming with the resonance of the heavy sword, Ji Xuanran knew he had succeeded. Upon withdrawing from the deduction, he noticed the spiritual stone vein had dimmed slightly, but fortunately, it had not suffered any irreparable damage. Next time, I must store more spiritual energy. I cannot guarantee I won't drain you completely. He chuckled as he exited his dantian, observing the vein flickering in agitation, expressing its displeasure. Once back in his corporeal form, Ji Xuanran casually incinerated the blood oath blade in his hand that he no longer required this martial technique, having successfully deduced the new blood oath sword, which not only surpassed its predecessor, but had also achieved the quality of a third-tier mid-grade martial skill. It was no wonder his master sought to devour the enlightenment tree. Such effects, I believe, are beyond the capabilities of any martial soul or physique in this realm. Rising from the ground, Ji Xuanran glanced at the body of leopard brother nearby, noting that the blood had merely dried a little, indicating he had not spent much time. Twisting his neck and lifting the corners of his mouth in an eager arc, he was determined to practice his newly acquired martial skill. However, before he could venture far, he heard an unfamiliar voice call out, "Lu San, are you not here yet?" "Not yet. Not yet. It's fine. Old Hai has plenty of good things. A little longer won't matter," replied a youthful-looking man, anxiously wiping his sweat as he spoke to a centurion clad in white iron armor named Old Hai. The centurion scoffed, his battle-hardened eyes radiating authority without anger, casually sweeping his gaze over Lu San, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily. His armor was thoroughly protective, with minimal fabric. It was predominantly crafted from metal. The left hand, adorned with gauntlets, rested on the hilt of a blade at his waist as he coldly declared, "I hope you have what you claim. Otherwise, if I don't take your head, my brothers behind me will dismember you." "Ha! The centurion speaks true. Hurry, you brat. Lead the way," one soldier exclaimed, kicking Lu San in the rear, nearly sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. "My lords, I assure you, there is indeed something. I swear on my life, I did not miss-see," Lu San pleaded, his voice trembling. "Then what are you dawdling for? Lead the way." Ji Xuanran, concealed behind a tree, overheard the entire exchange but felt little enthusiasm, quietly departing from the scene. Clutching the mission information, he began to search for the earth dragon lizard in the dusky forest, only to unexpectedly encounter another group of individuals. Five-headed. "That's the scoundrel. Ji Xuanran heard a voice from behind. He turned to find the previous fugitives had returned with another group in pursuit. Trouble among this new faction. Two formidable warriors existed, one at the first-tier martial master level and another at the third tier, accompanied by over a dozen martial artists. "Brat, are you the one who killed the leopard of our Black Dragon gang?" inquired a robust woman wielding a heavy hammer, her coarse voice nearly sending Ji Xuanran fleeing. "My dear lady, I'm unaware of what you speak," Ji Xuanran retorted, retrieving the heavy abyss sword, placing one hand behind him. And as he stepped back, he dropped two spiritual stones, crushing them into the earth beneath his feet. The woman grinned. "Regardless, I've taken a liking to you. Being so handsome, I could make an exception to keep you around for a few extra days." Ji Xuanran's expression darkened, his gaze turning frigid as he slightly lowered his head and replied, "Is it customary for your Black Dragon gang to speak so indiscreetly? Those who lick blood from the blade need not concern themselves with niceties." The woman bellowed, unleashing a surge of menacing lightning that sent her surrounding subordinates flying. Her powerful legs burst through her trousers, revealing muscles as hard as iron. And with an exaggerated leap, she soared from several meters away, swinging her heavy hammer overhead, aiming it down upon Ji Xuanran's slender figure. Even before impact, Ji Xuanran felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. His clothing rustled violently under the strain of the electrifying force. His white hair appeared to be tugged by numerous hands, and his movements became sluggishly restrained. "Damn it! Ha ha! You little rascal! Come back to my lair!" The woman taunted mid-air, licking her lips and spitting a few droplets of saliva, her eyes glowing with a sinister green light, exhilarated by the chase. This little one is becoming more and more enticing. Lightning crash. The purple lightning erupted with a thunderous roar, awakening the slumbering forest, uprooting the brown grass and soil mixed with snow, while arcs of electricity surged through, producing an ear-piercing crackle. Chapter 50. This is no joke for me, such a striking appearance, yet formidable strength. With that, the five-headed gang leader's power surged even further. Ji Xuanran raised the heavy abyss sword above his head to block the impending hammer, the immense force bending him at the waist, nearly forcing him to kneel. "If you cannot speak, then be silent." He gritted through clenched teeth, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms, unleashing a shockwave that sent the iron hammer hurtling away, though his body still tingled from the earlier lightning strike. He relied on his robust physique to swiftly distance himself from her, creating space between them. Upon landing 10 meters away, he buried a few spiritual stones into the earth. Panting heavily, Ji Xuanran leaned on the heavy abyss sword, each breath crackling with faint arcs of electricity as the lightning attribute energy seeped into his body. Confronting a third-tier martial master head-on was exceedingly taxing, with a disparity of 5 minor realms and 1 major realm. As he caught his breath, another first-tier martial master, flanked by a dozen subordinates, encircled him, cutting off his escape route. "Brat, drop your weapon and surrender. Perhaps I might go easy on you tonight," she jeered, laughter echoing around her as the others joined in. Dismissing Ji Xuanran entirely, in response, Ji Xuanran remained silent, his expression cold as he took 2 steps back, gradually lifting his left hand. Spiritual energy coalesced into threads within his palm, connecting to the spiritual stones buried in the soil. They observed Ji Xuanran's actions with confusion, unaware of his intentions, yet they were unwilling to let him continue unimpeded. The five-headed gang leader commanded, "Go. Break his concentration." Another first-tier martial master nodded, drawing a crescent-shaped blade from behind. Licking his lips with a grin, rushing forward with a glimmer of crimson light. "Moon break. Just what I was waiting for. Blood oath sword, blood refinement." Ji Xuanran sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy sword, unleashing a deep, resonant sound as it sent a large clump of earth skyward. Blood surged from the sword's edge, erupting in a viscous, crimson killing intent that was far more formidable than his own. The moment he beheld the blood-red glow, he sensed the impending danger and instinctively raised his crescent moon-shaped blade in defense. His body, uncontrollably propelled through the air, collided head-on with the blood will crafted by Ji Xuanran. The blood light erupted, and the clash of metal reverberated in the ears of those present. The force of the strike left his arm numb, sending him hurtling backward. Yet before he could travel too far, Ji Xuanran swiftly unleashed his martial spirit, drawing him back with ease, and with a graceful leap, he delivered a kick that sent him crashing beside the fifth master. The fifth master spoke in a grave tone. "Is this the blood oath blade of our Black Dragon gang?" "Huh. Who knows?" Ji Xuanran let out a low growl, clapping his hands together before forcefully pulling them apart, channeling his spiritual energy to extract a frost arrow from the earth. Third-tier mid-grade formation. Frost spike. His muscles tensed as he retreated several steps, pulling the energy-formed bowstring to its utmost limit. The chilling brilliance of the arrow pricked at their skin, and even before it was launched, thin layers of frost began to form upon them, instilling a profound sense of crisis. Attempting to evade, they found their legs ensnared by solid ice. The fifth master raised his head, demanding, "When did you set this formation?" "Dead men need not know," Ji Xuanran replied, loosening his grip, and with a swift whoosh, the frost arrow, enveloped in frigid air, shot forth like a piercing wind. "No." The fifth master swung his hammer down with all his might, but the arrow detonated, releasing several sharp ice spikes that erupted in all directions. The ice spikes slowly penetrated the body of the martial master of the first heaven, gradually sapping away his vitality, staining the cold spikes red with his blood. Witnessing the success of this strike, Ji Xuanran finally breathed a sigh of relief, gripping the heavy sword while his sharp gaze swept over the other 10 or so thugs, causing them to recoil in fear, swallowing hard and daring not to advance. With a light huff, he squinted at the massive chunk of solid ice, sensing that it was not as simple as it seemed. Sure enough, the ice emitted a sound of shattering, with cracks visibly spreading. "Kid, you almost ensnared me." As the words fell, the ice exploded, and a woman wielding a large iron hammer emerged from the swirling cold. Numerous ice spikes embedded within her flesh, yet they had not claimed her life. Upon seeing this, Ji Xuanran turned and fled, swiftly vanishing into the woods. "Pursue!" The woman chuckled coldly, following in hot pursuit that Ji Xuanran, glancing back at the relentless pursuers, gritted his teeth and activated the ghost shadow technique, practicing it as he ran. "Are you trying to make me laugh? Practicing at a time like this is utterly foolish." For others, this would be an exercise in futility, but for Ji Xuanran, who possessed the devouring body of enlightenment, it was no joke. Gradually, the fifth master trailing behind suddenly noticed that his speed had increased, his steps taking on an inexplicable, eerie quality. What kind of monster is this kid? Let the Bawangwa eat dust behind. Ji Xuanran retracted his technique, turning back to mock, raising his hand and extending a middle finger, grinning in disdain. "What did you call me?" "I called you an idiot. You're seeking death." "Huh, you can't catch me." At this point, Ji Xuanran had already opened a distance of over 100 meters, his figure leaping through the dim woods, ready to vanish from their sight at any moment. Frustrated, the fifth master could only press forward in pursuit, determined to crush this brat into a pulp. Otherwise, his wrath would remain unquenched. Along with Hai Yi and his group, led by Lu San, they arrived at the vicinity of a dilapidated ruin, surrounded by remnants obscured by time. They stood in a wide circular plaza, curiously examining their surroundings. "Captain, aside from these collapsed structures, there's nothing here." The soldiers glared at Lu San with suspicion, feeling duped by him. Haya's sun-darkened face bore an invisible murderous intent, his expression ominous as he seized the frail Lu San, gritting his teeth and coldly demanding, "Do you dare to play us for fools?" Terrified, Lu San's face turned pale, desperately shaking his head, then vigorously nodding, "No, absolutely not. I saw a sword stuck here last time. I was quite far away, yet I could feel its extraordinary presence. Truly, I am not deceiving you." Its radiance even surpassed the evening glow of this forest. Upon hearing this, Hai scanned the area once more, still finding nothing. Subsequently, he tossed Lu San to the ground, stepping on his chest as he commanded, "All of you, search the surroundings. If there's nothing, I'll have your head." "Captain, there's movement." A soldier pointed towards the nearby woods. Catching their attention, several soldiers unsheathed their long knives, forming a defensive line as they awaited the emergence of whatever lurked within. Ji Xuanran burst forth from the woods, instantly recognizing them, yet he wished to avoid trouble. effortlessly weaving through the soldiers with his ghost shadow technique. As he passed by Hai Yi, a sudden sense of alarm arose within him, prompting him to raise his heavy sword in defense. Clang! Hai Yi unexpectedly unleashed a punch, its sheer power sending Ji Xuanran flying several meters, the heavy sword slipping from his grasp. After rolling a few times on the ground, he came to a halt, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You little brat, I finally caught up to you." Chapter 51. If you want to kill me, then come and try. The fifth master, accompanied by more than 10 subordinates, rushed out only to find Ji Xuanran sent flying, unable to suppress a wild grin. Hai Yi turned to the fifth master, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "Lianrong, what brings you here? How did you escape from the gang?" The subordinates behind the fifth master Lianrong respectfully clasped their hands. "Greeting, we meet again, fourth brother, fourth master." "Damn," Ji Xuanran cursed inwardly upon realizing they were allies. Recognizing his unfortunate fate and the urgent need to devise an escape plan, after much contemplation, he concluded that his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect might prove useful. Picking up the heavy sword beside him, he steadied his weak body, his pale complexion revealing, "I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Have you considered the consequences of laying a hand on me?" Hearing this, Hai Yi stroked his beard, chuckling as he glanced at Lianrong, both sharing a moment of surprise that a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, how fortuitous! We were lamenting our lack of opportunity to capture one. And here you come, delivering yourself right to our door. Ji Xuanran's eyelids twitched, realizing the trouble he had stumbled into. Having encountered enemies of the Heavenly Sword sect, he retrieved a mission token, stating, "Let me go, or I will inform my sect of this incident." Faced with a Buanghua and a more powerful Hai Yi, fleeing was the wisest course of action. At this moment, he remained rational. His thoughts clear, yet a seething anger brewed within him, having faced repeated setbacks over the past few days, driving him nearly to madness. The wrath within him continued to swell, even eroding his rationality. Yearning for release, the devouring body of enlightenment responded to his desires, and the flow of his blood quickened. Even from a distance of several meters, Hai Yi and the others could hear the commotion within him, sending chills down their spines. Hai Yi sneered, "I didn't expect you to be a gifted individual with a unique physique. Hand over your head, and perhaps you'll earn some benefits. It appears you have no intention of letting me leave." Ji Xuanran tightened his grip on the sword hilt, slowly raising his head, his crimson eyes emanating fierce battle intent and bloodthirsty killing intent. With no path of retreat, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. "This kid is peculiar." Lianrong was taken aback by the red glow in his eyes, feeling a shiver run through her very soul. Hai Yi suppressed his dismissive attitude, stating gravely, "He is not simple." Everyone remained vigilant. Yes, the 100 soldiers behind them responded in unison, their murderous aura coalescing into a formidable presence. In the plaza, the intense battle intent felt almost palpable, and before either side moved, the confrontation stirred a fierce wind. For reasons unknown, this wind sent chills down their spines, prompting them to swallow nervously. This boy was more extraordinary than they had anticipated. Under their watchful gaze, a dark whirlpool materialized behind Ji Xuanran, its profound darkness swirling slowly, captivating their attention as if their very souls were on the verge of detachment. "All of you, perish!" Ji Xuanran's furious roar startled them into a cold sweat, by the time they regained their senses. He had already charged into the midst of the 100 soldiers. The heavy sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it stirred up great plumes of accumulated snow, transforming into a snowbound demon that splattered dazzling sparks of crimson and blood. The soldier's armor appeared as fragile as paper before him, offering no defense as he brutally cleaved it in two with a single stroke, sending bloodied fragments soaring into the air. Blood refinement. With his low growl, the surrounding snow was stirred into a soft crimson mist, and amidst the swirling snowflakes, a flash of red pierced through the hearts of these soldiers. He was a bloodthirsty beast, hunting within this icy realm. The bloodlight was but a fleeting moment, yet it indelibly marked the frozen landscape with a harrowing blood-red circle. 7 soldiers were severed at the waist, their blood splattering onto the cold white armor of those behind them. a sight so mesmerizing it sent shivers down the spine. "Brat, do not be so arrogant." Hai charged forward, snowflakes swirling in his wake. As he drew near, he suddenly unsheathed a black long knife. The blade rasping against the scabbard, sparking with intense heat as it turned a fiery red that he swung fiercely at Ji Xuanran. Clang! Ji Xuanran leaped slightly, parrying the blow with his heavy abyss sword. Leveraging the force to retreat from the encirclement, sliding back 7 or 8 meters in the snow before coming to a halt, he casually flicked his heavy sword to shake off the residual force of the strike. Standing erect in the midst of a snowstorm, wrapped in his fur coat, he resembled a statue, his demeanor calm, yet the frenzied killing intent in his crimson eyes could not be overlooked. "You possess some skill." Hai waved his black long knife twice, allowing the blade to cool, scrutinizing Ji Xuanran earnestly. "Whether I possess skill or not is not for you to judge," Ji Xuanran replied coldly. This provoked a slight twitch at the corner of Hai's eye. Feeling that the young man was exceedingly arrogant, "Do you not understand the meaning of the newly sprouted branch is easily broken? One must always maintain respect before the strong." This remark elicited Ji Xuanran's derision. "Respect? You are not worthy of it. A person like you, even if you were to kill me, would not be deserving of any respect." Hai's expression darkened considerably. The young man's sharp tongue gained him no advantage, prompting him to say ominously, "Then I shall grant your wish. I shall see if you, beneath my foot, will plead for mercy that if you wish to kill me. Then come and try." Ji Xuanran braced himself. "Very well. You have spirit. Fourth brother, why waste words with him? Just kill him." The fierce Lianrong approached, her voice rough and commanding. "Oh, be it. You are merely skilled in words, lacking true substance." That Ji Xuanran had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He raised the heavy abyss sword, licking his lips, his aura devilish, and began to utilize the phantom shadow technique, darting through the snow with astonishing speed, leaving the soldiers bewildered. Before they could catch a glimpse of Ji Xuanran, he had already cleaved one in two with a single stroke. Observing the hot blood, his devouring instinct surged with an intense craving, yearning to consume this lifeblood to augment his own power. Before he could take another action, Hai's long knife had already descended. Ji Xuanran did not dodge. He swung his sword upwards, the two weapons clashing, releasing a burst of spiritual energy that cleared the snow around them. Their gazes locked in a fierce contest. Ji Xuanran's eyes, sharp as dripping blood, pierced into Hai's very soul. "Damn!" Hai broke into a cold sweat, retreating over 3 meters, his expression fluctuating as he regarded Ji Xuanran. The young man's eyes were too eerie, akin to blood-stained gemstones, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Ji Xuanran evaded the ensuing hammer strikes from Lianrong, creating distance as he refrained from further attack. His current strength was still too feeble to contend with them. Even with the support of his martial spirit, his hands trembled uncontrollably. That last strike had nearly reached his limit. Ji Xuanran parted his dry, chapped lips, exhaling a puff of white mist, and several spiritual stones appeared in his left hand. Hidden within his sleeve, Chapter 52, "Kneel before me." Ji Xuanran surveyed them, slowly circling around, and inquired, "Did you not just say you would exchange my head for benefits? Is someone directing you to target my Tianjin sect?" At each specific juncture of the formation, he discreetly dropped a few spiritual stones, naturally stepping on them to bury them in the snow. Hai smirked as he flicked his black long knife, his body mirroring Ji Xuanran's slow rotation, keeping himself directly facing him. "You certainly have a knack for seizing the critical points, but why should I divulge anything to you?" Ji Xuanran narrowed his eyes. Sensing the situation was trickier than anticipated, he glanced at the soldiers behind him and chuckled lightly. "So you lack the confidence to kill me?" "Nonsense. Killing you is as easy as pie for a martial artist like me. But I won't tell you what you want to know that a dead man needs not know so much. It's futile. This old fellow, far too cunning for his own good." Realizing he could glean no further information, Ji Xuanran ceased his inquiries, having completed half his circuit. "Fourth brother," Lianrong suddenly interjected, "this brat knows formations. Do not fall for his tricks." Upon hearing this, Hai suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wrapping his long knife in pale blue water attribute spiritual energy, he transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, and charged forward. Ji Xuanran gritted his teeth, sidestepping to evade a fatal blow. Yet still felt his clothing torn. The two passed each other, and Ji Xuanran retreated into their midst. "Brat, you almost fell for my trap." Hai examined the droplets of blood on his blade, a smug smile curling at his lips, as if victory were assured, having seen through all of Ji Xuanran's tricks. "Oh, is that so?" Ji Xuanran did not appear troubled. Instead, a smile graced his face as he tossed two spiritual stones at his feet, positioned at the center of a semicircle. The formation had indeed been disrupted, but he could always temporarily switch to another. As the two spiritual stones struck the ground, Ji Xuanran formed hand seals, and the buried stones released their spiritual energy, weaving into threads that interconnected. Tier 3, mid-grade formation, half-moon kill. A crescent moon coalesced from the ground, floating behind Ji Xuanran under his command. The silver crescent hung inverted in midair for a fleeting moment, leading them to mistakenly believe that twilight had descended upon the Yuhui forest. The cold moonlight draped over their shoulders, and the chilling air coalesced, penetrating their pores and sending involuntary shivers down their spines. Ji Xuanran raised his hand, and the crescent moon flew to his side, spinning rapidly as it sliced through the air. Go. With a fierce flick of his wrist, the crescent moon shot forth, a frigid harvester of life, incessantly reaping lives among the soldiers, their blood illuminated by the moonlight, cascading like wine-red liquid. Just as the crescent moon was about to strike Hai Yi, it veered off course uncontrollably, crashing into a corner of the square, cleaving a vicious gash into the ground. Ji Xuanran furrowed his brow. Forcibly altering the formation was indeed beyond his current capabilities. "Brat, go die." Hai Yi, fiercely attuned to battle, charged the moment the crescent moon deviated. The cold gleam on his blade overshadowed the moonlight, illuminating Ji Xuanran's face with a lifeless pallor. The martial spirit world, a vortex of scarlet light pulsating at its center, exploding suddenly in Hai Ye's bewildered gaze. A blood-red beam piercing through the icy blade light, crashing violently against his armor. Entangled in blood energy, Hai Yi was sent flying. Ji Xuanran pressed the advantage, racing after him before he even touched the ground. Raising the heavy abyss sword, bang, Ji Xuanran summoned all his strength, pinning him to the ground with a single strike, the snow billowing, stones flying, as the square crumbled, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Cough! Hai Yi tasted blood in his mouth, coughing violently as he exclaimed, "You dare to harm me? In the face of life and death, not only must I harm you, but I shall also kill you." With that, Ji Xuanran rolled aside, and Lianrong's hammer struck with precision against Hai Ye's chest. "Fourth brother!" Lianrong gasped, nearly dropping her iron hammer, reaching to assist him. That moment, the crescent moon, which had previously struck elsewhere, suddenly soared back, aiming for Lianrong's back. Hai Yi noticed just in time, shoving her aside, but still, the crescent moon severed one of her arms. "My arm!" Lianrong clutched her severed limb, her face flushed with pain. Beads of sweat pouring down like rain, her legs buckling as she collapsed into the snow. The crescent moon returned to Ji Xuanran's side, hovering autonomously behind him. Such a pity. Originally an exceptional opportunity. It ultimately slipped away. However, the injury sustained by one of them added a glimmer of hope to their chances. What troubled them the most was that the spiritual energy of the half-moon killing array was nearing exhaustion, and the radiance of the waning moon had considerably dimmed. The opponent had evidently noticed this situation as well. Gritting his teeth, Master Hai stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly declared, "Kid, reaching this point is no small feat, but it ends here." As he spoke, he unleashed his martial soul, donning a suit of aquamarine armor, a 3-star martial soul, the aquamarine armor. Once clad in this armor, his aura surged several levels, with the released energy sending Ji Xuanran reeling, struggling to maintain his footing. The chasm separating a martial master from a martial artist was unfathomable, no matter how monstrous your talent. It could not bridge the gap in our strengths. "This blade shall claim your life." Empowered by his martial soul, his sword became exceedingly heavy. Ji Xuanran attempted to evade its deadly edge, yet felt ensnared, as if mired in quicksand, bound by the spiritual pressure. The aquamarine blade radiated throughout the space, descending with a weighty murderous intent. The waning moon surged forth, positioned beneath the blade's light, granting Ji Xuanran a fleeting moment to breathe. Barely escaping this lethal strike, the plaza was cleaved in two, causing Ji Xuanran's legs to tremble and forcing him to collapse onto the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up and fled. Maintaining a distance of over 10 meters, he regarded his adversary with a grave expression, wary of any misstep. This moment, his mind raced, devising a strategy. Yet, Master Hai was unwilling to grant him any time for contemplation. He charged forward once more, and a flurry of attacks ensued. In desperation, Ji Xuanran clenched his teeth and raised his sword to parry the blow. The impact felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging bull, sending him uncontrollably flying. After rolling several times in the snow, he came to a halt on one knee, sliding a few meters before stopping. "Did you think I feared you?" As soon as he regained his footing, Ji Xuanran roared and charged forward, swinging his heavy sword and sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air that obscured his opponent's vision. "Kneel before me." Seizing this opportunity, he pressed the sword down upon Master Hai's head like a door panel. But it was blocked by his martial soul. Nonetheless, Ji Xuanran's physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary men, causing Master Hai to stagger and drop to one knee. Enraged and humiliated, he bared his bloodied teeth and shouted, "You seek death." While they exchanged blows, the overlooked Lu San lay in the snow, a gleam of excitement gracing his face. "Let them fight. The more that perish, the better. We need more. More blood." Chapter 53. The Soul of the Martial Emperor. Howling moon silver wolf, the blood of the soldiers seeped into the snow, flowing through the plaza's patterns, unbeknownst to anyone. Gradually outlining a blood array, Ji Xuanran was sent flying by a punch. Crashing against the broken wall at the plaza's edge, as he fell to the ground, he clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was this blood that exponentially accelerated the formation of the blood array. "This kid's bloodline is extraordinary." Lu San watched this scene from the snow, acutely aware of the blood required for the array, as Ji Xuanran's blood directly completed its formation, just as Master Hai raised his blade to finish Ji Xuanran. The ground began to shake violently, making it difficult to maintain balance. What is happening? While Master Hai pondered, Ji Xuanran seized a moment to escape, only to collide with an invisible barrier at the plaza's edge, which sent him rebounding back. "Damn it!" Lu San rose, his laughter capturing the attention of everyone present. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! Thanks to you, my task can proceed smoothly." Master Hai's expression darkened, unease flickering in his eyes as he coldly questioned, "Lu San, what are you saying?" "Tisish, Master Hai, today you shall meet your end here." With a resolute glint in his eyes, he drew a small knife and made a vicious cut across his own neck. Scalding blood gushed forth, merging into the array. Lu San's bizarre actions cast a shroud of horror over the crowd. Ji Xuanran, seated on the ground, inhaled sharply, instinctively tightening his grip on the heavy abyss. "Gather around. There is something strange here." Master Hai gritted his teeth and commanded the remaining soldiers to cluster around him. The flower of the Overlord, Lien Rong, clutching her severed limb, asked pale-faced, "Fourth brother, who is this Lu San?" Before she could finish, the plaza beneath them suddenly collapsed, and everyone plunged into a pitch-black abyss. In that fleeting moment of descent, a pair of turquoise eyes emerged from the depths of the chasm, sending chills down their spines. "Cough, cough." Ji Xuanran coughed twice while climbing out of the snow, greedily gasping for breath as if reborn. Others scrambled to emerge as well, shaking off the snow from their hair. Immediately surveying their surroundings, they found themselves in a vertical crevice, seemingly carved out by some force, with smooth cliff walls providing no footholds, making ascent difficult. Master Hai glanced at Ji Xuanran and, with a dismissive wave, "Order, kid, go ahead and take a look." Ji Xuanran paid him no heed and moved forward on his OW. In the center of this narrow crevice lay a figure covered in snow, as motionless as a statue. He raised his hand and summoned a gust of wind, scattering the snow to reveal a skeleton beneath, a legacy. Upon seeing the skeleton, Master Hai's first reaction was excitement, his eyes sparkling as he hastened towards it. Shoving Ji Xuanran aside to stand before the skeleton. Without hesitation, he began to search but found nothing. Damn it! How can there be nothing? Furious, Master Hai kicked the skeleton apart, redirecting his focus onto Ji Xuanran. Kid, it's your turn now. Ji Xuanran maintained a stoic expression, warily watching his back, the heavy abyss sword held defensively in front of him as he retreated. Fourth brother. Lian Rong trembled, pointing behind him in alarm. Master Hai turned in confusion, but before he could discern what lay behind him, a colossal claw struck out, sending him sprawling. Master Hai scrambled to his feet, fear driving him back to his companions. Putting distance between himself and Ji Xuanran. This is splendid. It seems the puppet I controlled has succeeded, a weak voice echoed from the surroundings, and Ji Xuanran looked around. The space was so confined that he could see no other figures. Only that skeleton. Show yourself. Ji Xuanran's voice reverberated within the crevice, but the presence did not respond. Instead, it spoke to itself. TSK, are their cultivations all this low? Very well, I shall continue to cultivate after seizing the body. What seemed like mere soliloquy instilled a deep-seated fear within them, sweat soaking their backs without their realization. Your blood energy is remarkably vigorous. Haha, splendid. Heaven does not forsake ancient Sangshua. The unknown presence exclaimed with excitement. Devour him! A silver giant wolf emerged from the shadows, its massive size imposing great pressure on Ji Xuanran, yet he did not flinch. This is not a beast. It is a martial soul, a 7-star martial soul. Ji Xuanran unleashed his devouring martial soul. As the dark vortex manifested, it exuded an innate, overwhelming oppression, a suppression of higher-level martial souls. The silver wolf recoiled, taking 2 steps back, glancing nervously at the skeleton behind it, seemingly wishing to retreat. Impossible. You are clearly only a 3-star. How can you suppress my howling moon silver wolf? Bereft of its master's physical support, the martial soul was exceedingly fragile, struggling to resist. Ji Xuanran attempted to devour this martial soul, but a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, forcing a scream from his lips. This martial soul's star rating is too high, even without its master's protection, as long as it retains its will to resist. It is beyond my current capacity to devour. You wish to consume my martial soul. Your martial soul is rather peculiar. The presence's voice echoed once more, this time its consciousness materializing before the onlookers. Ancient Sanshue appeared as an elegant middle-aged man, frowning as he scrutinized Ji Xuanran's martial soul, seeking to discern something. Spirit? Lianrong suddenly realized that this was indeed a formidable warrior of the martial emperor level. Gu Sanshue, upon observing that they were merely a group of martial artists, with only one martial master, who happened to be a woman, immediately lost interest, and his gaze fixated on Ji Xuanran. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xuanran felt a twitch at the corners of his eyes. The disparity in strength was far too great. Even the residual martial spirit lingering in this realm could effortlessly obliterate him. He licked his parched lips and cast a quick glance at the massive wolf not far away, retreating to the center of the fissure, only to suddenly collide with something hard buried in the snow beneath him. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in his mind, and he looked up at the straight fissure above, the opening resembling the cross-section of a sword. Could it be? Gu Sanshue's expression grew serious as he noted Ji Xuanran's position. The peculiar martial spirit made him hesitate to approach. Just a single step forward filled him with a sense of uncontrollable dread, akin to plummeting into an eternal abyss. This young man's martial spirit not only targeted martial spirits, but also the divine soul. An exceedingly strange phenomenon, rendering any attempt to stop him virtually impossible. With this thought, he discreetly glanced at Ji Xuanran's feet, feigning confidence as he said, "You have inadvertently walked to my flying sword. This has saved me considerable effort. Boy, submit to me willingly to avoid suffering." His flying sword? Ji Xuanran unleashed a surge of aura, dispersing the snow around him, revealing the object at his feet, a rusty, half-foot-long sword. Beneath the rust, he could clearly discern the flow of spiritual energy, imbued with terrifying power. This left him feeling uncertain. Could this truly be his flying sword? Chapter 54. Devouring the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. 4-star enlightenment, devouring martial spirit. 9 heavens. No, wait. The patterns etched on this sword, those array formations found on weapons of the 4th tier or above, were inscribed with special materials, while the array patterns on this small sword were composed purely of spiritual energy. Perhaps this was not a flying sword, but an array device. A flying sword. Why not make it move, then? Ji Xuanran narrowed his eyes, watching him intently, attempting to glean something from his expression to validate his suspicions. Gu Sanxue's eyes twitched, a fierce killing intent flickering within them. How did this boy perceive that? Impossible. It seems my assumptions were not incorrect. Ji Xuanran relaxed his guard, a confident smile curving his lips. This fissure was created by this small sword, or rather, this array device, with the sole purpose of eliminating you. You were merely fortunate to have survived. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Gu Sanxue and crouched down to extract the small sword from the earth. The moment the sword's tip emerged from the soil, a chilling aura transformed into a storm of sword energy that swept across the entire base of the fissure. Under this onslaught of sword energy, Gu Sanxue screamed in terror, "Stop!" He attempted to rush forward to restrain Ji Xuanran, but the devouring martial spirit terrified him to the point where he struggled to maintain his human form. Collapsing to the ground and scrambling back, distancing himself from Ji Xuanran, Ji Xuanran examined the small sword in his hand. He was increasingly convinced it was indeed an array device, showing no significant damage, though its spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Only array devices of the 4th tier and higher required such artifacts, and something capable of subduing a martial emperor would naturally not be a mere 4th tier array. But at least a 6th tier one, that he wondered if the remaining spiritual energy within this array device could extinguish Gu Sanxue's divine soul. As he pondered his next move, Gu Sanxue sat on the ground in despair. And the howling moon silver wolf seemed to sense its master's thoughts, quietly lying down behind him. That moment, Hai excitedly stepped forward, brandishing a knife as a threat. "Boy, hand over that treasure. Otherwise, I'll chop you to pieces." Ji Xuanran glanced back, assessing the array device in his hand, and replied mockingly, "You dare threaten me? You truly have a death wish." Although this array device had existed for a long time, the remaining spiritual energy within it was sufficient to annihilate these individuals. "What did you say?" Hai's face darkened as he cast a wary glance at the nearby divine soul. Now that he was suppressed by this treasure, it was indeed an opportune time for him to seize it. "You fool!" Ji Xuanran did not shy away from rebuking him, directly activating the array device, which unleashed a blinding sword light in an instant. No, Hai and the others felt an overwhelming killing intent, paralyzed with horror, desperately attempting to flee. Yet under the sword light, they were reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xuanran was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely activating a fraction of the device would unleash such terrifying power. It was astonishing. Ji Xuanran warily stepped back, holding the array device defensively. Gu Sanxue, observing his reaction, appeared despondent and bitterly remarked, "But your martial spirit is too peculiar. I dare not approach you. Why must you be so tense? Your martial spirit should not be merely 3 stars. Perhaps I've been worn down by time too much." Ji Xuanran remained silent, unwilling to take Gu Sanxue's words at face value, quickly scanning his surroundings to confirm there were no other strange entities nearby. "You need not be so tense at this point. Even if I wished to seize you, it would be beyond my capability unless you consent willingly. Not a chance. Then why are you still so wary of me? Had I have no choice, I wish to survive." Gu Sanxue regarded him in silence for a while before nodding. "Indeed, even if I am now left with merely my divine soul, you appear to me as nothing more than an ant. Yet, I speak only the truth. I am at the end of my strength. How many years have I been suppressed here? 100 years? 1,000 years? The Dinghuang sword array has stripped me of my physical form. While time has taken away my lifespan, I yearn desperately to seize a new form. Yet I have encountered such an anomaly as you. Perhaps this is fate. My destiny is meant to be thus." As he concluded, Gu Sanxue angrily slapped his thigh, cursing the unfairness of the world. Observing his acceptance of death, Ji Xuanran gradually lowered his guard, silently studying him in an attempt to see through his facade. Gu Sanxia stroked the fur of the silver wolf, which whimpered in a mournful response, sorrowful for its master. Boy, had you succeeded in devouring my martial spirit earlier, what would have happened? When my martial spirit recovers to a certain degree, it would become usable for me. Ji Xuanran chose to respond this time. Indeed, the Ji Xuanran sighed deeply, lying amidst the fur of the howling moon silver wolf, gazing at the falling white snow above. The fluffy snowflakes passed through his divine soul. This world had forsaken him. Shall we make a deal? A deal? Ji Xuanran hesitated to trust him easily and did not respond immediately. It is simple. I will allow the howling moon silver wolf to voluntarily be devoured by you, provided that one day you will let it roar to the heavens. If only it had called out back then, it would not have come to this. The howling moon silver wolf emitted a soft whimper, nudging Gu Sanxia with its large head, like a remorseful puppy, snuggling close to him. Would you truly be so kind as to hand over your martial spirit? If you do not believe my words, why not attempt to devour it? Ji Xuanran scrutinized him closely. This martial spirit was indeed remarkable, and after devouring it, there is a significant probability it could restore the Enlightenment devouring martial spirit to 4 stars. The Enlightenment devouring martial spirit began to spin, releasing a faint pulling force that tugged at the silver wolf's silky fur. It worked. The howling moon silver wolf resisted, attempting to fight back. Gu Sanxia comforted it, stroking its head. Go on. I cannot bear to vanish with you. With a mournful sound, the massive wolf's form transformed into specks of light, drawn into the martial spirit. In that moment of devouring, Ji Xuanran could not help but sigh in pleasure, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The 3 stars that had originally circled his martial spirit suddenly increased by 1. The devoured martial spirit underwent further enhancement. Propelling his cultivation to the 9 heavens, Ji Xuanran felt a significant surge in his power, unable to contain his excitement as he clenched his fist, producing a resounding crack, seeing his martial spirit consumed. Gu Sanxia wore an expression of desolation, yet he also released the last vestige of his lingering attachment. His divine soul grew increasingly ethereal, and in his final moments, he beheld the howling moon silver wolf appear behind Ji Xuanran. Is it so? Can it be used already? Gu Sanxia smiled, feeling a sense of relief that, not forget your promise to me. Let it roar. Naturally, Ji Xuanran gazed at the completely vanished Gu Sanxia, remaining silent for a considerable time, that he was unaware of the events that had transpired here in the past, or the nature of the person who had been willing to bestow his martial soul upon him. For this, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude. The silver wolf looked towards the spot where Gu Sanxia had disappeared, opening its mouth as if to call out, yet producing only a hoarse groan instead of a resounding roar. Tentatively, Ji Xuanran raised his hand, and the silver wolf did not resist, lowering its head to rest against his palm. From now on, you shall be my martial soul. As he spoke, 7 golden stars formed a circle around the neck of the howling moon silver wolf. Exuding an extraordinary grace, after retrieving the storage pouch from the corpse of Hai Yi, he discovered numerous valuable items within. Several spirit stones and 10 beast cores from 3rd tier, 1st grade demon beasts. Altogether, these could be exchanged for a substantial number of spirit stones and points within the sect, marking a bountiful harvest. Of course, the greatest gain was this martial soul, with his 6th tier array device in his possession. He would possess an additional trump card while traversing the outside world, even considering attempting to use it against that old fellow, Yuan Tiangang. After swallowing a few healing pills and tidying up briefly, he boarded his flying vessel and departed the rift. It was imperative to locate the Earth Dragon Lizard swiftly. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he was not safe in this Ling Sun County, especially since a gang dared to kill him. The mastermind behind this must be formidable. Every moment spent here increased the peril. After soaring through the skies for the better part of the day, he finally spotted an Earth Dragon Lizard before a waterfall. Chapter 55. The humanoid beast, Ji Xuanran, a chill pervaded the air as he moved upstream against the current, the cold air freezing the river wherever it passed. The Earth Dragon Lizard, drinking from water, trembled as a gust of frigid air swept over it, lifting its head to gaze downstream. There, the coldness ravaged the surroundings, and a figure strolled across the frozen river, wielding a heavy sword that gleamed with a cold light even more piercing than the chill. Roar. Realizing the imminent danger, the earth dragon lizard hissed at Ji Xuanran and lunged forward, its powerful forelimbs smashing through the solid ice in an attempt to send Ji Xuanran tumbling into the river. Ji Xuanran sprang into action, leaping onto its back and thrusting the heavy sword downward. The blade penetrated an inch, but failed to pierce the rock-like armor. The earth dragon lizard rolled violently, forcing Ji Xuanran to land on the riverbank. "I have no time to play with you." With that, he flung out over 20 spirit stones, which landed precisely at various array points. He executed his hand seals. He activated the spring growth binding array, causing the buried plants beneath the snow to rapidly sprout and ensnare the creature's limbs while it was caught off guard. The earth dragon lizard struggled fiercely, roaring at Ji Xuanran, seemingly warning him to stay away. Yet, the spring growth binding array proved exceedingly resilient. A mere earth dragon lizard could not hope to break free. Death loomed ever closer. The creature's cries grew increasingly frantic. Unable to suppress its fear, it let out a thunderous roar. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ji Xuanran rushed forward and struck with his sword, ending the creature's life. Afterward, Ji Xuanran breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the earth dragon lizard was merely physically powerful but not particularly intelligent. Otherwise, dealing with a third-tier demon beast would not have been so effortless. Cautiously surveying the quiet woods around him, he wasted no further time, drawing out his dagger to gather materials. Now he could return to complete his task. He took to the skies on his vessel, but just as he ascended, a massive hand clad in rocky armor seized him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he and his vessel were hurled away, crashing into nearby boulders and shattering them to pieces. Coughing, Ji Xuanran emerged from the dust, only to be overshadowed by a colossal figure. Looking up, he found himself face-to-face with an earth dragon lizard nearly 4 meters tall. The creature glanced at the dismembered body, nostrils flaring as it exhaled hot air, its earthy yellow eyes bloodshot. Emanating an enraged roar, and raised its massive rocky fist, aiming it at Ji Xuanran's comparatively diminutive frame. The ground shattered violently, sending large chunks of debris flying into the air. Fortunately, Ji Xuanran reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the blow, though the ground's rebound force propelled him into the air. Before he could land, another fist followed in rapid succession, its size dwarfing him, directly smashing him into the rocky surface. The earth dragon lizard roared furiously, relentlessly swinging its terrifying fists, unleashing its wrath. Yet the next punch never landed. Ji Xuanran caught its fist with his left hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right, and pushed it away, stepping out from the rubble. "When it comes to raw physical strength, I am not afraid of you." Blood surged through his veins like a torrent, a terrifying energy exploding forth, startling the earth dragon lizard into a desire to flee. However, Ji Xuanran clung to its rocky armor, pivoting into a shoulder throw that crashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to collapse and shatter instantly. The earth dragon lizard was left dazed. How could this human possess such terrifying physical strength? Wasn't it supposed to be the beast? Before the creature could process this revelation, Ji Xuanran seized it again, slamming it repeatedly into the ground until the terrain was utterly devastated. The entire area trembled, the vibrations echoing far and wide, drawing the attention of distant disciples from the Shui West sect. When they arrived in their flying vessel, they were met with the astonishing sight of Ji Xuanran battling the earth dragon lizard, leaving them utterly astounded. Was this truly something achievable by a martial artist? Was he really human, rather than a beast? Could he truly be a martial artist? Is that him? One of the women, clad in a white dress and veiled, exclaimed with surprise. The other two looked at her curiously, asking, "Sister Yi, do you know him?" She nodded. "I saw him before in Qinglu City." She had not anticipated encountering him here, let alone in such a manner. Ji Yang's physical prowess was truly formidable. No wonder he could survive in the presence of the martial emperor. Could he possibly be the prodigy who survived under the martial emperor's reign? The two women covered their mouths, unable to contain their astonishment. My goodness, we are witnessing the real deal. No wonder he could escape from Yuan Tiangong's grasp. Such a physique was rare among his peers. As they marveled. The earth dragon lizard lay battered and confused, its once impenetrable armor now shattered, on the brink of death. Looking at the dying earth dragon lizard, Ji Xuanran proudly rubbed his nose, a smile of exhilaration gracing his lips. Having acquired a 7-star martial soul, he could simultaneously benefit from the enhancement of 2 martial souls, significantly bolstering his physical strength, marking him as a true dual martial soul genius. Approaching the earth dragon lizard's head with the heavy sword in hand, he looked into its eyes and plunged the blade downwards. After collecting the materials from the beast's corpse, Ji Xuanran intended to depart, but the 3 Shui sect disciples approached him. Young Master Ji Xuanran recognized the voice, turning around in surprise. "Ah, it's a friend from Shui sect. I didn't expect to meet you here." The woman nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she said, "Last time I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Shui, the chief disciple of Shui sect." Her voice was soft, evoking a sense of springtime warmth even amidst the icy landscape. Ji Xuanran nodded, politely responding, "I am Jiang. It is an honor to meet the 3 fairies. You are truly handsome that I never expected a man to be so good-looking," exclaimed one of the 2 women. Leaving Ji Xuanran momentarily speechless and slightly embarrassed as he glanced towards Yi Shui. The latter smiled gently, her veiled allure sparking curiosity within Ji Xuanran, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Upon regaining his bearings, he saw Yi Shui gazing directly at him with her gem-like, clear eyes, filled with an unusual intensity. Ji Xuanran, feeling a bit shy, turned his gaze away, clearing his throat. Are the 3 fairies here on a mission?" "Young Master Ji, please refrain from calling us fairies. I am Qiu Ming, and she is Lu Zhao Zhao." The enthusiasm of the 2 women left Ji Xuanran momentarily flustered, and he could only manage a forced smile. "Yes, we were sent here to eliminate a mountain bandit stronghold and to search for icy treasures." As the topic of elimination arose, the tone of Yeshua was laced with an unmistakable air of menace, beautiful yet stinging. However, she expressed an intriguing interest in the extremely cold materials mentioned by Ji Xuanran. Currently, he had yet to master the Xianbing 3 swords, and he still had a considerable distance to cover before even scratching the surface of that path. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from gathering the necessary resources. He wondered if he could accompany the 3 young ladies. Noticing the peculiar glances from the 2 maidens, Ji Xuanran hastily clarified, "To be honest, I too am in search of icy materials for my cultivation, that if young Master Ji wishes to join, it would certainly be for the best." Yeshua welcomed him, still hoping to recruit him into her sect. Such a talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future, a significant boon for the sect. "Excellent. With young Master Ji accompanying us, this journey is sure to be filled with delightful experiences." Both young ladies expressed not only their agreement, but their eagerness as well. "Then I must extend my gratitude," Ji Xuanran said, cupping his hands in thanks, hoping that this expedition would yield valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The 4 of them walked through the woods, with Xiaoming and Lu Zizhou chattering incessantly like lively kingfishers, surrounding Ji Xuanran with their animated conversation. "Young Master Ji, I heard you previously thwarted Yuan Tiangong's attack in Qinglu City. How impressive! How did you manage that?" "Indeed, it said that because Yuan Tiangong targeted you, you emerged alive, which has utterly humiliated him. Not only is the entire Tianshui Empire mocking him, but the word is spread to other realms." Surrounded by their enthusiastic admiration, Ji Xuanran felt his face flush and his head grow warm under their fervent attention. With a slightly trembling voice, he stammered, "At that moment, I was quite helpless and could only exhaust my means to fend off his assault. I never anticipated my formation would crumble before him, and in the end, I had to endure it with my body. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I survived." The 2 young ladies gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gazed at him, sparkling with admiration. Such prowess! Ji Xuanran felt their praise was somewhat exaggerated. Not at all. Surviving was merely a stroke of luck. Beside them, Yeshu interjected, "Young Master Ji, you are being too modest." Although Elder Yuan did not exert his full strength, for one at your martial level to survive his hands is indeed a rare feat. one that few can accomplish. Ji Xuanran smiled at her without replying, feeling a small sense of pride within. After a brief silence, Yeshua curiously inquired, "What do you think of the Tianjin sect, young Master Ji?" Ji Xuanran hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. "It's quite splendid. It's my first time witnessing such a grand sect's miraculous sight." Yeshua nodded. "From what I know, the Tianjin sect is indeed magnificent, regarded as the most spectacular among the 7 major sections." After saying that, she momentarily quieted her thoughts. Ji Xuanran cast a discreet glance at her, pondering whether this enchanting maiden was once again attempting to entice him to Shui's sect. They arrived at a large tree, before which lay an immense cavern, dimly lit, with the stone walls emanating a ghostly blue glow that sent chills through the 4 of them. Their journey thus far had been relatively smooth. Perhaps due to young Master G's presence, Qiuming playfully winked at Ji Xuanran that he smiled broadly, unsure of how to respond. "Miss Yeshua, is the icy material you seek within this cave?" Yeshua nodded, drawing forth a jade-green longsword and stepping confidently into the cavern. "Yes, this place is known as the Yubing Cave, a renowned treasure trove within the Yuhui forest. While it is rich with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it is also home to many ferocious beasts. And one might even encounter some desperate rogues." "Desperate rogues?" Ji Xuanran recalled a previous encounter with the Black Dragon Gang. Observing Yeshua's graceful form as she moved ahead, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the Black Dragon Gang?" Lu Zizou tilted her head back, recollecting, "Oh, the Black Dragon Gang. I remember they are a notorious gang in this Yuhui forest, known for their despicable acts of murder and smuggling." She proudly placed her hands on her hips. "But as disciples of the 7 major sects, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on us." "Dare not?" Ji Xuanran fell silent, contemplating that perhaps the matter of the Black Dragon Gang was more complex than he had anticipated. "I believe it is best to exercise caution. With the 3 of your exquisite beauty, it is inevitable that you might incite the desires of those desperate rogues." Out of caution, Ji Xuanran felt compelled to issue a warning. Qiuming leaned in closer, teasingly asking, "So this is how young Master Ji perceives us?" Ji Xuanran fell speechless, feeling a blush creep across his cheeks, his heart racing as he feigned composure and quickened his pace to catch up with Yeshua. "Young Master Ji is shy. He. You two, behave yourselves and cease your playful banter," Yeshua admonished softly, shaking her head as she listened to the commotion behind. "Understood, senior sister." The deeper they ventured, the more forks in the path appeared, and the cave walls gradually transformed from rock to translucent, gleaming ice, akin to mirrors, capable of bewildering one's sight if one wasn't careful. Here, Qiuming and Lu Zizou grew cautious, closely following Ji Xuanran. Ji Xuanran held his heavy weapon, vigilant of his surroundings. However, he was puzzled. It was not as cold as he had imagined inside. When he reached out to touch the smooth ice, he found it glimmering like a mirror. Only through direct contact could one sense the biting chill. Just a brief touch caused his fingers to turn purple from the cold, an overwhelming chill enveloping him. "Young Master Ji, please be careful. This place is quite peculiar. Avoid direct contact," Yeshua, noticing his actions through the ice's reflection, kindly cautioned. "Understood." Before long, a flash of red caught their eyes. Several frozen corpses lay ahead, their blood congealed into ice. As they approached, faint sounds of battle reached their ears. Without hesitation, they hurried toward the source of the noise, swiftly exiting the narrow passage and entering a vast azure-hued space. Within, a fierce battle was unfolding, with several factions engaged in a deadly clash, and in their midst lay a pool of ice, shrouded in white mist, within which 2 lotus pods and 2 ice crystal flowers could be vaguely discerned. "I can't believe we found such treasures so easily," Lu Zizou exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 2 flowers. However, Ji Xuanran's attention was drawn to the 2 lotus pods, as he stated, "I desire 2 lotus seeds." Yeshua replied with a smile, "Well, we must first secure them. There were many competitors below, and their strengths were formidable. There were even 7 or 8 at the martial master level. Ji Xuanran spotted members of the Black Dragon Gang among them, 2 of whom were martial masters, given a number of martial masters present. "Does Miss Yeshua feel confident?" Ji Xuanran inquired, eliciting laughter from the 3 young ladies. He unabashedly explained, I possess superior physical strength compared to them, but in terms of cultivation, confronting those martial masters would still be quite challenging. No worries, young Master Ji. Just await my good news, Ye Xuanran replied, lightly stepping forward, leading her two junior sisters into the chaotic battlefield. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful martial technique, green radiance enveloping them, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Before they could react, the green sword energy crashed down, shattering the icy ground, forcibly separating the battling factions and compelling them to a halt. As they watched, Ye Xuanran gracefully descended and spoke softly. Esteemed ones, we of Shui sect also desire this treasure. Might you consider parting with it for us? Upon hearing her words, many felt a surge of indignation but dared not take rash action. Shui sect. As Ye Xuanran spoke, numerous individuals began to retreat, hesitating on whether to continue the struggle. Having lost so many brothers, it would be unwise to abandon our efforts now. Just as they hesitated, a few members of the Black Dragon gang stepped forward. Inciting those who were wavering, is Shui sect permitted to act so arrogantly? We've lost so many brothers. Do you expect us to relinquish our claim with just your word? Bah, I refuse to accept this. Yes, we refuse. The gathering of a dozen or so members from the Black Dragon gang echoed their sentiments, displaying a defiance that suggested they were prepared to resist to the bitter end. Observing this scene, other factions gritted their teeth and resolved to stay, coldly declaring, if you wish to take it, then come forth and demonstrate your skills. No sooner had they spoken, when a streak of emerald light sliced through the air, descending with such speed that they had no time to evade, resulting in a gruesome shower of blood. Ye Xuanran regarded them with an expression devoid of emotion, looking down upon them as one might upon mere ants. Her voice colder and sharper than the blade she wielded. Then allow me to escort you on your journey. The decisiveness of this woman sent a wave of unease through the ranks of the Black Dragon gang, their faces shifting from pale to flushed as they quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. They had not anticipated that this woman, whose beauty resembled that of a celestial being, could strike with such merciless ferocity. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more peerless she often is. Others, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in fear, their legs shaking at the sight of a formidable warrior of the fourth tier of martial mastery being cleaved in twain by a single stroke. This woman was ferocious. Ji Xuanran, positioned at the rear, inhaled sharply, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. After reflecting on the earlier interactions and confirming he had not uttered anything to provoke her ire, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed prudent to limit his interactions with her in the future. She truly was a rose with thorns. Ye Xuanran turned her gaze upon the now retreating members of the Black Dragon gang, her voice laced with frost. What is this? Inciting these individuals to act as thugs, and now you intend to flee. The Black Dragon gang members, feeling the weight of the attention upon them, grimaced and spoke defiantly. Do not slander us. We will not relinquish the treasure without a fight. Everyone, attack together. Do not fear that two fists cannot match four hands. This matter is known only to us. If we capture them alive, we can toy with Shui sect without anyone being the wiser. Their voices were laced with malice as they rallied the predominantly male assembly, the three beautiful disciples of Shui sect, representing an irresistible allure. As they cast glances laden with desire towards Ye Xuanran and her companions, they were eager to seize the opportunity. Xiaoming, feeling the weight of their gazes, shivered in fear and, in a fit of anger, unleashed a stroke of her sword, the white sword aura crashing into the crowd and splattering them with blood. Disgusting. Seeking your own demise. Ye Xuanran's face flushed with indignation. Her enchanting demeanor only served to heighten the men's desires. As they leered at her graceful figure like wolves in pursuit of prey, leave now, and I may spare your lives. This was her true objective, a display of overwhelming force coupled with pressure from her sect, compelling them to concede. After all, how could so many hope to overcome such formidable opponents? Many began to harbor thoughts of retreat. After all, no matter how beautiful the prize, one must possess the means to enjoy it. Faced with Ye Xuanran's wrath, nearly half of the assembly fled in panic, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over lust, as none wished to be the first to fall. the members of the Black Dragon Gang. Witnessing their comrades' hasty retreat felt a chill run down their spines, their nerves fraying at the sight of such cowardice. After cursing them, they too sought to escape, only to be confronted by Ji Xuanran, who suddenly blocked their path. With his flowing white hair and piercing eyes partially obscured, he planted his sword into the ground, halting their advance. "What is this? Are you truly departing? You of the Black Dragon Gang? Were you not intent on slaying the disciples of Tianjin sect for a reward? Here I stand before you. Are you not going to make a move?" Ji Xuanran regarded them coldly, seeking to leverage Yi Shui's intimidating presence to extract information about their hidden puppeteer. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, the third in command, cast a furtive glance back, his teeth clenched as he whispered, "Did you encounter our people? Who is directing you?" Cursing under his breath, the third in command hastened to act. Aware that the woman possessed the capability to slay even a fourth-tier martial master with a single strike, the longer he lingered, the greater the risk to his life. He charged forward, aiming to eliminate Ji Xuanran. However, Ji Xuanran stood unafraid, meeting him head-on. Bang! The ice beneath their feet shattered upon impact, and Ji Xuanran was sent flying, skidding across the icy surface for several meters before finally halting, coughing up blood. Martial skills? In that instant, Ji Xuanran realized the reason for his defeat. It was not due to a lack of physical strength, as he could not possibly lose on that front. Even with a breakthrough in cultivation and the acquisition of the Howling Moon Silverwolf martial spirit, the disparity in realms left him with no option but to endure the blows. He considered calling upon thunderous transformation, but the presence of Yi Xuan nearby quelled that thought. The third in command was equally astonished. He had not expected this young man to withstand his blow. After all, he was a fifth-tier martial master. Just then, Yi Shui approached from behind, her sword in hand as she glanced at the injured Ji Xuanran. Her voice laced with murderous intent as she demanded, "From your earlier actions, it appears that your benefactor harbors ill intentions towards the disciples of Shui West sect. Is that correct? Who is this person who dares to provoke two major sects?" Seeing there was no escape, the third in command addressed those still hesitating. "Everyone, fortune favors the bold. If we defeat these three women, we can do as we please. I can introduce you to the forces behind our Black Dragon Gang, ensuring you all prosper. At that point, not only these three women, but even the stunningly beautiful Yi Shui may be within your grasp." His words ignited a wave of greedy anticipation among the crowd, with many swallowing hard at the prospect. Yet it was insufficient to compel them to take the risk. One voice rose to inquire, "Who is the force behind the Black Dragon Gang?" A smirk crept across the third in command's face as he reveled in their interest, relaying the information through whispers, igniting a surge of lustful desire in their eyes as they licked their lips. "I hope you are not deceiving us, for if you are, we will surely annihilate your Black Dragon Gang. Rest assured, I stake my life on it." He laughed heartily. "Brothers, seize these three wenches, and soon you'll enjoy the finest pleasures." At long last, they made the decision to act, swiftly turning the tide of the confrontation, encircling Yi Shui and her companions. Though their strength was formidable, facing such overwhelming numbers posed an insurmountable challenge. Seizing the opportunity, while their attention was fixated on the three women, Ji Xuanran executed the ghost shadow technique, silently slipping to the edge of the icy pool, and with lightning speed, plucked the lotus seed and flower. His hands moved so swiftly that even the lurking beasts beneath the icy waters failed to react. A furious roar erupted, sending a surge of water splashing, as a blood-eyed ice crystal serpent burst forth, its body covered in glistening ice scales, towering and casting a shadow over Ji Xuanran. Lowering its head, it unleashed a venomous hiss, the frigid aura brushing against his cheek, leaving behind a thin layer of frost. Indeed, there were demonic beasts. Ji Xuanran felt a mix of anxiety and relief. His gamble had paid off. For otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss. The situation shifted once more, as the serpent's presence eclipsed all others, even causing Yi Shui to emit a soft grunt beneath the weight of the malevolent aura. "You insolent brat! What have you done?" The onlookers recoiled in shock at the sight of the serpent, their curses flying as they yearned to tear Ji Xuanran to shreds. Chapter 58. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ji Xuanran turned and fled, plunging into the crowd in hopes of using them as a shield against the serpent's onslaught. The third in command, his face darkened, moved to intercept him, blocking Ji Xuanran's path. "Brat, hand over the treasure." He threw a punch, but Ji Xuanran dared not meet it head-on, dodging to the side in a bid to escape, only to find himself surrounded by other martial masters. Fortunately, at that moment, Ji Xuanran intervened, her emerald radiance cleaving through the throng, forcefully opening a path for him. "Young Master Ji, hurry!" Ji Xuanran felt the urgency, and just as he broke free, the serpent unleashed a blast of frost upon the crowd, freezing those unable to evade into solid ice. "You little brat, think you can escape?" Enraged at the loss of their comrades, the martial masters pursued relentlessly, their fury mounting as Ji Xuanran fled with the prized treasure. "What kind of technique is this brat using? He is so fast." The third in command of the Black Dragon gang cursed, exerting all his might yet unable to close the distance on Ji Xuanran. Lingering just a few meters behind, "You shameless insect, do not think you can flee." As the serpent demon caught sight of the exit looming ahead, it grew frantic and unleashed a barrage of ice spikes. Aiming to eliminate Ji Xuanran glanced back, a confident smile gracing his lips. Such feeble attacks could hardly pose a challenge to him. The ghostly shadow technique, in his adept hands, showcased its formidable prowess. Though he had yet to master it fully, escaping the current predicament was well within his capabilities. He pressed his lips together, not quickening his pace, yet his steps became oddly adept, allowing him to evade the ice spikes with remarkable finesse. These spikes, upon striking the ground, became obstacles for those pursuing him, significantly hindering their speed as they were ruthlessly crushed by the serpent demon. Unconcerned with the events behind him, Ji Xuanran focused solely on his flight, calling out urgently as he reached the exit. "Miss Yi, collapse the entrance and seal it off." Ji Xuanran and her companions swiftly followed him into the passage, then turned to halt, sliding backward on the icy surface as they struck out with their swords. Releasing a wave of sword energy that struck the top of the exit, the force of this strike reverberated through the passage, causing a cascade of ice shards to collapse and completely seal the entrance. At the moment the exit was sealed, Ji Xuanran could still hear the curses of the Black Dragon gang's third in command. "Phew, now we are safe," Ji Xuanran thought, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, the sound of ice shards crashing echoed from within, prompting Ji Xuanran to catch his breath and state, "This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart swiftly." With that, he took the lead in fleeing. Ji Xuanran and her companions hesitated not, and followed closely behind, finally allowing Ji Xuanran to relax once they exited the ice cave. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air and releasing clouds of warm breath. Thankfully I made the right bet. Otherwise, we would have been in quite the predicament if he then retrieved a treasure from his belongings. Holding a frost lotus against the setting sun, the remaining rays illuminated its intricate patterns, resembling a delicate work of art. Turning to Ji Xuanran, he inquired, "Miss Yi, do you know the age of these two flowers in the seed pod?" He extended the two flowers toward her, while Ji Xuanran took them in her hands. Examining them closely, a clear excitement evident on her flushed face as she cradled the frost lotus. These two must be at least 100 years old. No wonder that blood-eyed ice crystal serpent was in such a hurry. Really? A century-old ice crystal lotus? If we were to auction it at the Yao Yuan Merchant Association, it would fetch at least 500,000 spirit stones. Lu Zhao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a thrill of potential wealth. Ji Xuanran playfully admonished her with a sharp look, "This belongs to young Master Ji. Besides, how could we possibly auction off such a treasure? It should be taken back to the sect for the benefit of those in need." Lu Zhao scratched her head, sticking out her tongue and blinking sheepishly. "Got it, senior sister. 100 years, you say? Then the age of this seed pod must be even greater," Ji Xuanran mused, a smile breaking across his face as he gazed at the two pods in his hands. Each lotus seed on the pod shimmered with a jade-like luster, and upon counting, he found there were 20. After a moment's contemplation, he handed one of the pods to them. Noticing their hesitation, he clarified, "I do require these, but you have also contributed greatly. I shall give you one seed pod in exchange for a flower. How does that sound?" Their faces lit up with delight, and Yi Shui offered a lotus flower with a smile, saying, "Young Master Ji's kindness will not be forgotten by Yi Shui." "Yay, young Master Ji, I like you so much," Qi Ming exclaimed, excitedly enveloping Ji Xuanran in a hug, her delicate face rubbing against his white hair. This affectionate display made Yi Shui blush, mentally scolding, how lacking in restraint. Ji Xuanran found his face buried between her soft, fragrant cheeks, causing his youthful complexion to flush crimson, his breath coming in heavy. Heated gasps, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, Yi Shui intervened just in time, lifting Qi Ming away to give Ji Xuanran some space. He coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment, though the flush on his face was undeniable. And he stood aside with his gaze wandering. Why Yi Shui gently redirected the conversation. "Young Master Ji, we plan to eliminate a bandit stronghold next. Would you be interested in accompanying us?" Ji Xuanran took a deep breath, still lingering with a lingering fragrance, then turned his head to decline. My task has already been completed. I must return to report it, so I cannot accompany you three. Without waiting for Yi Shui's response, he hastily boarded his flying vessel and departed. Watching his retreating figure in the swirling snow, Yi Shui felt a ripple of emotion, leaving her puzzled. "It's all your fault for lacking self-control, scaring young Master Ji away," Lu Zhao complained, chasing after Qi Ming in the snow. Once they exited the Afterglow forest, they realized they had been inside for 2 days. Dawn was just breaking as they flew back to the Tianjin sect. Upon landing, Ji Xuanran headed straight to the task hall, which was as bustling as ever with disciples coming and going. When a few disciples stationed at the entrance spotted Ji Xuanran, they immediately stood up and called out, "Kid, you're finally back." Ji Xuanran frowned slightly, glancing at them and halting his steps. "Do you have something to say?" "Humph. Senior Brother Zhuang anticipated you would abandon your task and has been waiting for you in the square for quite some time. Many of our fellow disciples have already placed their bets, just waiting for you to return." Their words reminded Ji Xuanran of Zhuang Jia's previous mention of challenging him, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Shaking his head, he replied, "Step aside. I need to submit my task." The disciples crossed their arms, wearing mocking expressions. "You returned so quickly. It seems you found it too difficult to abandon after all. That we'll find out soon enough." Their comments attracted the attention of those within the hall, who eagerly anticipated Ji Xuanran's misfortune. Ji Xuanran remained silent, walking directly to the counter and submitting his task token along with 2 materials. The disciple responsible for the handover, upon seeing the 2 materials, one of which was of higher quality than required, couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you not only to complete the task, but also to bring back something even better. Are you out of your mind? That's a 3rd-tier, 3rd-grade Earth Dragon Lizard. How could he possibly accomplish that? And in just 2 days? Impossible, absolutely impossible." The stunned expressions on their faces were evident as they rushed forward to confirm with their own eyes, while the remaining disciples curiously gathered around. Chapter 59. The talented observed, "I don't believe it. Are you questioning my eyesight?" The disciple in charge retorted, growing irritated by their repeated doubts. The others hesitated to respond. He had some standing in the task hall, and they dared not offend him lightly. However, their curiosity got the better of them as they stole a glance at Ji Xuanran's submitted materials. And upon witnessing them firsthand, their expressions soured as they retreated. "Kid, you're only at the 8th level of martial arts. How did you manage that? That is a 3rd-tier, 3rd-grade Earth Dragon Lizard. Its strength is formidable, making it nearly unbeatable. You didn't have someone else do it for you, did you?" Other disciples chimed in, astonished, as it was common knowledge that an 8th-level martial artist could not possibly slay a 3rd-tier Earth Dragon Lizard. Ji Xuanran was not in a rush to explain that. He simply said to the disciple, "Please assist me in settling my task." Soon, the points from his task were calculated, amounting to 330 points for the 3rd-tier Earth Dragon Lizard, plus the additional higher quality material, totaling 730 points. This was a substantial sum for any disciple. Numerous eyes turned green with envy at this sight. "The points have already been credited to your disciple card. Should you wish to exchange for anything, it will be deducted from your card." The disciple informed him. Xuanran nodded, turning toward the exit and calmly stating, "If you wish to know why, then go wait in the square." With that, he left first, leaving behind a crowd of perplexed disciples. Could it be that he accepted Zhuang Jie's challenge? Now, that would be quite the spectacle. Word had it that Zhuang Jie had just broken through to the inner sect and had hastily issued a challenge. Was he trying to show off? Who could say? Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Ji Xuanran found the female teacher seated at the stone table outside. Upon seeing him return, she asked, "Did you abandon the task?" The Earth Dragon Lizard task is beyond your current capabilities. The disparity in strength is too great, and you need not worry excessively about it. Ji Xuanran stood firm, replying earnestly, "Thank you for your concern. But the task has been completed." The lady nodded thoughtfully, lifting her teacup as she remarked, "Indeed, knowing when to retreat is a mark of wisdom. Wouldn't you agree?" However, as she spoke, a look of astonishment crossed her melancholic visage, leaving her momentarily speechless as she gazed at him. The words of comfort she had meticulously prepared in her mind were rendered utterly useless by this unexpected outcome. Ji Xuanran stood quietly at the entrance, admiring her in silence. The taciturn gentleman was undeniably handsome. After a prolonged silence, the lady blinked and said, "This certainly took me by surprise. It seems you are capable of handling that challenge posed by Zhuang Jie." As she spoke, she retrieved a storage pouch and handed it to him, saying, "Place a bet for me. I wager on your victory." Ji Xuanran looked at her in astonishment, realizing the gentleman had an affinity for gambling as well. Yet, the prospect of betting on his own triumph brought him joy that he smiled as he accepted the storage pouch, assuring her, "I shall not disappoint you." Just as the lady was about to depart, Ji Xuanran inquired, "May I ask your surname, sir?" "Mo," she replied with a single character before her graceful figure floated away into the bamboo grove, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that clung to his senses. "Mo, sir, perhaps?" That indeed aligns with his demeanor, gentle and melancholic. Shaking the storage pouch in his hand, he returned indoors to change his attire before making his way toward the square. This moment. The square had already gathered a considerable crowd. Looking around, he could see numerous disciples seated on flying vessels, eager to witness the impending battle. The commotion surrounding Ji Xuanran's entry had stirred discontent among many disciples, who were keen to witness his downfall, including several highly esteemed prodigies within the sect. "Brother Chong, you too have arrived," a man of unremarkable appearance, with well-defined arms, soared over, attracting the attention and admiration of several disciples. Chong Pei nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor cool and aloof. In contrast, the other two companions appeared far more approachable, a lady clad in a black form-fitting outfit, with her hair tied in a ponytail, smiled and remarked, "Brother Chong, haven't you been in seclusion for a breakthrough? How come you're out so soon?" Chong Pei glanced at her, his gaze unyielding even in the presence of her beauty, and simply stated, "I have already succeeded, though." "Then I congratulate you, junior brother." Another young man, handsome and exuding charm, descended gracefully, hands clasped behind his back like a legendary sword. His arrival incited gasps of admiration from many women, and even stirred excitement among the male disciples. "Heavens! Senior sister Mu Wanhua and senior brother Lin Ling have also arrived." The crowd murmured, astonished that Ji Xuanran had drawn out the three greatest prodigies of the Tianjin sect. Truly a testament to his influence. "What influence? We are here to witness his disgrace," scoffed another. "That incompetent fool dares to linger in the Tianjin sect. He must be back so soon because he knows he cannot accomplish the task. I can't wait to see him embarrass himself." As their discussions grew heated, a fiery little junior sister confronted the crowd in the Bayou Square. Nen Xiaowan, clad in a striking red dress, with two ribbons adorning her hair, stood out in the throng. Who wouldn't be captivated by the fiery little junior sister? Yet her words ignited fury among the crowd. Pouting with her hands on her hips, she defiantly declared, "Nonsense. Brother Ji would never abandon his mission. You simply cannot stand to see him succeed. You envy his good looks and remarkable talent." The disciples were incensed by her words, their jaws clenched in frustration. Yet her charm dissuaded them from retaliating harshly. One coldly remarked, "I heard Yang has returned. 2 days have barely passed. It's evident he has given up on the task." Another added, "Little junior sister, open your eyes. Ji Yang isn't as great as you think." Nen Xiaowan, tilting her face with unwavering belief, retorted, "That is not true. You're definitely lying. Her resolute stance only fueled their irritation. What kind of enchantment had Ji Yang cast upon her that rendered her impervious to reason? That scoundrel Ji Yang has tainted such a delightful little junior sister. They lamented, their jealousy and grievances against him intensifying. When he arrives, I'll be sure to give him a kick. Only then will my heart feel at ease. One male disciple muttered, clenching his fists as the crowd erupted in agitation. Their murmurs caught the attention of all disciples, who turned to see someone shouting that Ji Yang had arrived. Ha, little junior sister. ISNT that Ji Yang coming. Nan Xiaowan clasped her hands together, standing on her toes to catch a glimpse of the commotion, torn between anticipation and reluctance for Ji Xuanran's appearance, stubbornly muttering. So what if he is back? Even if he has returned, it's because he completed his task that he is here. Ji Yang has arrived. The disciples parted to create a path, gazing down at the figure in the square. Chapter 60. Let us be audacious. The moment Ji Yang appeared, Nan Xiaowan felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. How could this be? Had he truly abandoned his mission? Huh, I told you so. He is back. He must have given up. The earlier disciples pointed at Ji Xuanran, their expressions brimming with smug satisfaction as they gazed at Nan Xiaowan. She pouted, tears glistening in her eyes, a picture of innocence, causing their smugness to falter, leaving them speechless with awkwardness. Upon stepping onto the square, Ji Xuanran immediately spotted the fiery little sprite at the center and walked over with a smile, only to find her wearing a look of grievance. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, he frowned slightly. What troubles you? They say you abandoned your task. They look down on you, she replied. Ji Xuanran blinked, amused by her overthinking others' opinions were their own. Besides, it was he who felt belittled. Why should she appear so dejected? Don't take their words to heart. How they perceive you is their concern. He chuckled. Did you really give up on your task? Nan Xiaowan looked at him with hope in her eyes. Just wait and see my performance. You'll understand soon enough, Ji Xuanran replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. It was amusing how, despite being grown-ups, they could still act like children, taking things too seriously. Hearing his response, Nan Xiaowan's face lit up with joy, her earlier defiance returning as she stood tall, declaring to everyone, Brother Ji did not abandon his task. Just wait and see. Who knows if he is just deceiving us? As she held her ground, the disciple from the task hall approached one step forward to ask, Brother Ma, you were at the task hall. Did Jiang really give up? Give up? Ha! That guy exceeded expectations. Another chimed in a way. I don't believe it, but he brought back double the task materials. I wonder if he bought them. Double materials? Those are from the 3rd grade Earth Dragon Lizard. ISNT he a mere martial artist? Could he have truly acquired them? Ji Xuanran paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, his gaze fixated on Zhuang Jia at the edge of the square, who stepped forward without uttering a word. A smirk played on Ji Xuanran's lips as he mockingly said, It seems I was right. I wonder if the task you completed holds any merit. Ji Xuanran chuckled lightly, raising the storage pouch and calling out, Where do I place my bet? His words ignited a stir among the crowd. Even those observing from the sky exchanged bewildered looks. Chang Pei remarked, Is he betting on himself to win? Lin Ling smiled. It appears this young junior brother is quite confident in his abilities. Where does he get such confidence? He is only at the 9th level of martial arts, Mu Wanhua commented, glancing curiously at Ji Xuanran, then seeking affirmation from the others. But Lin Ling merely smiled without a word, while Chang Pei remained utterly unresponsive. You lot enjoy being mysterious, Lin Ling teased. We're just as curious. If you want to know, just keep watching. Ji Xuanran arrived at the betting area, clutching a storage bag, and proceeded to pour out its contents. To her astonishment, a small mountain of spirit stones tumbled forth, roughly estimated to exceed 100,000. Not only were the other disciples taken aback, but even Ji Xuanran herself was surprised by the sheer volume. This was far too much. The disciples collectively gasped, feeling as though they were inhaling spiritual energy in the presence of such a vast pile of spirit stones. The disciple overseeing the betting asked incredulously, Are you truly going to wager all these spirit stones? He swallowed hard. Few had ever seen such a fortune. Indeed, Mr. Mo simply handed over the storage bag, presumably intending to use the entirety for betting, since she had already revealed the contents, It would be unseemly to retract them now. The sight of so many spirit stones ignited envy among the disciples gathered in the square, prompting those who had initially come merely to spectate to join in the betting, eager to stake their claim on a portion of the riches. Ji Xuanran anticipated. They all bet on her defeat. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Xuanran extracted a few more spirit stones to wager on her victory, declaring, "Write my name." The overseeing disciple glanced at the heap of spirit stones, perplexed, and inquired, "What about this mound of spirit stones?" "Right, Mr. Mo," she replied. Mr. Mo? The disciple had never heard of him and did not pursue the matter further, simply inscribing the name, "I want to bet as well." "I bet on Brother Ji winning," exclaimed Nan Xiaowan. Producing 100 spirit stones, Ji Xuanran smiled and encouraged, "You can wager more. The larger your bet, the greater your potential winnings. I'll stake another 500 spirit stones." Naturally, Ji Xuanran was eager to include this little girl in the lucrative endeavor. "Have you finished placing your bets?" Zhuang Jie, with a stern expression, impatiently urged from across the way. This fellow was exceedingly confident, seemingly disregarding Ji Xuanran entirely. Without further ado, Ji Xuanran stepped into the center of the arena, drew her heavy sword, and fixed her gaze on him, stating, "Let us begin. You were able to win last time simply because before he could finish, Ji Xuanran charged forward with her heavy sword, a flurry of sparks trailing behind her, and delivered a kick that sent him flying over 20 meters. Standing resolutely, she declared a loss is a loss. One must reflect more on oneself rather than conjure up excuses. "Ew," Zhuang Jie gasped, clutching his chest as he rose from the ground, nearly knocked breathless by the force of her kick, which was far beyond what one would expect from a martial artist. "Very well. I shall grant your wish." He spread his arms wide and roared, unleashing his martial soul. The 4-star demon moon sword martial soul. His martial soul emerged. The atmosphere of the duel intensified, teetering on the brink of climax. "Release your martial soul. Let us witness the confidence you so arrogantly profess." Ji Xuanran, unwilling to reveal her acquisition of the howling moon silver wolf, pondered the situation. Her devouring martial soul had already ascended in rank, and revealing it would undoubtedly draw the attention of formidable opponents within the sect. After much contemplation, she decided to adopt an even more arrogant demeanor. With one hand resting behind her back, she stood tall in the white jade square, and, with an air of indifference, stated, "I do not require a martial soul. You are not my match. How audacious!" Zhuang Jie, empowered by his martial soul, radiated an aura of sharpness, his presence transforming into a flurry of glimmering swords, each emitting a piercing sound. Those who could enter the Heavenly Swords sect naturally possessed formidable talent and strength. With his golden long sword spinning in his grasp, he suddenly vanished from sight, a streak of brilliance hurtling towards Ji Xuanran. Even before he arrived, the oppressive aura he exuded was already overwhelming. The tip of his sword pointed menacingly at Ji Xuanran, reflecting her calm and collected visage. Clang! His sword struck against the heavy abyss. The force behind it formidable. Ji Xuanran raised an eyebrow, yet she remained steadfast, not retreating an inch, while Zhuang Jie found himself pushed back by the very strength he had unleashed. "Oh, I did not anticipate your breakthrough. That truly surprises me." Zhuang Jie, observing Ji Xuanran's composed demeanor, felt a surge of anger. His once assured strike had been effortlessly deflected. "This is impossible. It was not like this before." You're not so bad yourself. Your strength has dramatically transformed in just 2 days. Indeed, compared to you, my progress has been significant, to the point where you now appear somewhat lacking." Ji Xuanran maintained her pretentiously arrogant tone, her ever-calm expression even more infuriating than Nan Xiaowan's typically boastful chatter. "How dare you?" Zhuang Jie seethed with rage, wishing nothing more than to cleave this impudent individual in two. Chapter 61. Is being ranked 17th on the talented list such an accomplishment? It is not that I am being excessively arrogant. I am merely stating the truth. Xuanran's gaze sharpened. She suddenly vanished from sight, leaving the majority of the onlookers only able to catch a glimpse of an afterimage. What kind of movement technique is this? His speed is astonishing. Before the disciples could finish their astonished remarks, Zhuang Jie was hurled away by a powerful punch, landing several meters away and rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. Yay! Brother Ji is the strongest. Nan Xiaowan jubilantly waved her fists, reveling in her triumph as she surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. The onlookers, however, glanced at her with confusion, struggling to comprehend the outcome. How had Ji Xuanran become so formidable? There was a 4 minor realm and 1 major realm gap between him and Zhuang Jie. Is this a joke? I heard from the newcomers in Qinglu City that his martial soul is only of 3 stars. How could he possess such strength? Could he possibly be using some underhanded tactics? It is highly likely. Otherwise, how could he achieve such feats? Ji Xuanran, amidst their skepticism, made no immediate response. Instead, she strolled leisurely towards Zhuang Jie, who was just rising to his feet and did not intervene. Leaning on her sword, she smiled and asked, "They say I employed underhanded tactics. What do you think?" With that, she delivered another punch to the still-breathing Zhuang Jie, sending him soaring into the air. Before he could touch the ground, Ji Xuanran followed up with a spinning kick, sending him crashing into the crowd of spectators. Hiss, gasps filled the air as the spectators collectively inhaled sharply. Throughout the entire ordeal, they had sensed not a whisper of spiritual energy emanating from Ji Xuanran, indicating that he had achieved this solely through raw physical prowess. What kind of physique could possibly yield such terrifying results? Ji Xuanran glanced back at the jubilant Nan Xiaowan, who proudly declared, "If anyone doubts Brother Ji's integrity, they should step up and test him themselves." The disciples, their faces pale with dread at the prospect of losing their spirit stones, stubbornly insisted, "Impossible. He is merely at the martial artist realm. Even if he broke through to the 9th level in these past 2 days, he could not so easily defeat Brother Zhuang." Exactly. Brother Zhuang just ascended to the 3rd level of the martial artist realm yesterday, leveraging his strength to become an inner disciple. Others turned their attention to the imposing figure of Chang Pei in the sky, bowing respectfully and beseeching, "Brother Chang, you possess unparalleled physical strength within the Heavenly Sword sect. Please descend and expose his little trickery." Ji Xuanran followed their gazes upward, spotting the 3 most captivating figures in the sky, causing her to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. These 3 were undeniably powerful and appeared to be the leading figures of the younger generation within the Heavenly Sword sect. Chang Pei cast a brief glance at the disciples below, easily discerning their intentions, yet he had no intention of acting as their pawn. Driven by his own curiosity, he remarked impassively, "I possess the 1,000 rock-heavy body, a spirit-grade physique, and wield the same heavy sword as you. I am inclined to test our physiques against one another." Without waiting for Ji Xuanran's consent, he descended like a hardened meteor, landing squarely in the plaza. His arrival ignited a fervor among the disciples, even catching the interest of Jinming, Dao Run, and the sect leader, who observed the unfolding scene from their floating island. Jinming, Dao Run stroked his beard, chuckling as he inquired, "What do you think of this young fellow?" Huang Mu snorted dismissively, his belly protruding as he grumbled, "He's just average. What abilities could he possibly possess? Who knows what kind of wild chicken physique he has?" Beside him, He Yin nodded in agreement, curiously stating, "This lad's physique is indeed peculiar. We who have lived for centuries cannot discern what kind of physique it is," the sect leader, stroking his white beard and wearing a benevolent smile, mused, "I recall his martial soul is quite unique as well. None of us have encountered it before. Tiske, a strange physique and a unique martial soul appearing in a single individual is indeed rare. Perhaps he might surprise us. What surprise could there be? Regardless of how rare or peculiar his martial soul and physique may be, his cultivation is merely at the 9th level of the martial artist realm. His ceiling is clearly defined." Huamu evidently bore no good will towards Ji Xuanran, still seething with anger over Ji's refusal to accept him as a disciple. The Taoist Jin Ming, with a smile, shook his head and squinted expectantly at the square below. There, Ji Xuanran faced a figure standing before him like an immovable boulder. The man was robust, towering over Ji by nearly 3 heads, making Ji appear almost childlike in comparison. Chang Pei, the man said flatly, stretching his exaggerated muscles and casually twisting his neck, producing sounds akin to twisted steel. The terrifying strength contained within this physique made Ji Xuanran's eyelids twitch. This was his first encounter with an opponent of substantial physicality, His heart was aflame with a mix of eager combativeness and caution. Jiang, I have met Brother Chong, he stated. Enough pleasantries. Let's engage in combat. Chong Pei was direct and could hardly contain his eagerness as he began to loosen his joints. Ji Xuanran nodded, inhaled slowly, and stepped back to create distance. The sound of rushing blood resonated clearly in the ears of the gathered spectators. Sharpening their focus, it appeared Jiang had not exerted his full strength earlier. Such an extraordinary rush of blood was indeed unusual. Lin Ling made a serious remark, piquing the curiosity of the surrounding disciples. It was said his martial spirit was of 3 stars, but given his level of combat prowess, his physique might not be inferior, perhaps even of spiritual caliber. It seemed Chong Pei had found a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, Mu Wanhua regarded Ji Xuanran with keen interest, appraising him from head to toe. The battle commenced. Ji Xuanran took the initiative, charging forward with heated energy, swinging his fist to pierce the air and striking fiercely against Chong Pei's chest. Boom! The white jade square cracked visibly beneath the force of that punch, and a violent shockwave sent the weaker disciples sprawling to the ground. How could such power be so terrifying? Ji Xuanran, observing Chong Pei, who had only taken 2 steps back, felt the challenge grow formidable. That punch had felt as if it had struck an exceedingly hard crystal, sending pain through his hand. Chong Pei shrugged his shoulders, his joints popping, and regarded Ji with approval. Your strength is commendable. To deliver such power at your current level suggests your physique is likely of the spiritual grade. Well done. Reveal the name of your physique. It deserves recognition. Ji Xuanran chuckled lightly. Is this your way of acknowledging me? Indeed. I see. Apologies, but I choose not to disclose it. The moment he declined, several disciples stepped forward, indignantly pointing at him and exclaiming, Do you know who stands before you? The unparalleled genius ranked 17th on the Tian Shui Empire's genius list, the formidable Chong Pei. You are utterly arrogant, as their jeers echoed in his ears. Ji Xuanran merely responded with a silent smile. Yet internally he felt a wave of unease. He had previously only perused the genius list, focusing solely on the top-ranked Qin Yang, unaware that this imposing figure also held a prominent position at number 17. It's merely a hollow title, not worth dwelling upon. Chong Pei seemed unconcerned by his own accolades. 17th. Is that impressive? Ji Xuanran twisted his neck, his eyes gradually filling with a fierce crimson battle intent. A defiant smile curving his lips as he gazed directly at him. You are quite remarkable. Chong Pei advanced with his sturdy legs, raising a hand thicker than Ji Xuanran's thigh, descending mercilessly upon him. Ji Xuanran did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand to shield his head, bracing himself against the blow. Cough. The force was overwhelming. Ji Xuanran planted his legs firmly in a horse stance, causing the white jade square beneath him to shatter. Unable to suppress a cough of blood. Well, now your little tricks should be of no use, right? Ha-ha. Ji Xuanran clenched his bleeding teeth, a fervent smile breaking across his face as his bent form gradually straightened. This unexpected resilience astonished Chong Pei, who watched in growing admiration as Ji continued to push against his fist. The cheers of the disciples began to wane, replaced by expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Your strength is formidable, but a glimmer of red light ignited in Ji's eyes as he roared, unleashing a terrifying burst of power that forced Chong Pei's hand back. Ji retracted his fists slightly, the air swirling around him, then pushed forward again. Good! Chong Pei exclaimed with excitement, his massive fist suddenly enveloped in a faint earthy aura. Crashing down towards Ji Xuanran's own fist, the ground shattered instantly. The hard white jade splintering into sharp shards that shot outward. Fortunately, the more capable disciples swiftly intervened, intercepting the debris before any injuries occurred. Both warriors were engulfed in intense battle fervor, standing their ground as they exchanged blows. Neither willing to yield an inch. The speed of their strikes left many disciples unable to keep pace, witnessing a flurry of fists and an overwhelming aura between the two. Ha-ha. Just like that. Just like that. You're quite impressive. Chong Pei shouted in exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had experienced such thrilled. Ji Xuanran grinned widely. You're no slouch either, but if this is all you offer, prepare for embarrassment. With that, he inhaled deeply, retracting his fist to his sides, veins bulging as he unleashed a powerful strike. The air exploded around them, compressing to an extreme as he accurately hammered into Chong Pei's abdomen. Boom! The deep sound reverberated, and the white jade behind Chong Pei crumbled under the impact of those two punches. Chong Pei's robust form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into the cliff outside the square. Ji Xuanran beamed at the result of his strike, not only exhaling hot air from between his teeth, but feeling the exhilaration coursing through his entire being. The surroundings fell silent. Every spectator widened their eyes in disbelief. The moment frozen in time, their faces etched with shock. However, this tableau was soon shattered by the exuberant cheers of Nan Xiaowan, who leaped in excitement, repeatedly shouting that Ji Xiang was the greatest. This must be a joke. It's impossible. I must be hallucinating. Some disciples were incredulous, unable to accept the astonishing outcome. They instinctively swallowed, realizing that no petty trick could yield such a result. If there were a method to achieve this, they would go to any lengths to procure it. At your current level and the development of your physique, to achieve such a feat is indeed remarkable. Your physique is strong, Chong Pei remarked as he emerged unscathed from the cliff. Returning to the square, the disciples erupted in excited cries, but he interrupted them. I concede defeat. What? The disciples rushed to ask, Brother Chong, you seemed unscathed. How could you lose? Chong Pei glanced at them and replied coolly, If I were of the same age and realm as him, I would not stand a chance. Moreover, my physique's development far surpasses his. Someone pointed toward a pile of spirit stones not far away. Their forehead beating with cold sweat, their voice trembling as they pleaded, he must have used some trick. How could he be so strong at his level? Exactly. There must be some trick. Otherwise, this is a tremendous loss. Chong Pei observed their frantic expressions, his brows furrowing in discontent. It's so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence. Losing means accepting the wager. If the spirit stones are gone, simply accumulate and earn more. With that, he disregarded the lamentations of the disciples and flew away without looking back. Ji Xuanran, watching his retreating figure, rubbed his nose and placed a hand on his hip, thinking that this fellow was quite something. Ha! At that moment, hearty laughter echoed from the sky as Jin Ming and others descended from the floating island, landing before Ji Xuanran. Jin Ming patted his shoulder, generously praising, You performed admirably, young one. Your physique must be of the spiritual grade. Even stronger than the average. Ji Xuanran scratched his head, feeling a touch of joy, and smiled. Hua Mu, standing nearby with his arms crossed, feigned indifference, remarking, Don't get too complacent, kid. Chong Pei didn't even put forth his true strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to shake him in the slightest. Ji Xuanran, aware that Hua Mu was still sulking, refrained from retorting and respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Peak Master Hua, this is quite commendable. Hua Mu raised his round face with satisfaction. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jin Ming Daoist inquired about a matter of great interest to those present. Little one, what is the name of your physique? Given the circumstances, Ji Xuanran was well prepared and certainly could not act arrogantly as he would with other disciples. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Esteemed Peak Masters, I must confess that I am not entirely certain. I only know that my physique is formidable. Upon hearing this, the sect master stroked his beard and asked, Is it compatible with your martial soul? Ji Xuanran nodded, providing an affirmative response. This revelation left the esteemed figures in awe, realizing that the Tianjin sect had welcomed an extraordinary talent. Across the entire Yaoyan continent, while there were not many geniuses possessing both martial souls and physiques, those whose martial souls and physiques were compatible were exceedingly rare. Such compatibility fosters superior talent and strength, marking one as a true genius. Indeed, our Tianjin sect has truly acquired an exceptional prodigy. However, the little one should not become too conceited. Your martial soul is merely a 3-star, which is not particularly remarkable in this Yaoyan continent. Xuanran graciously accepted the sect master's admonition, responding respectfully. I understand, esteemed master. Excellent. Modesty and diligence will surely lead to great accomplishments in the future. Even a usually reticent master of High and Peak could not resist offering praise. Jinming Daoist patted Ji Xuanran on the shoulder and said, "We shall not disturb you further, do not forget tomorrow's Fulong Tree Enlightenment. It is a reward for outstanding disciples each month, and you must not miss it." After this, the group soared away, leaving Ji Xuanran in a state of perplexity. Fulong Tree? What is that? Tomorrow will unveil the answer, but there are more pressing matters at hand. Approaching the disciple at the gambling table, he smiled and declared, "I have one," casting a glance at the unconscious Zhuang Jie being carried away. He added, "If there are any objections, you may awaken him now to confront me." The disciple wiped his cold sweat, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I understand. These are the spirit stones you rightfully earned." He then handed over 2 storage bags, one belonging to Mr. Mo, totaling 300,000 spirit stones, and the other for you, amounting to 30,000 spirit stones. As he mentioned the figures, the pain was evident on their faces. Numerous disciples participated in the betting, with each averaging over 100 spirit stones. Ji Xuanran accepted the storage bags, weighing them in his hands. The spirit energy from the array device named Ding Huang Sword Array was nearly depleted. He wondered how much could be restored with these spirit stones. That moment, Nin Shaoan ran over, extending her hand, asking, "What about mine?" "This is your share." Nan Shaoan eagerly snatched the storage bag, revealing over 3,000 spirit stones within. Her face lighting up with 2 shallow dimples, her small tiger teeth adorably visible. "Yay!" After stowing away Mr. Mo's spirit stones, Ji Xuanran affectionately patted her head and led her away from the scene. Onlookers gazed at his departing figure, weeping as if they had lost their parents. What a tremendous loss. Chapter 63. The celestial martial soul rankings. After parting ways with Nan Shaoan, Ji Xuanran returned to his bamboo dwelling. Standing before Mr. Mo's door, he knocked. "Sir, the challenge has concluded." As the door creaked open, Mr. Mo stood with disheveled hair and slightly rumpled clothing, his fair skin glowing with a hint of red, seemingly enticing a victim to take action. Ji Xuanran cleared his throat, turning his head to hand over the storage bag, curiously inquiring, "Sir, what is the Fulong Tree?" Mr. Mo received the storage bag without glancing at it, leaning against the door, arms crossed in a casual yet alluring pose. The Fulong Tree, also known as the innate sword chi transformation root, is a treasure of the heavens and earth, greatly beneficial for cultivating sword chi. It is the foundation of the Tianjin sect. However, it suffered damage over 1,000 years ago, and since then, the Tianjin sect has gradually declined from the foremost of the 7 great sects to its current position at the bottom. To cultivate beneath the Fulong Tree is exceedingly challenging, ranking first in difficulty across the entire eastern region. In the millennia since its establishment, only one has reached the roots of the Fulong Tree. Mo rarely spoke so much in one go. Listening to her soft yet somewhat melancholic voice stirred Ji Xuanran's restlessness, igniting a flicker of greed in his gaze. "Yes, it's beautiful. Would you like me to show you?" Mo straightened, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Ji Xuanran, transfixed by the sight before him, felt a hot liquid threatening to spill from his nose. Inhaling sharply, he swallowed hard, attempting to speak, only to be sent flying by a swift kick, landing right before his own door. Rubbing his belly as he stood, he noticed the door across from him slam shut with a resounding thud. Ji Xuanran felt rather embarrassed by the incident. The pain he bore from the square paled in comparison to the force of Mr. Mo's kick. After lying on the bed for a while, he took out the Ding Huang sword array device, wiping away the rust from its surface, revealing a sharp, glimmering edge. The spirit energy constructed array was clearly visible on the surface. The material of this device was extraordinary. Even without the array, it was a remarkably valuable flying sword. Gathering all the spirit stones on him, totaling over 43,000, he began to infuse the energy into the device, following the records from the Minor Array Classic. He wondered if this would suffice. After depleting all the spirit stones, the device remained unresponsive, like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. In no way can my 40,000 spirit stones not even make a splash. Such a sum was a fortune for a martial artist. Frustrated, he flipped the device in his hands, inspecting it several times, feeling the urge to smash it, even contemplating drawing upon the spirit vein within his dantian. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. That was the foundation of his solid base, and he could not exploit it too harshly. Given his current realm, he could not even use this as a flying sword. After irritably putting it away, he began to absorb the spirit veins from the celestial sphere by operating the swallowing heaven enlightenment scripture, drawing in pure spirit energy, gradually increasing his cultivation. AT the Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce in Qinglu City. He rushed straight to the third floor upon entering, kneeling outside a room. There, any news? Miss, it seems that young Master Ji is not well regarded within the Tianjin sect. I anticipated this. Given the circumstances, the woman's voice floated through the door. Anything else? Outside, Yingyi's expression wavered, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly stating, Miss, 2 days ago, young Master Ji went out on a mission, and I witnessed something quite peculiar. The room fell silent, but Yingyi was not foolish. Keeping his head down, he continued, Young Master Ji found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with a small faction, ultimately falling into a burial ground of a martial emperor. Oh, did he obtain an extraordinary opportunity? The woman's voice was clearly filled with delight. Yingyi, puzzled, wondered how the miss seemed to know. Yes. The remnants of the martial emperor's spirit and martial soul were quite fearful of young Master Ji's martial soul. I believe that young Master Ji's martial soul. You wish to say it is very strange. Do you not? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, the woman instructed, Tell me more. Yingyi recalled the events of that day, speaking solemnly. Young Master Ji's martial soul appeared quite unusual. I scoured the martial soul records and found no relevant entries. And yet, a mere 3-star martial soul could intimidate the spirit of a martial emperor, and a 7-star martial soul, IT, is certain that he possesses some extraordinary ability. With such an ability, the spirit had no choice but to abandon its attempt to seize control. To seize control? What audacity! Did you destroy that spirit? The woman's voice erupted with anger, startling Yingyi, who knelt before her, too terrified to raise his head. After taking a few breaths to steady his nerves, he replied, That spirit abandoned its attempt to seize control, and then young Master Ji consumed that 7-star martial soul. As he spoke, incredulity washed over Yingyi's face. It was undoubtedly the most bizarre scene he had ever witnessed. Consumed? Absolutely. Moreover, after consuming it, young Master Ji was able to command that 7-star martial soul. His cultivation even advanced. Having spoken, Yingyi quietly awaited a response from within. Inside the room, the woman fell into contemplation, momentarily unable to recall any relevant memories regarding Yingyi's mention of the devouring martial soul. She tapped the storage jade belt at her waist, and in her hand appeared a thick, ancient tome, shimmering with divine radiance. The heavenly martial soul ranking soon filled the room with the sound of turning pages, a sound that persisted until nightfall. Outside, the incessant chirping of insects accompanied the flickering lights within. Yingyi remained kneeling at the door, unwilling to depart. The young lady had not spoken, and he dared not leave. Just as he pondered when this would conclude, a voice of astonishment echoed from the room. Could it be this? She gazed at the records in the ancient text, reading each word with care. Devouring martial soul, the supreme primal level martial soul. Note, martial soul ranks 1 to 9 stars, imperial level, sacred level, supreme level, celestial level, ancient level, primal level. The top 3 of the heavenly martial soul ranking were on par with the primal martial soul and the chaotic supreme martial soul, all sharing the first position. Detailed record stated. It first appeared 30 million years ago, shocking the myriad realms, suppressing an era, and achieving the title of the strongest deity within 50 million years, the Devouring Deity. It was designated by the myriad realms as the singularly wicked martial soul due to its ability to devour the blood essence and martial souls of others, robbing them of their cultivation achievements. The number of those who could wield the devouring martial soul was incalculable. If encountered, one would either slay or flee. Closing the book, the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. The devouring deity, who had fled while gnawing on the enlightenment tree over 10,000 years ago, had long been slain by other deities, Yet now the devouring martial soul had re-emerged, and she had encountered Iti. And no wonder that upon their first meeting, that little fellow could not resist attempting to seize her purity. It turned out he sought to restore himself using her constitution. Had he succeeded back then, it would have turned out to be a fortuitous event, binding him to her side while also enhancing her own constitution. Unique indeed. In this world, aside from him, there would be no second individual possessing the devouring martial soul. She must grasp him firmly, by whatever means necessary. Continue, she instructed. Yes, my lady. Ing exhaled, finally showing some reaction. After the young master Ji consumed that martial soul, his own peculiar martial soul had ascended in rank. His subordinate had only heard of methods to elevate martial gods from the Tianqing immortal sect, but never expected what was a martial soul that was devoured. And he, finding it hard to accept, raised his head. I asked the lady, not astonished. The martial soul has ascended. My lady, why do you not speak? Reporting to my lady, the devoured martial soul is named Howling Moon Silver Wolf, yet it seems to possess some flaws. A 7-star Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Flawed. How could such an inferior martial soul exist? Outside the door, Ing forced a bitter smile, remaining silent. The lady's words were rather hurtful. A 7-star martial soul was already a rare prodigy. Chapter 64. The final step beneath the Fulong tree. Suppressing an era, how do those old fellows from the Tianjin sect treat him? Ing clasped his hands respectfully. Reporting to my lady, while I cannot ascertain deeply, it appears they harbor no ulterior motives. I see. Convey my message. If the Tianjin sect comes to procure from my Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce, they shall receive a flat 30 discount. Ing stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. Even the esteemed black gold car of the Yaoyan Chamber offered only a 20 discount. A 30 discount would shake the very foundations of the chamber. My lady, I do not understand. Is this not overly? You are to do as instructed. What need is there for so much chatter? Understood. Just as Ing was about to depart, the woman called him back. Remember, do not disclose what we discussed today. Otherwise, prepare for your family's corpses and your own suicide. Yes. Ing broke out in a cold sweat, bowing and hastily leaving dawn. Ji Xuanran pushed open the door, feeling invigorated after a night of cultivation. Not only had his realm stabilized, but he also sensed a subtle trend toward breaking through to the 10th heavenly layer. A spiritual vein resided within his dantian, the benefits of which were unimaginable. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to devour a few more spiritual veins. Perhaps his cultivation could ascend even further. Arriving at Mr. Mo's door, he raised his hand to knock, but reconsidered. Recalling the painful memory from yesterday's kick, that he made his way to the square, where several disciples had gathered, a mix of newcomers and veterans, yet he did not see that little girl, Nan Xiaowan. The disciples noticed Ji Xuanran, but paid him no heed. Ji Xuanran remained silent, patiently waiting. Before long, the master of Black Rock Peak flew over, landing before the crowd. Once he confirmed everyone was present, he nodded and said, "This time, there are quite a few newcomers, so I shall explain once more. The Fulong tree is a naturally formed embodiment of sword qi, the very foundation of our Tianjin sect. Meditating beneath its boughs aids in cultivating sword qi, and the sword qi produced is exceedingly potent. The extent of your gains will depend on your own comprehension. Do you understand?" Understood. The newcomers and veterans answered in unison. The master of Black Rock Peak glanced at Ji Xuanran, but said nothing further, waving his sleeve to envelop the group and transport them to the floating island. This was Ji Xuanran's first time on the island. As soon as he landed, he faintly heard familiar sounds, reminiscent of his entry into the sect. The sound of Ling Tian's sword chant was dense and exhilarating. This tree was indeed the Fulong tree. As the master of Black Rock Peak began to speak, he directed everyone's attention to a great tree on the island. The trunk twisted and coiled, resembling an ancient dragon, exuding a powerful vitality. Golden leaves fell gracefully in the tranquil breeze, yet one could still sense an overwhelming life force emanating from the tree. The curious newcomer asked, "Master, the leaves of this tree have turned yellow. Could it be that something is amiss?" "It is natural," the master of Black Rock Peak replied tersely, not wishing to dwell on the matter, gesturing toward a clear area beneath the tree. You may find a spot to sit and cultivate. The more leaves you attract, the more beneficial it will be for your sword intent. Yes. Ji Xuanran, along with the others, clasped his hands and moved into the canopy's shade. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended upon them. The veterans managed to brace themselves against the pressure without kneeling, but the newcomers faltered, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? The newcomers queried in confusion, but the master of Black Rock Peak remained silent, instead watching Ji Xuanran with an appreciative gaze. Among the group, he stood tall and composed. Ji Xuanran sensed the pressure as well, yet it was somewhat lessened for his devouring enlightenment body. The further inward he moved, the more conducive it became for his comprehension. This moment, the master of Black Rock Peak added, "Those newcomers on the ground, grit your teeth and rise." Struggling against the formidable pressure, the newcomers released their martial souls to resist, several of which were 5-star martial souls. With the enhancement of their martial souls, they turned to assess others, only to be astonished by Ji Xuanran's demeanor. "Did you not feel the pressure?" Ji Xuanran glanced back at them. And although they were bolstered by their martial souls, they were drenched in sweat. "I do. But it feels rather manageable for me." The group exchanged glances, recalling yesterday's scene where the 17th-ranked genius on the Tianjiao list had been sent flying. It was only natural that someone with such a physique could endure. Yet, they felt a pang of dissatisfaction and jealousy. With that, they stepped forward, quickly surpassing the few veterans ahead. As they passed, the veterans looked at Ji Xuanran with astonished expressions. One of them asked, "Ji Junior brother, is the pressure on you quite light?" Ji Xuanran shook his head, casually strolling ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. "Not particularly light. It's nearly 3,000 Jin." The veterans stood frozen, incredulous. They themselves bore only over 1,000 Jin of pressure. How could this young man manage such a feat? The deeper they ventured, the greater the pressure became. Ji Xuanran sensed that he felt at least 5,000 Jin of pressure now. There was still more room to advance. Hearing his words, the disciples inhaled sharply. This fellow was indeed an anomaly. The renowned Chang senior brother, known for his formidable physique, had only reached Ji Xuanran's current position during his martial artist phase. Yet this young man believed he could proceed further. Let us see how far he can go to this moment. Ji Xuanran had already forged ahead of them by more than 10 paces. With approximately 7 steps remaining to the roots of the tree, outside, the master of Haiyan Peak began to feel anticipation. The final 7 steps, each laden with immense pressure, were not something an ordinary prodigy could withstand. Exhaling deeply, Ji Xuanran took his next step, and, as his foot touched the ground, the pressure intensified exponentially, reaching an astonishing weight of 10,000 pounds, nearly pinning him to the ground. Under this oppressive force, veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and slowly straightened his back. The spectators behind him were left dumbfounded. When he took that previous step, they had distinctly felt the wind stirred by the doubling of pressure. How could he possibly endure this? At that moment, they had settled into a meditative state. Yet Ji Xuanran once again astonished them. Within 7 steps, each step reaffirmed his innate talent. A saying circulated throughout the eastern region: those who tread within 7 steps of the Fulong tree are destined to become a martial emperor in the future. Within 5 steps, one finds it hard to encounter a rival of the same rank. Within 3 steps, one stands invincible among their peers. The final step allows one to dominate an era in the Yaoyang realm. Listening to the elder's words, several new students sat on the ground, curiously inquiring, "Has anyone reached the final step?" Before the elder could respond, the master of Haiyan Peak interjected, "Yes, 6 months ago, the second prince of the Tianshui Empire, Qin Yang, reached it. He is the only prodigy since the establishment of our Tianjin sect to have accomplished this feat, truly exceptional, although regrettably not a disciple of our sect." His gaze was fixed intently on Ji Xuanran, wondering how far he could advance. Upon reflecting on this, the master of Haiyan Peak dispatched a message to relay the situation, quickly attracting a multitude of prodigies and elders from within the sect to observe. Elder Mo stood alone at the periphery of the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on the slender figure standing within 7 steps. Chapter 65. Within 3 steps, the empire-stunned disciple had actually reached within 7 steps. Unbelievable. Our sect is about to produce a prodigy. Who is this young man? It is Ji Yang. The elders and disciples observing from the sky began to murmur amongst themselves, seemingly displeased about Ji Yang's identity. Elder Ji Ming hurried over, nodding repeatedly as he gazed at Ji Xuanran beneath the tree, affirming that he had not misjudged. While they debated, Ji Xuanran took a deep breath and slowly raised his foot, only to find that the ground seemed to possess a formidable stickiness, firmly anchoring his foot in place. Observers noticed he was beginning to step forward once more, instinctively closing their mouths and focusing their attention entirely on him. "This pressure cannot deter me," Ji Xuanran murmured to himself. As he took this step, the pressure doubled again, reaching 20,000 pounds. This level of force was nearly unbearable for any martial artist, yet this time he was prepared, not even bending at the waist. Terrifying, this was the shared sentiment of everyone present. Following swiftly came the fifth step, then the fourth, and finally the third. In one continuous motion, Ji Xuanran took 3 steps in succession, positioning himself just 2 steps away from the base of the Fulong tree. At this juncture, even with his preparation, his waist began to feel the strain. The oppressive force generated by the Fulong tree was exceedingly heavy, causing the onlooking disciples and elders to struggle for breath, instinctively creating distance that a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. This young man is the most extraordinary talent our Tianjin sect has ever seen. The sect holds the promise of revival. The elders shouted in excitement. They had awaited this day for far too long, witnessing their sect's decline like a persistent thorn in their hearts. Now, they finally saw hope. The sect leader had also quietly arrived, and upon witnessing the figure within 3 steps, his old eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The news of Ji Xuanran stepping within 3 steps spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the entire Lingshan County, and then rapidly proliferating throughout the Tianshui Empire. This caused a tremendous uproar. 6 months prior, the second prince of the empire had reached the final step, making history as the only genius to step within 3 steps. Now, another had emerged. Within the Guanglan sect, the sect leader Yang Ping Tian shattered his chair in rage, standing atop the discussion hall, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuan Tiangang, the 5th of the 7 elders, and bellowing, "You fool, look at the mess you've created. Not only did you fail to recruit him into our sect, but you couldn't even eliminate him. You are not just losing face, but tarnishing the entire reputation of Guanglan sect." Yuan Tiangong's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. He hung his head, daring not to utter a word. The 3rd elder beside him clasped his hands and said, "Sect leader, although we couldn't recruit that young man, Elder 5 has brought back a prodigy who has caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, not inferior to that young man, unless he can reach the 2nd step." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang eagerly nodded, stepping forward to assert, Indeed, indeed. That lad Chang Huayan not only caused a heavenly phenomenon in Qingshu City, but was already ranked 100 on the prodigy list. His future achievements will surely surpass that of Ji Yang." Upon hearing this, Yang Ping Tian's anger subsided considerably, and he coldly remarked, "In 4 months, the 7 great sects of the Tianshui Empire will hold a competition. I want Chang Huayan to defeat Ji Yang. Provided Tianjin sect still has participants, as you say, sect leader." Within the hall, the 7 elders revealed sinister smiles. Within Tianjin sect, Elder Ji Ming waved his hand, issuing orders. Immediately seal off Tianjin sect to prevent any underhanded actions by treacherous individuals. It was likely that news of the young man stepping into 3 steps had already spread. Thus, they could only focus on defense. Understood. At this moment, the sect was acting swiftly, hastily placing Tianjin sect under lockdown. Ji Xuanran stood at the 3rd step, bent over and gasping for breath, sweat soaking his hair, trickling down the strands, his entire body emanating heat, visibly bearing the immense pressure he was under. Gradually raising his head to gaze at the Fulong tree ahead, he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he endeavored to straighten his back, the blood within him surging like a torrent, propelling his slender frame upwards with unstoppable momentum. Witnessing this scene, the elders and disciples felt their faces flush with excitement, instinctively clenching their fists, murmuring fervently, "Step out, step out." Ji Xuanran exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he began to lift his leg. even as he summoned terrifying strength. His right leg remained firmly anchored, refusing to budge. This pressure is not enough. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he clenched his fists and roared at a tempest howl beneath the fulong tree. Rustling the golden leaves, the sound of their collision akin to a dragon's roar, reverberating through the heavens. The dragon's roar grew more palpable and distinct, ultimately transforming into a golden dragon at the moment Ji Xuanran took that step. Soaring into the sky with a mighty roar, its golden brilliance radiating outward. This shocking phenomenon had appeared 6 months prior and now re-emerged, cloaking the entire Tianshui Empire in a golden veil. Without the need for news dissemination, at this moment, the world was aware. In the Grand Hall of Quanlan sect, after Yang Ping Tian and the 7 elders concluded their discussions, preparing to leave, they were startled by the sound of the dragon's roar in the heavens and the golden light enveloping the earth. Yang Ping Tian's eyes twitched in fury as he shouted, "Yuan Tiangang, sect leader!" Yuan Tiangang, fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, my mind clouded with confusion. "Unless this is another genius, otherwise I demand an explanation from you today." The surrounding 6 elders wished to speak on his behalf, yet found themselves powerless in that moment. That instant, Quanlan sect became the laughingstock of the entire Yaoyang continent due to Jiyang. Speaking of the second step, it was here before them. Yuan Tiangang sat on the ground, his eyes filled with overwhelming resentment, all directed at that scoundrel Jiyang. "You have turned me into a joke of the sect, made our sect a laughingstock of the Yaoyang continent. I will kill you. I must kill you. I will wash away the shame you have brought upon me with your blood." As for the second step, given the current circumstances, it is indeed no small feat for the young lad to reach this point that on the 3rd floor of the Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce, a woman leaned against the window. Captivated by the golden dragon soaring through the clouds, present, Quanlan sect had truly become a joke. They were likely infuriated and might attempt to harm the young lad. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to intervene excessively. Strong individuals grow through adversity. The competition among the 7 great sects was fast approaching, and perhaps she would have the opportunity to see him soon. When that time came, she would need to give him a good talking to, ensuring he did not become too arrogant. Gazing at the golden dragon in the sky, she murmured, "Will you be able to take the final step?" Beneath the dragon-subduing tree, Ji Xuanran was drenched in blood, a powerful pressure forcing crimson liquid from his pores, staining his white hair, a sight that left the onlookers in shock. Yet for Ji Xuanran, the sensation was exhilarating. With his extraordinary comprehension, he was rapidly advancing in his understanding of sword intent. He felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would not have continued to endure this torment. Exhaling deeply, he twisted his aching shoulders and neck, the audible cracks resonating clearly in the ears of the astonished crowd. Despite his dire state, he appeared unfazed. What a monster! Was he not yet at his limit? Chapter 66. The final step, the cursed sword with only 1 step remaining. Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply, adjusting his stance. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, he suddenly roared, his white hair dancing wildly in the terrifying aura. The blood-red gleam in his eyes contained a chilling ferocity. The instant he lifted his foot, the space around him shifted. The pressure surged, sharp and fierce like sword chi. Perhaps this was the essence of sword chi. Jinming Daoist was forced to retreat repeatedly by the unexpected onslaught, while everyone instinctively gazed upwards towards the dragon-subduing tree. Cloud from all directions converged, swirling like a vortex, as a colossal golden sword descended slowly, seemingly intent on subduing Ji Xuanran beneath it. This was impossible. The sect leader stared in disbelief at the giant sword appearing in the sky, clearly aware of its significance. Jin Ming and his companions looked on, equally astonished, their hearts gripped by dread. Who exactly was this young man? Sect leader, what is the nature of this sword? The trembling voices of the elders echoed, as even at the periphery of the sword Chi's influence, they felt an overwhelming fear. The sword seemed to belong to another realm, descending with an aura of supremacy. The sect leader swallowed hard, glancing at Ji Xuanran beneath the dragon-subduing tree, his astonishment mingled with concern. Could this young man survive beneath the cursed sword? Ji Xuanran threw back his head and roared, his body covered in blood, each sharp blade of sword chi carving minuscule wounds across his flesh. Did he think this mere sword chi could suppress him? His voice pierced through the air, resonating clearly in the ears of every witness. His left foot slowly lifted from the ground, taking a step forward. Yet as he prepared to descend, it felt as though a hand had grasped it tightly, immobilizing him. Simultaneously, the golden leaves of the dragon-subduing tree began to rain down, merging into Ji Xuanran's body, rapidly enhancing his comprehension of sword chi. Suddenly, a sharp sound erupted from within him, and a torrent of sword chi exploded outward, surging upward against the descending sword chi. However, it only reached 3 meters high before being forcefully suppressed. Unable to ascend further, he had grasped the essence of sword chi. This was only the beginning. This young man's unparalleled talent might very well rival that of Qin Yang. The elders within the sect exclaimed with excitement. Yet the sect leader and his 3 companions remained silent, their worry for Ji Xuanran's safety deepening. The golden giant sword seemed to sense the defiance from below and descended further. The sword chi cascading down like a reversed Milky Way, sweeping over Ji Xuanran's figure. All present were struck with terror by this tangible sword chi, and many elders and disciples, slow to retreat, found their sleeves shredded to dust, while some suffered deep cuts on their arms. Retreat. Get away from here, Hua Mufeng commanded, leading everyone away from the floating island. The waterfall of sword chi from the clouds relentlessly battered Ji Xuanran, pounding against the sword chi he had released. Charge! Ji Xuanran's eyes flared with fury as he roared to the heavens, his sword chi swelling once more, responding with even greater intensity. The more sword chi that descended, the stronger his own sword chi became, propelling him higher. Using the cover of these sword chi, Ji Xuanran began to devour them with his comprehension of the path, slowly assimilating and refining them. Seizing this rare opportunity to temper his body, the sword chi coursed through his flesh, relentlessly assaulting every cell, inflicting wounds that were instantly healed, only to be re-injured again in a continuous cycle. This sword chi surged upward, as if a carp leaping over the dragon gate, colliding with the giant sword above. In that very moment, the giant sword retreated into the clouds, and the gathered white clouds began to dissipate as Ji Xuanran took his final step. His footfall was light, barely stirring a leaf. The breeze beneath the tree felt invigorating. In that instant, the pressure he had been under vanished entirely, leaving him feeling utterly liberated. The flow of spiritual energy within him became smoother than ever. And while utilizing the sword chi to enhance his physique was an extreme method, its effects were not as significant as he had hoped. It seemed that to truly restore his physical prowess, he would need to rely on devouring blood chi. This realization left him sighing, tinged with disappointment. Sitting cross-legged beneath the tree, he released his aura, drawing the surrounding leaves into his body, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. As the giant sword vanished, the sense of dread that had enveloped the crowd dissipated, and only then did they realize they were drenched in cold sweat. The elders and disciples turned to the sect leader, inquiring, what was the nature of that giant sword? Why have we never heard of it before? Hearing their questions, the sect leader and Jin Ming, relieved to see Ji Xuanran unharmed, explained, the dragon-subduing tree bears a sword wound. The elders nodded in understanding, well aware that this sword wound had damaged the dragon-subduing tree, significantly diminishing its effectiveness, which is a major reason for the rapid decline of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the origin of this sword wound remained unknown to them. The sword wound was inflicted by that very giant sword. Over 1,000 years ago, during the time of my master, this sword pierced through dimensions, staining half the sky red as it descended and injured the dragon-subduing tree. The curse it carried eroded the tree, severely damaging this primordial root. With a heavy sigh, the sect leader lamented that throughout generations, the leaders of the sect had been powerless against such matters, merely watching as their sect declined at a sword descending from the heavens. Could it be a sword from the upper realm? The crowd gazed up at the now tranquil sky. Filled with Ji Xuanran slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like the stars, shooting forth 2 beams of brilliance that pierced the ground before him, creating 2 finger-deep pits. As he stood, the sword intent around him intensified, enveloping his figure, making him appear as a resplendent blade, its radiance contained. Was this the essence of sword chi? Indeed, to comprehend it for the first time and cultivate it to a minor achievement. Your talent is truly rare throughout history. The sect leader, accompanied by Jin Ming and the others, arrived at the floating island. Smiling as they regarded him with admiration, Ji Xuanran cupped his hands in gratitude. Responding, "Sect leader, you flatter me. I am not as remarkable as you suggest." "Ha ha! Humility is commendable to Ji." Xuanran smiled softly and continued, "Esteemed leaders, I have comprehended sword chi and wish to descend the mountain to undergo further trials." "Descend the mountain?" The sect leader furrowed his brow. Glancing at the other three, "Young one, you have stirred up such a commotion at this critical juncture, especially after offending the Quanlan sect. Venturing out is perilous. Sect leader, I believe that hiding within the sect, cowering in fear, is detrimental to my growth in sword heart and hinders my cultivation. Having grasped sword intent, I must seize the moment to refine my skills in the imperial capital of the Tianshui Empire." A tall man sat in meditation by a small pond, deeply engrossed in his insights when a celestial phenomenon suddenly captured his attention. With his piercing eyes opening, he emitted a dazzling divine light. Qin Yang rose, gazing at the giant sword in the sky, lost in contemplation. Where did this colossal sword come from? Someone, at his call, a lightly clad palace maid entered respectfully. "What is the meaning of this giant sword in the sky?" The maid replied, "Your Highness, it is rumored to have been triggered by the dragon-subduing tree of the Heavenly Sword Sect." Has someone approached within 3 steps of the dragon-subduing tree? "Your Highness, it is said that this is the final step." Qin Yang stared at the giant sword in the sky, puzzled as he had not caused this phenomenon. Did different individuals invoke different reactions? He chuckled dismissively. That mere dragon-subduing tree is nothing of consequence. In this Yaoyang continent, no one can rival me. Chapter 67, he is a guest of my lady, which is quite acceptable. After a brief contemplation, the leader and others readily agreed, but cautioned to proceed with caution. Following a few casual exchanges, Ji Xuanran cupped his hands in farewell and departed from the floating island aboard a flying vessel. As he walked along the mountain path, he unexpectedly encountered Mr. M.O., who was waiting at the intersection. After confirming that M.O. was indeed waiting for him, he approached and called out. Mr. M.O. nodded slightly. "Well done." Ji Xuanran smiled and nodded, moving closer to her. "Did you wait for me?" "Sir, to convey some instructions." Mr. M.O. regarded Ji Xuanran, whose gaze faltered before replying, "Is it not possible to seek you out without a reason? Let us return." "Yes." Ji Xuanran followed behind, contemplating many thoughts as he observed her silhouette. Could it be that M.O. awaited me merely because I arrived beneath the Fulong tree? But what could possibly link the two? The thoughts eluded him. The mountains were tranquil, and the two walked in silence. Gazing at her graceful figure ahead, his heart stirred with unbidden emotions. Just as Ji Xuanran was about to speak, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the woods. Upon closer inspection, he asked in surprise, "Zhuang Jie? What brings you here?" Zhuang Jie appeared pale, coughed lightly, and approached the two, respectfully cupping his hands towards M.O. before addressing Ji Xuanran. "I am not here to cause trouble." Ji Xuanran remained silent, watching him expectantly. Zhuang Jie did not hold back, letting out a sigh as he apologized. "I am sorry." This caught Ji Xuanran off guard, and he glanced at Mr. M.O., who seemed to remain indifferent. "Junior brother Ji, I previously acted impulsively without consideration. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and not hold the sect accountable. That if you harbor any resentment, feel free to confront me." "What do you mean by that?" Ji Xuanran frowned, perplexed by his demeanor. Zhuang Jie swallowed hard. Lowering his head, "I simply found it intolerable. Your actions upon joining the sect. Why personal behavior does not represent the sect. I hope you do not harbor hatred towards it." "I understand. You need not elaborate further." Ji Xuanran grasped his intentions, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation, wondering what he thought of himself. Observing Zhuang Jie's still injured appearance, it seemed his previous strike had indeed been too forceful. Despite having held back, let bygones be bygones. With that, he approached M.O. and nodded before moving ahead. Zhuang Jie, watching them from behind, felt the tension in his body dissipate, Exhaling deeply on the path, Mr. M.O. inquired, "Have you truly forgiven him?" "What else should I do?" "So, you do not resent the sect. The disciples here all harbor disdain for you." Ji Xuanran halted, turning to meet Mr. Mo's gaze, and after a long silence, he replied, "I do not resent. This is a consequence of my own choices. The moment I decided to act as such, I accepted all repercussions. The path I chose is mine to tread, and the suffering is mine to bear." He chuckled softly, gratitude spilling from his words. "However, I must thank you, Mr. M.O., for taking me in. Otherwise, I would likely still be dwelling in a cave." Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced Mr. Mo's face, subtle yet profound. Like a gentle breeze rustling his white hair, that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Ji Xuanran raised an eyebrow and turned to see Lu Hanwan, whose conflicted and shamefaced expression made Ji Xuanran aware of his purpose. Without waiting for him to speak, Ji Xuanran walked past him. "It's all in the past, Senior Brother Lu." The mention of Senior Brother Lu rendered Lu Hanwan momentarily speechless, his head bowed in silence. Just as the two were about to vanish into the woods, Lu Hanwan turned and called out, "Thank you, Junior Brother Ji." Upon returning to the small courtyard, Ji Xuanran took the Chongyuan sword to the waterfall behind the bamboo house. Taking a deep breath, he swung the sword, a wisp of sword energy trailing its edge, severing the cascading waterfall. The result astonished him. He had not anticipated such an outcome from merely channeling a strand of sword energy. Observing the sword in his hand, he surmised that with this enhancement, he might be able to contend with those at the 5th level of martial mastery. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt an irresistible urge to venture out and test this newfound ability. "Are you eager to go out?" Unbeknownst to him, Mr. M.O. had taken a seat on a nearby rock. Observing him with a composed demeanor, "Why be cautious on your journey. The members of Quanlan's sect may very well take action against you." Expecting him or to dissuade him, Ji Xuanran smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, returning to his room to gather his belongings before preparing to leave the courtyard. To his surprise, Nen Xiaowan had been waiting at the door. "Xiaowan, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Ji Xuanran emerge, Nen Xiaowan joyfully hopped forward, wrapping her arms around him and looking up with a beaming face. "Of course, I came to find you." As she spoke, she raised the task token in her hand, gazing at him with anticipation. "Senior Brother, I have accepted a task for external procurement. Let us go together." "Procurement? What does the sect need to buy?" Ji Xuanran realized he had yet to utilize the point from his previous task and wondered what valuable items he could acquire. Nan Xiaowan tapped her lips thoughtfully before responding. "I heard my master say that in a few months, the 7 great sects will head to the Imperial City for a grand competition, and the purchases are in preparation for that." "The 7 great sects competition? All right, I'm heading out anyway. Let us go together." "Yay, Senior Brother Ji, let us set off at once," Nan Xiaowan exclaimed, eagerly pulling Ji Xuanran along as they departed. They arrived at the area where the flying vessels were docked, and there were already 5 disciples waiting. Upon seeing Ji Xuanran, they were somewhat taken aback. Among them, 3 female disciples greeted Ji Xuanran warmly, their eyes devoid of any animosity, approaching him with enthusiasm. "Junior Brother Ji," one of the girls dressed in a purple gown spoke first, smiling at him. Ji Xuanran, his lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at the 2 senior brothers behind him, who appeared conflicted, remaining stationary yet not avoiding his gaze. That he replied with a smile. "Jiang greets the 3 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers. What fortune it is to undertake a task alongside Junior Brother Ji. Hey, Junior Brother Ji, I hope you do not hold the previous attitudes of the sect's disciples against them. They acted out of concern for the sect, and their true nature is not ill." The other 2 senior sisters chimed in with friendly remarks that I understand. "There is no need for concern, senior sister." With that, Ji Xuanran and Nan Xiaowan boarded the docked flying vessel, though he was curious as to why numerous vessels around them were departing for the Tianjin Gate. Thus, he inquired, "Senior Brother, why are so many disciples going out on task today?" A red-haired young man glanced at him and replied gravely, "Just now, news arrived from the sect's external enterprises that they were attacked by an unknown force. And it occurred simultaneously in multiple locations. Clearly, someone is targeting our Tianjin Gate. The Peak Master of Haiyan has also set out to investigate the situation, considering that the Peak Master had been mobilized." It seemed the matter was indeed serious. Ji Xuanran stroked his chin, recalling the earlier attack he encountered in the Yuhui forest. With the two incidents happening so closely together, he pondered if there was a connection. "Thank you for the information, senior brother." The red-haired man nodded and turned to enter the cabin. Seemingly still struggling to accept him, Ji Xuanran shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. The three senior sisters approached him with smiles. "Do not mind it, junior brother Ji. Changing attitudes always takes time." Observing the voluptuous purple-clad senior sister before him, though her beauty was not striking, she exuded a certain charm that surpassed many women. He inquired, "May I ask for your names, senior sisters?" The purple-clad sister replied, "I am Yang Daizhang. They are Qin Ru and Li La, and it is a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Yang, senior sister Qin, senior sister Li." After a brief exchange with the three, Ji Xuanran and Nan Shaowan made their way to the bow of the ship, traversing through the clouds and emerging into the outside world. At that moment, the landscape outside was still shrouded in snow, a silver-white expanse enveloped in a biting chill. Where is this procurement taking place? In Qinglu City. There's a Yaoyuan Trading Association there. The Yaoyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ji Xuanran had visited Songyun City several times, and this chamber wielded immense influence, permeating the entirety of the Yaoyuan continent. Wherever there were human settlements, their presence was felt. The Yaoyuan Chamber of Commerce was not only the wealthiest force on the continent, but also the most enigmatic, with rumors suggesting its origins lay in the upper realms. This thought. Ji Xuanran suddenly recalled that woman, whose extraordinary demeanor suggested that the power behind her was also renowned across the Yaoyuan continent. If given the chance to encounter her again, he would surely inquire about her name. He had been foolish enough to forget it last time. He wondered if he could glean any information about his master while at the Yaoyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ji Xuanran gazed at the receding scenery. He murmured to himself, inadvertently catching the attention of Nan Shaowan beside him. She looked up with curiosity. "Brother Ji, you've never mentioned anything about your master. What is your master's name?" This question left him momentarily stunned, his eyes drifting into a daze. Indeed, to this day, he did not even know his master's name, and an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within him. Noticing his expression, Nan Shaowan tugged at his clothing and apologized. "I'm sorry, it's nothing. Just some memories resurfacing," Ji Xuanran replied, forcing a smile as he gently patted her head. By the time they reached Qinglu City, it was already afternoon, and the fierce winds and snow rendered the entire city remarkably tranquil. The group aboard the flying vessel looked around, relieved to find no disturbances at the Tianjin sect's properties. Upon disembarking, they followed Sister Yang to the most splendid 9-story building in the city. Two robust men clad in black stood at the entrance, indifferent to the arriving guests, until Ji Xuanran's presence prompted them to open their eyes. With respect, they welcomed, "Please, enter." Their demeanor sparked a flurry of discussions among the guests inside, many of whom had resided there for over a decade, some even for centuries, yet had never witnessed the guards speaking to anyone. Not only the guests, but even those from the Tianjin sect felt surprised. Taking a cautious step back, Sister Yang steadied herself, positioning herself in front of Ji Xuanran. "We appreciate the courtesy, but your attitude is concerning. With the recent surge in attacks against the Tianjin sect, the Yaoyuan Chamber's unprecedented shift in demeanor raises suspicions." The two guards straightened, explaining, "There is no need for concern. Young lady, by the order of the young miss, the Chamber has provided support and protection for all Tianjin sect properties in Qinglu City. Furthermore, all purchases made by the Tianjin sect at the Yaoyuan Chamber will receive a 30% discount. As they spoke, one guard discreetly cast a glance at Ji Xuanran, behind them 30% off. At this announcement, the patrons in the building could no longer remain composed. However, despite their uproar, the staff inside continued their work unfazed. Just then, a middle-aged man holding a black gold card emerged. His face darkened as he shouted, "On what grounds?" The crowd turned to him in surprise, exclaiming, "The City Lord is here!" City Lord Zhang Hanqing glared daggers at Ji Xuanran, his murderous intent palpable. "I have served in Qinglu City for nearly 2 centuries, and have always taken care of the Yaoyuan Chamber's affairs. Receiving this black gold card, I only get a 20% discount. Why should the disciples of the Tianjin sect receive more?" Yet, the staff remained indifferent to him. causing Zhang Hanqing's face to darken ominously. Just as he was about to erupt, a middle-aged man, portly with narrow eyes, descended from the second floor. Twirling his beard, he smiled amiably and said, "As I mentioned, it is by the young Mrs. Order. City Lord Zhang, please temper your reactions and exercise some self-awareness to avoid unnecessary discomfort." "You!" Zhang Hanqing exclaimed. "TSK. City Lord Zhang, I've already been quite accommodating and explaining. Do not force us to turn hostile. Someone, settle the City Lord's account at a 20 discount, and see him off." Yes, that a woman stepped forward, and despite his dissatisfaction, Zhang Hanqing dared not cause a scene, allowing her to take the items from him. After settling the account, he stormed toward the exit, his gaze sharp as a blade, never leaving Ji Xuanran. Yang Daichang had heard of Ji Xuanran's involvement in the death of the City Lord's son during recruitment, and under pressure, she gripped the hilt of her sword to shield him from Zhang Hanqing's gaze. Coldly, she said, "City Lord, you should take your leave. I believe your gaze is rather unfriendly. You little girl. You do not have the standing to speak to me like that." Zhang Hanqing's eyes blazed with fury, clearly suppressing his anger. He circled around her to approach Ji Xuanran, leaning in to whisper, "You killed my son. I will ensure you die by his hand. Just wait." Ha! This left Ji Xuanran momentarily stunned and perplexed, wondering what he meant. Hadn't he killed the City Lord's son with a single punch? "City Lord Zhang, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Do not frighten my young friend Ji. He is a guest of our chamber." Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had positioned himself behind Zhang Hanqing, leaning forward to speak coldly. His piercing gaze radiated a chilling intensity that brought a cold sweat to Zhang Hanqing's brow. "This kid? Is it because of this kid? Damn it, who exactly is Ji Yang?" Zhang Hanqing's anger flared, his veins bulging as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his rage and confusion. Not only he, but even Nan Xiaowan and the guests in the building wore expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. Who exactly was this young friend Ji? Did City Lord Zhang wish to linger for old-time sake? If so, I could have several beauties escort you upstairs. Do not disturb young friend Ji here. The voice was frigid, more piercing than the winter winds. Zhang Hanqing's eye twitched as he struggled to suppress his anger, waving his hand dismissively. "No need. I have many official matters to attend to today, so I shall not impose further. Farewell." Chapter 68. Young Master Ji has blossomed. An ambush outside the city as they watched Zhang Hanqing depart. The crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward Ji Xuanran. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Ji Xuanran felt equally confused, blinking as he looked at the portly middle-aged man. "I am Zhu Yuwei. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Ji." The middle-aged man clasped his hands in greeting, a fawning smile spreading across his rotund face as he gestured for Yang Daichang and the others to enter the building. Just as Ji Xuanran prepared to follow, something fell from the eaves above, landing atop his head. Assuming it was snow, he reached up to touch it, only to find it was a piece of orange peel. Looking up, he was momentarily stunned, slowly clenching the orange peel in his palm. "Hey, why do you look so dazed? Is it because I am too lovely?" A woman leaned against the third-floor window, gazing down at the youth below. Her enchanting visage was partially obscured by her flowing black hair, dimming the already muted natural light. Yet her smile remained dazzling, her teeth glistening like jewels against her red lips. Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply, attempting to speak, but he realized he didn't know her name. Scratching his head awkwardly, "How did you come to be here?" Whether intentional or not, a faint, captivating fragrance wafted down, enveloping Ji Xuanran amidst the snow and wind. With each breath, he found himself intoxicated by her unique scent, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably, as if wild beasts were stirring within him. Xuanran opened his mouth, trying to take a deep breath to maintain his composure. Yet all he inhaled was the warm aroma, igniting a blush upon his cheeks and setting his entire being ablaze. Inside, Nan Xiaowan noticed his unusual state and, concerned, called out from within, "Brother Ji, what's wrong?" Her words drew the attention of others, and Yang Daichang hurried outside, catching the dazed Ji Xuanran, shaking him gently in her embrace. Her voice laced with worry, "Brother Ji, why is your body so hot?" The curious onlookers from the chamber gathered around, surrounding them tightly, their eyes fixed on Ji Xuanran's flushed face. murmuring, "This young brother Ji is astonishing. Judging by his complexion, his vitality is extraordinary. He must be quite the expert in intimate matters, and no, he is surely unmatched." A true prodigy, the onlookers sighed in admiration, their voices tinged with envy. El Ilon and the other two female disciples blushed, glancing disapprovingly at them. One of them indignantly retorting, "Shameless old fools, what a disgrace." Nan Xiaowan was as radiant as a ripe peach, covering her face with her small hand and peering through her fingers. The others did not argue, but shook their heads and sighed as they dispersed. Once they had left, Zhu Yue squeezed his way in, hastily kneeling in the snow at the entrance, extending his trembling hand to grasp Ji Xuanran's wrist and begin to take his pulse. Ji Gongzi was a friend of the young lady. If anything were to happen, his own life would likely be forfeit, leaving only his 10 concubines to lament. Young Daichong and the others, witnessing his actions, fell silent, anxiously awaiting the outcome. However, they soon observed that despite Zhu's prolonged examination, he had yet to reach a conclusion, and he himself was growing increasingly flustered, wiping the sweat from his brow incessantly. Seeing his distress, Nan Xiaowan pouted, on the verge of tears. "Zhu Laozhong, what has happened to Ji Xixiao? This is strange, truly strange." Their voices trembled with concern. Jiang had recently caused a phenomenon, showcasing his talent, and was the hope of the revival of the Tianjin sect. He could not possibly be in peril. Zhu Yue swallowed hard, speaking in a panicked tone. Ji Gongzi, what on earth is the matter with him?" The others pressed him for answers. Zhu opened his mouth, at a loss for words, his expression a mix of laughter and bewilderment. "Ji Gongzi, he has succumbed to spring fever." Upon uttering this, Zhu felt his face flush with embarrassment, turning away with a swish of his sleeve. Spring fever? The initial reaction from the group was disbelief. After all, how could a perfectly normal person suddenly transform in such a manner? Yet, given Zhu's esteemed position within the Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce, it was reasonable to attribute some credibility to his words. Yang Giechong's gaze shifted down from Ji Xuanran's face, and in shock, she pushed him out into the street, where he landed in the thick snow. At that moment, a charming maid descended from the building, approaching Zhu Yue with curiosity as she glanced at the heated figure in the snow. "Miss Lan, does the young lady have any instructions?" After Zhu's reminder, the maid finally responded. "The young lady requests that you carry Ji Gongzi to her room." "But Ji Gongzi's condition seems rather dire at the moment," Zhu inquired, perplexed. Yang Daichong and the others immediately became vigilant, positioning themselves protectively in front of Ji Xuanran. "What does your young lady want with our Ji Shidi? What our young lady desires is not for you to concern yourselves with," the maid replied, her demeanor haughty, casting a disdainful glance at the group. "You." The faint fragrance dissipated in the wind and snow, and Ji Xuanran, buried in the snow, gradually regained his senses. "Sisters, brothers, do not worry. I am acquainted with her young lady." He recognized the maid from a previous encounter in that cave. It seemed that the young lady Zhu had mentioned was indeed that woman. He had not anticipated her influence to be so substantial, representing the entire Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce, possibly even from a higher realm. Contemplating these matters alongside the recent events left him with a headache. It truly was a case of a bull seeking grass among cows. "I and the young lady of the chamber are, friends." Ji Xuanran made vague gestures in the air, attempting to reassure the maid. Upon hearing this, the maid rolled her eyes, thinking him to be a wild boar trampling over cabbage. "Foul and shameless," Ji Xixiao. Nan Xiaowan approached him, tugging at his clothing. Clearly anxious, Ji Xuanran patted her on the head, wanted to smile but unable to, having just embarrassed himself in front of them. "It's fine. It is fine. I will return soon. Do not worry, Dado." After Nan Xiaowan released him, Ji Xuanran followed the maid up the staircase, arriving at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was spacious, filled with pills for sale. The maid, maintaining a cold demeanor, led him to the innermost room, standing at the door without moving, ignoring Ji Xuanran entirely. He did not wish to provoke her further. Hesitating at the door, he raised his hand but ultimately refrained from knocking. At that moment, he felt quite uneasy, uncertain how to prevent another bout of spring fever. What troubled him even more was the lack of understanding regarding the cause of this affliction. He did not know where to begin preparing. "What are you still dawdling for? Are you going to keep my young lady waiting?" The maid, unable to hold back any longer, wore a stern expression and urged him impatiently. Ji Xuanran wiped his sweaty palms on his clothing, licked his lips, exhaled deeply, and instead of knocking, he kicked the door open and strode inside, closing the door behind him. The moment he entered, Ji Xuanran averted his gaze, holding his breath as he said, "So you're the young lady of the Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce." "What?" "You kicked the door open, and I thought you intended to force yourself upon me. Yet now that you're here, you dare not even look at me." She continued, "I thought your temper matched what lies below." Ji Xuanran was taken aback by her words, feeling uneasy, and quickly interrupted her. "How could this woman dare to speak so boldly? What business do you have with me?" The young lady reclined on the bed, propping her head up with one hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, am I not allowed to seek you out for no reason?" Her voice was sweet and tantalizing, sending shivers down Ji Xuanran's spine. In her presence, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Leaning against a nearby pillar, he inhaled deeply, relieved to find the room suffused with a faint medicinal aroma instead of her perfume, allowing him to breathe with greater ease. "Of course, you may. That's not what I meant. No need to explain," she replied, her long eyelashes fluttering, a passionate smile gracing her lips as she gestured for him to sit beside her. "Would you not like to come and sit with me?" "Not at all," Ji Xuanran replied succinctly. "At least you possess some self-awareness." The young lady abandoned her previous languid posture, sitting upright on the bed, stretching her arms in a manner that displayed her alluring form before him. Ji Xuanran coughed, lowering his head in embarrassment. Yet, recalling something, he raised his gaze and found himself staring at her bosom, feeling oddly justified in doing so. The smile in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sharp intensity. "Is it pleasing to the eye? You are my woman. Of course, you are beautiful, ditto. Just a moment ago, you were acting so innocent. What happened then is in the past. This is the present." With that, Ji Xuanran treated the space as if it were his own home, boldly sitting on the soft couch by the window. Lifting a half-drained cup of tea to finish it off. "It's somewhat sweet," he remarked, savoring the taste. This caused a hint of enticing pink to bloom on the young lady's cheeks, which she quickly masked with a distant tone. "That was my cup, I know. But since you are all mine now, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Also, could you refrain from speaking to me in such a distant manner? Your previous attitude was rather pleasant." As he spoke, Ji Xuanran felt a pang of insecurity, yet he also felt a need to express himself, lest he stifle his feelings. "Your people? You truly dare to say that?" Ji Xuanran swallowed hard, hesitating to respond. Knowing her identity made such a reply require greater courage. "The entirety of the Yaoyan Chamber of Commerce belongs to me, and countless individuals wish to possess me. What right do you have to claim I am yours?" Her blind confidence made him find her laughable. Ji Xuanran exhaled, feeling once again underestimated. Was he truly so inferior? He was unwilling to accept it. Pouting, he clutched his clothing and took a deep breath before saying, "I'm not as lacking as you presume. I'm quite formidable in my own right." The young lady remained silent, simply observing him. "Yesterday, I stood beneath the fulong tree, right at its roots. You must know of it." He gestured animatedly, striving to convey his point. With no dazzling achievements to boast of and absent from the list of prodigies, he could only present this instance that he was earnest, genuinely wishing for her acknowledgement. The young lady sat quietly on the bed, captivated by his earnestness and determination, momentarily lost in thought. "You have feelings for me." The sudden remark from the young woman interrupted Ji Xuanran, leaving him bewildered, raising his hand and glancing around aimlessly. After a moment, his lips moved, and he responded softly. Her reaction filled the woman with secret delight, yet she maintained an air of indifference. "I mentioned that many admire me. Countless are the favored ones that I in this radiant sun continent. Even Qin Yang has bowed before me." The implication was clear yet shrouded in ambiguity. Ji Xuanran was uncertain whether she was urging him to defeat Qin Yang, to prove himself, or to concede and retreat in the face of difficulty. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "If you do not like me, if you harbor disdain for me, you may express it openly. Do not be so vague. I cannot abide this." He felt as though she were toying with him, mocking him, trampling upon his dignity and sense of responsibility through such means. If you do not like me, if you wish me harm, say it, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. However, I will not surrender my life to you, nor will I allow my dignity to be trampled underfoot. Ji Xuanran rose, his tone gentle, yet his gaze formidable. This moment rendered the woman speechless, her heart racing with the fear of being misunderstood. She understood that her intentions were not as they seemed. She merely wished for him to strive forward rather than retreat. At this moment, she began to reflect on her own actions, realizing they were indeed inappropriate. Thus, she declared, "Very well, I shall say this. I want you to overcome all those who stand in your way and come before me. You must bear the responsibilities that are rightfully yours. And let me reiterate, if you fail to achieve this within 3 years, I shall end your life, and I shall live the rest of my days in solitude." Ji Xuanran regarded her and suddenly laughed. "Qinyong, is it? Should he dare to entertain designs upon you, I shall unearth his ancestral graves." The woman chuckled in response. "I am quite eager to witness how you would accomplish that." As he approached the door, she abruptly called out to him, leaning over the bedside, her fingers twirling a lock of hair, smiling as she inquired, "Are you not going to ask for my name, just as you did last time?" Ji Xuanran was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly asked, "I am Ji Xuanran. What is your name?" "Ah," the woman smiled sweetly, attempting to hide her joy as she rolled onto the bed, retreating further inside. "That I share your surname. I am Ji Wanqing. You jest not? Why would I deceive you?" Ji Xuanran laughed. "Wanqing, thank you. For what?" "A 70% discount." With that, Ji Xuanran opened the door, descending the stairs amidst the incredulous gazes of the maidservants. Has the young lady succumbed to spring fever? After Ji Xuanran descended, Nan Shaoan appeared to be enjoying herself, meandering through the shelves on the first floor, requesting packages of delightful items she encountered. This left him feeling quite exasperated. Although it was the sect's spirit stones being spent at a 70% discount, such indiscriminate purchases were unwarranted. Just as he contemplated intervening, he was surprised to see even senior sister Yang and her companions enthusiastically shopping, with both senior brothers joining in. Young Master Ji, haha, feel free to take whatever catches your eye. That moment, Zhu Yue approached with a broad smile, standing a step behind him, rubbing his hands together as if he were the chairman of the Merchant Association. "No, thank you, Zhu Xinbei, though. It is at 70. He and T finished when Zhu Yue interrupted. "Ah, young Master Ji, you are mistaken. Before you even descended, the young lady ordered us that everything you purchase this time will be at 50% off. As he spoke, to ensure Ji Xuanran heard clearly, he extended a hand and counted the fingers before him. 50%. Are you certain? Zhu Yue nodded emphatically, lips pursed. This unexpected delight filled Ji Xuanran with joy, causing him to gaze up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Observing his reaction, Zhu Yue clasped his hands within his sleeves, smiling knowingly, harboring his own speculations. The young lady brought young Master Ji to her room, and before he even descended, she commanded a 50% discount. TSK, I dare not judge the young lady's intentions. The 9th floor of the Yaoyan Merchant Association was vast, and the group did not finish their purchases until dusk, saving the sect over 300,000 spirit stones through the 50% discount. Gazing at the remaining spirit stones in the storage bag, Ji Xuanran felt a twinge of temptation. If he could infuse these spirit stones into the array device, perhaps it would restore its former glory. Previously, he had not been concerned, but now, with the array device being such an insatiable void, he suddenly found spirit stones precious. Nonetheless, this was merely a fleeting thought, soon dismissed from his mind, that he boarded the flying boat with the others. Just before departure, Ji Xuanran glanced towards the 3rd-floor window, where Ji Wanqing sat on a soft couch, biting a cup while gazing at him. 3 years is neither short nor long. In a dimly lit room somewhere in the city, someone remarked, "They have left the city. Inform those outside. Wait until they are far from Qinglu City before we act." Someone hesitantly questioned, "Will that not be too late?" There is no choice. For reasons unknown, the Yaoyan Merchant Association has been exceptionally amicable towards the Tianjin sect, even safeguarding their interests. Therefore, our actions must remain concealed from the Yaoyan Merchant Association. If we offend them, it won't just be us. Even the powers backing us will not withstand it. One skeptical individual stood up, declaring, "Humph, I do not believe they will target our sect merely because of the Tianjin sect." With that, he brandished a knife and swiftly exited the room. The others within the room were too incensed to speak, merely saying, "Hurry and send word," advising them to refrain from impulsive actions. "This fool will bring about our ruin." Message sent. Following this, the group rushed out of the room, only to be met with a torrent of hot blood. 2 Robust men clad in black brandished bloodied long knives, blocking their path. 4th-tier weapons. The sight of the long knives sent shivers down their spines, causing them to retreat in alarm. Those wielding 4th-tier weapons were typically formidable warriors. They looked down and saw the body of the man who had just exited, his neck's blood already frozen solid. Zhu Yue stepped forward from behind the two men, his hands clasped together, smiling as he remarked, "Should you dare to strike at the Tianjin sect?" The young lady might merely turn a blind eye. Alas, young Master Ji is aboard that flying boat. "Wait, we can divulge everything. Just spare us." With that, the few men fell to their knees, pleading with Zhu Yue. "Kill them." Zhu Yue did not hesitate, issuing the order without a moment's pause. Streams of blood splattered upon the white snow, starkly red. Gazing at the corpses, Zhu Yue sneered, "Divulge everything. You truly underestimate our Yaoyan Merchant Association. What we wish to know, do we need you to tell us? All right, our task is complete. Let us return." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. 2 guards behind him hesitated and asked, "Lord, should we not protect young Master Ji?" "No need." The young lady stated that if any trouble arises, there will be someone to intervene. Understood. Ji Xuanran stood at the bow of the ship, wielding a small sword, attempting to utilize his spiritual energy to levitate it, yet to no avail. But he was not anxious. Manipulating objects from a distance required at least the cultivation of a martial king, and he was merely at the 9th level of martial arts. With a long journey ahead, caressing the small sword in his hand, a smile crept onto his lips. The material of this array device was extraordinary, and even if his current cultivation was insufficient, it did not mean it could not fly. Senior Brother Ji. Nan Shaoan emerged from the cabin, wrapped in a red cloak, running to his side and nuzzling against him. Ji Xuanran instinctively wanted to step back, but the warmth enveloping him caused his mind to momentarily drift. He thought to himself, "Isn't Wanqing a bit small? What is it?" "Senior Brother Ji, when did you meet that Merchant Association young lady?" Nan Shaoan gazed up at him, her sparkling eyes fixed upon him. "Before we arrived at Qinglu City, is she beautiful?" Ji Xuanran, without a second thought, replied with a smile, "Very beautiful. She's among the top 3 I have ever seen." "Who are the 3? Ji Xuanran ruffled her hair playfully, grinning as he said, "Well, you are certainly one of them." Nan Shaoan let out a joyous laugh, her entire being collapsing into his embrace. "This is troublesome." Ji Xuanran suddenly realized something, feeling a headache for the girl nestled in his arms. Amidst the towering peaks shrouded in wind and snow, hidden warriors of unknown identity observed as the flying vessel traversed through the storm. They produced jade tokens, establishing communication amongst themselves. "They have arrived. It is the flying vessel of the Tianjin sect. Once they soar into the sky, we shall activate the formation to immobilize the vessel." Excellent. It is said that there are several beauties aboard this vessel. After indulging in frog meat for so many years, I shall finally savor something fresh. The individuals concealed within the mountains rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 69. An ambush on the road. Annihilation of one man before long. The flying vessel reached directly above them. The leading strongman bellowed, "Attack!" 7 peaks erupted around the vessel, shooting beams of light that formed a closed heptagonal space, trapping the vessel midair. "What is happening? Is someone attacking us?" Yang Daichong emerged with her sword, accompanied by 4 others, her brows furrowed as she urgently glanced at Ji Xuanran. "It appears that we are being ambushed here." Ji Xuanran drew out the heavy abyss sword, gazing solemnly below as figures surged from the mountains, pressing towards the airborne vessel. They can fly. It seems many among them are above the 6th level of martial mastery. Yang Daichong fixed her gaze on them, shouting furiously, "This is the flying vessel of the Tianjin sect. Who dares to strike against us? A middle-aged man in black hovered before the vessel, arms crossed, sneering. The attack is directed at your Tianjin sect. As he spoke, his lustful eyes roamed over her figure, salivating at her voluptuous form. Before she could retort, Ji Xuanran stepped in front of her, blocking the middle-aged man's gaze. His eyes, sharp as daggers, pierced through the opponent's, coldly declaring, "In that case, you shall perish." Ji Xuanran suddenly exploded into action, unleashing one of the three techniques of the Xianbing sword art. The middle-aged man disdainfully attempted to evade, intending to muster his energy to resist, but the might of the technique crushed his spiritual power, slowing his reaction significantly as the heavy ice sword descended upon him. He hastily employed his ultimate life-saving technique. A white tortoise shell expanded before him, shielding him from the lethal strike. Bang! The sheer physical force of Ji Xuanran, combined with the extraordinary technique, sent the fourth-tier premium defensive treasure flying. The chilling aura permeated the middle-aged man's body, causing him to shudder, and seizing the opportunity, he widened the distance. "Kill these three men. Spare the woman." The crowd roared with excitement as dozens of martial artists of the 6th level and above rushed in. Frightened, Nin Shaoan hid behind Ji Xuanran, anxiously watching them. Not fear. "Go hide in the cabin." Ji Xuanran gently patted her head, trying to soothe her. Internally, he felt somewhat exasperated. The moment genuine danger approached, this girl faltered. Despite her evident talent, martial artist of the 6th level, just the right chance to test my comprehension of sword energy. Die. The sound of swords ringing suddenly exploded, a sharp and piercing sound slicing through the air as Ji Xuanran swept his sword with great force. The fastest of the martial artists were cleaved in half on the spot, causing the others to hastily halt. In retreat, they gazed at Ji Xuanran in terror, cursing. Is this the power of someone at the 9th level of martial mastery? What are those in the city doing? Spreading false information. To slay you is more than enough with my martial prowess. Ignoring Yang Diechang's warnings, Ji Xuanran leaped forward, wielding his heavy sword, each strike accompanied by a formidable sword energy. Instantly obliterating three martial artists at the 6th level, bathed in blood, he created a large pit in the snow. Pointing his sword at them to capture their attention, he shouted, "Do you know who I am? Not long ago, I caused a commotion beneath the Fulong tree. Those who had intended to take advantage of the situation to attack the women paused upon hearing this, their faces lighting up with joy. Ha ha ha, splendid. With your strength, it might indeed be you to think we would encounter you. If we kill you, our Yuan sect will surely reap considerable rewards. Everyone charge, kill him." Ji Xuanran showed no fear, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he activated the Shadow Phantom technique. Transforming into a ghostly figure amidst the snow, deftly weaving between them, that he called out to the flying vessel above. "Yang Shiji, I will dismantle this formation shortly. You must pilot the vessel and flee." "No, we cannot leave you behind. It is settled." Ji Xuanran would not entertain her rebuttal. Remaining here would only hinder him. After breaking free from the encirclement, he stood amidst the swirling snowflakes, licking his lips as he regarded them with the gaze of a connoisseur anticipating a feast. During the last encounter in the Yuhui forest, he had not devoured enough. This time, he intended to replenish himself thoroughly. "You think you could dismantle the formation? This is the four-trapping formation crafted by a master of formations." Derision filled their eyes as they looked upon Ji Xuanran. "We shall see if you can." Ji Xuanran paid them no mind, charging towards one of the mountain peaks. "Block him." The middle-aged man issued the command, and those martial disciples who had awaited for so long on the mountain charged at Ji Xuanran with weapons drawn. Yet he cared not to engage them, like a frenzied beast rampaging through their ranks, brutally crashing through those in his path and the trees alike. Before long, he reached one of the formation's key points guarded by two martial artists at the 4th level. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down. "You brat, cease this arrogance." They unleashed their strongest offensive techniques, only to be cleaved into shards of ice by the descending sword energy. The pillar guarding one of the formation's key points was also shattered into fragments of ice. With the destruction of this key point, the entire formation collapsed, allowing the flying vessel to regain its momentum. Watching the vessel retreat, Ji Xuanran finally felt a sense of relief. Now he could unleash his full strength. Grinning, he remarked, "To place the formation device within its range, you truly are foolish." In response to his mockery, the disciples turned their attention to the middle-aged man. Nonsense. What greeted him was Ji Xuanran's lethal strike. The second of the Xianbing three-sword techniques. The coldness upon the heavy abyss surpassed even the wind and snow, freezing two martial artists within the attack's range before it even fell. Bang! The ground erupted, the frozen limbs flung into the air, causing them to retreat in terror. What sort of martial technique is this that disrupts my spiritual power? Elder Jiang, this boy's martial skills are too bizarre. The disciple spoke, his fear driving him to retreat behind Elder Jiang. Useless. Elder Jiang stared intently at Ji Xuanran, drawing forth his weapon, a silver spear, a fourth-tier, mid-grade weapon. This made Ji Xuanran wary, glancing around. He noted that there were at least 300 individuals in this forest, nearly half of whom were martial artists. Why does your Yuan sect seek to attack our Tianjin sect? Do you not fear the repercussions from us? The leader of the Yuan sect is merely at the martial king level. While he holds some reputation in the Qinshui Empire, he pales in comparison to the Tianjin sect. They had not dared to act in such a manner before. Elder Jiang chuckled. What of the Tianjin sect? In these coming months, you shall surely face annihilation. We are not the only ones who will act. All the sects within the Lingxin prefecture are hunting down the disciples of your Tianjin sect. In this grand tide, your demise is inevitable. Then it shall be our turn to rise. Ji Xuanran retorted coldly. Your so-called rise is merely to serve as a lapdog to others. You seek death. Elder Jiang roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying pressure that sent Ji Xuanran flying. Indeed, he is at the martial spirit level. Confirming the opponent's cultivation level, Ji Xuanran felt quite challenged. He was now confident in slaying martial artists at the 6th and 7th levels. But against those of higher realms, particularly martial spirits, he felt uncertain. But that makes it all the more interesting. As he lifted his head, his eyes were filled with a blood-red fury. Anyone who met his gaze trembled, instinctively feeling fear. You little brat, you have many tricks, but they are useless before me. The wild dragon dance. Elder Jiang soared into the air, spinning his silver spear as a ferocious dragon coiled around the spear tip. Emitting a series of roars, Ji Xuanran deftly evaded the terrifying blow, avoiding it with remarkable agility. Beneath that strike, a colossal gap was left on the mountainside, as if a great chunk had been gnawed away. Utilizing the cover of dust and swirling snow, Ji Xuanran surged into the midst of the martial artists like a ravenous wolf. Several martial masters were unable to withstand his single sword strike. Falling lifelessly at his feet, to make the most of the abundant vitality, Ji Xuanran unleashed his martial soul. Not the howling moon silver wolf, but the devouring martial soul. The black vortex had grown significantly larger than before, its swallowing power vastly enhanced. Let all of you serve as my sustenance. Wherever he passed, those martial artists lacking sufficient strength were drawn helplessly into the vortex, their essence refined into nourishing energy for his Tao of devouring. Their martial souls were consumed as well, becoming mere fodder. Delightful. This is how it ought to be. Ji Xuanran's laughter echoed with a wild, almost frenzied glee. After accumulating a considerable amount of vitality within his martial soul, he abruptly halted in the snow, launching a blood-red beam of light towards the advancing Elder Jiang. The sudden strike caught the Elder off guard, sending him hurtling into the mountainside. You little rascal. I underestimated you, Ji Xuanran grinned, releasing his other martial soul, the howling moon silver wolf. The immense silver wolf stood behind him, its cold gaze fixated on the adversaries, sending shivers down their spines. Dual martial souls. This must be a jest. Elder Jiang, emerging from the shadows, was rendered utterly astonished. Few geniuses with dual martial souls existed within the entire Qinshui Empire, yet he had encountered one, and to make matters more shocking, the wolf was of the 7 stars rank. Truly, this was a prodigy capable of triggering the extraordinary phenomena of the Fulong tree. However, today, you shall meet your demise here. Fear not, my disciples. If we slay him, substantial rewards await. Elder Jiang retained confidence in his own abilities, despite the disparity in realms. The disciples unleashed their martial souls, many of them possessing 3 or 4 stars, yet none reached 5 stars. This left Ji Xuanran somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. 4 stars would suffice. First, I shall eliminate you insignificant fish, maximizing the devouring power of his martial soul. Those martial artists below the 6th level of martial masters proved utterly defenseless. Their souls forcibly ripped from their bodies. This bizarre spectacle sent Elder Jiang and the other high-ranking martial artists recoiling in fear, swiftly distancing themselves. "Elder, save me. I do not wish to die. Please, Elder, I beg you. My martial soul is out of control." Over 103-star martial souls and nearly 44-star souls were consumed, prompting Ji Xuanran to exhale a sigh of satisfaction. Gritting his teeth, he mused, how much more pleasant it is to engage in profound discourse with Wan Qing. The Tao of devouring had not yet ascended in rank. It appeared that the further he progressed, the more martial souls would be required. He was content with this outcome. Although he had not ascended, the strength of his martial soul had significantly increased. Clenching his fist and feeling the surge of power within his body, he seized an individual by the head, channeling the Tao of devouring to drain them completely. His cultivation broke through to the 10th level of martial artists, and the formidable power left him slightly disoriented, expelling a breath tinged with a hint of blood. He maintained an air of composure, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Now, let us continue." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, swirling up a flurry of snowflakes as he appeared before one of the martial artists. Xianbing, 3 blades. First, the individual had no time to react before being cleaved into a multitude of ice shards. "What manner of creature are you?" The others distanced themselves from him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The previous scene remained etched in their minds, branding them with fear. "You need not know." Thunderous transformation. Xianbing, 3 blades. Ji Xuanran simultaneously unleashed 2 arcane techniques, nearly suffocating them. The high level of the techniques severely suppressed their reaction speed. Clad in thunderous armor and wielding a colossal ice blade, he darted among them like a flash of lightning. By the time he came to a halt, nearly half of the remaining 30 disciples lay dead. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of his movements. Adhering to his principle of waste not, Ji Xuanran consumed all the vitality, gaining a modicum of strength. Licking his lips as he gazed at Elder Jiang, he realized that as a 10th level martial artist, armed with 2 martial souls and 2 arcane techniques, he faced little difficulty dealing with these martial master's disciples. "What shall we do, Elder Jiang?" The remaining dozen disciples looked at him in panic. There had once been over 300 of them during the ambush, and now only they remained. Their panic was matched by Elder Jiang's own. This young man exceeded the ordinary, and his martial soul was exceedingly bizarre. They could not confront him head-on. "What are you thinking?" Suddenly, Ji Xuanran charged towards them, plunging his weapon fiercely among them. The ice exploded violently, and several disciples, unable to evade, were instantly slain. The few who managed to escape did not dare to look back. Fleeing for their lives, Ji Xuanran cast a glance at them, unleashing several chilling sword energies that effortlessly claimed their lives. "Your disciples are all dead. It is just the 2 of us remaining." Elder Jiang's eyes twitched as he tightened his grip on the spear, gritting his teeth, but a mere 10th level martial artist dares to contend with me. With no option for retreat, he could only brace for battle. Furious dragon dance. Ji Xuanran transformed into a streak of lightning, easily arriving at Elder Jiang's side, raising his thunder-wrapped fist to strike at his head. Boom! The thunder erupted, sending Elder Jiang flying, but Ji Xuanran's expression bore no trace of amusement. His earlier punch had missed. Young one, the gap between us cannot be bridged by mere tricks." Elder Jiang sneered as he rose, a layer of spiritual energy enveloping him in protection. "This shell of yours is quite sturdy. I wonder if it can withstand my next assault." As he spoke, he stealthily withdrew a small sword-like artifact. Chapter 70. Behold my flying sword. Elder Jiang chuckled lightly, raising his hand to summon the turtle shell artifact that had been knocked away, placing it before him. With 2 layers of defense, his confidence surged, and he looked at Ji Xuanran with disdain. "Young one, no matter how exceptional your talent, you have yet to grow," pointing his spear at Ji Xuanran. The cold light gleamed at its tip as he confidently proclaimed, "Today, your life shall serve as my token of allegiance to the Quanlan sect." Huh. The Quanlan sect? Ji Xuanran furrowed his brow. Is the Quanlan sect behind your machinations? Jiang Baixing replied with a cold laugh. Though the Quanlan sect is powerful, it alone cannot command all the sects of Lingxin County. His words darkened Ji Xuanran's expression. It was not merely the Quanlan sect involved. The Tianjin sect, once the foremost among the 7 great sects, though now in decline, still possessed a legacy unmatched by the other sections beyond that. He could fathom no other reason for such a coalition. Wealth, partners, laws, and territory. These were all essential for any sect. Understanding all of this, Ji Xuanran straightened his posture, tightening his grip on the heavy sword. Concealing his intentions, he remained silent. The wind and snow continued to howl through the mountains, whipping their hair about, the cold air biting their cheeks until they felt numb. Jiang Baixing furrowed his brow, his gaze locked onto Ji Xuanran's eyes. For some inexplicable reason, within those blood-red irises, there seemed to dwell an eerie power capable of devouring one's very soul. This made him considerably more cautious. Narrowing his eyes, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his spear, taking advantage of the wind and snow to mask his movements. The sound of the storm concealed the dragon's roar emanating from the spear. Ji Xuanran's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk, and he exhaled a breath of white mist towards him through the swirling snow. A sudden gust of wind blurred their vision. Go! A furious shout echoed through the forest, and the heavy sword pierced through the tempest of snow, hurtling towards Jiang Baixing. Clash! Jiang Baixing did not even attempt to block, allowing the heavy sword to strike against the turtle shell. The shell was once again sent flying. Yet he laughed heartily as he plunged into the snowstorm, exulting. Without your weapon, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Furious dragon ascension. The dragon-like creature unfurled its formidable claws behind him, howling at the heavens, swiftly coiling around the gun barrel and exerting immense pressure downward. Before it could strike the ground, the earth within its attack range shattered in an instant, the terrifying spiritual energy lifting debris into the air. Frozen momentarily before being pulverized into dust, as the spear descended, the mountain trembled violently, collapsing with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust into the sky, startling a multitude of birds. Jiang Baixing stood panting in the vortex of rampant spiritual energy. A sinister grin etched upon his face as he clenched his fists and declared, "What of genius before me?" Yet, as the dust settled, Ji Xuanran appeared before him unscathed. His expression was relaxed, his body adorned with a suit of purple lightning armor, which bore numerous cracks. Enduring this strike had pushed him to the limits of what the embodiment of thunder could withstand. However, this outcome thrilled Ji Xuanran. After all, his opponent was a martial spirit. He tossed a small sword in his hand, grinning like a favored child, radiant and exceptional. "How much strength do you have left to evade now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Baixing suddenly felt a fatal crisis. Goosebumps erupting across his body, he summoned the flying turtle shell once more. Placing it defensively in front of him, he sensed the air thick with piercing sword energy, locking onto him. Yet, a glance around revealed nothing. "That last strike was your life-saving move, wasn't it?" "Shut your mouth," Jiang Baixing retorted angrily, shaking his head, sweat flying from his brow as his eyes fixed intently on the white-haired youth standing amidst the snowstorm. He shouted fiercely, "Even if I am out of strength, so what? I still possess spiritual energy. You cannot break my energy barrier." "Haha, is that so?" Ji Xuanran's light remark abruptly silenced his laughter. "You still have means?" Panic-stricken, he glanced around, when suddenly Ji Xuanran called out, "Behold my flying sword." The azure streak pierced through the frigid world with ease, effortlessly breaching the turtle shell, and then the energy barrier. A splash of blood blossomed in this snow-white realm. The last of its splendor. Jiang Baixing clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming through his fingers. Feeling the vitality within him dwindle, he raised his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! That was merely an ordinary little iron sword." How could this happen? Ji Xuanran retrieved the turtle shell from the ground, recognizing it as a valuable item despite the hole punctured through it. It could fetch a good price if sold. After stowing it away, he patted Jiang Baixing's shoulder, smiling. Don't judge things solely by their exterior. As he pulled the embedded flying sword from the tree trunk, wiping away the blood, he marveled at its unexpected power. Having pierced through the formidable energy barrier of a martial spirit realm expert, be cautious, Ji Xuanran raised the heavy abyss sword and severed his head. The opponent was a martial spirit, and at his current level, he could not absorb him. The martial soul would simply go to waste. Channeling the Swallowing Heaven Enlightenment Sutra, he began to absorb Jiang Baixing's vitality, quickly reaching saturation after consuming only a small portion. The high-grade vitality contained immense spiritual power, and he could not withstand too much. Yuan's sect. Next time, I shall directly visit your sect and devour your spiritual veins. Ji Xuanran rummaged through his storage bag, uncovering numerous treasures. Over 100,000 spiritual stones, several bottles of third-tier healing elixirs, and even a bottle of fourth-tier inferior healing potions. However, the most delightful surprise was a martial technique named Object Control Technique. A fourth-tier masterpiece, it allowed for the telekinetic manipulation of an object. It was evident that the ability to draw the turtle shell towards him came from this technique. Manipulate objects from a distance required at least a martial king realm. But now with this martial technique, Ji Xuanran's heart raced with anticipation as he looked at the small sword in his hand. Surveying the other martial techniques, he found a dozen third-tier ones and 3 fourth-tier ones. Though none pertained to swordsmanship, he decided to keep them for later, intending to exchange them for points at the sect. It was time to return to the sect and redeem materials to refine the Xianbing 3 swords. Although the Xianbing 3 swords had demonstrated remarkable power in the earlier battle, a bit more strength would be advantageous. After thoroughly looting all the storage bags in the vicinity, he acquired an additional 75,000 spiritual stones and various weapons. He planned to bring back anything unnecessary for point exchange. Boarding the flying vessel, Ji Xuanran embarked on his journey back to the sect. During the trip, he infused all the over 170,000 spiritual stones into the small sword, finally eliciting some response. The sword became significantly sharper, yet to the untrained eye, it remained a completely ordinary little iron sword. He was not in a hurry. The greater the need, the stronger the sword's power would become. Upon returning to the sect, he had just disembarked from the vessel when Nan Xiaowan, who had been waiting for a long time, leaped into his embrace. "Brother Ji, you have finally returned. Junior Brother Ji. Are you all right? We had organized the disciples to rescue you." Yang Daichang approached, visibly relieved to see him back. "Have you even made a breakthrough?" Noticing the depth of his aura, Yang Daichang gazed at him in astonishment. "Thank you for your concern, sister. I fortuitously broke through during the battle. What about those who ambushed us?" Ji Xuanran replied with a smile. "I killed them all." Yang Daichang gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at him. "Those were martial spirit experts, and there were quite a few martial master realm cultivators. You were merely a martial artist. Even if you had broken through to the 10th heaven, this should be impossible." His words drew the attention of several disciples at the port, who were preparing to depart for support, having heard of the numerous attackers. Yet, the claim that Ji Xuanran had single-handedly slain them was met with skepticism. It was simply inconceivable. "If you escaped, just admit it. What's there to hide?" One disciple, unable to tolerate Ji Xuanran's boasting, remarked sarcastically, prompting immediate agreement from others. In response, Ji Xuanran chose not to argue, speaking to Yang Daichang instead. The ambushers were from the Yuan sect. I learned from them that this was a coordinated attack from several sects against the Tianjin sect, including the Quanlan sect. All the major sects in Lingshan County have pledged allegiance to them. Please relay this to the peak masters for me. As he spoke, he began to depart, and the disciples parted to make way, whispering on either side, "Does this guy really think that standing beneath the Fulong tree will allow him to ascend to the heavens? His boasting is ridiculous. TCH, why bother? If he wants to brag, can we really silence him?" Ji Xuanran arrived at the mission hall, where he could directly redeem materials. However, before that, he first retrieved the spoils he had gathered. The 2 disciples in charge were left dumbfounded upon seeing the sheer volume of items he produced. "Where did all this come from?" "From looting the enemies," he replied, pulling out third-tier martial techniques and 3 fourth-tier martial techniques. Causing their eyes to widen in astonishment, that IS fourth-tier martial technique eligible for redemption. As if sensing their confusion, Ji Xuanran took the initiative to clarify. These were taken from the elder of the Deyuan sect, who led the ambush against us, and then I looted him. Elder of the Deyuan sect? Hiss, that's at least a martial spirit. Ha, is this young brother here to redeem on behalf of that esteemed individual? Ji Xuanran shook his head. No, they are all mine. The air suddenly fell silent, all eyes in the mission hall converging upon him. This young brother, I do not comprehend your meaning. Not just him, but everyone present found it hard to believe their ears. How could a martial artist loot a martial spirit? Their bewildered expressions prompted Ji Xuanran to sigh softly. Realizing he had become so strong that no one believed him, he reiterated, "These are indeed mine." The leading elder of the Deyuan sect is named Jiang Baisheng, that if you have doubts, feel free to verify. Redeem everything for points to O, and I also have these healing elixirs. He then produced several hundred bottles of second-tier quality elixirs and over 50 bottles of third-tier ones. After the fourth tier, he intended to keep them for himself. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in shock. How many people had he robbed? Redeem all of it. The two disciples stared blankly at the pile of items before them. Redeem. They took over an hour to tally everything, and upon seeing the final figure, disbelief filled their eyes to a total of 13,527 points. The figure appeared astonishingly on the exterior disciples. Over 10,000 points, a rarity even among the inner disciples. What's more, this individual was a one-time occurrence. Thank you. After completing the exchange, Ji Xuanran did not linger but ascended to the second floor, intending to spend all these points today. Upon spotting Elder Rong, whom he had met previously, he clasped his hands and greeted, "I have encountered Elder Rong." Elder Rong reclined on a chair, and upon hearing his words, opened his eyelids slightly. "Are you here to exchange items?" "Indeed. This floor contains only materials. If you wish to exchange for pills, treasures, or techniques, you must visit the Alchemy Pavilion and the Technique Building." Ji Xuanran nodded, acknowledging the information. "You may enter." The second floor was spacious, lined with numerous shelves brimming with various treasures. Abundant spiritual herbs, materials from formidable beasts, and diverse metals needed for forging were all present. However, after a cursory glance, he found the materials to be rather inferior, prompting him to proceed to the staircase leading to the third floor. "Young man, the items above are too perilous for you at this stage." "Thank you for the warning." Elder Rong. Ji Xuanran did not hesitate and ascended directly. Upon reaching the third floor, the quality of items immediately escalated several tiers, in addition to the materials displayed on the shelves. There were numerous items showcased individually. After a few steps, he noticed a seed resting upon a block of ice. This seed was crystal clear, icy tendrils swirling around its surface, and even from 3 steps away. The chilling aura sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, the Xian Shuang seed, combined with the lotus seed and ice crystal lotus obtained earlier, should elevate the Xian Bing 3 swords further. However, the mere seed cost 3,500 points, which was undeniably painful for him. Subsequently, he expended his remaining points to acquire the materials required for Lei Ming Huashan, depleting his points entirely. Elder Rong observed the precious materials and could not help but glance at him once more. "What do you require these materials for?" "They are of no use to you at this stage. It would be better not to waste your points." Ji Xuanran felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to explain. Noticing his expression, Elder Rong sighed, no longer dissuading or questioning him, and proceeded with the exchange. "Thank you, Elder Rong." After collecting the materials, Ji Xuanran clasped his hands and departed. Upon returning to the bamboo house, he discovered a trail of blood in the courtyard, leading directly to Mr. Mo's room. Approaching the door, before he could knock, a voice filled with warning emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Mr. Mo, it's me. That I noticed blood on the ground, so I was somewhat concerned." After a brief silence, the reply came, "Come in." It was evident that O sounded quite weak. Upon opening the door, Ji Xuanran was met with her pale complexion, causing his heart to tighten, and he hurried inside. "What has happened to you?" At this moment, Mr. Mo's skin was partially exposed, the vivid bloodstains contrasting starkly against her snow-white skin, giving her an enticing yet frail appearance. Witnessing this scene, Ji Xuanran's breath quickened, and under Mr. Mo's calm gaze, He instinctively averted his eyes. I encountered an ambush and sustained some injuries. Ji Xuanran swallowed hard, his hands fidgeting aimlessly, and after clearing his throat twice, he realized he could offer no assistance here. Nodding toward her, he intended to retreat, only to be halted by her voice. Wait, stayed up. Mr. Mo's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, making it impossible for him to discern her thoughts, yet he could distinctly feel her gaze upon him. The depth of her dark eyes concealed all her inner emotions. Ji Xuanran halted his steps, biting his lip as he stood still, his fair face flushed crimson, breath becoming increasingly rapid, and from outside. Such near-raspy breaths were bound to stir one's imagination. You come and apply the medicine for me. Without mentioning anything behind her, she simply picked up the nearby medicinal powder and ointment and handed them over. All right. Observing the porcelain bottle in her hand, Ji Xuanran's trembling hand reached out, his voice wavering as well, even daring not to raise his gaze to meet hers. Look at me. How can you help me apply the medicine if you do not look at me? O spoke as if entirely unconcerned with the distinction between genders. Ji Xuanran's heart raced violently, a silent cry within him. After all, he was an impetuous 18-year-old youth. If she was unafraid, why should he be? Perhaps having spent too long in the room, a faint fragrance began to linger in his nostrils, unlike any floral or sandalwood scent. Sighing inwardly, he licked his lips and raised his head. Her skin, smooth and flawless, bore a captivating blush, and that one glance left him entranced, staring blankly, momentarily forgetting to avert his gaze, and said nothing, quietly observing him as he swallowed repeatedly, his eyes reflecting a waning respect and a burgeoning desire. She witnessed everything, yet did not interrupt him. The aroma in the room mingled with a heavy scent of blood, snapping him back to reality, and he instinctively wiped his mouth, relieved there was no drool to be found. I will apply the medicine for you now. That tea might hurt a little. Bear with it. Sitting beside her, the inescapable fragrance enveloped him, flooding his senses and assaulting his mind, causing his already taut nerves to howl like wolves within. Shaking his head vigorously, he blinked his bloodshot eyes, exhaling a warm breath, and began to apply the medicine for her. Mr. Mo, can you lie down on the bed? Mr. Mo turned to look at him, her hollow, profound gaze finally revealing a hint of confusion, as if asking, what do you intend to do? I need to apply the medicinal powder. It would be easier if you lay down. Upon speaking, Ji Xuanran pouted, his face reddening like a baboon's rear, wishing he could slap himself. Mr. Mo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint blush began to appear on her face. I have injuries on my back as well. Ji Xuanran's expression instantly froze. Quickly, he forced a smile and said, then I will help you apply the medicine on your back, and my hands are also injured. Ji Xuanran's hands trembled uncontrollably, spilling a considerable amount of medicinal powder. The heated breath brushed against her back, causing her own breathing to gradually quicken. Ahem. Ji Xuanran inhaled deeply, instinctively shifting back a bit, licking his tongue before pouring the powder onto her wounds. The icy blue powder sparkled with a crystalline sheen, landing on the scabs and irritating her wounds, causing her body to shudder slightly. A soft whimper nearly pierced his eardrums, clutching at his heart. Why must I endure such torment? Why? Just bear with it. After applying the powder to one of her wounds, he scooped a small amount of the cold ointment into his palm, rubbing his hands together hesitantly. He pressed his palm against her wound, and the moment their skin made contact, the icy sensation caused M to leap up, nearly tumbling to the ground. Ji Xuanran stood frozen, his gaze blank, utterly at a loss. This is excessive. Settled back down. Turning her back to him, I'm fine. Continue. After speaking, she bit her red lip lightly and closed her eyes. Ji Xuanran forced a smile and resumed applying the medicine. Her back, as smooth as jade, was marred with numerous wounds of varying sizes, and the task of applying the medicine consumed considerable time. Ji Xuanran was soon drenched in sweat. Once finished, he sat behind her, panting heavily, gazing at his hands. Still somewhat reluctant to part, Mr. Mo's back was indeed exceptionally smooth, delicate like milk. Clearing his throat twice, Ji Xuanran stood up and looked at the equally perspiring Mo. I have finished applying the medicine on your back. I I will take my leave now. As he reached the door, Mr. Mo calmly called out, "My hands are both injured, I know, but I fear I cannot restrain myself." What a predicament! Yet, gazing into her eyes, Ji Xuanran found it hard to refuse. Ji Xuanran swore. He had no intentions of being inappropriate. He merely aimed to be understanding of her needs. Extend your hand. With both hands steady, Ji Xuanran swiftly completed the task at hand. Throughout this process, Mr. Mo observed him, glistening with perspiration, without uttering a single word, not even a flicker of emotion gracing his expression. Gazing at her blood-stained garments, it was evident that the injuries on the front were the most severe. This sight momentarily tempted Ji Xuanran to withdraw. However, his counterpart provided no opportunity for hesitation. With a slight tremor, the majority of her clothing slipped away, leaving Ji Xuanran with an unobstructed view. This night would be sleepless. The following morning, Ji Xuanran emerged, looking fatigued and drowsy with each step. For an entire night, he had refrained from even blinking, the echoes of soul-stirring sounds replaying in his mind, etched indelibly into his memory. He glanced at his hands, an absurd thought crossing his mind that they might possess an enticing fragrance. Yet he swiftly dismissed this sordid and twisted notion. Once he regained some clarity, he felt fortunate, genuinely proud of his resolve. Throughout the night, he had diligently fulfilled the responsibilities of a disciple, adhering to the decorum expected of him. Though he had crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed, he had nonetheless preserved his integrity, causing no dishonor to Ji Xuanran. Truly, he was a commendable young man. After washing his face beneath a cascading waterfall, he resolved to practice the Xianbing three swords and the thunderclap transformation. Given Mr. Mo's injuries, it was unlikely she would notice him practicing in the courtyard. Chapter 71. O is indeed unwell. After a brief respite, Ji Xuanran settled at the edge of the waterfall, on the smooth stones polished by the rushing waters. He arranged the lotus seeds and a crystal ice lotus before him. If only he could concoct elixirs, he might save a considerable amount of materials. Under his control, the three ingredients were enveloped in pure spiritual energy, compressed until the icy aura broke through, radiating outward and instantaneously freezing the tumultuous waterfall. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. He activated the Tunshin Wudao Sutra, drawing this ice attribute spiritual energy into his body, where it converged in his dantian through his meridians in the farthest northern reaches of the planet. Desolate lands began to crumble, moisture condensing in the air to form oceans, which then froze into glaciers under the frigid winds. An ice crystal, formed from the ice attribute spiritual energy, plunged into the depths, sealed away for eternity. Returning to the external world, Ji Xuanran exhaled a breath of cold air and slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the very face that had left a deep impression on him the previous night, one that had stirred his emotions. Mr. Mo. A sense of wariness gripped Ji Xuanran as he rose from the stone. Disregarding the newfound strength he felt and creating distance between them, Mo was wrapped in a damp sheet and quilt, perhaps stained with blood. Clearing his throat, he turned his head slightly and asked, "Are you washing these items? What are you practicing? Your technique seems quite unconventional." Ji Xuanran hesitated, gazing at her, aware that her reluctance to speak was evident in Mo did not press further, instead turned to step into the pool beneath the waterfall. "Wait until I finish bathing, and then we shall depart together. The entire Lingsun County is in turmoil. All sects are targeting the Tianjin sect. It appears that Senior Sister Yang has informed the higher-ups." "Even Shui's sect?" Ji Xuanran inquired tentatively, feeling reluctant to oppose Shui's sect. Indeed, upon receiving confirmation, Ji Xuanran nodded and prepared to leave, only to be halted by her voice. "Stay here. Do not go anywhere, Mr. Mo. I believe this is unwise." Yet she offered no response. Well, having seen everything the previous night, another glimpse could do no harm. He settled down, his gaze fixed on her back, as smooth as jade, its elegant curves exuding a sense of grace. One could not deny the efficacy of the medicinal powders and ointments from last night. By now, visible injuries were scarcely discernible. When O emerged from her bath and turned to dress, Ji Xuanran had already succumbed to slumber, missing a rare glimpse of exquisite beauty. Crouching before him, Mr. M.O. observed his face, her eyes reflecting his features as she listened intently to his breathing. She playfully pinched his nose, eliciting a muffled response. Struggling for air, Ji Xuanran opened his sleep-laden eyes to behold her enchanting visage. Captivating in proximity, in a daze, he instinctively leaned in to plant a gentle kiss at her. Her lips are so soft and sweet. Startled, Ji Xuanran suddenly realized, scrambling backward in a panic, his heart racing as he anxiously regarded her. Noticing her lack of reaction, his taut nerves gradually relaxed, confusion replacing his earlier alarm. Not angry? I just kissed her. Reflecting on this, he couldn't resist licking his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness that bore her unique essence. Swallowing hard, he gazed intently at her cherry-like lips, beckoning him to indulge once more. M.O. remained still, her eyes betraying no hint of disturbance, merely watching him with an adorably naive expression. This emboldened Ji Xuanran, who swallowed nervously and thought, perhaps I could try again, with hope in his heart. He blinked and leaned closer, feeling the gentle caress of her breath against his face, akin to the softest down, stirring a yearning within, just as he was about to press his lips against hers. He hesitated, locking eyes with her. Her deep gaze concealed all thoughts, causing him to falter, yet that innocent gaze ensnared him like a drug, igniting a desire to possess her. Once more, he successfully pressed his lips against hers. Her lips were plush, cool to the touch, yet radiating warmth once pressed together. This sensation captivated him, prompting him to cradle her face. Just as he contemplated deepening the kiss, a sudden slap rang out, striking his cheek and sending him tumbling away. M.O. approached him, her eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. It is time to depart. The slap left Ji Xuanran in a state of bewilderment, yet it also sobered him, prompting reflection on his recent actions. Had she been a typical woman, even with his charming appearance, he would likely have been pursued with a blade drawn. Mr. Mo's reaction was perplexing. Why did she only act now? And why did her icy demeanor seem so feigned? Licking his lips, he continued to revel in the delightful sensation. What are you still doing? Oh, I'm coming. After a brief moment of tidying up, the two boarded the flying vessel, leaving Tianjin's sect behind. Mr. Mo's vessel was not small. It featured a cozy cabin ample enough for two. Xuanran gazed at the breathtaking woman leaning against the window. He inquired, Mr. Mo, I still do not know your name. Her deep-set eyes turned to him as she softly replied, Mo Ruyan. Her snow-white skin contrasted strikingly against her dark attire, accentuating her porcelain complexion, with a hint of delicate pink that perpetually beckoned Ji Xuanran's gaze. To alleviate the tension and mask the inappropriate desires stirring within him, he cleared his throat and asked, Mr. Mo, where are we headed this time? I heard you were ambushed by the elders of the Devouring sect. Understanding dawned upon him. Mr. Mo seemed somewhat protective, even though he was not her disciple. A warmth blossomed in his heart, though anxiety soon followed, as the Devouring sect was formidable, with martial spirits as elders and martial kings as leaders. While they paled in comparison to the Tianjin sect, a martial king was still synonymous with strength. Would M.O. be able to withstand their might? Gazing at the retreating snowstorm outside, Ji Xuanran could not help but furrow his brow in concern. M.O. Ruyan, stealing glances at him from the corner of her eye, found herself captivated by the moment, feeling an inexplicable significance in it. It was a sense of fulfillment that brought her solace. Perhaps it was the increasingly blatant attention from those around them, a heat that made him feel restless. After the incident that had transpired, Ji Xuanran was at a loss on how to face her, striving to avoid meeting her gaze. The mere thought of their actions beneath the waterfall filled him with regret and guilt, leaving him feeling he had wronged Ji Wanqing. Fortunately, she was likely unaware. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The burgeoning sense of wrongdoing swiftly cast aside. The Devouring sect was situated in the southern region of Lingshan County, adjacent to Songhai County. Their journey spanned 3 days and 2 nights, culminating in their arrival at Devouring City, the largest metropolis near the sect, under the cloak of night. Within Devouring City, the influence of the Devouring sect loomed large, overshadowing other factions, even the city lord's manor. Upon entering Ji Xuanran's first impression was that it paled in comparison to Qinglu City, and Ruyan led him to the entrance of an inn, and being nightfall. Many disciples of the Yuan sect emerged to indulge in merriment, intoxicated to the point of staggering. Observing the scene, Ji Xuanran instinctively positioned himself in front of her. Nevertheless, some brazen individuals closed in, emboldened by their inebriation, attempting to engage in improper conduct, leering as they tried to push Ji Xuanran aside, only to find him as immovable as a mountain. Fuming, one of them pointed at Ji Xuanran, boasting, "I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Yuan sect. I am no mere dog." With that, Ji Xuanran raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow shattered the assailant's drunken stupor, and he staggered, wiping the blood from his now bruised face. Infuriated, he lunged to grab Ji Xuanran by the collar, but was met with a swift kick to the groin, collapsing before him, clutching himself in agony. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, echoing painfully in their ears that Ji Xuanran had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with these ruffians. He preferred decisive action over needless banter. He wished for them to disperse quietly and avoid escalating the situation. Just then, Rian casually remarked from behind, "Are you planning to leave them be after that?" "Dream on." Other disciples of the Yuan sect, now alert, surrounded the pair with menacing expressions, their lustful gazes betraying their intentions. Without waiting for Rian to speak, Ji Xuanran could no longer restrain himself and struck out that a single punch shattered bones and sent blood spilling from their mouths and noses, his speed leaving them no chance to react. The onlookers were left in shock, captivated by his prowess. Whispers spread about the identity of this formidable youth, speculating whether he was a prodigious talent from another sect. Ignoring the murmurs, Ji Xuanran disdainfully dismissed them with a remark about insignificant creatures before leading Rian to the innkeeper. The other patrons turned their attention to them, captivated by Rian's beauty, exclaiming in admiration, "Sir, will you just let them go?" Ji Xuanran expressed his unease regarding the fleeing ruffians. "Not to worry, if they seek their own demise. It is never too late to deal with them," Rian reassured him. Reluctantly, he ceased contemplating the matter and addressed the innkeeper. "2 rooms, please." The innkeeper, rubbing his hands nervously, replied, "Well, young master, I must confess, it is quite late, and we only have 1 room left." His eyes darted between the two, as if pondering their situation. Ji Xuanran remained silent. Leaving the decision to Rian. "1 room will suffice." She nodded gently and ascended the stairs, leaving Ji Xuanran in a state of bewilderment and elation, drawing the envy of many onlookers. The room was illuminated by a few candles, casting a warm, intimate glow. Ji Xuanran sat stiffly at the table, unsure of how to proceed. Rian retrieved several small porcelain vials from her storage bag, remnants of the previous night's powders and ointments. "Surely you don't mean to administer the medicine? After tonight, there should be no trace left," she instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Your hands are already functional," he protested. "Administer it to me," she insisted, her gaze unwavering and authoritative. "Very well." Ji Xuanran gulped, intimidated by the sword pressed against his neck. This was rather domineering. Seeing his compliance, Rian nodded in satisfaction and began to remove her garments, soon revealing her exquisite form before him. Despite having seen her beauty all night, he found himself unable to look away. He inhaled sharply, attempting to temper his burning gaze, and commenced the tasks of the evening. Rian was unwell, gravely, so that in the morning, Ji Xuanran's eyes were bloodshot as he reflected on his own condition. The melodic sound of gentle humming filled the room as Rian awoke, having enjoyed a restful night. She unabashedly dressed before him, contrasting sharply with Ji Xuanran's haggard appearance. "Indeed, you are unwell," she remarked. "Let us storm the Yuan sect directly," Ji Xuanran suggested. Hearing this, Ji Xuanran's eyelid twitched in hesitation. Rian, isn't this a bit reckless? The sect master is a martial king." Unfazed, Rian replied, "I fear no martial king." "Are you that confident?" At this juncture, he saw no reason to hesitate. Nodding in agreement, as they walked through the streets, it wasn't long before they encountered disciples of the Yuan sect seeking trouble. "Yang Xixiang, it's this brat." The group of injured disciples pointed accusingly at Ji Xuanran. The tall, muscular man, arms crossed, ignored Ji Xuanran, his gaze fixated on Mo Ruyan, drooling as he leered. "What is your name, my lady?" Before he could finish, Ji Xuanran's cold eyes met his, and he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The seemingly robust physique crumpled under the impact, sent flying. "Oh, you dare return?" "It appears yesterday's lesson was insufficient," Ji Xuanran declared, unleashing another flurry of blows upon them that a group of martial artists against a single martial master stood no chance. Once the altercation concluded, Ji Xuanran took Mo Ruyan's hand and strode away. Yang Xixiang, attempting to rise and resist, was quickly silenced by a fierce glare. "How long do you intend to hold my hand?" Mo Ruyan inquired. Feigning ignorance, Ji Xuanran continued to grasp her hand, directing their steps toward the Deyuan sect. Her delicate hand felt like holding a piece of soft jade. He could not bear to relinquish it. Chapter 72. The guidance of Mo Ruyan in Deyuan City. The defeated disciples, aided by others, struggled to their feet. One elegantly dressed, middle-aged man chuckled. "The two have already left the city. What is young Master Yang's plan?" "Umph. Those who dare lay hands on us will report to the sect and have them captured." He smirked, a sneer dancing on his lips as he patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. "You will also have to step in."